Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 318, Jiraiya, your uncle is probably going to die here. Chapter 318, Jiraiya, your uncle is probably going to die here. Why are there so few ninja? On one hand, some people simply lack talent. On the other hand, if there were too many ninja, the consumption of resources would be terrifying. A great nation usually only has one ninja village because the existence of that village itself requires the support of the entire nation. Putting everything else aside, the problem of food alone is enough to crush countless small countries. Amamiya Kenichi ate a lot. His teacher ate a lot. Ninja ate a lot. That meant food consumption was enormous. Just look at the Akimichi clan's daily intake. Ninja were basically a bunch of monsters. Even outside the Akimichi clan, the food consumption of ordinary ninja was astonishing. A normal ninja's daily intake was several times that of an ordinary person, and during battle, they consumed even more. The saying that wars are fought on logistics was even more true in the ninja world. There isn't much food. Although it's not as cold near the capital now, the reserves have never been high. And after that bastard's rebellion before, a lot was consumed. Right now, the entire capital only has enough food left for half a year, Kazahana Koyuki answered quickly. She handled government affairs very diligently. After all, those were Amamiya Kenichi's requirements, and Kazahana Koyuki had carried them out very well. Half a year. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Half a year sounded like a long time, but in reality, it was very short. Extremely short. There were not many ninja in the land of snow right now, so the food could last for half a year. But if Amamiya Kenichi truly began mass-producing ninja on a large scale, then a major problem would immediately appear. There would not be enough food. And then what? Setting aside the issue of looting, the newly transformed ninja would still need a period of training, and daily training consumed both money and food. Those were all expenses. With only half a year's worth of food, if the number of ninja rose sharply, it would probably all be gone within a month. What kind of force could be trained in a single month? It wasn't as if they could start by awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan right away. And even if they did, how much strength would that really give them? If a child were handed a Mangekyo, could he perform like Uchiha Madara? Naturally not. This won't do. I need to find a way around this. Amamiya Kenichi sat in his chair, deep in thought. The food problem had to be solved. If it couldn't be solved, then the idea of a ninja army was nothing more than a joke. Even if the 5 great nations focused on large-scale food production, it would only help a little, not much. Even with the improved rice Amamiya Kenichi had developed, it still would not be enough to support his ideas. But maybe I can first form an elite force, prioritizing quality over quantity. After taking over the land of water, I can consider expanding the ninja force further. At the same time, the agricultural problem also needs to be solved. Amamiya Kenichi nodded to himself. Since the land of snow could not currently support a massive ninja army, then building a smaller elite force should still be possible. And he could also transform the original ninja of the land of snow. First gather the ninja who are loyal to you and implant them with parasite eggs. Use the middle tier ones, Amamiya Kenichi said, quickly deciding on his next step. Assembling a small army was definitely possible. Otherwise, there would be no way to take down the hidden mist village. Although he could rely on his own strength to suppress them, governing a country still required manpower. That made the existence of a ninja force absolutely necessary. Yes, master. Kazahana Koyuki looked at Amamiya Kenichi's serious expression, and her own face became serious as well. She quickly finished her meal and hurried out to carry out his orders. She had thought about doing this before, but because she had never received Amamiya Kenichi's command, she had not acted. This is also a good chance to teach those disobedient little brats a lesson. Kazahana Koyuki walked away with a smile, but her eyes were icy cold. Amamiya Kenichi had no idea what Kazahana Koyuki was currently thinking. He was busy playing with Uchiha Hikari. This little girl was especially clingy to him, but Amamiya Kenichi had firmly refused to let her follow him into the lab. After all, he already knew some of her past. With her personality, if she entered a place like a laboratory, it would very likely trigger the worst memories in her heart. That would be troublesome. Big brother Amamiya, what do you think of these gloves? Uchiha Hikari held up a pair of fluffy gloves. Amamiya Kenichi took them and glanced at them, then found them a little hard to evaluate. If Uchiha Hikari had not said they were gloves, he would have thought they were 2 towels. They're pretty good. Amamiya Kenichi chuckled and put the gloves away. This was the first time he had received such a special gift. Uchiha Hikari immediately smiled even more brightly. Amamiya Kenichi looked at her and kept feeling that she seemed oddly familiar. He really felt as if he had heard that name somewhere before. I wonder what teacher is doing right now. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He was not too worried about his teacher's safety. With Orochimaru's strength, there were very few people in the ninja world who could truly threaten him. Still, the fact that he had not been able to find his teacher did make him somewhat concerned. He wondered where Orochimaru had gone during this period. Jiraiya, long time no see. At that moment, Jiraiya was staring at the person in front of him with a massive headache. The other party had now reverted to his original appearance, so Jiraiya recognized him immediately. Orochimaru, why are you here? Jiraiya laughed awkwardly. He truly had not expected that even after coming to the land of Earth, he would still run into Orochimaru. Or had Orochimaru come here specifically to find him? That thought made Jiraiya a little nervous, because he knew exactly what he had done. What are these? Orochimaru sat down across from Jiraiya with a smile, radiating a chilling killing intent. Then he slapped a bag onto the table. Jiraiya swallowed hard, then tremblingly opened the bag in front of him. Inside was none other than The Story of Me and Princess Orochi That Had to Be Told, hardcover illustrated edition, with a huge 18+ printed on the cover. It was over. That was Jiraiya's first thought. He knew his own book all too well. Jiraiya understood perfectly what that was. It was the hardcover edition of his own work, a masterpiece whose sales had even surpassed his famous Ica Ica Paradise, causing it to sell out everywhere. Then the editor had come to him and suggested a collaboration with a famous artist to produce an 18+ hardcover edition with illustrations that simply could not be described. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, Orochimaru, you ask me for that during a battle. Chapter 319, Orochimaru, you asked me for that during a battle. I remember telling you not to keep writing, didn't I? Orochimaru's voice was gentle. He had always been like this, seemingly refined and mild on the surface. But anyone who truly knew him understood that beneath that exterior, he was like a venomous snake, cold, ruthless, and dangerous. Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed. Without a word, he pushed the two hostesses beside him away. What was about to happen was clearly no longer suitable for ordinary people to witness. When ninja fought, they did not care whether innocent bystanders got caught in the crossfire. If I said I had my reasons for doing all this, would you believe me? Jiraiya tried to defend himself, but even he could not convince himself with that excuse, let alone Orochimaru. As expected, the smile on Orochimaru's face grew even colder. The moment he saw Jiraiya, rage had surged up once more, and he could not help recalling what had happened near the Hidden Cloud Village that day. When he thought about the idiot from the Hidden Mist Village he had encountered there, the lecherous fool who had told him he was a fan and even shamelessly asked him to sign a pair of worn black stockings, the killing intent in Orochimaru's heart became harder and harder to suppress. Although he knew that might have simply been the other party's way of trying to shake his state of mind, Orochimaru had still given that man an extremely ugly death by using the cruelest means possible. Jiraiya. You really deserve to die. Orochimaru let out a crazed laugh. Jiraiya, who knew his old friend's temperament all too well, sucked in a sharp breath. No, what exactly happened? Why did Orochimaru look like he truly wanted to fight him to the death? Amamiya-sama. In the land of snow, Uchiha Shirori quickly walked into the laboratory and handed a document to Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya raised a brow, then took it and glanced through it. At Yumaro Town in the land of grass, two of the Sannin, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, engaged in a fierce battle that destroyed the entire town. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned. He scratched his head. Why had his teacher gone to the land of grass? But the moment he saw Jiraiya's name, he immediately understood what must have happened. His teacher must have found one of Jiraiya's novels. But hadn't this matter already been dealt with before? Why had a conflict broken out again now? Then, thinking of the books Jiraiya had published recently, Amamiya Kenichi felt like everything suddenly made perfect sense. With the sort of books Jiraiya had been releasing lately, it would have been stranger if his teacher had not exploded in anger after seeing them. But teacher is really furious this time. So what exactly did Jiraiya write? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. He thought for a moment. He had also been buying Jiraiya's novel, The Story of Me and Princess Orochi That Had to Be Told. It had to be said, even though Jiraiya was a total pervert, his skill as a novelist was genuinely exceptional. If placed in his previous world, he would undoubtedly have been a god-tier author on web novel. His ability to write suggestive scenes was especially superb. Sometimes, from the very first line, you could tell he was hinting at something, yet you could not quite pin down any direct evidence. But the more you thought about it, the more tantalizing it became. On top of that, his character writing and pacing were excellent. Still, compared to the earliest installments, the biggest difference now was not the structure or writing style. It was that Jiraiya had developed Princess Orochi far too well. Even though he never explicitly wrote what had happened to Princess Orochi, that alluring, seductive atmosphere around her was enough to make her the most popular character in the entire novel. Yes, the serialized novels here also had character popularity polls, and Princess Orochi had crushed second place by more than 50 times, becoming the undisputed number one in every sense. I don't get it, but at least now I know where teacher is. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head and put away the intelligence report. He was not especially worried about his teacher's safety. After all, with his teacher's strength, few people in the ninja world could truly stand against him. All the ninja in the capital of the Land of Snow have already been inoculated with the parasite eggs, right? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha Shirori beside him. She stood there quietly, her presence so faint that if he had not seen her with his own eyes, he might have almost overlooked her. Yes, Amamiya-sama. All the ninja within the capital of the Land of Snow have now been inoculated with the parasite eggs. However, one group of clan ninja refused the inoculation, and Kazuhana-sama is currently dealing with them, Uchiha Shirori replied promptly. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. That was also within his expectations. Human beings were naturally full of all kinds of thoughts. It was incredibly difficult, almost impossible, to make everyone wholeheartedly follow the same path. So he had long anticipated that not everyone would willingly accept being inoculated with parasite eggs. That was precisely why he had arranged for a shadow clone to assist Kazuhana Koyuki in suppressing those who refused to cooperate. Once the parasite eggs finish developing, I can also use them to observe the degree of control they have over these ninja and gather experimental data at the same time. That really is killing two birds with one stone. Amamiya Kenichi stretched lazily. Once all the ninja in the Land of Snow had been transformed, he would temporarily leave this place. He was not especially skilled when it came to training ninja in the Land of Snow, but there were already instructors here, so it should not be a major problem. Besides, if he truly wanted to start causing trouble on a larger scale, he still needed to make enough preparations first. Otherwise, things would become troublesome, and that would not fit Amamiya Kenichi's overall plan. Snow Weasel Clan, have you decided to resist? Kazuhana Koyuki folded her arms and looked coldly at the men before her. The head of the Snow Weasel Clan looked at her with a grim expression, then glanced at the rows of ninja behind her. Yet the oppressive pressure those men gave off was nowhere near as terrifying as the person standing beside Kazuhana Koyuki. Dressed in a black robe, with a white mask covering his face and hiding all his features, that man was the same person who had single-handedly suppressed the entire Land of Snow, sending all those who had attempted to seize power when Kazuhana Koyuki first ascended the throne straight to the Pure Land. And now, that same man stood quietly beside Kazuhana Koyuki. We only want to know what exactly is being injected into our veins. Is that really too much to ask? The Snow Weasel Clan head tried to reason with her. He truly did not want his clansmen to be inoculated with that unknown liquid. Do you think I came here to reason with you? Kazuhana Koyuki gave a faint smile, then subtly turned and looked at Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clone beside her. I'll leave it to you, then. Kazuhana Koyuki suppressed the agitation in her heart. She truly wanted to throw herself at Amamiya Kenichi, but she could not. She still had to maintain the image of the Queen of the Land of Snow. Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clone did not say much. His entire purpose in coming this time was to display force. Otherwise, why would all those ninja of the Land of Snow have been made to stand behind them and watch? The point was to use this as an example and make those people submit more sincerely to the main body. Winning hearts and minds worked much the same way. Kazuhana Koyuki watched the wailing ninja before her with an indifferent face. From the moment she accepted her master's grace, she had already, on a fundamental level, ceased to be the same kind of being as these people. She was a more perfect ninja. The Snow Weasel Clan cannot be allowed to remain. Someone has to be killed to scare the rest, and the Snow Weasel Clan is that someone. Once the others see what happens to them, the rest who refuse to cooperate will obediently fall in line. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at the bloody scene before her without the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, she felt a little excited. Her body even trembled faintly. But what about that little girl? She even calls Master, Big Brother Amamiya. How annoying. Master is supposed to be mine. Kazuhana Koyuki cupped her flushed cheeks with both hands, and her thoughts gradually began to drift. Shiori-nichan, is Big Brother Amamiya still busy today too? At that moment, the very girl Kazuhana Koyuki had been thinking about was tugging eagerly at Uchiha Shiori's sleeve. Their names were somewhat similar, and they were clansmen as well. At first, Uchiha Hikari had not really wanted much to do with Uchiha Shirori, but because Amamiya Kenichi had said that Uchiha Shirori was one of his subordinates, Hikari had gradually tried to get closer to her. Miss Hikari, Amamiya-sama is also busy today. But he said he would eat with you later, Uchiha Shirori replied. As she looked at this mysterious little girl from the clan, she could not help but feel somewhat curious inside. She had rarely seen Amamiya Kenichi show so much concern for a single person. Of course, Uchiha Hikari was indeed extraordinary. Even the inadvertent glimpse of the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes was enough to tell Uchiha Shirori what kind of genius she was. Even within the Uchiha clan, she would undoubtedly have been regarded as a prodigy. And yet, Uchiha Shirori had no impression of this girl at all. Although there had been others with the same name, none of them had been a genius of this level. Uchiha Hikari pouted, but then quickly ran off. Uchiha Shirori could only follow after her. Even though her clansmen had been very well behaved and had never once done anything that would trouble Amamiya-sama, it was still her responsibility to stay close. Amamiya-sama had specifically said that Uchiha Hikari was not allowed into the laboratory. And at that moment, inside the laboratory, Amamiya Kenichi was conducting an examination. An examination on Yayoi. How do your eyes usually feel when you activate the Mangekyo Sharingan? Amamiya Kenichi asked as he looked at the men sitting before him. Yayoi sat obediently in place, but his eyes had grown rather dead. It was the look of someone who had already given up struggling. Very tired. Very uncomfortable. It feels like there are thorns stabbing into my eyes, Yayoi answered honestly. After being taken away, he had indeed thought about resisting. He had thought about finding some way to solve his problem. But he had quickly discovered that he could not. He could not even commit suicide. The moment he had tried to use Amaterasu on himself, Yayoi suddenly realized that his body no longer seemed to belong to him. It was a bizarre feeling. Clearly it was his own body, yet he could not control his hands, his feet, or even his eyelids. Most terrifying of all was that he obviously did not want to speak, and yet he still opened his mouth and said something he had never intended to say. Yayoi, your life belongs to the king. Yayoi could swear that he had absolutely never intended to say that line. But he said it anyway. And afterward, he had even slapped himself in the face. That was when he truly realized that his body no longer seemed to belong to him. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the dispirited Yayoi. This guy had clearly realized something, which was why he had become so thoroughly broken. That would not do. Although Amamiya Kenichi could use the parasites to influence him and make him do whatever was required, there was no way he could keep personally watching Yayoi at all times. And right now, it was only Yayoi. What about once there were more like him in the future? Would Amamiya Kenichi have to spend every day acting as a human remote controller for these fools? If that was the case, then what would be the point of building this army at all? Indeed, soldiers without ideals or goals could not truly fight. An army that only knew how to bully the weak and commit atrocities would have no real combat power. Even if such people were handed the strongest ninjutsu in the world, they would still be crushed by ordinary people and end up kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Yayoi, what do you think of the ninja world? Amamiya Kenichi asked at last. He had already made up his mind. What he needed were subordinates who would willingly act for a shared ideal. But he could not possibly go around giving speeches every day. If he could properly guide Yayoi, then he could turn him into a kind of propaganda officer. I don't know. Yayoi looked confused. What did the ninja world have to do with a lowly genin like him? What he cared about every day was how to survive, how to learn stronger ninjutsu, and how to earn enough for 3 meals. Maybe someday in the future, he would find a cute girl, get married, and have a child. And after that, there was nothing. The ninja world cannot be peaceful. Genin like you are destined to become cannon fodder. You'll be sent to the battlefield, complete a few missions, and then die. If you're lucky, you may survive. But do you know how many people Konoha lost during the Third Great Ninja War? Amamiya Kenichi set down his experimental log and spoke earnestly. He was not making casual conversation now. He intended to teach Yayoi properly. I don't know, Yayoi replied truthfully. He truly did not know. Yes. You don't know. Amamiya Kenichi sneered. Whenever people talked about the Third Great Ninja War, what came to mind were always the genius ninja and the powerful figures who had shone brilliantly across the battlefield. As for the lives of ordinary ninja and innocent civilians, who cared? At most, they became nothing more than a string of numbers. What I can tell you is this. Konoha alone lost many, many genin. They even sent students who were still in school straight to the battlefield back then. Amamiya Kenichi's voice remained calm. And you, in the end, you would only become one more of those dead ninja. The exact figures had never been clearly recorded, but the casualties must have been enormous. Otherwise, Kakashi would never have ended up on the battlefield at that age. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 320, Tsunade, I've already foreseen Jiraiya's future, and there's only death. Chapter 320, Tsunade, I've already foreseen Jiraiya's future, and there's only death. Amamiya Kenichi saw no reaction at all. Death was the fate of a ninja. More importantly, the third Hokage had always said that wherever Konoha danced, the fire would continue to burn. Their sacrifices were not meaningless. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He knew very well that persuading people was difficult these days. Fortunately, this was still the ninja world, a place where information had not yet exploded. If it were his previous life, trying to convince someone would have been even harder. My goal is to create a world without war, a peaceful world where ninja no longer have to kill each other, where even the most ordinary genin can live peacefully and happily. Amamiya Kenichi decided to throw out his ultimate bait directly. A peaceful world. Yayoi froze for a moment, then looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a strange expression. He had once dreamed of such a thing when he was very young. Later, he gave up on it, because he understood that it was impossible. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Yayoi, took a deep breath, and immediately realized that Yayoi had never seriously thought about such things. Or rather, he probably did not even understand what peace truly meant. Great dreams are often treated as jokes by people who cannot understand them. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. He was not surprised. Looking at Yayoi Yukin's age, he probably had never been to war, nor had he experienced the cruelty of a battlefield. People who had never seen war's brutality often had a habit of romanticizing it. On top of that, Konoha's propaganda had always focused on promoting the glory and greatness of Konoha ninja. Naturally, those who had never truly seen war would not understand the value of peace. That was probably the biggest difference between Nagato and Naruto. After all, after Naruto was born, the ninja world entered a temporary period of peace. There were small conflicts, yes, but no true large-scale war. Are your parents still alive? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Yayoi. He still did not want to waste the effort. If he could mold Yayoi into the sort of person who could spread his ideas for him, that would naturally be best. They're alive. Both of them are doing fine. They said they were in charge of transporting supplies during the war. Yayoi nodded blankly, not understanding why Amamiya Kenichi was asking that. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face. Good heavens, this guy's mental defenses were really on full lockdown. Now then, with a Mangekyo ability like Amaterasu, how long do you need to rest after using it once? Amamiya Kenichi gave up on pressing that line of thought and turned back to business. It did not matter if Yayoi could not understand yet. There was still plenty of time. Since he could not kill himself, he would understand eventually. Still, perhaps he really should think of a way to contact Nagato and see if he could lure him over. After all, only someone like Nagato, who had experienced war firsthand, could truly understand the preciousness of peace. If he could get Nagato onto his side, Nagato would make an excellent spokesman. Even if Nagato refused, there was still Konan. Although, knowing Konan's personality, she might stab someone while giving them ideological education. One day. But if I force myself to use it again the next day, my eyes will go blind for a while. Yayoi Yukin seemed to have completely given up now. He answered honestly, without hiding anything. Amamiya Kenichi nodded thoughtfully. It seemed his theory had been correct. The awakening and use of the Sharingan was indeed limited by age and physical condition. This was not to say that the Sharingan cared about seniority. Rather, the body needed to be strong enough to support it. It was like putting a supercar engine into a baby stroller. The stroller would obviously not be able to withstand it. All right. You can go. Amamiya Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Today's data collection was over. For the time being, Yayoi's physical state was stable. No obvious problems had appeared. If there was any issue, it was that activating the Mangekyo Sharingan placed an enormous burden on his body. Even using it once carried certain risks. Still, as his physique and chakra reserves grew stronger, that situation would likely improve. The problem was that the ninja of the Land of Snow who had received Passicide eggs this time were mostly seasoned adults in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s. There was no helping it. Resources in the Land of Snow were scarce, and training ninja was too expensive. That was why there were fewer ninja here. The advantage, however, was that the ones who did exist were often relatively strong. Of course, that was only true for some of them. Others had only mediocre talent. To activate the Sharingan in all of them, I'll have to use the parasites to guide their minds and push their eyes down a single route of development. Amamiya Kenichi wrote down his thoughts in the experimental log. At that point, if he waved his hand, a group of ninja could step forward and unleash Amaterasu together. Or with another wave, they could all use Koto Amatsukami and alter other people's thoughts. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. And if that happened, the front lines would become almost unstoppable, unless they ran into true monsters among the ninja. But ordinary geniuses would still have a hard time dealing with a whole group of people using Susanoo. Of course, if the enemy was someone on the level of the first Hokage or Madara, then that was a different matter. Such monsters would naturally require equally powerful people to deal with them. But it still takes time for the eggs to develop and successfully parasitize the host. Amamiya Kenichi sighed, feeling somewhat bored. He might as well spend some time researching his side quests in the meantime. After thinking it over for a moment, Amamiya Kenichi decided that the current linear mission, the 8 Inner Gates formation, was still a long-term project and not something he could resolve quickly. As for things like rocket launchers, however, those could already be put on the agenda. The issue of gunpowder had already been solved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He turned and walked straight back into the laboratory. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hiruzen sat in his chair with a frown, reading the intelligence report in his hand. He was in a poor mood, and he could not help coughing repeatedly. "Old man, I already told you to smoke less." Tsunade glared at him irritably. She had told him again and again not to smoke, yet he insisted on doing it anyway. If not for their old teacher and student bond, she genuinely would not have wanted to bother with him. "As I get older, this is the only hobby I have left." Hiruzen reluctantly set his pipe aside, then picked up a pen and wrote his opinion on the report. After stamping it, he placed the intelligence aside. Tsunade looked at the aged figure before her and could not help sighing. Her expression softened somewhat. Her teacher really had grown old. The powerful man who once shook the ninja world and earned the title of professor had now become an old man with a bent back. But when her eyes fell on the medical information in her hand, her expression hardened again. "Old man, I'm afraid you really won't be able to smoke anymore this time." Tsunade spoke seriously. Seeing how solemn his student looked, Hiruzen immediately realized this was no joke. "What happened?" Hiruzen asked, a trace of unease in his eyes. Tsunade might be hot-tempered and loud, but she was not someone who failed to distinguish what was important. If she looked this serious, then something was truly wrong. "There are some strange things growing in your lungs. I don't really know how to describe them." Tsunade frowned. She had been a medical ninja for many years now, but honestly, this was the first time she had ever seen something so strange. Hiruzen could no longer remain calm. He put down the papers in his hand and hurried closer. "This thing, how should I put it? It isn't a toxin. It's more like a part of your own body, but its existence is constantly plundering nutrients from the surrounding tissues, and then..." Tsunade gave him a brief explanation of the general situation inside his body. Hiruzen listened in confusion, but after hearing enough, he roughly understood. "So, can it be removed?" Hiruzen asked. According to Tsunade, there was something abnormal growing inside his body. "Could it be cut out?" "I don't know." Tsunade scratched her head. She really was not sure. But it was precisely because it was not a normal disease that it had piqued her interest. "What I can confirm is that your cough is related to this thing. And I strongly suspect it was caused by smoking." Tsunade glared at him again. Hiruzen's face darkened. Did he really have to quit smoking now? But that was truly his only remaining hobby. "No. Asuma smokes too. Do you think he might?" Hiruzen suddenly thought of another crucial issue. His useless son. Under his influence, Asuma had also become a heavy smoker. If he did not smoke every day, he felt uncomfortable all over and spent a great deal of money on cigarettes. Hiruzen had never said anything about it before, because he himself smoked too. But now that his own body had developed problems, what about Asuma? Possibly. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Bring Asuma back so I can examine him too. I still need to look more closely at whatever this thing is inside you." If Amamiya Kenichi had been here, he would have immediately told Tsunade that this was the dreaded disease that made countless people in his previous life tremble with fear. He just did not know whether Tsunade would be able to develop a medical ninjutsu specifically targeting it. If she could, then she truly would go down in history. "All right. I'll arrange it." Hiruzen slowly stood up. "Take a look at this report too." Tsunade accepted the intelligence file. "Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Those two idiots are fighting again." A slight smile appeared on Tsunade's face at first, but the moment she saw the report's lower section, even she fell silent. "No, is this real?" Tsunade could not help asking. "I don't know. This is exactly how the report from the Hidden Cloud Village was written." Thinking of what he had just read, even Hiruzen's expression grew strange. Tsunade looked down at the paper in her hand, wondering whether the Hidden Cloud Village had sent serious intelligence or whether they were just stirring trouble. But either way, the person who dared do this was undoubtedly a rare talent. An Umbu ninja from the village went missing after coming into contact with Orochimaru. The body could not be recovered. While organizing his belongings, it was discovered that he appeared to be deeply obsessed with the novel, The Story of Me and Princess Orochi, and had purchased a large number of black and white stockings. We currently suspect this incident is related to Jiraiya and Orochimaru of your village. These were originally two separate pieces of intelligence, but they had been processed together as one case. The paper itself even had visible creases, as if the person who wrote it had experienced extremely complicated emotions while reading it. So what in the world was The Story of Me and Princess Orochi? Did that idiot Jiraiya really write it? Thinking about it that way, Tsunade suddenly found it very easy to understand why Orochimaru and Jiraiya had fought so fiercely before. Jiraiya, that idiot really. Tsunade laughed in anger. Although she had heard rumors before that Orochimaru was now in a female body, she had never taken it seriously. Orochimaru was still Orochimaru. Amen. Sigh. Deal with this first. I'm going to get someone to bring Asuma in. Hiruzen shook his head and walked out with his hands behind his back. But halfway there, he turned into a bookstore. When he came out again, there was an extra plastic bag in his hand. A sealed, opaque plastic bag. Bookstores in the ninja world were actually quite considerate. To spare customers embarrassment when buying certain books, they used opaque bags, so no one could see what had been purchased. It was a truly convenient arrangement for many people. And Hiruzen only wanted to see what exactly Jiraiya had written. Not long after he left, Tsunade also walked into the same bookstore. Then the bookstore collapsed. Tsunade had smashed it. Jiraiya. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Tsunade's furious roar echoed across most of Konoha, and the enraged heavenly foot she unleashed turned the entire bookstore into ruins. Huh? Did some old hag go berserk outside? Little Naruto shivered in fright. The bottle of milk in his hand nearly slipped from his fingers, but he quickly caught it and wiped it off with a pained expression. This is the most nutritious thing I've got this week. If I don't drink it, I won't grow any taller. Naruto swallowed. It was only 1 week past the expiration date. It should still be fine, right? Yeah. It should be fine. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, What else is related to the awakening of the Mangekyo? Chapter 321, What else is related to the awakening of the Mangekyo? Have the offspring parasites almost fully matured? Kenichi took off his glasses and asked. Shirori, standing respectfully at his side, nodded at once. Yes, Lord Amamiya. I can already sense those companions. Kenichi nodded. Since Shirori could sense them, it meant those parasites had basically matured enough to take control of the ninja. That meant there would be far fewer variables once the experiments began. Then have them come to the lab, 5 at a time. Kenichi wiped his hands clean. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now it had finally arrived. To complete his plan, a great deal of preparation was still necessary. First, these ninja from the land of snow needed to receive the Uchiha clan's genes and then successfully awaken the Sharingan. After that, they would need a period of recovery before attempting to awaken the 3 tomoe. And after reaching the 3 tomoe stage, they would need another recovery period before trying to awaken the Mangekyo. If the body underwent intense emotional stimulation too many times in a short period, it could easily produce other problems. If these test subjects started dying in batches, that would be a major headache. So, to be safe, Kenichi had no intention of pushing them straight to the Mangekyo stage in one go. Understood, Lord Amamiya. Shirori turned to carry out the order, but Kenichi stopped her with a word. He glanced at her. His secretary and housekeeper had always done her work well, and there was no issue with her loyalty. Kenichi also understood that reality was not a game. Very few people ever reached absolute, unquestioning, 100% loyalty. He could tolerate subordinates having their own thoughts, as long as they remained broadly loyal to him. You first. I'll awaken your Mangekyo. Kenichi wiped his hands again. Though Shirori was sensible and knew her place, her biggest weakness was still her lack of combat strength. If intruders appeared, it would be difficult for her to deal with them. So Kenichi decided to awaken Shiori's Mangekyo first. There was some risk, naturally, but experiments with zero risk simply did not exist. People in science and medicine had one common habit: they never spoke in absolutes. A doctor would never tell a patient, your surgery will definitely succeed. Because even if the data overwhelmingly supported a method, failure could still occur. The reasons could be related to the patient's physique, the weather, the environment, the temperature, even blind luck. So Kenichi knew this better than anyone. Even if his method one day allowed the whole world to awaken the Mangekyo, that still would not mean the method was absolutely flawless. Failure would always remain possible. He himself could fail, too. Understood, Lord Amamiya. Shirori agreed without hesitation. She did not object, nor did she ask what would happen if something went wrong. She simply made the choice that, to her, was correct. Kenichi was not surprised. In his eyes, Shiori's greatest virtue was not just obedience, but her ability to read the situation and make the proper decision. So Kenichi led her into the laboratory, had her sit down in the chair, and prepared to begin the Mangekyo awakening experiment. Come here. I'll inject the anesthetic first. Kenichi picked up the syringe. This was one of Orochimaru's strange concoctions. Its anesthetic effect was excellent. The most absurd part, in Kenichi's opinion, was that Orochimaru claimed there was no real need to account for the subject's physical condition, that one could just inject it directly. Kenichi did not agree with that at all. He still followed habits from his previous life. He weighed the subject, checked their physical condition, and adjusted the dosage accordingly. The process was tedious, but in practice it produced noticeably better results. When handled that way, the anesthetic's effective duration could be extended by roughly 20 to 30%. Orochimaru, however, believed that most ordinary test subjects were not worth that level of care, so he rarely bothered. Understood, Lord Amamiya. Shirori walked over and quietly cooperated with all of Kenichi's examinations. Kenichi glanced at her once more. A friend of his from his previous life had once been an anesthesiologist. That friend had once joked that death was not very frightening to anesthesiologists, because they had already killed countless patients before. For most patients, their entire memory of surgery was limited to the anesthesiologist saying, 1, 2, 3, and then, in the next moment, they were waking up after the operation. Everything in between was simply gone. If a person could be repeatedly anesthetized like that, was that not, in some sense, another form of death? You really don't seem afraid of anything, Kenichi said as he prepared the anesthetic dose specifically for Shirori. I am not afraid of death. If I am not afraid of death, then there is not much else to fear. Shirori smiled faintly. Kenichi smiled as well. For people in the ninja world, death was indeed not as terrifying as it might be elsewhere. After all, the Pure Land actually existed here. It was a place proven to exist, where the dead could rest, perhaps even live peacefully and reunite with their loved ones. Thinking of it that way, death really did become less frightening. This anesthetic will only numb certain physical sensations. It won't put you to sleep. Remember, when the time comes, think of an idea, a wish, a powerful enough desire. Understood. Kenichi looked at Shirori seriously. She nodded in silence. Kenichi did not waste words. He injected the anesthetic directly and then began the experiment. He followed the same procedure as before. The skull was opened, and he began stimulating the amygdala and the hippocampus. This time, because of the anesthetic, Shirori remained much calmer and did not display the same intense pain response as earlier subjects. That was a relief. He did not care much about the subject's comfort, but if every experiment ended with them losing control of their bowels, the lab would need a full cleaning every single time. Worse, the contamination could easily lead to bacterial growth around exposed brain tissue and induce meningitis. That would be a real problem. Still, as the emotional stimulation intensified, Shiori's body inevitably began reacting violently. Even with the anesthetic, some responses simply could not be suppressed. Kenichi sighed. Next time, he really would need to make subjects fast and avoid water beforehand. If their systems were emptied in advance, the chance of contaminating the lab would be much lower. After repeating the earlier procedure, Uchiha Shiori's physical reaction became extremely intense. However, I did not use the parasites to guide her thoughts this time. This is a screening. I need to test Uchiha Shiori's own thought process. If she passes this test as well, then she will have earned part of my trust. Uchiha Shiori's experiment is more complex. She must first awaken the 3 tomoe Sharingan before proceeding into the Mangekyo stage. I want to verify whether it is possible for the 2 tomoe to evolve continuously into the Mangekyo within a short time. Kenichi licked his lips and looked at Shirori with anticipation. In the previous experiment, her Sharingan had only reached the 2 tomoe stage. Now it had advanced to 3 tomoe, but the experiment was still not over. 3 tomoe was not the end of the Sharingan. At least, not for someone like Obito. Kenichi wanted to see whether Shirori, who possessed the same gene line as Obito, would awaken an ability related to Kamui. As the chakra output increased, the intense emotional stimulation made Shirori let out a pained groan. Kenichi quietly recorded the experimental process. Under the violent tremors, that strange energy once again surged out from the Sharingan, then flowed into Shiori's eyes. Kenichi ended the chakra output at exactly the right moment, bringing this brief but brutal ordeal to a halt. The floor is still clean. Did she actually control herself? Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had expected another mess, but surprisingly, the ground was mostly clean. There were some stains, but compared to Yayoi Yumi's earlier condition, this was far better. Kenichi cleaned the area with ninjutsu, then quickly completed the follow-up surgery to prevent any contamination of Shiori's brain. After that, all that remained was to wait. He glanced at the clock. 3 minutes passed, yet Shiori still showed no sign of waking. That had already exceeded Yayoi Yumi's previous recovery time. It is possible for the two tomoe to advance directly into the Mangekyo, but the resulting mental strain is clearly much greater. Whether it damages the soul remains an unknown. Kenichi waited silently. This time, he waited a full 10 minutes before light finally returned to Shiori's eyes. "How do you feel?" Kenichi asked, glancing at the monitor. Her vital signs had stabilized, and there were no major fluctuations. "My eyes hurt a little, and I feel somewhat tired." Shiori touched her eyes and looked around curiously. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It was rare to see such obvious emotion on Shiori's face. Usually, she was so expressionless that she seemed carved from stone. "What ability did you awaken?" Kenichi asked. This was what he cared about most right now. What kind of power had Shiori's Mangekyo produced? "I think, like this." Shiori raised a hand. Her hand instantly became slightly distorted and blurred. In the next moment, a pack of tea appeared in her palm, marked with a very familiar label. "I took this from the base," Shiori explained. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. The base. Then that meant his experimental base in the land of rice fields. A teleportation ability. Or some form of transfer. My left eye can retrieve things I've touched before. My right eye can send something I'm holding to a place I remember. Shiori explained calmly. Kenichi fell into thought. So it was a spatial type ability. Still, compared to Obito's Kamui, it was clearly weaker. Obito could enter another dimension, evade attacks, and drag enemies in with him. That was a much more terrifying level of spatial control. "I remember there's a white mouse at my experimental base. Can you bring it here?" Kenichi wanted to see what happened if the ability was used on a living thing. "I'll try." Shiori took a breath and activated her ability again. Her hand distorted, and a white mouse was pulled into view. But the moment it appeared, it was already dead. Kenichi narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "It was alive when I grabbed it," Shiori said. Kenichi nodded. If this ability could pull part of a living person's body through space, it would have been absurdly powerful. "All right. Don't use it anymore for now. Overusing the Mangekyo will make you go blind." Kenichi stopped her from continuing. He needed her to rest. More importantly, he needed to sort through all the information he had just gained. Based on these two experiments alone, Kenichi already felt his current method was fundamentally sound. If not for his usual caution, he might have moved straight to awakening his own Mangekyo already. But Shiori awakened a spatial-type Mangekyo. Could that be tied to Obito's genes? Kenichi was particularly concerned by that question. If that really was the case, then the abilities awakened by the Mangekyo might be controllable, at least to some extent. Of course, proving that would require many more experiments. If that's true, then if I could obtain the Sage of Six Paths genes, maybe I could awaken something even stronger. Kenichi rubbed his chin. Still, all of that depended on whether Mangekyo abilities were truly related to genetics. And honestly, Kenichi himself felt that possibility was probably not too high. The original setting had made it clear that Mangekyo abilities were also tied to the user's emotional state and personal circumstances. Genes might influence the outcome, but probably only as a matter of probability, not certainty. So the next step is large-scale testing. It's a pity my teacher isn't here. With his help, things would move much faster. Kenichi stretched. For now, he could only rely on himself and his shadow clones. He only hoped he could finish this project as soon as possible. Please click the heart button on my second account so you'll be notified whenever I post a new release there. Fanfic Lord 03 is already full, so from now on, I'll be publishing all my new fanfics on my second account. My second account, Fanfic Lord. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, Akatsuki Organization in Action. Chapter 322, Akatsuki Organization in Action. Transplanting Uchiha clan genes into so many ninja and then helping them awaken the Sharingan turned out to be an unbelievably tedious task. Worse, no one else could take over that work, which made it even more agonizing. After all, this experiment required extremely precise manual control from the operator. For example, when inducing emotional stimulation, the amount of chakra had to be perfectly balanced, neither too much nor too little. That kind of judgment was highly subjective. It looks like I still need to standardize chakra output as soon as possible. That way, future experiments will at least have a relatively unified measurement, Kenichi said with a sigh. He had been trying to calculate the ratio between chakra output and ninjutsu power, but the problem was that it was absurdly hard to pin down. The variables between individuals were far too great, and the data gaps were enormous. Even now, Kenichi still could not claim to understand it very well. Still, that was not the main issue at hand. That problem could wait. For now, what mattered was improving the plan already in motion. There are 1,372 ninja in the capital of the Land of Snow. Of those, 895 are genin, 425 are chunin, and only 52 are jonin. And these are already the most elite ninja in the capital, Kenichi said with a sigh. Most of the ninja in the other towns were genin or chunin. Jonin were already considered the strongest in their local areas. And among those 52 jonin, quite a few were only there because of seniority rather than ability. Those were the sort people he internally labeled as honorary jonin. Overall, the Land of Snow gave him one overwhelming impression. Weak. Still, he was not picky. Once these people awakened the Mangekyo, they would become usable combat power. With the nature of the Mangekyo, it was not impossible for even a genin to contend with a jonin under the right circumstances. So Kenichi worked with complete dedication. Right now, he was in the middle of awakening the Sharingan in those genin. A painstaking, exhausting process. To ensure the operation ran smoothly and the experimental data remained accurate, each of Kenichi's shadow clones could handle only 10 test subjects at a time, while another 10 were responsible solely for recording the results. He had tried making more shadow clones before, but this number was the safest. It kept the process relatively stable. Any more than that and the chance of errors rose sharply. And these experiments had to be handled with extreme caution. Even a small mistake could ruin the data. So for now, quality came before quantity, and he could only push forward step by step. At the current pace, 10 subjects take 30 minutes. Add in the time needed to clean the lab, and each round takes about 45 minutes. That means. Kenichi scratched his head, then arrived at a number that made his stomach hurt. Even if he and his shadow clones worked non-stop without rest, it would still take 4.5 full days to process all the ninja in the capital who had already received parasite eggs. If rest time and schedule adjustments were factored in, it could easily stretch to 5 or 6 days, maybe even a full week. A week did not sound long, but maintaining this level of high-intensity work for an entire week was enough to make several office workers from his old life drop dead from overwork. Forget it. I'll just take it slowly. This also gives me time to work on the rocket launcher. That thing is troublesome to make too, Kenichi said with a sigh, glancing at the busy laboratory before stepping outside. He left everything inside to the shadow clones. With them handling the current workload, he could free up more time for his own research. Brother Amamiya. The moment he stepped out of the yard containing the lab, Hikari suddenly darted out from the side, holding something in both hands. Kenichi froze as soon as he saw it. Gloves. It had to be gloves. Ah, Hikari, did you make another pair of gloves? Kenichi asked, his expression becoming a little subtle. But when he saw her innocent, expectant gaze, he truly could not bring himself to say anything harsh. After all, this was her earnest effort. It was just that her earnest effort was a little too heavy. 3 kilograms heavy. Yes. Brother Amamiya, look, this time I made them black and gray. Hikari said happily as she handed them over. Kenichi took them and had to admit that they really were black and gray. And compared to the first pair, her glove-making skills had improved by leaps and bounds. It was honestly astonishing. Kenichi was left speechless. There were already many such pairs of gloves piled up in his room. Together they already weighed around 3 kilograms. With this new pair added in, he did not even want to think about the total. This affection was truly too heavy. Thank you, Hikari. From now on, just call me brother. No need to say Brother Amamiya, Kenichi said with a smile, reaching out to rub her head again. The phrase Brother Amamiya always poked at some buried memory from deep in his past. It had genuinely startled him the first time he heard it. Okay. Hikari's face reddened a little, but she still obediently said, brother. That sounded much better. Brother, you look a little tired. Do you want me to transfer some chakra to you? Hikari asked quietly when she noticed the exhaustion in his eyes. Kenichi paused. Then his thoughts shifted at once. He reached out and rubbed her head again, but his mind had already turned elsewhere. This little girl even knew how to worry about him. Still, what truly interested him was another aspect of Hikari's ability. Everyone in the ninja world knew that chakra was formed from spiritual energy and physical energy. Every ninja possessed chakra, and chakra was essential for maintaining high-intensity combat. Yet there were very few ways to store chakra. Most ninja could only obtain it by refining it themselves. Others with special constitutions could replenish someone else's chakra, like Karen. But Karen's ability required the target to physically bite her. That meant if the person in need was far away, there was no way to use it. Hikari's 8,000 spears was different. Her ability could transfer chakra across distance and even draw chakra back in. All it required was a mark. And she could also act like a central hub, transmitting and receiving chakra from multiple people at once. Isn't this basically the internet? Kenichi thought immediately. There was no internet in the ninja world. He had no idea whether Boruto's era eventually developed something like that, since he had never bothered watching it. But right now, the current Naruto world had no internet, no communications network, and nothing resembling a proper modern information system. And the internet, in any world, was a terrifyingly powerful invention. A genuine revolution. If something like that could be created in the ninja world, the results would be astonishing. In Kenichi's eyes, Hikari's potential was outrageous. If every marked ninja was like a terminal, then Hikari was like a server node, receiving information and relaying it out again. Of course, that did not mean Kenichi wanted to use Hikari herself as some kind of living server. Her ability relied on the Mangekyo, and her brain could never truly process information from an entire world of people. What he actually wanted to do was study the mark itself and see whether he could derive a special method from it, something similar to a chakra-based network. Once he found an initial breakthrough, he could hand the rest to his cheat. If that worked, he might be able to kick open the door to the Industrial Revolution in this world, then kick open the Information Revolution right after. The ninja world would become far more interesting then. No need, Hikari. Your ability is very interesting. I may need your help with it in the future, Kenichi said as he narrowed his eyes. An actual internet would require too many supporting technologies. It would not be easy to build from scratch. It was better to begin with the mark from 8,000 spears, figure out a starting point there, and try to create a ninja version of the internet. Still, that was a matter for the future. For now, it could only be added to the project list. Okay, brother. Hikari covered her face shyly, clearly embarrassed. Kenichi could not help but smile. Having this little girl around was genuinely pleasant. He had just been about to take her out for a break when the ring on his hand suddenly grew hot. Kenichi's expression changed at once. The jade ring was glowing faintly. Nagato was calling for him. Why now? Had Nagato finally thought things through and decided to cooperate with him? If so, that would be perfect. At that point, he could deal with Obito and Black Zetsu first and prevent those two from sabotaging everything. If he could not kill them outright, then he would seal them. One way or another, he would solve that problem. Sorry, Hikari. I have something to deal with first, Kenichi said with a smile, rubbing her head once more. Hikari did not complain. She obediently went off to wait for him outside. Kenichi steadied his mind, and in the next instant, he felt himself being drawn into that familiar mental space. The thought wave world. But the moment he entered, he immediately noticed something unusual. There were many more people here than usual. Almost everyone in Akatsuki who held a ring had appeared. Kenichi also saw Orochimaru. His teacher gave him a slight nod after noticing his arrival. Then Kenichi turned and saw that Obito and Black Zetsu were here as well. At the moment, however, Obito's attention was fixed on Nagato. Leader, why have you gathered all of us here? Kakuzu asked lazily as he stretched. Standing beside him was Kisame. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly. So after his intervention, the plot had truly shifted quite a bit. Kisame had ended up paired with Kakuzu this time. Then again, Haiden was still soaking in Orochimaru's lab, so he obviously was not coming out anytime soon to form a team. There are two matters. Nagato's voice was cold as his gaze swept over all the Akatsuki members. When his eyes passed over Kenichi, though, Kenichi very clearly noticed that Nagato's gaze lingered for a fraction of a second longer than normal. First, the organization's new member, Uchiha Shin, has officially joined Akatsuki, and he will. Nagato's first sentence instantly confused Kenichi. He looked again. Sure enough, there really was one extra figure in the gathering. The exact appearance was indistinct inside the thought wave world, but the person clearly possessed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. And when Nagato introduced him, the newcomer even waved enthusiastically. Uchiha Shin. You actually came to Akatsuki, Orochimaru said. Everyone's attention shifted to him. I brought him in, Obito said calmly, not hiding it in the slightest. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Obito's Mangekyo also emerged at once, directly meeting Orochimaru's gaze. We have two people on our side too, Kenichi said as he stepped forward. There was no way he would just stand there and watch his teacher face two opponents alone. At the same time, he had already put some pieces together. This Uchiha Shin was probably the experimental subject Orochimaru had worked on before, that strange existence whose body could accept any organ without rejection. Kenichi did not know what had become of him after that. But he had not expected this man to appear here now, much less to join Akatsuki under Obito's guidance. So he had renamed himself Uchiha Shin. Enough. Nagato's voice cut through the tension. Obito immediately stopped. Uchiha Shin was also very obedient. Orochimaru glanced at Nagato, then said nothing more. Second, for the next period of time, Akatsuki will begin widely accepting war mercenary missions. Every member must take war commissions unless they have already completed one, or pay 1 billion ryo in a single sum to be exempt. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So Akatsuki was about to accelerate its expansion. Logically, before Naruto graduated, Akatsuki should still have been in a relatively covert development stage. This was far too active. Leader, can I get a discount? Say, if I pay 100 million, then I don't have to. Kenichi raised a hand. No, Nagato said flatly, cutting him off without a trace of hesitation. Please click the heart button on my second account so you'll be notified whenever I post a new release there. Fanfic Lord 03 is already full, so from now on, I'll be publishing all my new fanfics on my second account. My second account, Fanfic Lord. Chapter 323, Chapter 323, RPG. Chapter 323, RPG. Leader, if it is just a private dispute between members, I assume you will not interfere. Orochimaru asked calmly. Nagato glanced at him, then fell silent for a moment. I will not interfere, but it must not affect the organization's development. The moment those words fell, nearly everyone in the Akatsuki organization turned to look at Orochimaru, then at Uchiha Shin, who stood there with a pair of Sharingan. None of the Uchiha present were fools. They naturally understood exactly who Orochimaru was referring to. Still, the Akatsuki organization was never a united group to begin with. Every member gathered here for their own reasons and their own ambitions. On top of that, neither Obito nor Orochimaru was especially popular within the group, so no one stepped forward to speak for either side. Instead, Kakuzu and Kisame looked like they were enjoying the show. Kenichi scratched his head. He understood what his teacher meant as well. He did not know how Shin had escaped from Orochimaru in the first place, but since Orochimaru clearly intended to settle the score with him, Kenichi naturally had no intention of standing by and watching. But how did this Uchiha Shin get involved with Obito? Kenichi thought as he glanced curiously at Obito and Black Zetsu beside him. Among everyone present, only Kenichi knew Obito's true identity and Black Zetsu's real purpose. Even Nagato, who believed himself to be in control, was nothing more than a piece on their board. That is fine. Orochimaru gave a cold smile, then crossed his arms and said nothing more. Obito and Uchiha Shin ignored him from beginning to end, but Kenichi noticed that Obito occasionally cast him a glance. Then I hope everyone will quickly accept war commissions and contribute to the organization's development, Nagato said, clearly unwilling to waste more time on the matter. As far as he was concerned, as long as Akatsuki's plans were not disrupted, he had no interest in meddling in conflicts between members. Akatsuki was not some place where people gathered to play house. If you were too weak and got killed, then you got killed. There was nothing worth regretting about it. Leader, if someone completes the most missions and earns the most money, will there be any reward? Kenichi asked again, raising a hand. Hearing that, the members who had been preparing to leave all stopped and turned back to look at Nagato with renewed interest. Kakuzu's gaze in particular became extremely intense. He was obviously the most concerned about that question. Nagato took a deep breath. Konan, standing beside him, looked at him with some concern. She was genuinely worried that Kenichi might aggravate Nagato's condition at this rate. First place may exchange for certain items, or obtain one chance for my personal assistance, Nagato said coldly, glaring at Kenichi. He had always disliked talking to this man. If this gathering had not been important, he would not have wanted Kenichi here at all. No cash prize. Kenichi pouted. Those rewards sounded far too vague. Exchanging for items and receiving personal assistance could be interpreted in countless ways. If Nagato decided to act shamelessly, the actual cost to him could be next to nothing. That kind of behavior would be called freeloading. Just then, a loud bang sounded from deep inside Akatsuki's base. Nagato's thought projection closed his eyes, as if listening to something in the outside world. After a long silence, he finally opened them again. If you insist on exchanging for money, then it is not impossible, Nagato said at last. In the end, he simply could not be bothered to argue with Kenichi. In his view, talking more with him would bring no results and would only make him want to kill him even more. Contact with Kenichi was unavoidable, but Nagato could at least try to reduce it as much as possible. Otherwise, he felt his body would not last much longer. See you next time. With those impatient final words, Nagato directly kicked Kenichi out of the thought wave world. Kenichi clicked his tongue, feeling very much like he had just been thrown out of a chat group by the group owner. Still, that meeting was quite interesting. Uchiha Shin was once my teacher's experimental subject, and now he has actually defected to Obito's side. Kenichi stroked his chin, then poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He was absolutely certain that this development did not exist in the original story. Its appearance now proved only one thing. Obito had arranged it. Actually, Kenichi already had a rough guess about what Obito was trying to do. Back when he accepted Hidden Mist's commission, he had already probed around and confirmed that Obito had been pulling strings behind the scenes. The only reason Obito had not become an immediate problem afterward was because Kenichi had nearly crippled him. If that fool had not somehow managed to transplant another Sharingan and barely escape death, Kenichi could have exposed everything by now. So this Uchiha Shin is the scapegoat Obito pushed forward. No, more likely he's a piece specifically prepared to deal with me. Kenichi sighed. This was exactly why people said that if you could not kill the tiger would come back to bite you. If he had just killed Obito back then, there would be none of these complications now. But now Obito was clearly targeting him. Kenichi had been wondering why Obito had remained so quiet lately. Now he understood. The bastard had somehow brought in Uchiha Shin and even helped him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What puzzled him more was something else. Where had Obito even found the Mangekyo Sharingan for Shin? The Uchiha clan in the present era was either dead or scattered. Shin was not even a true Uchiha to begin with, which meant those eyes had definitely been transplanted. Shursui. Kenichi frowned. It was a possibility, though he could not completely rule out Madara either. That old monster had left too many hidden contingencies behind. Akatsuki's development is clearly speeding up. I don't know what Nagato is thinking, but it looks like I need to find a way to keep pushing him. If he still refuses to listen, then I will have to use another method. Kenichi lay back on the bed and stretched. Everything that had happened today was enough to give him a headache. Akatsuki had already been troublesome enough, and now the level of trouble had climbed even higher. In the end, though, he decided to stick to his own schedule first and continue transforming all the ninja in the land of snow. Once he had enough strength on his side, the enemy's schemes would not matter. Madara was a problem, yes, but as long as Kenichi awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan, then Madara without the Rinnegan would still be manageable even in his Edo Tensei state. At least that was how Kenichi saw it. Forget it. I'll just continue my research. He shook his head, went out to eat with Hikari, then sent her back to continue studying under Shirori. As for himself, he returned to the laboratory and focused once again on researching rocket launchers and rocket vehicles. When it came to rocket launchers, the first word that popped into Kenichi's head was naturally RPG. He had no choice. In his previous life, he had seen them constantly in games, videos, and media, and had even used them in plenty of virtual settings. In reality, though, there were many different kinds of rocket launchers. For example, there had once been an Eastern power that developed a launcher so simple and rugged it was famous for being easy to produce, easy to use, cheap to carry, durable enough to fire while moving, and reliable even after getting soaked in water. Some rocket launchers also came with heat-seeking and targeting capabilities. In other words, the technological ceiling for rocket launchers varied wildly. Some were highly advanced. Others were crude but effective. The kind Kenichi planned to make now belonged to the latter type. Even if the technical level is low, once they are finished, as long as the range is good enough, mounting them together should create the crudest form of a rocket vehicle, right? Something like a Katyusha. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. Of course, a real Katyusha still had decent technical content. For its time, it had been one of the most cost-effective choices available. Kenichi did not expect himself to produce a perfect one-to-one replica in the ninja world. One step at a time was enough. So the design philosophy will be simple manufacturing, simple operation, and high durability. Kenichi pulled over a sheet of paper and began sketching. Although he had not been a military professional in his previous life, he had been very interested in the subject, so drawing out a basic design that could fool non-experts was not difficult for him. Besides, the overall shape of a rocket launcher was not especially mysterious. A cylindrical launcher body, proper structural support, and a way to solve material strength and internal threading issues. That part was manageable. The truly difficult part was the rocket projectile itself. How could he give the projectile enough destructive power? What kind of firing mechanism should connect the launcher and the rocket? Those were the real problems. Fortunately, Kenichi had already made thermobaric bombs before, so he at least had a direction in mind. An ordinary rocket projectile will not have enough lethality against ninja. Something like Earth Release, Earth-style wall could block it outright. So the interior should probably use a thermobaric explosive structure. Still, that would make the cost relatively high. And if the thermobaric yield is not sufficient, then I would need a large number of rockets to achieve proper area saturation. That drives the cost even higher. At that point, I might as well just use thermobaric bombs directly. Which meant the problem looped back to the start. He still needed a reliable explosive formula. Kenichi frowned slightly as he looked at the draft paper in front of him. Whenever he thought through a complicated technical problem, he had a habit of writing every step down so he could revisit it later and reorganize his thoughts. The explosive ratio itself is the problem. Back in my previous life, there were already predecessors for this sort of thing. Here in the ninja world, explosives research just is not developed enough. That was one of the most annoying things about this world. So many things had to be started from scratch. In his previous life, there had already been all kinds of explosive formulas for rockets, armor-piercing munitions, and aerial ordnance. If he wanted to improve them, he could simply work off what already existed. Here, he had almost nothing to reference. But there is one advantage. Even if I do not have enough explosive formulas to work from, I do have chakra. Chakra itself can amplify the power of an explosive, and the increase might be enormous. That thought immediately improved his mood. The difference between an ordinary thermobaric bomb and one infused with fire nature chakra was obvious. The same should also apply to rocket projectiles. A rocket with chakra enhancement would naturally not be the same as a normal one. And when it came to common explosives, Kenichi actually did know a little about TNT. Trinitrotoluene was famous enough that he had heard about it constantly in his previous life. It showed up in countless films, books, and military discussions. Still, producing TNT also requires some sugar. No wonder sugar became a strategic material in my previous life. Kenichi licked his lips, then quickly began listing the materials he would need if he wanted to produce trinitrotoluene. Let me think. To produce trinitrotoluene, I need. He wrote down the raw materials from memory, then called Koyuki over. Koyuki, go check whether these materials can be acquired in the land of snow. He handed the list to her directly. There was no point being secretive with these ingredients. Besides, with the mother parasite inside her, there was no need to question her loyalty. Understood, master. I'll check right away. Koyuki took the list and examined it carefully, muttering to herself as she read over each item. Kenichi did not rush her. Instead, he went back to sketching the launcher's design. For the launcher itself, the biggest issues were still material quality and manufacturing precision. If the launcher body had flaws, and heat escaped from structural gaps during firing, then the projectile's power would drop. So the launcher still needed a decent degree of precision in construction. In practice, that mostly meant ensuring the body had no gaps, no structural weakness, and no internal air pockets that could destabilize performance. Annoying, but solvable. Master, I checked. All of these can be acquired in the land of snow, but this particular material is in short supply. Koyuki pointed to one line on the list as she spoke. I see. Then move as much of each material as possible to me first. For the one that is low, find a way to purchase more or mine more if needed. Kenichi waved a hand dismissively. Low supply was not a real problem. As long as it existed at all, that was enough. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, The Problem of Fusing Trinitrotoluene and Chakra. Chapter 324, The Problem of Fusing Trinitrotoluene and Chakra. Koyuki worked very efficiently. While Amamiya Kenichi was still drawing up the blueprints, she had already gathered the raw materials. Seeing that, Kenichi immediately gave her a second task. Find the best blacksmith in the land of snow and have him forge this for me. There must not be any gaps or bubbles, Kenichi said, handing the blueprint to Koyuki before hurrying back to the laboratory with the materials. Normally, Kenichi would have been interested in chatting with Koyuki a little longer, but inspiration was surging through him right now, so he did not waste any time. While the idea was still fresh in his mind, the most important thing was to quickly extract trinitrotoluene and then formulate the TNT. My master is so busy, but also so serious. Really, how can he be this charming? Koyuki watched Kenichi's retreating back with sultry eyes and licked her lips. If not for the strict hierarchy of the insect race, she would have thrown herself at him long ago. Still, she obediently took the blueprint he had given her and went off to find the finest blacksmith in the capital of the land of snow. Anything her master ordered had to be carried out. Meanwhile, back in the laboratory, Kenichi began extracting trinitrotoluene himself. Although trinitrotoluene sounded dangerous, it could actually withstand a certain degree of friction and impact. Those scenes in movies where it exploded the instant it hit a wall were mostly nonsense. The real danger came from heat. Once any part of it was heated enough, it would detonate, and that was precisely one of the main reasons it was so widely used as an explosive. Even though there had been many better explosives in his previous life, TNT had still remained in widespread use, so for most people, this substance was practically synonymous with explosives. Its extraction process carried risks, of course, but it was nowhere near as terrifying as something like hydrofluoric acid. The real key to TNT lay in how it was stored. I just hope this goes smoothly. Kenichi took a deep breath and started the extraction. He remained busy until evening. By then, he had finally succeeded in producing a batch of TNT. The TNT is done, but it still needs to be tested. Kenichi quickly assembled a simple explosive device with the TNT in hand, then brought it to a small mountain beside the capital of the Land of Snow for testing. The detonation was extremely smooth. The roar was deafening and even triggered a small avalanche, though one of that scale was not enough to count as a real problem. The explosive power is still weaker than a thermobaric bomb, but yield can solve that. The real problem now is how to fuse TNT with chakra. Standing before the blasted site, Kenichi fell into thought. Previously, he had obtained a book on the fusion of chakra and thermobaric explosives. The thing had been absurdly thick, and just thinking about it still made his stomach hurt a little. Still, as the saying went, no pain, no gain. Thanks to that book, his understanding of both explosives and chakra had deepened considerably. In the book, chakra is treated as a form of energy, a structure composed of atoms. So if I want to fuse the two? As he walked back to the laboratory, Kenichi kept thinking through the process. Logically, since he had already succeeded in fusing chakra with thermobaric explosives, fusing it with TNT should not have been too difficult. But in reality, things were never that simple. Kenichi felt he would still need a round of experiments to figure out how to integrate chakra into TNT without destroying its explosive properties. By the time he returned to the lab, Koyuki still had not come back with the launcher body, but Kenichi was not in a hurry. In an era where iron smelting still relied heavily on manual production, expecting something like that to be made too quickly was unrealistic to begin with. After preparing another batch of TNT, Kenichi started trying to mix fire nature chakra into it. To avoid any accidental detonation caused by a handling mistake, he only worked with a small portion first. Although the properties of TNT are stable, the addition of fire nature chakra still caused certain changes in its molecular structure. After a certain amount of fire nature chakra was fully injected, strange patterns appeared on the surface of the TNT, resembling cracks in glass. Kenichi studied the patterns on the explosive, then patiently sketched them down. They were oddly beautiful. But just as the thought crossed his mind, he noticed the TNT in front of him beginning to bulge outward. Without hesitation, he used an earth-release jutsu to bury it underground. The next moment, a muffled explosion sounded. A great spray of dirt burst into the air, and some of it nearly splashed onto Kenichi's face. The explosive power really did increase. As expected, chakra provides a huge boost to explosives. He did not dwell on the failed result. Failed experiments were normal. Sometimes even experiments that had already been repeated countless times could still fail. It should be because I injected too much chakra and caused the trinitrotoluene to heat up. He wrote the observation down in his experimental log. After studying the book, Kenichi could now roughly deduce the causes behind this kind of failure. Fire nature chakra itself was very active, even more active than wind nature chakra in some respects, so the chances of problems arising were naturally high. In this experiment, I tried controlling the output of fire nature chakra and distributing it as evenly as possible. The TNT remained stable and showed no signs of detonation. However, after observation, I found that the TNT seems to have a problem with chakra retention. Once a thermobaric explosive is produced, it can retain chakra for a period of time. But using this method to produce TNT causes the chakra to dissipate much more quickly. At this rate, the TNT will probably revert to an ordinary explosive in about 3 days. Is this related to one of the materials used in thermobaric explosives? Kenichi frowned at the report in his hand, then looked at the TNT beside it. The strange patterns were still visible on its surface, but they were fading, slowly enough that it would have been almost impossible to notice with the naked eye. With his Sharingan, though, the process was obvious. If this continued, chakra-infused TNT would be far more troublesome to use. Worse, who knew whether that gradual dissipation might affect storage safety? If the departing chakra atoms caused a structural change in the explosive, then all it would take was one unstable point for heat to build up and detonate the trinitrotoluene. But if I start adding other materials, that could trigger a whole new set of weird changes. And thermobaric explosives already require a lot of raw materials. Testing them one by one is too slow. Kenichi felt increasingly irritated. If his shadow clones had been available right now, he could have quickly identified the relevant material, added something to restrict the leakage of chakra from the TNT, and made it usable. Unfortunately, all of his shadow clones were currently busy opening eyes for the ninja of the Land of Snow. So I'll just have to figure it out myself. He shook his head. There was no other option. In the first experiment, I tried adding a portion of. Failed. The rate of chakra dissipation remained the same. In the second experiment, I added a small amount of. Still a failure. Kenichi scratched his head and stored those failed products in a special area. He intended to record whether the leaking chakra would eventually trigger detonation in the TNT. In the third experiment, I added a small amount of magnesium. This time, the rate of chakra dissipation slowed dramatically. This is somewhat strange given magnesium's normal properties, but the result itself is good. The experiment did not take very long, and whether it was luck or something else, the moment he added a portion of magnesium, the escape rate of chakra in the TNT decreased significantly. Based on his current estimate, it would take at least 3 months for the chakra to completely dissipate, and perhaps even longer. At the very least, it would be safe for short-term use. Kenichi then tried mixing in chakra with other elemental attributes as well, and magnesium performed just as well across the board. That finally allowed him to relax. So now I can try infusing TNT with chakra of every nature and see what kind of difference it makes in the blast results. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, a little excited. Before, he had considered fusing all elemental chakra natures into thermobaric explosives, but the difficulty had been too high, so he had not tested it much. TNT, however, was simple to produce and relatively cheap, which made it much easier to experiment with. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he heard several explosions in succession. One went off first, then several more followed. Kenichi immediately realized what had happened. The explosives he had placed outside to test whether leaking chakra would cause spontaneous detonation had finally exploded. He sighed. But in that case, the practical use of chakra-infused TNT will be fairly limited. I'll have to determine a safe usage window. I also don't know whether adding magnesium can fully prevent this kind of explosion from happening again. He stepped outside. Earlier, Kenichi had arranged for Koyuki to have people monitor the test explosive specifically so they could record the exact timing of the blasts for him. But the moment he came out, he discovered that the daimyo's mansion in the capital was in total chaos. People were running everywhere, and there were flames in the distance. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Did the explosion actually start a fire? Fortunately, it had not happened on the mountain. Otherwise this would really have turned into a case of him quietly working in the lab while the whole place burned down outside. Just as he was about to go handle the fire, a small figure shot past him. The next instant, the flames vanished. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had seen it clearly. The one who put out the fire was Hikari. He then went over and asked the attendants who had been monitoring the detonation for the exact explosion times. The earliest explosive to start leaking chakra detonated a little over 3 hours after the leakage was first observed. Kenichi pinched his brow, then quickly noticed something else. The explosion times were not consistent. For example, the first explosive he had produced, the one that had started leaking chakra earliest, had not detonated first. It had exploded somewhere in the middle. That made things far more interesting. So the chakra does not escape from a fixed direction. It dissipates randomly, and the structural collapse also occurs with some degree of randomness. Kenichi wrote the point down with interest. He did not know yet whether the note would prove useful, but recording it could not hurt. Amamiya NII. Just as he was finishing his notes, Hikari ran over. And there they are again. The moment Kenichi saw what she was holding, he felt his heart skip a beat. Gloves. 3 more pairs of gloves. Amamiya NII, it's cold. Hikari happily held them out. Kenichi took them with a helpless expression. 3 pairs this time. More quantity for the same price, was that it? Thank you, Hikari-chan. Even if he was a little dumbfounded, he still did not refuse. After all, this was Hikari's sincere effort and kindness. Hikari-chan, speaking of which, how has your ninjutsu training been going? Kenichi asked, deciding that she really needed something else to do. Otherwise, he had a strong suspicion he would soon need a dedicated storage scroll just for gloves. Back then, Papa and Mama used to train me, and then. Hikari's eyes dimmed slightly. Kenichi nodded. The ninjutsu of the Warring States period did differ somewhat from modern ninjutsu, and Hikari had also gone through imprisonment and experimentation, so it was only natural that her practical combat experience would be limited. After thinking it over, Kenichi simply called Shirori over and asked her to teach Hikari basic ninja knowledge. He had no intention of sending Hikari into battle right now, but that did not mean he could afford to let her remain ignorant. Not using something was one thing. Not having it at all was another. Strength meant security. If something happened, at least she would be able to protect herself. Amamiya-sama, Hikari-chan has already learned everything, Shirori said with some helplessness. There was not much left that she could teach her. Kenichi froze for a moment, then looked at Hikari, who was standing there with a bright, pleased expression and a bit of pride mixed in. Hikari-chan really is a genius, Kenichi said, genuinely impressed. After all, she had been here only a short time and had already learned everything Shirori knew. That kind of talent was undeniably amazing. But that raised a new problem. Who was going to teach Hikari now? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 325, The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Kenichi himself was already quite strong, he was not very confident when it came to teaching others, especially Hikari. If it were Naruto or Sasuke, who had only just begun walking the path of a ninja, he would have had a little more confidence. Then, in a flash, he thought of someone. His teacher, Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's personality was peculiar and sometimes dangerous, at his core, he was undeniably an excellent teacher. That much could be seen from the quality of his students. Or perhaps all three Sannin were outstanding teachers. Jiraiya had also taught remarkable disciples. Only Tsunade's students were somewhat less impressive compared to those of her two companions. Of course, Naruto and Sasuke were the darlings of this world to begin with, so it was not strange that Sakura could not compare to them. But compared to ordinary ninja, Sakura was still extremely outstanding. Among Orochimaru's students, Enko had reached the Jonin level in the original story, while Sasuke, under Orochimaru's dedicated guidance, went on to achieve patricide and betrayal. In a sense, Orochimaru's teaching ability was genuinely excellent. If he had not preferred research and science so much, the ninja world might have gained a legendary instructor. Then I'll teach you some things first, Hikari. But I still have a lot to deal with, so I can only use a shadow clone to teach you, Kenichi said with a chuckle, rubbing Hikari's head. He really had no other choice. His teacher was nowhere to be found, and the ninja of the Land of Snow did not have much they could teach Hikari. Shirori had already learned most of what they knew. So Kenichi could only take the task onto himself. As for Sage Mode, while it was powerful and could greatly enhance a ninja's strength once mastered, it was also extremely dangerous. Without special tools to draw in natural energy, a person whose training was insufficient could be turned to stone. Kenichi naturally was not going to gamble on Hikari mastering Sage Mode in one go. Even Naruto had taken a long time to learn it. So Kenichi obviously could not teach Hikari Sage Mode. Fortunately, his teacher had taught him some new things before, so Kenichi felt he could manage Hikari for now. There should not be much of a problem, right? Okay. Hikari looked delighted. Seeing her smiling face, Kenichi could not help smiling as well. This little girl really did have an endearing personality. After creating a shadow clone, Kenichi had to take Hikari away to learn some ninja basics, while he himself returned to the laboratory to continue his experiments. Now that the gunpowder explosion issue has been solved, making rocket launchers is much simpler. After all, the most important part of a rocket launcher is the explosive itself. What remains now are the smaller refinements, Kenichi murmured, looking at the TNT in his hand. The production of the launcher itself was not especially difficult. The main points were launch capability, impact speed, and accuracy. Originally, there were many other things to consider as well, such as anti-interference capability, target tracking, and even infrared or thermal tracking, which were more common in some anti-air rocket launchers. However, the ninja world is still too underdeveloped, so those things are not really necessary. What matters most is speed, Kenichi said as he rubbed his wrist. The ninja world had very few ways to counter rocket launchers. Essentially, as long as the launcher fired fast enough, it could achieve short-term saturation bombardment. Later, there might be a need to improve its ability to penetrate barriers, earth-release walls, and so on. At this stage, though, there were basically no higher requirements, unless the ninja world's technology advanced enough to invent a countermeasure specifically for rocket launchers. Kenichi felt that possibility was still very low. For now, he could confidently say that a weapon similar to a Katyusha rocket launcher would be a revolutionary product for the ninja world. The very existence of such a weapon would keep ninja thinking for quite some time. So Kenichi quickly set the research direction down on paper. Katyusha rocket launcher. The two main issues were explosive power and firing speed. Once those two were solved, the launcher itself would more or less be complete. Firing speed was the easy part. Rocket launchers in his previous life had generally relied on chemical propulsion to increase the speed of missiles and rockets, and chemical fuel was one of the most common propellants. Of course, in the future, propulsion might evolve toward new energy sources, such as nuclear-powered rocket launchers and missiles that directly used reactor energy for thrust. But in the current ninja world, chemical fuel was already more than enough. Propellants. I've never made them before, but I do know a little, Kenichi said, scratching his head. Although he had never worked in the military industry, one of his friends had been a military enthusiast who used to drag him into long discussions about such things. So Kenichi had a general understanding of it all. Generally speaking, the easiest propellants for rocket launchers to produce are chemical fuels and solid fuels. Other options, such as liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, are also good, but the technical difficulty is too high. Reproducing them in the ninja world would be very difficult. Kenichi wrote down several propellant combinations he could remember on the paper. However, those were only names. He did not remember the precise proportions, which meant he would still have to work out the dosages himself. He was already used to that. The technological level of the ninja world was such that nearly everything had to be researched from scratch. Expecting someone here to provide help was pure wishful thinking. Then I'll start with chemical fuels, since the ninja world has quite a few of the required components. After calling Koyuki over, Kenichi handed her the necessary list. Koyuki looked it over and accepted it immediately. The land of snow did indeed have those items. The only issue was that some existed only in small quantities. Still, that was not a major problem. For now, Kenichi only needed enough to formulate a propellant and get the rocket launcher airborne. The propellant issue should be manageable. The only concern is how many experimental attempts it will take. So next, I'll start thinking about guidance and launch. Kenichi crossed out propellant on the paper and circled guidance and launch. Although weapons like the Katyusha had used relatively traditional methods due to the technological limits of their era, the Katyusha itself had still been an incredibly effective weapon at the time. There's no particularly good way to solve the guidance problem right now, unless I can launch a satellite into the sky. But I can at least try to operate it like an old mortar, using the rocket's mass and launch speed to calculate a parabolic trajectory. Kenichi licked his lips, growing excited. True precision guidance was basically impossible at the moment. Without satellite guidance, there was no way to manually control a launched missile from far away. In that sense, World War II mortars were a very useful reference. And because of the propellant, the rocket's travel distance would be greater, which meant its arc could naturally extend much farther and satisfy the requirements for long-range lethality. There were drawbacks, of course. Its effectiveness against moving targets would not be particularly good. The ninja of this world were monsters. Even ordinary genin could move at astonishing speed. If he wanted to inflict serious damage on a ninja formation, he would have to calculate lead and use an observer. But if the target was a building, then none of that mattered. He could simply estimate the distance and fire directly. In the future, I might try to create an automatic chakra tracking device so that launched rockets and missiles can lock onto the densest chakra signatures and automatically attack them. Kenichi casually jotted the idea down. Although the ninja world would have a hard time developing satellites, a chakra-based tracking method should be easier to solve. He could think of a way to tackle that later. Still, the guidance problem can only be worked out after the rocket itself is completed. Launch is easier. I can design a firing mechanism based on the propellant's properties. Kenichi scratched his head. At this point, producing a Katyusha-style launcher did not seem especially complicated to him. At the very least, he already knew the theory and some of the principles involved. Back in that era, the scientists who had created the Katyusha and similar weapons had achieved something truly incredible. While waiting for Koyuki to deliver the raw materials, Kenichi passed the time by checking on the laboratory. The laboratory was still operating as usual, and he picked up a report to examine it. All experiments had succeeded. Every ninja had been transplanted with Uchiha clan genes. Kenichi had used genetic material from Obito, Shisui, and Itachi. As for Sasuke's genome, Kenichi had not touched it. After all, Sasuke's identity was special. As the son of the Sage of Six Paths, it was hard to say whether using Sasuke's genes on a large scale would draw some kind of attention from the sage himself. If the sage, with nothing better to do, decided to sense the present world and found his son's genes running around everywhere, it might lead to unnecessary complications. Kenichi had always been somewhat wary of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, that man was in the Pure Land and held tremendous authority over souls. Ninja souls had always existed there, which made Kenichi wonder what the sage truly intended. Of course, it was also possible that he was simply overthinking things. The sage had not appeared much in the original story, and there was no direct proof that he had any hidden agenda. These experiments all succeeded. Next, I just need to keep repeating them until the ninja of the Land of Snow awaken the 3 tomoe, or even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once I have enough experimental data, I can awaken my own Mangekyo Sharingan. Kenichi stroked his chin. Next came the review of experimental data, and while doing so, he also found himself thinking about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the official setting, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was still fundamentally just a Mangekyo Sharingan. The real difference was that the permanent form would not go blind from the continued increase in eye power. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, however, would gradually lose its sight as its dojutsu was used and its eye power increased. Across the long history of the Uchiha clan, only 2 people had ever awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara and Sasuke. And the common point between the 2 was obvious. Both were reincarnations of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. So the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is, in essence, a more purified Otsutsuki-eye by nature, Kenichi murmured as he pursed his lips. One of the criticisms of Naruto in his previous life had been the so-called bloodline theory. Although many people argued that it was not purely bloodline theory, and that effort still mattered, as seen in Naruto and Sasuke, the truth was that bloodline clearly played a huge role. Otherwise, how could one explain the fact that from the Uchiha clan's prosperity during the Warring States period all the way to its destruction in Konoha's era, only 2 people had ever managed to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? It should be remembered that Hikari had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan back during the Warring States period. Many members of the Uchiha clan from that era had also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, yet their method of solving blindness had still been to snatch each other's eyes during internal clan struggles. Kenichi did not believe that the entire Uchiha clan had been made up of fools, or that no one had ever thought of solving the problem in another way. Since Madara had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, others must have tried to reproduce it. The fact that none of them succeeded showed just how decisive bloodline was in this matter. In other words, if one was not Indra's reincarnation, one might not even possess the qualification to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Indra's reincarnation possessed the key. Of course, whether that key could successfully be inserted into the lock and open the door still depended on the holder's own effort. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on p@trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Jiraiya in Amage Cure. Chapter 326, Jiraiya in Amage Cure. If that's the case, then I'll have to check my own genetic information, though I already have a few guesses. Kenichi sighed softly. It seemed there was still some preparatory work he needed to finish before he could awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. He felt his speculation was most likely correct. So far, he had only confirmed that the Mangekyo Sharingan was related to the Uchiha clan's genetic information. But if even the Mangekyo followed that rule, then the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan above it would most likely be the same, just as he had speculated. Although all of this was still in the theoretical stage, with some partial experimental support, Kenichi felt his conclusion was already very close to the truth. After all, the Uchiha clan still existed. He had compared the genes of many Uchiha, and only a very small portion of them possessed the qualifications to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kenichi felt the reason was probably simple. After generations of intermarriage, the Uchiha bloodline had gradually become diluted, and the genetic information originally inherited from Indra had been continuously broken apart. That could be seen clearly from the difference between the number of Mangekyo Sharingan users in the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period and the number of Mangekyo users in the present era. In the past, the Uchiha had even fought among themselves over the Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to avoid blindness by plundering the eyes of others. But now, if an Uchiha could awaken the 3 tomoe Sharingan, they were already called a genius. The Mangekyo Sharingan had practically become a legend. Only a tiny number of Uchiha whose genetic information remained closer to their ancestors still had the potential to awaken it. Then that means my eyes. Kenichi touched his own. Although he had not brought a genetic chain detection device to the land of snow, he already had some guesses about himself. After all, he now possessed the first Hokage's sage body, which meant his genetic information had to contain Hashirama's genes, in other words, Azura's genes. At the same time, he also had the 3 tomoe Sharingan, so he almost certainly possessed part of the Uchiha clan's genes as well. The problem was whether those genes specifically included Indra's. If they did, then he would not need to carry out any additional genetic programming and could directly attempt to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But if they did not, then what came next would depend on a detailed examination of his genetic information. To put it simply, if his genes were merely similar to Obito's, then awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan would not be an issue, but awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would be impossible. To take that final step, the genetic information had to be closer to Indra's. Kenichi even had another theory. If a person's genetic information could be pushed even closer to that of the Otsutsuki clan, then perhaps their eyes would evolve more easily toward their final form. The Rinnegan. It looks like I'll have to find some relics related to the Sage of Six Paths when I get the chance. Hair would be ideal. Blood too, if possible. Kenichi walked out of the laboratory, still thinking. The work in the lab had been tedious, and he knew his own temperament well. When he was focused on research, he hated being interrupted. If someone disturbed him in the middle of work, his temper became as explosive as a volcano. But once he stepped away from the work, he became much easier to deal with. His shadow clones inherited the same personality, so Kenichi was certain they also hated being interrupted while concentrating on something. He had no intention of annoying them. Still, he added the idea to his list of future priorities. He even decided that if the process of awakening the Sharingan was still unfinished after the rocket launcher project, then he would personally set out to search the shinobi world for anything related to the Sage of Six Paths. According to Kenichi's idea, genes were a key. A key that opened the door to greater power. The genes of ordinary Uchiha and Hyuga opened the first lock. Indra's and Azura's genes opened the second. The Sage of Six Paths stood at the third. And the final, highest level, required the true bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan itself. To be precise, what he really needed was Kagaya's bloodline. Or rather, Ishiki's. Ishiki's would be even better. After all, Kenichi knew the truth. Kagaya had originally been intended as a sacrifice for the god tree, but she had ambushed Ishiki, allowing herself to survive while he became the offering instead. By the standards of the novels I used to read, Kagaya was the branch family, and Ishiki was the main family, right? Kenichi almost laughed. The logic fit surprisingly well. A branch family member, unwilling to become a sacrifice for the main branch, betrayed and killed one of them instead. In a sense, that might well become the future of the Hyuga clan too. If the Hyuga clan failed to resolve the issue of the caged bird seal, then the resentment of the branch family would only continue to build. Sooner or later, it would become karmic fire and burn the entire clan down. But obtaining Otsutsuki genetic information won't be easy. Either I go to the moon and get it there, or I find something Kagaya once used. Kenichi sighed. Although he knew Otsutsuki genetic information was the ideal option, the problem was finding it. Relics of the Sage of Six Paths were already incredibly hard to come by. As for the divine tools associated with him, at best they would only preserve his fingerprints. What Kenichi needed was something from which genetic information could actually be extracted, like hair or blood. Sweat could also work, technically, but it would have evaporated long ago. The sage had been dead for far too long. Master, I found what you wanted. Just as Kenichi was lost in thought, he heard Koyuki's seductive voice. He looked up, then paused. Koyuki's current outfit could only be described as dangerously suggestive. It concealed just enough to tempt the imagination while revealing just enough to make the imagination work overtime. Every step she took seemed to threaten some kind of incident. Why are you dressed like that? Kenichi asked. He had originally almost blurted out, why are you dressed like Pinru? But this world obviously had no Pinru. Of course it's to make Master happy. Koyuki looked at him with eyes like silk, waves of invitation practically spilling out of them. Kenichi felt that if he made a single wrong move right now, Koyuki would immediately collapse into some truly unmanageable state. Fine. Just give me the things first. Kenichi shook his head. Koyuki was really beyond saving. He had to admit it, though. The sight before him was genuinely tempting. He was not some saint carved out of ice. There was no way he could be completely unaffected. But as the saying went, age was a problem that simply could not be ignored. Koyuki pouted a little in grievance, then handed him the scroll in her hand. Kenichi took it expressionlessly and turned back toward the laboratory, his posture just slightly stiff. Koyuki watched him leave, thoughtful. After a while, she seemed to realize something and broke into a mischievous, triumphant smile. Then she placed a hand lightly over her belly and walked away in a thoroughly pleased mood. Kenichi, naturally, had no idea what Koyuki was thinking. By the time he returned to the lab, he had already calmed down and begun researching propellant ratios. The work itself was defined by one thing above all else. Tediousness. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been too bad. Shadow clones could have helped speed things up. But right now, all of his clones were occupied with genetic programming and Sharingan activation work, so this part could only be done by him personally. Sigh. Hopefully this won't take too long, and hopefully I get lucky. Otherwise, I have no idea whether these raw materials will even be enough. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. He was not especially worried about the time. Experiments always consumed time. He had long accepted that. What concerned him was the supply of materials. Some of the ingredients existed in very limited quantities. If the number of failed attempts got too high, he might reach the absurd stage of being unable to produce a finished result because he had run out of ingredients. So all he could do was hope his luck held. Otherwise, he would have to go out and buy another batch. The first propellant ratio experiment begins. This time, I mixed the ingredients according to a specific ratio in an attempt to produce a chemical propellant suitable for rockets. Kenichi immersed himself in experiment after experiment. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki base, Konan looked at her friend with concern. Nagato, are you all right? Nagato was eating, but even that simple act seemed painful for him now. The black rods and tubes piercing into his body made him look increasingly frail. I'm fine. This body can still last a few more years. Nagato smiled faintly. He knew his own condition very well. He could hold on for a little while longer. The only question was whether he could survive long enough to see his plan completed. Looking at his own thin, almost skeletal arm, Nagato let out a quiet sigh. His gaze drifted toward the dim distance, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Nagato, do you think what that guy said has any credibility? Konan asked as she tidied away the bowls. Nagato had barely eaten anything. In truth, Konan felt that if he had his way, he might not eat at all. But no matter what, a person still needed something to keep going. None. Nagato gave the answer without hesitation. He did not believe Kenichi's words. Claims about being a successor of Will, hating war, and bringing peace, those all sounded good, but from this latest meeting, one thing had been especially clear. Orochimaru knew that man. But he can still help the Akatsuki organization complete its plan more quickly. Under the pressure of my eyes, he has no way to resist. Nagato added the second part in an even tone. He was confident in the power of his Rinnegan. After all, what Akatsuki members contacted was not his true body, but merely pain, a puppet he controlled from afar. His real location remained hidden. There should have been no flaws. Konan glanced at him, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, then swallowed the words. She did not want to undermine Nagato's confidence. After all, up until now, Nagato had never truly met anyone who could threaten him whenever he chose to act. But even so, was that really enough? Jiraiya-sensei was strong. If he truly clashed with Nagato. Nagato's gaze became distant again. When he had met Kenichi this time, the man had still looked as unserious and careless as ever, yet the moment Nagato saw him, he found himself remembering those earlier words. Perhaps that method really was better. For the first time in a long while, Nagato felt uncertain. Suddenly, Nagato sensed something unusual. Under the effect of the rain tiger at will technique, he felt an outsider enter Amigakure. Who? Nagato did not hesitate. He immediately sent the Deva path of pain toward the location indicated by the rain. Konan also noticed the change in his expression. Her own face instantly grew serious. Nagato himself could not move around freely, but she could. So she grabbed her tools and rushed out as well. As Pain and Konan approached, Nagato finally saw the intruder clearly. White hair. A peculiar outfit. Squatting beside a bush. And the direction he was facing was the women's bathhouse. Konan stared blankly at the figure before her. Even though she could only see his back, this person. In the next instant, the Deva path pulled Konan aside. The man also turned his head suspiciously and glanced behind him. Was that just my imagination? But this village really is strange. Jiraiya scratched his head. Ever since entering Amigakure, he had sensed something odd. The rain itself carried extremely faint traces of chakra. The traces were subtle, but he was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Naturally, he noticed immediately. But now, those chakra fluctuations had vanished. And just a moment ago, he had distinctly felt that someone was watching him. Could it be Akatsuki? Jiraiya's expression grew serious. He had come to Amigakure this time partly to avoid that lunatic Orochimaru, and partly to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Originally, he had known nothing about Akatsuki. After leaving Konoha, he had focused entirely on searching for the child of prophecy, the destined one foretold by the great Toad Sage. He had not found anything. Then, by pure chance, he had seen a hot air balloon. Shocked, he had started gathering information and only then learned the names Akatsuki and Heavenly Demon. That had led him here. His arrival in Amigakure had not even been carefully planned. He had simply ended up here while being chased by Orochimaru. I really don't understand that guy Orochimaru. He's been chasing me forever. Just thinking about it made Jiraiya shiver. This time Orochimaru had genuinely wanted to kill him. It's Jiraiya-sensei. What is he doing in Amigakure? Konan whispered with certainty. Nagato said nothing. He very much wanted to say that Jiraiya-sensei had come to peep into the women's bathhouse, but what if his teacher had other intentions this time? And besides, Jiraiya had already noticed the rain tiger at will technique. Jiraiya-sensei. I just hope you didn't come here to investigate the Akatsuki organization, sensei. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 327, Rocket Barrage Tactics. Chapter 327, Rocket Barrage Tactics. The first test of the rocket propellant fuel begins now. Amamiya Kenichi stood on the plain with narrowed eyes, staring into the distance. There was a forest ahead, but he could no longer see it clearly. After all, the distance between his current position and that forest was about 10 kilometers. Even with the Sharingan, there was no way to see that far with precision, and naturally, there was no chance of destroying trees from hundreds of miles away with the naked eye. Still, this distance is perfect for testing a rocket's launch speed and effective range. Although a 10-kilometer range sounds short, it's already more than enough. Kenichi weighed the rocket in his hand. He had personally forged this metal cylindrical rocket. Its structure was similar to a conventional rocket, with a pointed front designed to reduce air resistance, increase launch speed, and extend its flight distance. However, what Kenichi truly cared about was strike speed. A longer range would certainly allow for long-distance attacks, but the fuel requirements would also become much higher. And what he needed right now was a weapon that could be fired quickly enough to effectively threaten Ninja. Otherwise, if its firing speed was too slow, the enemy would notice it before it even arrived, then simply run off. If that happened, there would be no point in researching a rocket launcher at all. And honestly, a 10-kilometer range isn't short. Most rocket launchers don't have an especially outrageous effective range to begin with. This thing is meant to follow the design logic of a Katyusha system anyway. Kenichi ran a hand across the rocket's surface. Then he frowned slightly. It still felt too rough. A proper rocket should feel smooth and cold to the touch, like some flawless beauty. But this thing felt more like sandpaper. The unevenness in several areas was obvious. The craftsmanship was crude, but at least it existed. The industrial level of the ninja world really was terrible. At this rate, he would have to make assembly line factories sooner or later, or at least build precision machine tools. Otherwise, a lot of things would never become truly practical. Still, those problems could wait. For now, this should do. According to the rocket's parabolic trajectory, I only need to. Kenichi adjusted the shoulder-mounted launcher, then pressed the trigger. A deafening roar erupted at once, followed by a fierce recoil. But with Kenichi's current physique, that amount of force was nothing. He absorbed it effortlessly. 1 second, 2 seconds. The moment the rocket launched, Kenichi began counting in his head. He wanted to measure the interval between launch and impact. Although 10 kilometers was a long way off, he had already stationed a shadow clone near the target area to observe the rocket's landing point and travel time. After roughly 22 seconds, a wave of dizziness rose in his mind. Kenichi frowned. He now knew the exact impact point and the approximate time. So although it didn't miss entirely, it also didn't land inside the forest. It fell short, just in front of it. That means the effective range of this rocket loaded with chemical fuel is still under 10 kilometers. He fell into thought. It had taken about 20 seconds from launch to impact. Since the dissolution of the shadow clone also took some time, he would need to account for that delay as well. The calculation on the parabola still isn't accurate enough. Is that because of air resistance? He quickly ran toward the impact zone while scribbling notes onto a piece of paper. The parabolic model was one he had worked out himself. In theory, it could estimate the rocket's general landing point, the launch angle, and related variables. Normally, rocket systems calculated and adjusted all of that instantly through a computer, but his weapon was still in the experimental stage, so he had to do everything manually. Even though I already factored in air resistance and wind drag, reality is obviously more complicated. By the time he reached the blast site, he could clearly see the explosion crater. It was huge. He even found fragments of shrapnel embedded in the mud 500 meters away from the center of impact. That alone proved the lethality of the weapon was excellent. An ordinary rocket shouldn't be able to produce a crater this large. Is this really the effect of incorporating chakra? Kenichi's mood lifted immediately. The inclusion of chakra had not only reduced the dependence on raw explosive yield, it had also amplified the destructive power of the blast itself. If a weapon like this were brought into his previous world, it would be enough to change the development path of rocket artillery. Its power was simply too great. So the actual range this time was 9,348 meters. Kenichi calculated the distance between the edge of the forest and the center of the explosion, then raised a hand to gauge the wind direction and speed before lowering it again. The land of snow was known for its violent winds, but today the airflow was mild, more like a summer breeze. If the weather had been even a little worse, the range would have dropped further. And it crossed that distance in 22 seconds. That gives me a launch speed of about 425 meters per second. Kenichi wrote the figure down, then recalled the rest of his shadow clone's observations. The speed is still too slow. If the enemy notices it in time, they can still dodge. I can increase the launch speed and the explosive yield later. He noted down both the strengths and weaknesses of the test. For ninja, a long-range projectile like this was still visible enough to be noticed. So the faster it flew, the less time they would have to react. And the stronger the blast radius, the harder it would be to escape even after noticing it. As for those two problems, they can probably be solved by improving the chemical propellant and modifying the rocket's explosive mixture. Kenichi turned and headed back to the laboratory, already forming new ideas. However, on the way back, another thought surfaced. But regarding the detonation properties of the explosive, I remember. Back in the lab, he rummaged through his notebooks. Most of his experimental logs were stored at the laboratory base in the land of rice fields, but he had brought the most recent ones here, so it was not difficult to find what he wanted. Genetic Programming Experimental Data Validation 1. Research and Summary of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Research on the fusion of trinitrotoluene and fire release chakra. Kenichi's hand paused. Then he pulled out another notebook. Research on the fusion of trinitrotoluene and compound release chakra. He flipped it open and began reading. This was the notebook he had compiled while researching what happened when trinitrotoluene was fused with multiple chakra natures. It contained a great number of trial records. After attempting to fuse fire release and wind release into trinitrotoluene, the explosive yield increased significantly. This stood in sharp contrast to the fusion of water release and fire release. Kenichi stroked his chin. During his work on trinitrotoluene, he had uncovered a new problem. Simply mixing in more chakra natures did not automatically create a better explosive. For instance, combining wind release and fire release caused the power of the explosion to increase noticeably. But combining fire release and water release produced the opposite effect, shrinking the blast radius and weakening the explosion. However, when he adjusted the ratio to 7 parts fire release and 3 parts water release, the detonation produced high-temperature steam, which carried a burn effect. It just was not particularly useful in practical terms. Wind, fire, and lightning. Those three are the best combination for rocket explosives based on repeated testing. Kenichi had already found one way to improve explosive power, but now he had a new problem. The propellant. Still, because some raw materials were already running low, he chose not to pursue a more complicated path for now. Instead, he would continue using today's propellant formula and first create a finished Katyusha-style launcher. Once it was complete, he could claim the side mission reward and continue refining things afterward. The launcher itself was not hard to construct. Although Kenichi had no intention of directly building a truck for it, lining several launch tubes side by side was easy enough. With enough materials and with personnel supplied by Koyuki, he quickly assembled a crude 6x6 artillery array. The vertical adjustment works. Next I need to test launch interval, firing speed, and accuracy. If none of those have serious issues, then it can be used in actual combat. Kenichi was quite satisfied as he looked over the row of rockets beside him. These were all trinitrotoluene rockets infused with wind, fire, and lightning release. However, to enhance their destructive force, he had also packed in additional TNT. This was partly because the fusion of the three natures demanded more explosive material in the first place. Otherwise, the rocket casing would not be able to contain the chakra balance and would detonate prematurely. That aspect still needed field testing too. But just as he was considering where to do it, his ring suddenly grew warm. Kenichi glanced at it and narrowed his eyes. Nagato was contacting him again. He paused for a moment. Based on what Nagato had said earlier, that probably meant a mission. In that case, Kenichi had no objection. In fact, he wanted another chance to speak with Nagato. "Leader, you were looking for me." Kenichi released his thought wave and entered directly, but the moment he stepped into that mental space, he stopped short. Nagato was there, of course. But he was not alone. Konan stood beside him. Kenichi let out a quiet breath of relief. Fortunately, it was Konan and not Black Zetsu. Otherwise, any real conversation would have become much more troublesome. "I have a mission for you," Nagato said at once, not even bothering to let Kenichi finish speaking. Kenichi said nothing. He simply waited to hear it. "Iwagakure has issued a war commission against Sunagakure. They requested you by name." Nagato continued. Kenichi stared blankly for a second. Good heavens. What was Iwagakure planning now? And why had they specifically named him? "No, why do you make it sound like I'm some kind of male escort?" Kenichi could not help blurting out. Konan burst out laughing. Nagato, meanwhile, visibly paused. Kenichi watched him take a deep breath, clench his fists, and forcibly calm himself. Nagato regretted this already. If not for the fact that he did not want to create exceptions within Akatsuki, he truly would not have chosen to assign a mission to Amamiya Kenichi. Anyway, remember to complete it. Iwagakure's requirement is simple: attack Sunagakure and inflict effective damage. The reward is 100 million ryo. Nagato suppressed his inner irritation and continued speaking. Kenichi nodded. 100 million. In the past, he would never have accepted a job at that price, because the cost would not even have been covered. But things were different now. All he needed to do was inflict enough damage, which made this the perfect chance to test the rocket launcher's barrage capability. All right. Understood. He accepted immediately. The reward was mediocre, but at least it covered expenses. More importantly, he had been looking for a test ground for his launcher. Now it seemed Sunagakure was about to become the first unlucky target. The only concern was the village barrier. He did not know whether a concentrated rocket barrage could break through it. Still, Sunagakure was poor, small, and generally weaker than the other major villages. It should not be too much of a problem. Then, Nagato clearly intended to eject him right away. The longer Kenichi stayed, the worse his headache got. "Leader, what do you think of the proposal I mentioned before?" Kenichi cut in before he could be dismissed. Nagato stopped. He fell silent, then slowly turned his gaze toward Kenichi. The moment Kenichi saw that expression, his heart stirred. There was hope. If the concepts of nations and hidden villages cannot be erased, then war will always return. Kenichi spoke with complete certainty. If the ninja world could not be unified, then any so-called peace would only ever be an illusion. Then erase them. Nagato severed the connection. If he kept listening, he felt his mind would only grow even more conflicted. It was far too painful. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, I Choose You, Boss Cat. Chapter 328, I Choose You, Boss Cat. Tisk. Amamiya Kenichi clicked his tongue and pouted slightly. I thought Nagato would seriously consider my proposal and choose to work with me directly. Still, the fact that he's already wavering is a good sign. All I need now are a few more catalysts to make him understand that my method is the only way to bring peace to this ninja world. At first, Kenichi had assumed Nagato had already made up his mind. He had not expected him to remain this hesitant. Still, hesitation was not necessarily a bad thing. In a way, it was exactly what Kenichi wanted. It meant Nagato's heart was already conflicted. In that case, all he needed to do was place a few more weights on the scale, and the problem would solve itself. A war mission from Iwagakure. And it's aimed at Tsunagakure. Kenichi rubbed his chin, a little curious. What exactly is that old Mononoke trying to do? The thought only stayed in his mind for a moment. After all, in the Naruto world, this sort of thing was far too common to be worth dwelling on. Although the ninja world had entered a relatively stable period after the Third Great Ninja War, that so-called stability only meant there was no full-scale war engulfing the entire world. Local conflicts still existed everywhere. The Akatsuki organization's ability to thrive was inseparable from the schemes and struggles of the great hidden villages. Otherwise, it would have been a complete fantasy for Akatsuki to develop without drawing their attention. Of course, with Kenichi's presence, the organization had already attracted much more notice than it should have. Still, Nagato was the one handling all those matters. Kenichi could not be bothered. He was just a member of the organization. If the sky fell, Nagato could hold it up. That was one of the main reasons Kenichi had joined Akatsuki in the first place. Well, I should get ready. I can take Uchiha Hikari out to relax a little too. But if we're going to Tsunagakure, should I call Sasori? Kenichi muttered to himself. He had a feeling Sasori might actually be interested in this mission. After all, Tsunagakure was his hometown. So, should I ask? Kenichi packed up his things and walked out of the laboratory. Nagato, what about Jiraiya-sensei? After the communication ended, Konan looked at the friend beside her and asked. She knew Nagato had no interest in discussing Amamiya Kenichi any further. That man had already given him enough headaches lately, so she decisively changed the subject. After hearing Konan's question, the irritation in Nagato's heart eased a little. He raised his head, the Rinnegan in his eyes flickering faintly, and saw the situation in Amigakure through the eyes of Pain's Deva Path. At that very moment, Jiraiya was crouched outside the women's bathhouse, making those familiar, suspicious snickering sounds. Nagato felt a little helpless. He truly could not understand why his teacher, a man whose name was known throughout the ninja world, loved peeping into women's bathhouses so much. He had been watching Jiraiya the entire time, trying to determine why his teacher had entered Amigakure in the first place. But what he had not expected was that Jiraiya's daily routine was astonishingly fixed. He was either peeping into bathhouses, drinking in brothels, or locking himself in his hotel room to write novels. It left Nagato rather speechless, but at the same time, he also let out a quiet sigh of relief. He did not want to face his former teacher. If Jiraiya liked peeping into bathhouses, then let him. As long as he was not here to investigate the Akatsuki organization, Nagato did not care. Let him be. That's probably his only hobby anyway. As long as it doesn't affect my plan, it doesn't matter. Nagato controlled Pain to leave, though to be safe, he still left one body nearby to watch in case Jiraiya tried to follow. Sensei is really childish, Konan said with a faint smile. She also had no desire to stand against Jiraiya. When she first saw Jiraiya arrive in Amigakure, she had been surprised, and even a little happy. After all, this was the man who had taught them how to become ninja. But because of Akatsuki's plan, because of Yahiko's last wish, and because of Nagato's insistence, Konan still forced herself to suppress the urge to rush out and reunite with her teacher. Instead, she quietly returned to the organization's base. I didn't expect Sensei to have this side either, Nagato said, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It was the first time he had smiled since Yahiko's death. Seeing Jiraiya reminded him of the days when the three of them studied under him. Back then, he, Yahiko, and Konan were all together, training hard, getting teased from time to time, and living through days that now felt impossibly distant. Everything back then had been so good. Someone really is watching me. Outside the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya pushed aside the bushes in front of him, but instead of peering inside, he quietly pondered the situation. This small village of Amigakure felt strange to him. At first, Jiraiya had only come here to shake off Orochimaru's pursuit. But from the moment he entered the village and sensed the subtle chakra mixed into the rain, along with the overall abnormal atmosphere of Amigakure, he had immediately realized something was off. So he had begun a covert investigation. He wanted to find out who exactly was hiding inside this village. But even in sage mode, I can only sense a very vague line of sight. The other side is extremely cautious. Jiraiya stroked his chin, then, almost by reflex, started grading the women in front of him in his notebook, scribbling down strange letters like C, B, D, and E. Then his expression suddenly changed. This chakra. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then turned his head. The next second, he saw someone slowly walking toward him from the far end of the street, sword in hand, gaze locked on him. Jiraiya rubbed his face. If he had known Orochimaru would hold such a monstrous grudge this time, he swore he would never have written about him. No, more accurately, he never should have agreed to let those idiots at the publishing house release Orochimaru's deluxe illustrated edition. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's voice was thick with killing intent. Jiraiya shivered from head to toe. He immediately bolted out of the village on instinct. He did not even want to ask why Orochimaru was in Amigakure. All he knew was that if this kept up, Orochimaru might still be chasing him even after he made it back to Konoha. Bad luck, bad luck. Jiraiya veered sharply to the left, barely dodging Orochimaru's ninjutsu, and Amigakure instantly descended into chaos from the arrival of the two Sannin. Nagato found himself with a sentence lodged in his throat that he genuinely did not know whether to say or not. Nagato, should we intervene? Konan clenched her fists. She had naturally noticed the commotion in the village. This was Amigakure. It was Akatsuki's private territory, and it was also her home now. Yet it was currently being torn up by outsiders. Well, not exactly outsiders. Jiraiya was their teacher, and Orochimaru was a member of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru clearly knew the organization had a base here, yet he still attacked without hesitation. No. If we interfere, Orochimaru may realize that Amigakure is the organization's true base. And our involvement would also draw Sensei's attention. Nagato shook his head. He had thought about intervening, but it was not the right move. Although many members of Akatsuki had been brought through Amigakure before, several of them still believed this place was merely a hidden stronghold, not the organization's true headquarters. If Orochimaru saw too much, Amamiya Kenichi would likely learn about it too, and that would be troublesome. Worse, the secrecy of the Akatsuki organization would be compromised entirely. Nagato had no desire to wake up one day and find Amigakure surrounded by furious brutes from the great villages and those damned Konoha ninja. Then Konan was getting visibly anxious. She knew exactly how destructive Jiraiya could be. She also knew that Jiraiya and Orochimaru had once fought fiercely enough to destroy half a small town. If the same thing happened in Amigakure. No. Sensei is already planning to retreat. Nagato shook his head again. Through the eyes of the Rinnegan, he had been monitoring the situation outside the whole time. Jiraiya was deliberately drawing Orochimaru away from the village. That made Nagato's heart warm a little. Sensei was still Sensei. Still that rough-looking but unexpectedly meticulous man. I just hope we never have to become enemies, Sensei. Amamiya and are we going to Sunagakure? On the airship, Uchiha Hikari tilted her head and asked while Kenichi steered them toward the land of rice fields. Kenichi nodded at first, then shook his head after thinking it over. We need to stop by the land of rice fields first to pick something up. Oh, right, Hikari, do you know how the countries and villages are distributed nowadays? Kenichi asked. After all, Hikari was from the Warring States era. Strictly speaking, she was an old relic. Back then, the world had not yet been divided into so many countries and hidden villages. I do. Shiorine already told me about the current history of the ninja world. Hikari said proudly, rubbing her nose. Then, with a mysterious look, she pulled something out of her pocket and handed it to him. Kenichi paused, then smiled when he saw it. Another pair of gloves. This pair was black and gray, with the fingers cut off at the first joint and even a small hook stitched into them for hanging. Kenichi could only feel speechless. How many pairs of gloves was this now? He genuinely could not understand why Hikari loved knitting gloves for him so much. He already had more gloves than a normal person could reasonably use in several lifetimes, yet Hikari was still making more. It was honestly exhausting. Hikari, why not make something else for a change? Kenichi ruffled her hair. He had no choice. Hikari had already taken out her knitting tools again. At this rate, before the airship even reached the land of rice fields, Kenichi might have to change professions and start running a glove shop. Ah. What does Amamiya and want, then? Hikari asked curiously. Kenichi went blank for a moment. Yes. What did he want? And given Hikari's personality, he genuinely believed that if he casually answered the question, she might produce an entire warehouse full of that one item. The odds were disturbingly high. Gloves are fine. I actually like them a lot. Kenichi silently killed off every thought of saying scarves or socks. He really felt those words should never be spoken aloud. If he mentioned either one, Hikari would probably bury him under a mountain of hand-knitted goods before the month was over. Hikari nodded happily and resumed knitting. But as Kenichi watched her hands move, he gradually fell silent. The ball of yarn in her hands looked strange. He could not quite explain why, but it clearly did not look like ordinary yarn. Normal yarn tended to pill no matter how good the quality was, but the material Hikari was using was sleek and smooth. Even more importantly, the color and texture looked very unusual. Hikari, what exactly are you using? Kenichi finally asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. This is ninja cat fur. Hikari immediately held up the ball of yarn and handed it to him. Kenichi froze. Ninja cat. The kind he was thinking of. Then that meant this entire ball of yarn was basically cat fur. No wonder it felt so strange. Kenichi touched the yarn in his hand, then thought of another problem. Where had this much fur even come from? He knew a bit about cats. Even long-haired breeds should not have enough fur to form a ball that large, right? At least not under normal circumstances. Did you sign a contract with a ninja cat? Kenichi asked, increasingly curious. There were many kinds of summoning beasts in the ninja world. While the creatures of the three great sage regions were the most revered, there were also ninken, ninja crows, and naturally, ninja cats. And the ninja cat clan had deep ties with the Uchiha. So it was not strange at all that Hikari might have contracted one. Kenichi was a little envious, though. He liked ninja cats too, but he had never had the time to contract one. Back when he followed Orochimaru, he had been buried in experiments, work, and study every single day. There had truly been no room in his schedule for something like that. This is my ninja cat. Her name is Boss Cat. Hikari said proudly as she clapped her hands. A large amount of chakra immediately surged out of her. Kenichi's brows rose. Usually, one could roughly judge the strength of a summoning beast by the amount of chakra required to call it. The stronger the creature, the greater the consumption. But was that name actually serious? Boss Cat. Should he pull out a poke ball at this point and throw out a mock amp for balance? Then, before he could say another word, the airship suddenly dipped. A colossal figure appeared in front of him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Amamiya Kenichi, should I have a Pokemon battle? Chapter 329, Amamiya Kenichi, should I have a Pokemon battle? Looking at the giant beast in front of him, Amamiya Kenichi froze for a moment. Then a string of numbers flashed through his mind. The maximum load capacity of the airship he had built was 3.5 tons. It was not an especially huge number, but it was definitely not small either. The combined weight of Hikari and himself would be good if it even reached 130 kilograms. Yet the moment this huge creature in front of him appeared, the entire airship dipped sharply. According to Kenichi's own estimate, it had probably dropped more than 10 meters, though he could not determine the exact amount. The airship was slowly climbing back up now, but that brief loss in altitude from the sudden increase in weight had definitely been real. So if the airship's lift was X, and the weight of this boss cat in front of him was... No. Kenichi abruptly shook his head. He was probably being stupid. Why was he trying to use a mathematical formula to calculate a cat's weight? He could just ask directly, or throw it on a scale. There was no need to make things this complicated. But isn't it way too big? Kenichi looked up at the orange giant cat in front of him. It was currently squatting on the floor of the airship, but even then, its body was hunched because its head was already brushing the ceiling. If it stood up straight, Kenichi felt his airship might just be crushed on the spot. And its body was absurdly enormous, like a small hill sprawled sideways across the deck. Most importantly, it had a ridiculous amount of fur. Not just a lot. A truly outrageous amount. The fur was so thick and luxuriant that every strand could be seen clearly. At that moment, Kenichi finally understood where all the cat fur Hikari used to knit gloves had come from. Amamiya nii, this is my partner, Boss Cat. Hikari had already thrown herself onto the giant cat, and her whole body instantly vanished into the thick fur. A second later, her head popped out from the fluff atop the cat's back as she waved happily at him. Kenichi looked at Hikari, who now looked like she had dived straight into a mountain of fur, then at the giant cat's face. The beast was staring at him with its vertical pupils. And in those eyes, there seemed to be doubt. Kenichi raised a brow. What kind of look was that supposed to be? Was it questioning him? But what exactly was it questioning? He was a little confused. I heard Hikari say you're a very powerful ninja, a lazy, captivating voice said. Just hearing it was enough to make one imagine a languid mature woman reclining on a couch and speaking to him with half-lidded eyes. But Kenichi knew very well that the one speaking was the giant cat in front of him. More or less, Kenichi said with a smile, looking at the enormous cat before him. He already had a rough idea of what the beast was getting at. Boss cat. How can you say that? Hikari looked at her summoning beast in complete disbelief. She knew Boss Cat could speak. When she had first formed a contract with him, she had also told him a number of things about Amamiya Kenichi. But she had never expected him to say something like this out loud. It's fine, Hikari. Some summoning beasts are just arrogant when it comes to their own strength, Kenichi said calmly. He was not angry. There were plenty of bad-tempered summoning beasts in the ninja world. Orochimaru's Manda was no better, and that snake not only had a worse mouth, it also demanded sacrifices. Boss Cat's tail flicked lazily. Then, in the next moment, his eyes shifted to the markings at the corners of Kenichi's eyes. A trace of surprise flashed through them. That made Kenichi a little curious. Did this cat know Sage Mode? Otherwise, it would not have reacted like that. You are indeed a powerful ninja, Boss Cat said, and his tone turned noticeably more respectful. Kenichi raised his brow. You've seen it before, he asked with interest. If it had been someone from one of the 3 great sage regions, recognizing Sage Mode would not have been strange. But this was a cat, not a sage beast from one of those places, and yet it had identified it at a glance. That was a bit unusual. Hikari quickly jumped down from Boss Cat and sidled up to Kenichi, tugging at his clothes while lowering her head, not daring to speak. She swore she had never meant to question her brother's strength. Boss Cat had just. Well, I once had the honor of witnessing the battle between the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara-sama. Boss Cat nodded slowly. His attitude was much more respectful now. That deep aura, combined with those strange markings, made him certain that the men before him had already mastered Sage Mode. Please don't blame Hikari. She didn't know. I was only worried for her safety. It's been a very long time since I've seen an Uchiha this exceptional. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not some petty lunatic who takes out his anger on other people over a single sentence. Kenichi waved a hand dismissively. He knew Hikari's personality. He knew she had not meant anything by it. And really, could a single line about him being a strong ninja make him lose his temper? If he could be shaken by something like that, then he had no business doing experiments. When doing research, it was common to reach 99.9% completion, only for everything to fail with a single pop at the very last step. That kind of thing was far more likely to make a person cough up blood from anger. Compared to that, his mental state was actually very stable. He rarely got mad. Hikari, honestly, I'm not that sort of person either. Kenichi sighed helplessly and rubbed Hikari's head. Still, looking at Hikari's reaction, he hesitated a little. From a psychological perspective, a child who had suffered a tragic past yet still tried to engage with the world would often become deeply attached to any kindness they received afterward, even to the point of being willing to give everything to the person who showed it. It was somewhat similar to Stockholm Syndrome. Of course, the situation here was different, and so were the relationships involved. It was just that when someone was in such a fragile state after being hurt, even a small kindness could leave a deep mark on them. Hikari was clearly showing some signs of that now. From how she behaved, Kenichi could tell that after being sealed for so many years, she had become extremely dependent on him. It was a bit troublesome, but he could teach her slowly. At the same time, Kenichi also knew Hikari's personality well. Although she was cautious and easily flustered, she was also the type of person who would bravely express what she felt and who dared to love and hate with sincerity. Hikari's face turned bright red. Fortunately, with Kenichi deliberately steering the conversation away, that little awkward moment soon passed. Only then did Kenichi learn that Hikari had contracted Boss Cat after learning the basics of summoning jutsu from Shirori in the Land of Snow. And apparently, Boss Cat had not been around for a short time either. He was an old monster who had survived from the Warring States era all the way to the present. In a sense, the name Boss Cat really did suit him. Among all ninja cats, he was undoubtedly one of the truly terrifying ones. We've already reached the land of rice fields, Hikari. It's probably time to get off. I need to meet someone this time, and I also have to pick up a few things. Kenichi wiped his hands and prepared to move. He planned to retrieve some thermobaric bomb materials from the lab, and at the same time, check whether Orochimaru had returned yet. Of course, the most important thing was still contacting Sasori to ask if he wanted to join the mission to Sunagakure. Hikari stood up obediently. She had already unsummoned Boss Cat. There was no need to keep him out when they were not fighting. She had only called him out in the first place because she wanted to show him to Kenichi. She had not expected Boss Cat to say something like that. Thankfully, Amamiya and I had not gotten angry. After parking the airship, Kenichi brought Hikari to Sasori's laboratory. He had no intention of taking her to his own lab for now. Some of the things in there might remind Hikari of her old trauma. Better to wait a while longer. Sasori's lab, while still a laboratory, felt more like a weapons testing ground. It was much more open, unlike Kenichi's, which tended to give off an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Kenichi. Why are you here? Before they even reached the entrance, Kenichi ran into Sasori, who was moving a pile of equipment. Kenichi's gaze slid past him and landed on the object behind him. It was a robot. A fairly tall robot, and it was moving things by itself. There were no puppet strings attached to it. That instantly caught Kenichi's attention. Had Sasori started cheating behind his back while he was away? Ah, the organization issued a mission to attack Sunagakure, and I wanted to ask whether you were going to. But, what exactly is this machine of yours? Kenichi asked, eyeing the robot strangely. How had Sasori managed this? For a moment, Kenichi had even suspected Sasori might be controlling it with a shadow clone, but now that seemed unlikely. An attack on Sunagakure? Sasori frowned. He had no good feelings toward that place. Sunagakure. I'm going too, Sasori said directly with a nod. Part of it was because he wanted to test his research. Another part was because he had some old scores to settle with his former village. He wanted those people to understand at least a fraction of what he had felt back then. These things are my newest inventions. I owe Mr. Amato Sanzu for helping me develop them. Sasori spoke enthusiastically, but then he noticed Hikari standing beside Kenichi. Still, seeing his friend's expression, Sasori chose not to ask any questions. Kenichi casually took one of the devices in his hand and examined it. It looked strange, like a small iron box with several openings on its surface. He had no idea what it was supposed to do. How does this thing work? Kenichi asked curiously. He had originally thought Sasori might be using a clone or some hidden puppet strings to control those machines. But clearly, that was not the case. This is an instrument called puppet automation, created by Mr. Amato. With this device, robots can follow simple commands through a computer. They can move objects and perform basic tasks. But they still can't really fight yet. At most, they can mechanically swing their weapons around. Sasori shrugged. Kenichi was genuinely stunned. Although he already knew Amato was a genius, he had not expected the men to be monstrous enough to figure out computer-driven autonomous machines in the ninja world. No wonder he could create such bizarre weapons. The potential of that technology was enormous. Kenichi immediately began thinking in another direction. If the same principles were expanded to make powered exoskeletons, could they resist ninjutsu? And if the technology were pushed even further, to the point of energy shielding, then wouldn't that be stepping straight into interstellar age territory? Even if it was a wildly specialized branch of technology, it would still be terrifyingly powerful. Amazing. The next step would be optimizing their autonomy. If you can eventually make puppets that don't need direct commands and can fight on their own, then that would be perfect, Kenichi said with a sigh of admiration. He had to admit it. The people in the ninja world might have an utterly crooked tech tree, but their talent could be ridiculous. Then again, these were people with chakra. Chakra could stimulate both the body and the brain, so it was not that strange for certain monsters of talent to appear in a world like this. It was just that almost nobody had chosen to develop in the direction of science before. I'm not too familiar with that side of it. My main focus is still Unit 1, Sasori said, scratching his head. Most of this was developed by Mr. Amato. Then Sasori suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Kenichi, Mr. Amato told me earlier that if you came back, I should tell you to visit his lab. He said he has something he needs to discuss with you. Kenichi nodded the moment he heard that. He already had a pretty good idea what it was about. It had to be related to Amato's daughter. That had always been Amato's greatest obsession. All right, I understand. Where's Deidara? Kenichi asked while rubbing his temples. It really did seem like quite a lot had happened while he was away. He needed to get the phone issue resolved as soon as possible. Communication would be much more convenient that way, and it would prevent delays like this. Deidara went to help Mr. Amato, Sasori replied. Then he hurried off again. He still needed to prepare Unit 1 and gather several puppets he planned to bring. This trip to Sunagakure was not just any mission for him. Kenichi's mission had come at exactly the right time. Amato Sanzu, huh? Kenichi sighed after watching Sasori leave. That man really was a troublesome one. Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. I became a demon sword and traveled the anime worlds. Chapter 330, Resurrection and the Afterlife. Chapter 330, Resurrection and the Afterlife. My young friend Amamiya, it has been a long time. When Amamiya Kenichi found Amato, he was having a meal with his daughter. To be more precise, though, it was less a meal and more an attempt to make the Edo Tensei Akabe seem more human. Still, what Kenichi was more curious about was whether Edo Tensei Akabe could actually digest food after eating it. Personally, he doubted it. He had researched Edo Tensei himself before. Although those brought back by it appeared alive, in essence they had very little need for food. That was one of the biggest differences between them and the truly living. Long time no see, Mr. Amato. Where's Deidara? Kenichi asked as he looked around curiously. Amato had probably spent most of his recent time trying to research a true method of reviving his daughter, yet he could still spare the effort to help Sasori solve problems. That alone was enough to show how capable he was. Still, Kenichi was more concerned about where Deidara had gone. He planned to have Deidara take Uchiha Hikari out for a walk. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to discuss future matters with Amato. Hikari was very important. Although she did not possess much secret knowledge from the Warring States era, her own ability was extremely mysterious. Kenichi planned to use it to research other things later, such as communication systems and even something closer to an internet network. Because of that, for the time being, he had no intention of doing anything that might upset Hikari. Hikari, meanwhile, was curiously observing Edo Tensei Akabe. The latter had delicate makeup on her face, making her look very close to a normal person, but for some reason, Hikari still felt that this older sister was a little strange. Deidara. He's become very interested in explosions. I made a small gadget for him earlier so he could study how to increase their power. As for now, I suppose. Amato thought for a moment, then pointed in a certain direction. But before he could finish, a deafening boom erupted from that very direction. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, followed by a shockwave, and Kenichi instantly understood what Deidara was doing. He was a little speechless. At that moment, he suddenly began to wonder whether it was still a good idea to let Deidara take Hikari out. If Deidara ended up leading her astray and turning her into some kind of bomb-obsessed little monster, that would be a real headache. But the problem was that, at the current research base, the only people available were himself and Kenichi thought of something. While there were not many people at the base right now, there was still another group in the land of rice fields. The Uchiha clan. The problem was that Hikari had once been tortured and imprisoned by her own clansmen. It was hard to say what kind of feelings she still held toward them. If the two sides clashed, that would also be troublesome. But compared to that, the idea of Deidara turning Hikari into a walking explosives fanatic gave him an even bigger headache. Although Deidara should not go too far under his orders, this kind of thing was really hard to guarantee. Mr. Amato, Kenichi had originally planned to ask for Amato's opinion, but when he noticed Edo Tensei Akabe looking at Hikari with clear interest, and Hikari herself not seeming afraid but merely curious, he immediately had a new idea. Hikari, why don't you go take a walk with Akabe Nachan first? I have some serious matters to discuss with Mr. Amato. Kenichi smiled and rubbed Hikari's head. Akabe also seemed eager. After all, she was a girl as well. She naturally had more in common with another girl. Though her father treated her very well at the research base, there was still an obvious generational gap between them, and naturally fewer things they could truly talk about. Okay. Hikari agreed very readily. She was not the type to throw a tantrum. Since Brother Amamiya said he had important matters to discuss, then what she needed to do was simply avoid disturbing him. I wonder about Akabe. Kenichi had been about to ask one more time, but when he saw the bright expression on Akabe's face, he realized there was no need to worry. Amato, on the other hand, looked at his daughter in surprise. It had been a very long time since he had seen her smile like that. Although she had smiled occasionally before, those had mostly been polite smiles. They had only made Amato feel more sorrowful, and he had spent all this time trying to find a solution. He had never expected it to turn out like this. As the two girls walked away chatting, Kenichi took out a teapot, heated it, poured tea for both himself and Amato, then glanced at the older men. Mr. Amato, it seems you don't really understand your daughter's thoughts all that well, Kenichi said with a smile. Amato did not refute him. He only gave a bitter smile. I used to think that bringing her back into this world was already the best thing I could do for her, Amato sighed. In the past, he had not paid enough attention to his daughter. Only after her death had he gone mad trying to bring her back. Even now, while using Edo Tensei, he had been more focused on forcing the idea of resurrection onto his daughter than on understanding her feelings. Children's thoughts are always complicated. Honestly, I already think you're doing very well as a father. But being alone for too long is still lonely. Humans are social creatures, after all. Kenichi sighed. A father like Amato was already rare. He had always wanted to resurrect his daughter, and now he was almost there. No one could doubt how much he cared about her. But humans were complex beings. It was never easy to handle relationships with children. If it were easy, then in his previous life there would not have been so many psychological problems caused by family relationships. In the end, being a parent was not easy. Being a child was not easy either. From both sides, there were always things the other could not fully understand. And although empathy was the most basic method of solving this, most people understood the concept only in theory. Once an argument started, whether they would actually use it was a different story. Let's not talk about that. Young friend Amamiya, you know why I asked you to come here this time, don't you? Amato waved a hand, clearly cutting off the topic. There were many things he understood in his heart, but what concerned him most now was still the matter of resurrecting his daughter. I know. Your research into Edo Tensei must have reached a bottleneck, right? Kenichi smiled. Of course he understood why Amato had called him. Although Edo Tensei was a powerful jutsu, it still had many limitations. At the very least, it was fundamentally different from the complete resurrection Amato truly desired. Yes. Edo Tensei is indeed a powerful jutsu, but its limitations are also severe. Amato sighed. I have already improved it as much as I can, but there has been no real breakthrough. Kenichi clicked his tongue inwardly. This was probably the trouble with geniuses. Amato's research on Edo Tensei had already surpassed Kenichi's own, and perhaps even Orochimaru's, yet he was still dissatisfied. I do know of some other ninjutsu that can resurrect the dead, Kenichi said, scratching his head. But all of them come with considerable limitations. He really did know of several such techniques. For example, Chiyo of Sunagakure possessed a unique resurrection ninjutsu, but because the caster would also die after using it, it had been classified as a forbidden technique, and very few people knew about it. As for most other resurrection techniques, they also came with all kinds of restrictions. Among them, the strongest was naturally the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique, but that too required the user's life as the price. Obito had not died instantly after using it, but that was only because of a series of special circumstances. In truth, he had already become a dead man walking. It was a very strange case. Resurrection ninjutsu. Young friend Amamiya, you even know about such things. Amato was visibly shocked. Anything connected to resurrection in this world was far from ordinary. It could practically be called the domain of absolute taboo. I know some of them, Kenichi said plainly. But those ninjutsu are either extremely difficult to learn, or the conditions are extremely harsh. And even if they can be used, they usually require the user's life as the price. Knowing about them did not mean he could perform them himself. At present, Kenichi could not use resurrection ninjutsu. There might be records in Konoha's forbidden scrolls, but he had never seen them, so that path was closed to him. The only thing he had that was remotely related was Edo Tensei, and his own improved variation, Dead Soul Summoning. Life, HM. That sounds a little like some kind of energy exchange. Amato murmured thoughtfully. The more he learned about science, the more he understood. But the more he understood, the more clearly he could feel how many things still lay beyond his knowledge. Kenichi looked at Amato in surprise. As expected of one of the ninja world's scientific monsters. He had actually grasped that point on his own. Many people would never have noticed something like that, much less thought about what it implied. Yes, I also think it resembles a kind of energy exchange, Kenichi said with a smile. One person's soul and chakra are exchanged for another person's soul and life. In a sense, it fits the law of conservation of energy. He enjoyed talking to people who could keep up with his train of thought. Those kinds of conversations were always more interesting. As for people who understood nothing, there was simply not much worth saying. Conservation of energy. What a precise term. Amato's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Conservation. What a perfect way to describe it. If his daughter's life were not still the central issue in front of him, Amato would probably have wanted to spend hours discussing the matter with Kenichi. He even had a hunch that many of the problems with his scientific ninja tools and rebound devices might find answers through a conversation like this. Actually, Mr. Amato, I think you could consider something else first. Create a pure clone body, erase the soul that belongs to that clone, then place your daughter's soul into it. That might also work, Kenichi suggested. Proper resurrection ninjutsu was far too difficult, and all of it came with the problem of sacrificing souls. The most troublesome part was acquiring those techniques in the first place. So it would be better to attempt some alternative methods. Though this idea was not guaranteed to work. And if one thought about it carefully, it was actually a rather terrifying line of inquiry. In his previous life, there had always been conspiracy theories claiming that top scientists had already discovered the secret of the soul, and even proven that an afterlife existed, but kept it hidden to prevent people from pursuing death. Kenichi had always thought such ideas were nonsense. If that were true, then the rich would already be investing in the afterlife instead of spending ridiculous sums every month on treatments to keep themselves alive. But in the ninja world, souls were real. And based on Amato's previous results, he had already produced several failed copies of his daughter. That meant that in a certain sense. That was why Kenichi found the question terrifying. What, exactly, was the relationship between a clone's own soul and the original person's soul? I already tried that, Amato said with a sigh. It doesn't work. My daughter's soul cannot be housed inside her clone. Kenichi's mouth twitched. That really was troublesome. Mr. Amato, I'm going to Sunagakure this time because of a mission. When I return, if everything goes smoothly, I can bring you a resurrection ninjutsu, Kenichi said after a moment's hesitation. This was not because he was some kind-hearted saint. Amato's talent was extremely valuable. Kenichi still needed his help in many areas, and if he could make Amato owe him a favor, that was naturally the best outcome. Resurrection ninjutsu. A glimmer of joy flashed through Amato's eyes. I will remember this favor, he said seriously. He knew very well that there was no such thing as undeserved kindness in the world. Every gift came with a clearly marked price. And he also knew exactly what value he had in Amamiya Kenichi's eyes. You can think of a way to control someone, have that person learn it, and then use them to resurrect your daughter, Kenichi added. Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. I became a demon sword and traveled the anime worlds. Chapter 331, Death raises his scythe. Chapter 331, Death raises his scythe. Sigh, this is really troublesome. I went and found more work for myself. I should have known better than to touch that question mark. Kenichi let out a wistful sigh. He had originally gone there just to test the power of his new weapon. Instead, he had accidentally triggered a new event, giving him the strange feeling of picking up a side quest in a game. Quest objective, obtain Chiyo's self-reanimation ninjutsu from the hidden sand village. Quest requirement, self-reanimation X1. Quest reward, Amato's favor increased to respected. That was more or less how it felt. Still, Kenichi could accept it. Amato was worth the investment. If he could use a forbidden ninjutsu to earn Amato's favor and wholehearted support, then the returns would be enormous. What are you talking about, Brother Amamiya? Hikari asked curiously, tugging at his sleeve. They were already aboard the airship, heading toward the hidden sand village in the land of wind. Sasori and Deidara were with them as well. Nothing. I was just thinking that sometimes life really likes dumping extra work on you, Kenichi said with a shrug. Beside him, Deidara was excitedly fiddling with something in his hands. Kenichi glanced over and could not help feeling a little uneasy. He was genuinely worried Deidara might blow up the airship before they even arrived. Originally, Kenichi had not intended to bring him along. Deidara's current strength was still lacking. He was nowhere near the Deidara who would one day join the Akatsuki as a true combat asset. But Deidara had insisted on coming, eager to show off his latest research, and in the end Kenichi agreed. Besides, while Deidara might still struggle against powerful opponents, he was more than useful against ordinary enemies. This trip could also serve as field training for him. Otherwise, Deidara could not spend the rest of his life cooped up in a lab or office, could he? Unless Kenichi found some way to solve the storage issue of Deidara's explosion release, the best use of Deidara in the future would still be to throw him directly onto the battlefield. Only there could the full value of his bloodline limit truly shine. Sasori, are you alright? You look pretty gloomy, Deidara said, finally tucking his little invention away as he glanced at Sasori. Sasori sat nearby, staring out through the airship window at the endless desert with a complicated expression. I'm fine, Sasori said, shaking his head. He clearly had no intention of saying more. Even though going with Kenichi had been his own decision, the closer they drew to the land of wind and the hidden sand village, the more unsettled he became. Kenichi looked at him and sighed inwardly. At this point, he was beginning to suspect Sasori had turned himself into a puppet partly to rid himself of the burden of human emotion. If feelings dulled enough, then perhaps there would be no more pain. Sasori, if you... Kenichi started, intending to persuade him. Not to let the past go, and certainly not to forgive anyone, but simply to say that if he truly could not bear it, then perhaps not going would be the better choice. Kenichi knew only fragments of Sasori's story, not the full picture. But he did know one thing. Unless you had suffered the same pain, you had no right to casually tell someone else to let it go. Those who had never lived through it were not qualified to preach about release. It's all right, Kenichi. I already made my decision. Sasori took a deep breath, then lowered his gaze in silence. No matter what, the things of the past had to be brought to an end. Yes, he had already killed the previous Kazekage. But the deaths of his parents were irreversible. Kenichi let out a quiet sigh and said nothing more. Since Sasori had already chosen, it was not his place to stop him. Before long, Kenichi brought the airship down and landed it on the desert. He had considered simply flying overhead, but the hidden sand village now possessed both airships and hot air balloons. If he approached openly from the sky, they would detect him immediately, and that would ruin his purpose here. Still, before landing, Kenichi had also released a hot air balloon and left one of his shadow clones aboard it. He needed it to estimate the distance more precisely. Once they landed, he led Sasori, Deidara, and Hikari to a smaller dune near the hidden sand village. By that time, the shadow clone had already popped the balloon and dispelled itself, sending all of its memories back to him. So it's about here. Kenichi muttered to himself. He looked ahead and saw almost nothing. There were only a few faint black dots in the sky, blurry and indistinct. Even so, he knew those had to be the hidden sand village's current aerial defenses. Konoha really did know how to do dirty work. If they had not copied his hot air balloon in the first place, he would never have needed to expose core technology at all. But now hot air balloons and airships had spread across the ninja world like weeds. At this rate, even border patrols would soon be equipped with them. If he wanted to crush that development completely, he would have to build fighter aircraft. But the technical difficulty of that was absurdly high. Now it's time to assemble everything. Kenichi pulled the rockets out of a ceiling scroll. He did not have a proper launch vehicle yet, but that was not a major issue. He had built simple triangular stands instead, enough to serve as temporary launch platforms. Senior Amamiya, what is this? Deidara asked curiously, staring at the massive object Kenichi had just taken out. He reached out and touched it. It was solid metal and very heavy looking. He genuinely had no idea what Kenichi intended to do with it here. After all, they were still some distance from the hidden sand village. Even though they stood on high ground, the village was only a dark blot on the horizon. A normal person's vision could extend roughly 25 kilometers, but that did not mean one could make out people's clothes from that distance. At best, one could distinguish large objects like mountains or buildings. Seeing individual trees, much less details carved into them, was impossible. Even with chakra-enhanced sight, ninja still only saw vague outlines at this distance. And if terrain blocked the view, they saw even less. This is my latest research, Kenichi said, licking his lips in excitement as he loaded one rocket after another into the launcher. Soon all 36 rockets were in place. But apparently that still was not enough for him, because he pulled out a second launch array as well. Sasori and Deidara both came closer, watching in fascination. Hikari blinked, then tilted her head. She had seen this thing before. Back when it was first made, she had curiously asked what it was, and Kenichi had told her it was for hot pot. But now that she looked at it again, it really did not resemble a hot pot tool at all. Brother Amamiya, is this really for hot pot? Hikari finally asked. She had eaten hot pot before, made by Kenichi himself, and the unique flavor and style of eating it had left a deep impression on her. He had even taught her how to use serving chopsticks, how long to blanch beef and lamb, and how to cook tripe properly. By now, Hikari was already highly skilled at eating hot pot. She had seen Kenichi use a 9-section pot before, but this deep 36-section contraption hardly looked like the same thing. This? Ah, yes. It sends enemies to the Pure Land for hot pot, Kenichi said. Then he immediately regretted it. He really should not have lied to Hikari about this kind of thing in the first place. Enemies? Brother, where are the enemies? Hikari's eyes sharpened at once. Kenichi scratched his head. Maybe he really had been overthinking it. A girl like Hikari, who had been sealed away since the Warring States era, had probably long since gotten used to the idea of enemies and battle. It's nothing. Just watch carefully, he said, waving the question away. By then he had already finished loading the second launch array. Now all that remained was to test the first salvo. Hikari blinked, then quietly took her place beside him. Sasori and Deidara stood nearby as well, both eager to see how this strange weapon actually attacked. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and began estimating the precise landing area. After that, he extended a hand to gauge the wind direction and speed, then adjusted the angles of both rocket arrays. Now. He took a deep breath. Normally, launching rockets would be as simple as pressing a switch. But since he had not installed any control circuitry, he had to use chakra directly, wrapping the rockets in it to trigger their ignition mechanisms. The next instant, the sand dune vanished behind a cloud of dust. Shrill whistles and explosive roars ripped through the air as the chemical propellant ignited. Sand and grit sprayed everywhere beneath the launch platforms, and the rockets shot upward in a blazing storm, racing straight toward the hidden sand village. Deidara's eyes widened. He had spent all his time studying how to make explosions stronger and more powerful, but he had never once imagined making explosives fly so far on their own. At that moment, he understood exactly what Kenichi intended. Senior Amamiya was launching a long-range bombardment on the hidden sand village from here. Kenichi squinted into the distance. These rockets were loaded with trinitrotoluene enhanced by wind release, lightning release, and fire release chakra. It was a true fusion of chakra and explosive compounds. Still, each rocket's total yield was not especially high. Whether that would be enough, he could not say yet. But that was exactly why he had come. He was here to test them. In the sky, the exhaust trails of all 72 launched rockets carved pale marks across the heavens. Death had raised its scythe. So the barrier squad wants even more funding this time. They want to reinforce the defensive barrier. Raza frowned as he looked over the document in his office. He had only taken over the village a few years ago. After the disappearance of the previous Kazekage, he had been chosen as the new one. Only after taking office had he truly understood how exhausting it was to be Kazekage. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Konoha, Kumogakure, and even Iwagakure are all researching better defensive barriers, a Sand Jonin said respectfully. Raza sighed. I know. But all of this takes money. Right now, everything in this entire village takes money. The Jonin said nothing. This was something the Kazekage had to think about. At most, Chiyo might also have been able to, but she had long since withdrawn from daily affairs. I also know why other villages are strengthening their defenses. They were all attacked by the heavenly demon. Aerial attacks really are a headache. Raza muttered darkly. But the hidden sand village was simply too poor. The land of wind was barren, and there were still debts left over from wartime. So much so that he, the Kazekage, had to go panning for gold dust himself in the desert from time to time just to help pay off the village's obligations. Raza genuinely doubted there had ever been many Kazekage as miserable as he was. Lord Kazekage. We're under attack. A Jonin suddenly burst into the office, shouting in alarm. Raza's pupils shrank and he rushed outside at once. Then he saw it. Aerial bombardment. Those strange creations were already within striking distance. The heavenly demon. Raza did not know exactly what those things were, but he recognized the attack pattern. This was absolutely the heavenly demon style. But in the next instant, the projectile slammed into the hidden sand village's emergency defensive barrier. Countless explosions erupted in succession. The sharp thunderous detonations made Raza instinctively cover his ears. For a moment, he thought he had gone deaf. Still, he reacted immediately, beginning to construct defensive ninjutsu at once. He did not know what the heavenly demon wanted, but protecting the village was his duty. That was what it meant to be Kazekage. But the emergency barrier barely lasted a moment. Under the concentrated barrage, it shattered almost instantly. Then dozens of those strange weapons crashed into the village itself, kicking up towering clouds of sand and flame. Violent shockwaves burst outward, and the ninja along the defensive line who had been trying to form protective jutsu all began convulsing before they could finish. Then the following wave of fire and force tore through them. The flames devoured everything in an instant. Nothing remained. Defend. There's lightning release mixed into the explosion. Raza roared hoarsely. His village. This was his village. Yet right now it had become a living hell. What happened? Chiyo, who had still been sunk in her own gloom, was also startled by the catastrophe. Controlling her puppets, she hurried outside, only to be greeted by burning buildings and collapsed homes. The hidden sand village paid dearly for its poverty. At that same moment, Raza stared at the burning village, his hands clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms and blood slowly dripped down. Heavenly demon, he roared through gritted teeth. But even now, fury was secondary. He still had more important things to do. Truly worthy of a Kazekage, Kenichi said with a smile as he watched the towering black wall rise up and wrap around the hidden sand village. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 332, Chapter 332, What if the reanimation jutsu also obeys the law of conservation of energy? Chapter 332, What if the reanimation jutsu also obeys the law of conservation of energy? Raza, the Kazekage, was not a character who appeared very often in the original story. Like the other Kage later brought back through Edo Tensei, he carried the same responsibilities as any village leader, but he also carried burdens unique to himself. For example, he had to reconcile with his son, Gaara. But setting Gaara aside, a character who had enormous popularity in the early part of the story, Raza gave people the impression of being weak, almost like a useless man who was ambushed and killed by Orochimaru. In reality, though, Raza's strength was anything but ordinary. After all, he was also a powerful shinobi who had personally suppressed Shikaku. Fortunately, there's no need to clash with him head-on. Kenichi had already led his group away. At this moment, the hidden sand village was like a wounded beast, furious and unstable, ready to bite its enemies without restraint even while bleeding. And a wounded beast at that stage was the most dangerous kind. That was why seasoned hunters often chose to hide, shadow the injured beast, wait for it to die, and only then approach the corpse. It was a far safer method. Was that your weapon, Senior Amamiya? It was incredible. Such stunning art, Deidara hurried after him, speaking excitedly as they moved. Hearing that, Kenichi first glanced at Hikari. The child's face carried surprise and shock, but nothing more extreme than that. That made him quietly breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was Hikari having some sort of breakdown after witnessing an attack like that. But thinking about it carefully, Hikari would at most be surprised by such a long-range method of attack. She would not be frightened by the war itself. After all, she had been born in the Warring States era. Future wars may undergo earth-shaking changes, Kenichi said with a smile. For example, I could stand in Konoha and still strike the hidden cloud village directly. Talking with Deidara was surprisingly enjoyable. The boy's enthusiasm for explosions was intense, almost pure in its own way. And more importantly, Deidara admired him greatly. He was an excellent follower. Kenichi felt that no matter what he asked, Deidara would gladly do it. If a war like that really existed, then it would truly be terrifying, Sasori said, his voice carrying mixed emotions. Wouldn't all the shinobi without enough strength just become cannon fodder? Kenichi glanced at Sasori. Sasori's expression had been poor for a while now. Kenichi guessed it was because Sasori had just witnessed his former village being attacked. The current Sasori had not yet turned himself into that puppet. He still retained far more human emotion. That reminded Kenichi of his junior sister, Anko. Speaking of which, since arriving in the land of snow, he had not seen Anko at all. Yet the experimental base had not been attacked either. Where had that unlucky girl gone? Not necessarily, Kenichi replied. Whether it's governance or providing shelter, a place still needs people. Shinobi with insufficient strength can still deal with the enemies they can handle and help maintain control. In his previous life, with the continuous advancement of high-technology weapons, some people had once proposed that armies would eventually become obsolete. But even the strongest military power on the planet at that time, the United States of America, still maintained a large ground force. To control and hold territory, random bombardment alone was never enough. In the end, an area still needed to be occupied and suppressed by people. Human beings were ultimately ruled by their own kind, not by missiles and bombs. But a weapon like that should be very hard to make, right? Sasori said, glancing at Kenichi. Then, as if remembering who he was speaking to, even Sasori lost confidence in that assumption. After all, Kenichi was a genius who had already changed the nature of modern warfare. Who knows? Kenichi casually stepped onto a sand dune, leaving behind a footprint, but almost immediately it was erased by blowing sand. Even though he knew about missiles and nuclear weapons from his previous life, those things could not be created just from imagination. They required an enormous amount of knowledge and a mature industrial base, unless his cheat suddenly decided to reward him with a complete nuclear bomb. But after previously rewarding him with a full set of nuclear physics books, Kenichi had already understood how the cheat worked. It gave knowledge. It gave fishing rods, not fish. In a way, it seemed to understand that teaching a man to fish was better than handing him food outright. Something's wrong, Sasori suddenly said, stopping in place and looking behind them. Kenichi also turned. Thunder markings appeared at the corners of his eyes as he stared into the distance thoughtfully, then sighed. Trouble had found them after all. But logically, shouldn't Raza be busy dealing with the aftermath inside the village right now? If it wasn't Raza coming after them, then who was it? Even while thinking that, Kenichi quickly put on his mask and told Hikari and Deidara to hide farther back. Their current strength would only make them a burden against strong opponents. Hikari did possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Kenichi still had no intention of letting her join a battle like this yet. Fortunately, Hikari was extremely sensible. She did not say things like, if you don't go, I won't go either, or, I want to stay and help Brother Amamiya. She and Deidara quickly moved back and vanished from sight. A moment later, a team of shinobi appeared before Kenichi and Sasori. Sasori's gaze instantly turned dangerous when he saw them. Kenichi, meanwhile, felt his mouth twitch. Granny Chiyo. Why had this old woman come out personally? Originally, Kenichi had planned to wait until the hidden sand village calmed down before finding a way to lure Granny Chiyo away from the village and obtain the powerful forbidden jutsu, one's own life reincarnation, from her. But instead, she had come out on her own almost immediately, completely throwing off his timing. And with Sasori standing beside him, the situation became even more troublesome. The relationship between Sasori and Granny Chiyo was far too complicated. Fortunately, Sasori had worn a black mask for this mission, otherwise he would have been recognized at once. Heavenly Demon. Granny Chiyo stood with her hands behind her back and looked at Kenichi with a low voice. At the same time, Kenichi sensed something unusual in the air. Beside him, Sasori immediately released Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The violent gust swept up sand and dust and surged toward Granny Chio, but an earth release wall rose to block it. Quick move. Poisoning us the moment you arrive. Kenichi said with a smile, clapping his hands lightly. Granny Chio, you really are still as formidable as ever. Just moments ago, he had already sensed that something in the air was wrong. And considering Granny Chio's identity, what she would use was not hard to guess. Granny Chio stared at the two of them with a grim expression. These two were too cautious. They had realized she had already dispersed poison the moment they arrived. Yet even so, she could not stop herself from giving Sasori an extra look. He wore a black mask, and there was nail polish on his fingers. But that was not the main point. For some reason, she had the faint feeling that this masked ninja seemed familiar. Heavenly Demon. You will pay for attacking the hidden sand village, one of the sand shinobi shouted hatefully. Kenichi glanced over and vaguely recognized him. If he remembered correctly, this one was Baki, a jonin of the hidden sand village. Kenichi remembered him because he had some screen time in the original story, and because he had also been the one who later brought Gaara and the others to Konoha as part of the Konoha Crush plan. But right now Baki was merely standing among a group of ordinary sand shinobi like one more nameless extra. Kenichi scoffed inwardly. Baki clearly had some ideas of his own. If his guess was right, the man was hiding in the formation to look for an opportunity to strike from the shadows. I only accepted a mission from a client, Kenichi said with a shrug, though his mind was already racing as he considered what to do next. Granny Chio's appearance had truly disrupted his original plan. If she had remained inside the village, it would have been much easier for him to lure her out later. But now that she had brought so many sand shinobi with her, using Sasori's identity to obtain one's own life reincarnation would become extremely difficult. And worse, he had not even had the chance to explain any of this to Sasori. Strictly speaking, Sasori probably would not care much about the issue itself. But when dealing with people, some caution was still necessary. Otherwise, pointless misunderstandings could arise, and that would not be worth it. Besides, to Kenichi, Sasori was still a friend. Who issued the mission? Granny Chio asked coldly. Tell me, and I can at least give you an easy death. Kenichi pouted. I'd been hoping you might let me leave alive. No matter how he looked at it, that was not exactly an attractive negotiating condition. It was like a boss drawing a huge future for employees, only for the year-end bonus to turn out to be a signed photo. Completely unmotivating. Granny Chio lost her patience and directly launched two puppets at Kenichi, while the sand shinobi moved in as well. Kenichi scratched his head. He had already tested his weapon's power. He had completed Iwagakiru's mission. There was really no need to keep fighting here like this. More importantly, Iwagakiru had definitely not paid enough to cover a prolonged battle. In that case, the simplest solution was to end this quickly. Trap them with a jutsu, then withdraw. The thought flashed through his mind, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly had a new idea. Without another word, he grabbed Sasori and ran. Granny Chio and the others immediately gave chase. What is Heavenly Demon trying to do? Granny Chio muttered anxiously. Why was he running toward the village again? But Heavenly Demon's speed was extremely fast. They could not catch up for the moment. Still, the distance was gradually closing. Kenichi was hauling Sasori with him, and Sasori also kept throwing out wind jutsu from time to time to interfere with the pursuers. Good enough. This is the place. Kenichi had reached what he wanted. The cemetery. Even then, as he slowed, another thought struck him. He remembered the earlier conversation he had had with Amato. The law of conservation of energy. If the ninja world also obeyed a version of that law, then powerful resurrection techniques revived the dead by exchanging the caster's soul and chakra for the target's soul and life. Then what if he incorporated a similar principle into the reanimation jutsu? He did not need to sacrifice his own soul in exchange for another. But the concept of soul was broad. What if he captured an ordinary person and used that person's soul as an exchange medium? Would it achieve a similar result? But almost immediately, Kenichi shook his head. No. If he let himself keep thinking, he would never leave this place. This was reality, not an anime where one could replay half a lifetime's worth of memories in the middle of combat. So he formed hand seals at once and slammed his palms into the sand. This time, however, he made a small change. While activating the technique, he also attempted to use in-release chakra to seize the life force of some of the animals and insects beneath the sand. The dunes trembled. Then countless skeletal hands burst upward from the desert. One after another, the dead clawed their way up through the sand. They were not complete corpses, but broken remains, half-rotted bones dragging themselves back from the pure land. Under the horrified and furious gazes of Granny Chio and the sand shinobi, the dead returned to the hidden sand village. You beast! Granny Chio shouted in fury. Kenichi scratched his head awkwardly. Disturbing the dead really was a little improper. Then I'll leave the rest to you, he said. And with that, he left with Sasori. Granny Chiyo wanted to pursue them, but she had no choice now. She could only turn and deal with the surging dead instead. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, A Useful Tactic. Chapter 333, A Useful Tactic. No change at all. Kenichi glanced behind him. A squad of hidden sand shinobi was still entangled with the revived dead. The same shinobi who had been overflowing with killing intent just moments ago were now showing obvious discomfort when facing comrades who had long since been buried. That discomfort showed itself most clearly in their hesitation. When it came time to strike, they simply could not go all out and completely destroy those reanimated corpses. As a result, the speed at which they cleared them slowed significantly, and that delay bought Kenichi more than enough time to withdraw. It was only natural. People in the ninja world generally respected the dead, and Kenichi had specifically chosen the public cemetery of the hidden sand village. Many of those buried there were likely people the sand shinobi had known in life, so a reaction like this was inevitable. Still, this was not what Kenichi most wanted to see. What he wanted to see even more was the fact that those corpses had actually risen. Even if such an operation slightly replenished the hidden sand village's strength, it did not matter. Because if he could truly master a resurrection ninjutsu on that scale, and do it without paying any price, then in an instant he would become a godlike existence in the ninja world, someone standing on the same level as the Sage of Six Paths. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not casually revive the dead without any cost. Although Yin-Yang release was as absurdly powerful as a cheat code, there was currently no evidence that the sage himself could accomplish something like this without paying a price. And beyond that, such a resurrection ninjutsu would also make Kenichi the single most influential person in this world. After all, even someone as vile as Black Zetsu still had attachments and things he cared about. Obito had been willing to kill his own teacher and indirectly cause the death of his teacher's wife just to create a world where Rin still existed. So would other people not have regrets? Nagato certainly did. His regret was Yahiko. Although Kenichi still felt that part of the original plot was a little difficult to understand. For example, when Nagato was finally moved by Naruto's talk no jutsu and prepared to use Rinne Rebirth, he revived everyone in Konoha but strangely did not revive Yahiko. Of course, details like that were not especially important right now. I thought sacrificing a few small animal souls might improve the technique a little, but it seems it was completely useless. Kenichi sighed. It seemed using other animal souls as a substitute for human ones was not a workable path. So what if he used human souls instead? After all, strictly speaking, Kenichi felt there was indeed a difference between human souls and animal souls. At the very least, human souls in the Pure Land retained their original appearances, and they even seemed capable of freely changing their apparent age and form. Kenichi fell into thought. By now, he and Sasori had already left the hidden sand village behind. The two of them were heading back toward the place where Chiyo had pursued them earlier. Deidara and Hikari were still waiting there. And while running, Kenichi had been thinking about something else as well. If other people's souls could truly be used as sacrifices, then could he also retrieve the specific souls he needed in the process? That seemed possible, at least in theory. But then another question came to mind. Had the people who invented resurrection ninjutsu never considered this before? Chiyo's technique was more limited, so perhaps she had never reached that point. But what about Madara? What about Tobirama? Those two were geniuses of an entirely different class. There was no way they had not thought about something this basic. No, Rinne Rebirth may be restricted by the Rinnegan itself, which makes that kind of sacrifice impossible. And as for Edo Tensei, when the second Hokage created it, he seemed to have designed it more as a human self-propelled explosive than a true resurrection technique. Kenichi scratched his head. Rinne Rebirth was powerful, but it was fundamentally tied to the Rinnegan. Someone without the Rinnegan could not use it, which was why Obito had been needed as an intermediary. And when Obito did use it, Black Zetsu seized control of him and redirected the technique toward Madara, reviving Madara instead. After that, Obito had only remained barely alive for a short while. Even if his death was delayed, it had only been a matter of time. As for the Edo Tensei created by Tobirama, it had never originally been intended as a way to bring people back for their own sake. It had been designed to use the dead as endlessly reusable explosive tools, a way to reduce the loss of living manpower in war. Its current form was something Orochimaru had later pushed much farther. Then Kabuto had improved and spread it again, laying an excellent foundation for cremation culture throughout the ninja world. So in truth, neither Madara nor Tobirama, despite being such exceptional shinobi, seemed to have explored this direction. It was much like the ninja world's entire tech tree. So advanced in some bizarre ways, yet no one had ever thought to make something as simple as a hot air balloon until he did. Then maybe I really can try it, Kenichi muttered. And according to Mr. Amato's research, clones themselves also possess souls. If that's true. He paused. A very particular image appeared in his mind. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths sat surrounded by endless rows of identical faces, while all the other souls had already left, leaving behind only a handful who could not truly be brought back. The sage would probably be furious. Still, Kenichi remained unsure whether that old man could actually interfere with the living world. The Sage of Six Paths had always felt like a strange existence to him, and his actions were hard to read. Sasori, Chiyo is your grandmother, right? Kenichi suddenly asked, glancing at the red-haired boy beside him. These questions could wait until they got back to the lab. The urgent matter right now was still one's own life reincarnation. After all of his ideas were still only hypotheses. Whether any of them would actually work was completely uncertain. And Amato's talent was too valuable. Getting him to work wholeheartedly for him would naturally be best. Yes, Sasori said quietly. He had already removed his mask. There was something pained in his eyes, the look of someone who had been through far too much. Kenichi saw that expression and immediately became unsure how to continue. He knew something of Sasori's past, but understanding it in a superficial way did not mean he could truly empathize with it. That also meant he had no right to casually tell Sasori to let go. If that's the case, then I'll have to think of another method. Kenichi scratched his head. At that moment, Hikari and Deidara emerged from where they had been hiding and waved happily at them. Kenichi shook his head. Forget it. Better to eat first, then think about how to get Chiyo's one's own life reincarnation. And not long after that, Kenichi suddenly came up with a far simpler solution. Yeah, I really was stupid. He slapped his palm lightly. One's own life reincarnation is listed by the Hidden Sand Village as a forbidden jutsu. If it can be classified as a forbidden jutsu, then that means the village itself must have a record of it. Otherwise, how could they have listed it at all? The instant that thought occurred to him, his entire mood improved. A forbidden technique, by definition, had to exist somewhere within the village's records. Konoha's own forbidden scroll contained all sorts of powerful jutsu, and Edo Tensei was one of them. So why would one's own life reincarnation be any different? Why did he need to go to Chiyo at all? Would it not be much simpler to find a way to infiltrate the Kazekage's building in the Hidden Sand Village and steal the record of the jutsu directly? The more he thought about it, the better it sounded. And the realization energized him so much that even the speed at which he swam through the sand increased. Why is Senior Amamiya swimming in the sand? Deidara asked curiously while washing dishes nearby. Beside him, Hikari was tinkering with some strange little object of her own. Brother said he's exercising, Hikari replied casually without even looking up. He seems to be training some taijutsu. Taijutsu? Deidara looked over with admiration. Senior Amamiya is already that strong, and he's still training. He really is an outstanding person. From Deidara's point of view, he would already be satisfied if he could one day reach even part of Kenichi's artistic level. And yet Kenichi was still unsatisfied, still searching for ways to become stronger. That, in Deidara's eyes, only made him seem even more incredible. On another sand dune nearby, Sasori sat silently in the sand and looked toward the horizon. That direction led to the Hidden Sand Village. A place that contained both his pain and his joy. A place he now avoided almost instinctively. His gaze was distant, as if he were looking not at the present, but at memories far away. Well, that should be enough. I should be able to come out and start preparing now. Kenichi climbed out of the sand with a grunt. For ordinary people, swimming through desert sand was impossible. But shinobi were not ordinary people. With chakra reinforcing the body, even something absurd like this was still manageable for him, if somewhat tiring. He planned to infiltrate the Hidden Sand Village as soon as possible and retrieve what he needed. But after the attack he had just launched, the village's alertness would absolutely be at its highest. Slipping in directly would be difficult. Fortunately, he had already come up with a solution. Deidara, didn't Mr. Amato build a new kind of bomb for you earlier? Kenichi asked with a smile. His plan this time would require Deidara's help. A feint. Simple, but extremely practical. Senior Amamiya, Mr. Amato made this for me. Deidara awkwardly took something out. It's very useful, but the only problem is that I still haven't figured out the most powerful way to detonate it yet. Kenichi took it and looked at it. Then he froze. Good heavens. A tiny four-wheeled car. No, more accurately, it looked like one of those remote-controlled self-destruct cars from a war game. Mr. Amato really is imaginative, Kenichi said, raising an eyebrow. So what's the maximum detonation range on this thing? If the range was too short, then Deidara himself would be placed in danger. I tested it already, Deidara said, scratching his head. At most, it can be detonated from about 700 meters away. Kenichi's mouth twitched. 700 meters. Near Konoha, that might have been fine. There were forests, terrain, and plenty of places to hide. But around the hidden sand village, there was almost nothing but sand. Even with camouflage, staying hidden there would require quite a lot of luck. Kenichi, do you need help? Sasori asked as he walked over, his expression much calmer than before. It would definitely help if you're willing, Kenichi said. But are you really sure you're all right? I also want to settle some old matters, Sasori replied seriously after taking a deep breath. Kenichi nodded. With Sasori's help, things would definitely be much easier. Which meant the only remaining issue was. He looked toward Hikari, who was curiously chatting with Deidara. Then she crouched down and poked the tiny self-destruct car. Kenichi instantly understood the expression on Deidara's face. That was not curiosity. That was terror. But before Kenichi could rush forward, the miniature car exploded with a loud boom. The sand dune was instantly blown open into a crater, and a number of glassy crystal fragments were left gleaming in the sand. Kenichi stared at it all, his mouth twitching. Well. It seemed Hikari truly was not suitable for working together with Deidara after all. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, Fear makes one cower, while trauma incites rage. Chapter 334, Fear makes one cower, while trauma incites rage. Fortunately, although the explosion had happened without warning, Deidara was clearly somewhat used to these accidents by now. His quick response spared Amamiya Kenichi the deeply embarrassing outcome of getting injured before the real battle had even begun. That made Kenichi give Deidara a second look. What exactly had this poor guy gone through while he was away? It's a good thing the blast wasn't that strong. Deidara once blew up my experimental base outright, Sasori said with a faint smile, sounding strangely emotional. Kenichi could not help glancing at him from the corner of his eye. He was genuinely curious now about what Sasori and Deidara had experienced together. Why were they both so practiced at handling this kind of disaster? He could not help patting Sasori on the shoulder. Sasori must really have had a hard time while he was gone. Living around Deidara meant constantly being ready for your lab to get blown sky high at any moment. That was also one of the reasons Kenichi had never arranged for Deidara to stay in his own laboratory in the first place. As long as you're still alive. Kenichi sighed. No wonder explosives labs always had such absurdly strict safety standards and were usually built far away from populated areas. Otherwise, one sudden explosion would be enough to cause a full-blown catastrophe. Sasori looked at his friend blankly. He always felt that Kenichi's words carried some hidden meaning, yet he could never quite figure out what it was. Still, there was one thing he could clearly sense. A subtle trace of pity. Tui, Tui, Tui. Hikari wiped off her hair and spat the sand out of her mouth. Now she finally understood why Brother Amamiya had warned her to be careful whenever she was around Deidara. Of course, she had never expected that merely touching that strange little cart would cause such a violent explosion right in front of her. It was truly interesting. All right. Next, I'll explain the operation. Kenichi clapped his hands lightly. Deidara, Sasori, the two of you will be responsible for creating a diversion and drawing the hidden sand village's attention. I'll infiltrate the village and retrieve what I need. Once I send the signal, both of you withdraw immediately. He gave them only the bare essentials. Strictly speaking, this mission was little more than a small-scale operation. If he had not been worried that Sasori or Deidara might get too invested in the fighting and forget to retreat, he would not even have bothered saying this much. There was not much to explain. If this were a game, it would have been the tutorial stage. No problem. How far do you want us to take it? Sasori asked, crossing his arms. He carried no visible weapons, but all his puppets were sealed inside specialized scrolls, waiting for his command. Make it look serious, but don't go all out. You only need to cause enough chaos to pull the important people away, Kenichi said after a moment of thought. This battle only needed to distract people like Raza. As for the rest, Kenichi intended to deal with them himself. He had studied genjutsu under Orochimaru for a long time now. Simply confusing and misleading his enemies was not difficult for him anymore, especially with the Sharingan. What about me, Brother Amamiya? Hikari stood up immediately. She had not heard her name mentioned. Kenichi looked at her and felt a headache coming on. Hikari's identity was too special, and her abilities were even more unusual. You. Kenichi hesitated for a moment. You'll move on the perimeter with Sasori and Deidara. Yay. Hikari jumped up happily. Sasori cast Kenichi a somewhat concerned look. He said nothing, but Kenichi understood what he meant. Kenichi could only shrug and return a reassuring look. He had considered making Hikari hide, and he had also considered taking her with him. But after thinking it through, neither option really seemed ideal. That was why he had finally made up his mind. Letting Hikari move with Sasori and Deidara was the safest choice. At least this way, he would worry less. Besides, Hikari could not avoid battle forever. A ninja was a ninja. A ninja born into this era had to be prepared to fight. That, in itself, was the tragedy of this world. Peace had been absent from it for far too long. Hikari, I don't know how much combat experience you've had before, but remember this. Be careful. Don't get carried away. And stay close to Sasori and Deidara, Kenichi said seriously as he looked at her. This girl was important to him. Very important. She was a key, and not just any key. Besides, on a personal level, Kenichi really did find Hikari endearing. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to her. Brother Amamiya, I'll be careful. Hikari nodded earnestly. Yet beneath that seriousness, there was also a clear spark of excitement in her eyes. After all, ever since she had been freed from the seal, this would be the first time she could truly fight. She lowered her eyes and looked at the strange object in her hands. It was not finished yet. At a glance, it was hard to tell what it even was. In the past, she had fought for her family, for her parents, for the glory of the Uchiha clan as her parents had always described it. And in the end, what had the clan given her in return? Pain. Betrayal. Imprisonment. Now, for the first time, she wanted to fight for a single person. Kenichi knew nothing of the complicated thoughts running through Hikari's mind. After giving his instructions, he turned and left in a hurry. The forbidden scroll of the hidden sand village was best obtained as quickly as possible. The longer he delayed, the more troublesome things would become, and Kenichi hated trouble. All right, Deidara. Hikari. Let's move, Sasori said decisively, taking command without hesitation. No one there understood the hidden sand village better than he did, and no one knew better where to strike if they wanted to force the village to take the threat seriously, perhaps even seriously enough to dispatch Raza himself. The hidden sand village, the place where he had once lived, now stood as his enemy. Make sure the relief work is handled properly. And keep patrols going all through the night. Stay alert for attacks from the sky. Meanwhile, deep inside the hidden sand village, Raza was giving orders with a grim expression. It was already late into the night, yet the entire village remained brightly lit. No one could sleep. The villagers gathered together, helping those who had lost their homes and their families in Heavenly Demon's attack. Even shinobi, who normally carried themselves with great pride, were openly shedding tears for the suffering of the civilians. Even Raza himself, the highest authority in the entire village, had been buried under a mountain of work. And more importantly, he had to remain on guard. The villagers were now like frightened birds. The slightest unusual sound was enough to trigger fear and panic throughout the settlement. Yes, Kazakage-sama. We've arranged enough patrol shinobi. What happened during the day will not happen again, one of the hidden sand jonin said quietly. Although the Kazakage's building had been far from the worst of the attack, it had still been affected. Broken debris still littered the structure. The shinobi had wanted to clear it away, but Raza had refused. He said the damage needed to remain, as a reminder of the humiliation the hidden sand village had suffered that day. It seems funding for the barrier squad must be increased. An attack like this. Raza pinched the bridge of his nose. He had previously assumed that, with the rise of hot air balloons and airships, there was no longer much need to keep heavily investing in defensive barrier research. Today's attack had answered that mistake with a slap to the face. The barrier squad had to receive more funding. As much as possible. If the defensive barrier had been strong enough today, the village would not have suffered casualties and destruction on this scale. And for the already impoverished hidden sand village, that was a disaster it could barely afford. Worse, according to Granny Chio, Heavenly Demon had almost certainly been hired. And anyone willing to hire a notorious mercenary like Heavenly Demon to strike the hidden sand village so directly could only be another hidden village. It won't be Konoha. If it were Konoha, they wouldn't need to do something like this, Chio had said with absolute certainty. That answer had made Raza curious enough to ask why she was so sure. Because I fought all of them, Chio had replied. I know their habits. Raza had no answer to that. Chio had lived through one war after another. Her understanding of the ninja world was built on hard experience, not guesswork. Even after Raza became Kazakage, there were still many matters in which he had to rely on the judgment of Chio and her brother. Even the choice of the vessel for Shikaku had originally been suggested by Chio, and Raza had accepted it without objection. For the sake of the village, he could sacrifice anything. Even himself. Let alone his son. Iwagakure, or the hidden mist village. Raza's expression darkened. Heavenly Demon's attack had already caused severe damage to the village, but in Raza's view, the real threat was the one hiding behind him. Anoki was highly suspicious. The old Tsuchikage was the type to manipulate others from behind the scenes and take risks when it served his interests. The Hidden Mist Village was also suspect. Their island position had once given them natural security and strategic freedom, but the appearance of airships and hot air balloons had weakened that advantage considerably. Stirring conflict between the other major villages for their own benefit would not have been out of character. Then, just as Raza was thinking, a deafening boom exploded through the night. Raza's eyes snapped toward the source. A violent blaze had erupted in the darkness somewhere in the distance. Raza's pupils contracted. Heavenly demon. No. Only a single explosion this time. And that location was. Damn it. Raza shot forward instantly. That area held one of the Hidden Sand Village's secret storage facilities, a place where a significant portion of the village's wealth was kept. Only part of the upper leadership even knew of its existence, and the site of the attack was very close to it. If other parts of the village were hit, Raza would still be furious. But that place absolutely could not be touched. If something happened there, the consequences would be disastrous. The Hidden Sand Village was already poor enough. If that storage point was destroyed, the village would effectively be pushed into outright bankruptcy. The other leaders who understood the significance of that location also moved without hesitation. Without those funds, nearly every part of the village's future development would grind to a halt. Even compensation for the recent losses would become impossible. Before Raza could reach it, he saw a massive black shape rising in the distance. Its body was enormous, easily as tall as a 5-story building. The next moment, an even more violent explosion tore through the night, shaking the emergency barrier the Hidden Sand Village had erected in haste. At the same time, the blaze illuminated the figure clearly. It was a giant. Raza could not even say what it was. He had never seen such a bizarre thing before. At first glance, it looked almost like some massive Iron Man. Entering combat mode. A deep mechanical voice rang out from within it. Then, to Raza's horror, the giant raised its enormous fist and smashed it directly toward the village's defensive barrier. You dare! Raza roared furiously. His shout was loud enough that Kenichi, far out on the perimeter, heard it clearly. Kenichi looked at the gigantic puppet in the distance and licked his lips. This really is awesome, he muttered. Men should still play with giant robots in the end. But this isn't the time to admire it. He tugged down the brim of his hat, leapt from the rooftop where he had been crouching, and headed for the Kazekage's building ahead. What he needed to do now was simple. Enter the building. Locate the forbidden scroll. Take what he needed. Kenichi moved fast because he needed to leave himself a little extra time in case something unexpected happened, such as the forbidden scroll not actually being stored there. According to Sasori's earlier intelligence, it should have been inside the Kazekage's building. But that had been under the previous Kazekage. There was no guarantee the current one had not moved it elsewhere. Still, this was the best opportunity he was going to get. Damn heavenly demon. Damn those attackers. The blast had turned the people of the Hidden Sand Village into a mass of fear and panic. But fear did not always make people retreat. When mixed with trauma, it often drove them into a berserk rage instead. That was exactly what was happening now. Kenichi moved silently through the shadows while all around him, furious shinobi and enraged civilians rushed toward the site of the attack. Even civilians who had little or no combat ability had picked up whatever weapons they could find. Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged toward the disturbance. Sigh. This really is troublesome. I need to finish this fast. Kenichi sighed quietly. Iwagakure really did enjoy causing problems. Though of course, while he was the blade carrying out the work, he was still only a blade someone else had hired. Now he needed to move even faster. If he took too long, Sasori and the others might end up getting pinned down. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, Unexpected Trouble. Chapter 335, Unexpected Trouble. Inside the Kazekage building, Amamiya Kenichi had no time to admire what was undoubtedly the absolute center of power in the Hidden Sand Village. He slipped into the building in silence and quickly made his way toward the Kazekage's office. I wonder where Sasori and the others struck. The defenses here are much weaker than I expected, Kenichi muttered as he scanned his surroundings. As the administrative heart of the Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage building still retained some defensive strength even in the middle of an attack. Even so, that strength was far too weak. When Kenichi entered, there had only been 2 hidden sand umbu guarding the entrance. After getting inside, he had not encountered a single person until now. At that moment, he was already approaching the Kazekage's office. Then he heard voices from inside. Kenichi frowned slightly. There was still someone in there. Still, that was not strange. If no one had been guarding the place at all, he would have suspected he had been set up like Naruto back then, lured into conveniently stealing the forbidden jutsu scroll under the third Hokage's watch. Yoa, ah. Kenichi's expression turned strange. That odd sound did not sound like anything a mature ninja would make. It sounded more like a child. So what exactly was going on inside? This is not the time to worry about that, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. He quickly began preparing what he needed, quietly setting up a simple temple of nirvana technique. Taking a deep breath, he pulled open the door to the Kazekage's office in one motion. At the same time, his Sharingan spun at full power. The moment the door opened, Kenichi took in everything inside with a single glance. 3 hidden sand ninja were stationed around 2 young boys and a young girl. The girl was staring out the window anxiously. The 3 shinobi instinctively turned toward the door as soon as they heard it open. That was a basic human habit. It was the same as when someone called your name from behind on the street. Most people turned around instinctively. Hearing a door open behind them, most people would also look without thinking. And it was that single instinctive glance that brought them face to face with the spinning tomoe of Kenichi's Sharingan. Under the combined effects of the Temple of Nirvana technique and Sharingan Genjutsu, 2 of the 3 ninja dropped immediately. The third stiffened in place for a split second, dazed. Kenichi did not hesitate. Using the body flicker technique, he crossed the distance instantly and silenced the last man with a single lethal blow. Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro. Kenichi glanced at the 3 children who had collapsed under the effects of the Temple of Nirvana technique. He recognized them immediately. Then his expression changed. Wrong. Kenichi froze, because beside the unconscious Temari and Kankuro, the red-haired boy had opened his eyes. And the bloodthirsty, violent gaze in those eyes fixed directly on him. It was Shikaku. Kenichi's pupils contracted. He understood instantly. The kanji carved into the boy's forehead, his cold expression, and the dark circles under his eyes had told Kenichi at a glance that this was Gaara. After becoming a Jinchuriki, Gaara had suffered from chronic insomnia under Shikaku's torment, and his temper had become notoriously unstable. Although, strictly speaking, the characters on Gaara's forehead were formed from separate components, together they still created the meaning of love, so Kenichi naturally found it easier to remember that way. And if Gaara fell into a deep sleep, Shikaku could take control of his body with ease. As everyone knew, even though some of Naruto's early settings had later been revised, tailed beasts still possessed considerable resistance to Genjutsu. The Temple of Nirvana technique might work on ordinary people, but using it against a tailed beast was another matter entirely. More importantly, Kenichi had not considered this possibility just now, so he had not immediately targeted Gaara with Sharingan Genjutsu. Shikaku, if you dare cause trouble here, I don't mind helping you relive some old suffering, Kenichi said coldly, narrowing his eyes at Gaara, who was already beginning to raise a protective shield of sand around himself. At the same time, Kenichi's hand tightened around a test tube, and he glanced briefly at the progress of one of his current research projects. Current research subject, would release. Research progress, 99.98%. Would release was nearly complete. With that, fighting a tailed beast would be like swatting away a child. But even if Shikaku did not give him the time to finish it, Kenichi still had a backup plan. The Mangekyo Sharingan he had received from a certain heavily bandaged individual who would prefer not to be named was already in his possession inside a sealing scroll. The power of that Mangekyo was enough to trap Shikaku in a Genjutsu and dominate him. After all, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had bullied the tailed beast so badly back then that they had practically turned it into a tradition. Still, if Shikaku was willing to pretend he had seen nothing, that would naturally be for the best. Kenichi had come here to take something, not to fight a tailed beast. You're asking to die, brat. Shikaku roared in rage. Its temper had never been good to begin with. After the death of the old monk Bunpuku, it had only grown worse. And with Kenichi openly threatening it just now, there was no way it would stay still. The next moment, a huge compressed sphere of wind burst from the half-formed sand body that was rapidly taking shape around Gaara. Kenichi used the body flicker technique to dodge at once. The sphere of wind blasted past him, punching straight through the wall of the Kazekage building and sending a violent tremor through the structure. Umph. Kenichi could not help cursing inwardly. If he had not found Shikaku so irritating, and if he had not been in a rush to find what he came for and regroup with Sasori and the others, he would absolutely have taught this idiot Tanuki what it meant to recognize the times and submit. Forget it. Kenichi clicked his tongue, then stomped the ground and kicked out with explosive force. His strike smashed directly into the sand shield forming around Gaara. The sheer power instantly sent both Gaara and the partially manifested Shikaku flying out of the office, crashing through the wall and tumbling outside. If only I'd already mastered the 8 inner gates. Kenichi muttered with a pout. Then he immediately turned and began searching the Kazekage's office for what he needed. Originally, he had not been in a hurry and could have searched more carefully. Now that option was gone. He had been careless, forgetting Shikaku's existence, and that mistake had allowed Shikaku to seize Gaara's body and cause him a bit of trouble. Fortunately, with the help of the shadow clone technique, Kenichi quickly found the forbidden jutsu scroll inside a nearby room protected by sealing techniques. He opened it at once, flipped through the contents, and found the jutsu he needed on one of the later pages. One's own life reincarnation. Didn't expect them to have recorded this one too. An earth release, corpse soil rebirth is here as well, Kenichi murmured. He did notice another resurrection-related technique among the entries. Earth release, corpse soil rebirth. It was a rather unusual resurrection technique, but compared to the impure world reincarnation, it was complete trash. The preparation was cumbersome, the practical value was poor, and it was nowhere near as useful as Edo Tensei. Kenichi only glanced at it briefly before moving on. There were also several other strange techniques recorded inside the forbidden jutsu scroll, but most of them required specific bloodline abilities to use. Kenichi only skimmed a few of them before closing the scroll and leaving. He could not stay any longer. The uproar outside was already growing louder and louder. Roar. A furious beastly roar exploded through the air. Then a massive hand formed from sand and earth smashed through the wall and clawed toward Kenichi. You're still not done. Kenichi frowned. He did not waste time tangling with Shikaku inside the building. Instead, he dodged swiftly and ran toward the outer edge of the hidden sand village. Shikaku. Just as he left the Kazekage building, he heard Raza's furious roar. At the same time, Kenichi pulled out a simple fireworks tube and ignited it. Brilliant fireworks shot into the sky, blooming in the darkness like a flower. This was the retreat signal he had arranged with Sasori beforehand. Heavenly demon. Raza's gaze snapped toward him the moment the fireworks went off. In the next second, huge waves of sand surged toward Kenichi from every direction. Kazekage Dano, I'm already preparing to leave. Are you really going to chase me, or are you going to deal with the tailed beast that's rampaging through your village? Kenichi called out as he dodged Raza's attack with ease, not forgetting to remind him of the more urgent problem. Raza gritted his teeth. He looked at the half-formed Shikaku. Then he looked at Kenichi, who was already retreating at speed. At that moment, Raza wanted nothing more than to ignore everything and hunt him down to the end. But as Kazekage, he knew exactly what the greater threat was. Shikaku. Kenichi quickly escaped the village perimeter, and Raza could only watch him go. That smug feeling made Kenichi inwardly pleased. For people bound by duty and attachment, there was always a way to tie their hands. Of course, if the person in question was a complete egoist who did not care whether anyone else lived or died, then that method was useless. But just as he cleared the hidden sand village and prepared to disappear into the night, Kenichi noticed someone waiting ahead. Under the moonlight, Granny Chiyo stood in silence, her aged eyes narrowed as she watched him. Beside her floated 10 puppets in a silent line. Granny Chiyo, shouldn't you be helping over there? Kenichi stopped in place. His opponent was prepared, and without a technique like the Flying Thunder God, breaking through cleanly would not be easy. That's Raza's business. I have mine, Chiyo said hoarsely. The next instant, the 10 puppets attacked together. Starting with all 10 at once. Kenichi muttered irritably as he dodged. Fighting a puppet master was never easy. Those troublesome people always had strange attack patterns, and their chakra strings were not easy to sever. In fact, trying to cut the strings often only opened you to attacks from the other puppets. That was why the more puppets a master controlled, the harder they were to deal with. And there were very few puppet masters capable of manipulating so many at once. Granny Chiyo, I know something, Kenichi said while evading the assault. At the same time, dense mist began to spread around them. Even if Chiyo used wind release to clear it, the mist would just fill the area again, forcing some of her puppets to turn back and guard her. Still, she ignored his words completely. She had seen too many tricks like this in her life, both in battle and in negotiations. Sasori of the Red Sand. Do you know him? Kenichi's voice echoed through the thick fog, drifting in and out as if it came from everywhere at once. That single sentence made Chiyo's calm heart tremble. Sasori of the Red Sand. How could she not know him? That was her grandson. Her poor grandson. The grandson who had abandoned the hidden sand village. At that moment, Kenichi had already slipped behind her, hidden by the dense mist. Lightning gathered soundlessly in his hand. With one strike, he could have pierced through the old woman's frail heart. This was his best chance. Most of Chiyo's 10 puppets were still occupied fighting his shadow clones out in front. None of them had noticed his real position. Then Kenichi paused. Forget it, he muttered. He quietly withdrew. By the time he had moved far enough away, his shadow clone burst into smoke as well, leaving nothing behind. He didn't make a move. Chiyo murmured. She was holding a bottle in one hand. Then she slowly turned her head and looked behind her. There was nothing there except the silent desert. Her aged eye shifted toward the distance, toward the place where that enormous machine had fought earlier. She had gone there. And she had seen something. After leaving that site, her heart had refused to settle. And now, after this encounter with Heavenly Demon, a guess had begun taking shape in her mind. Sasori of the Red Sand. Chiyo sighed. Her 10 puppets returned to her side, protecting the old woman as she turned and headed back toward the hidden sand village. There was still another battle awaiting her there. Or perhaps there was not. Finally got it. Now I can give Mr. Amato a proper answer too. Far away, Kenichi quickly rewrote the contents he had memorized onto another scroll. The Sharingan was exceptionally good at seeing and remembering detail, but just to avoid any small oversight, he chose to record everything immediately. Amamiya nii-san. Hikari came running over happily. She looked delighted, her face bright with excitement. You all worked hard. Kenichi smiled at the 3 people waiting for him, then gave Sasori a pointed glance. Hikari and Deidara both looked fine, and neither showed any particular discomfort. Sasori, however, wore a complicated expression. He looked troubled. Distracted. Kenichi scratched his head. Reality was not anime. He did not possess some absurd talk no jutsu bloodline. Persuading someone in real life was never that easy. Granny Chiyo really is tough. She came at me with 10 puppets the moment she arrived. Kenichi ruffled Hikari's head and casually began recounting what had just happened. Sasori's body stiffened for an instant. Then he continued staring into the distance as if nothing had changed. But she's old, after all, and I'm not interested in bullying old people. So I just used the hidden miss technique and ran, Kenichi said with a laugh. Only then did he notice the subtle breath of relief Sasori let out. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 336, Obtaining Wood Release. Chapter 336, Obtaining Wood Release. Amamiya Kenichi was just about to say something when a strange new stream of memories suddenly blended into his mind. They were memories related to wood release. Kenichi instantly understood what had happened. He had mastered wood release. Wood release, huh? Kenichi scratched his head. Wood release was an extremely powerful ninjutsu, and once combined with sage arts, it became even more terrifying. The first Hokage had relied on this very power to leave Uchiha Madara with memories he would never forget. Still, although Kenichi now understood the basic principles behind wood release and had grasped many of its applications, there was still a clear gap between his current level and the flawless mastery Hashirama had once displayed. But becoming stronger was not the main reason he had researched wood release in the first place. If raw power had been his goal, there were plenty of other things he could have spent his time studying. If it's wood release, then in theory it should be able to speed up the growth cycle of crops. Kenichi lifted his teacup and took a sip of hot tea. Warmth spread through his body from the inside out, easing the chill considerably. He had long been troubled by the issue of food. The ninja world certainly grew plenty of crops, but agricultural development here was still pitifully primitive. At best, people understood fertilizing. Beyond that, there was almost nothing. Kenichi had even seen simple villagers become overjoyed when their fruit trees produced a heavy harvest, never realizing that those fruits themselves tasted painfully average. Still, given the overall living standards of the ninja world, that was not especially surprising. This world poured nearly all of its resources into war. That led to high status and treatment for ninja, while ordinary people were considered fortunate if they could simply survive. Only in times of peace did non-military technology truly flourish. Previously, in order to cultivate better grain varieties, Kenichi had dug through agricultural books from Orochimaru's collection. But after reading them, he had discovered an annoying truth. Whether those methods actually increased yield was largely a matter of luck. That would not do. His cheat did not increase his luck, so Kenichi had been forced onto the path of researching crop improvement himself. There had already been some progress. At the very least, the Land of Rain had begun planting many new grain varieties. The newest ones, however, were still in his own hands, and he had already sent those to Koyuki Kazahana, telling her to begin planting them in suitable regions of the Land of Snow. But the Land of Snow had its own problems. It was remote and ideal for quietly building up power, but the climate was harsh. Kenichi had already realized that even if he planted all of his improved crops there, the environment would still make it very difficult to greatly increase total yield. Cold-resistant crops would have to be developed as well. Only then could food reserves truly rise. And once there was enough land and enough food, the population could explode. A larger population meant a larger reserve of ninja. And if, from that population, another genius on the level of Orochimaru or Jiraiya emerged, that would naturally be even better. Or maybe once I've converted enough ninja, I should target the Hidden Mist village first. With the Land of Water's territory, supporting a larger ninja force should be much easier. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and unconsciously rubbed the surface of his teacup. But all of that had one small problem. The cultivation cycle had to be accelerated. Otherwise, with harvest cycles measured in years, it would take far too long to see any real results. And that was precisely why Kenichi had researched would release in the first place. Kenichi, the mission is done. Do we need to bring anything back as proof? Sasori walked over, holding a cup of tea in his hand. He had not taken a single sip. In the desert night, the tea had already gone cold. But the cold tea did nothing to calm the turbulence in his heart. No need. Besides the people of the hidden sand village themselves, there are definitely spies from other villages inside the village. They'll spread the news for us, Kenichi said, shaking his head. He was not worried about that issue in the slightest. Besides, Iwagakure would not dare default on payment unless they wanted to experience his retaliation firsthand. Anoki, that old man, was crafty. Out of all the great villages, Iwagakure was usually the quickest when it came to paying. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance. Kenichi rose to his feet at once, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward the source. The blast had come from far off, but what caught his attention was something else. They had left no obvious traces along the way, so how had anyone ended up fighting here? Pursuers. Sasori also stood, excitement flashing briefly in his eyes. If they really were pursuers. Doesn't look like it. Kenichi shook his head. From time to time, flashes of fire lit up the darkness in the distance. It looked more like a fight between ninja than a chase. And in the ninja world, that was nothing unusual. Some towns with even a bit of wealth would hire ninja specifically to avoid being dragged into conflicts like this. When ninja fought, collateral damage was practically guaranteed. Just look at Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Even when Jiraiya had tried to avoid civilian casualties, half a town had still ended up destroyed. And it wasn't just protection from large-scale battles. Some ninja with no money at all would turn to outright robbery. Even if a village later sent shinobi to suppress them, the stolen valuables usually were not coming back. So for many towns, it was better to pay for protection in advance than to have none at all. As for poor villages with no strength or money, they could only pray for good luck, or try to organize local resistance. But against a real shinobi, even a mere genin could wage a one-sided massacre against ordinary people. That was why every sort of dirty trick imaginable appeared in the ninja world. Kenichi still remembered Orochimaru warning him not to casually drink alcohol when he was outside, and to keep a close eye on what he ate. Some shinobi had died in ridiculous ways, poisoned by food handed to them by ordinary civilians. They had become cautionary tales for an entire generation of younger ninja. Seeing that it was just some distant conflict, Kenichi lost interest. Whoever was fighting to the death over there had nothing to do with him. If he involved himself every time he saw something like this, he would never get anything done. They're heading this way, Hikari suddenly said, standing on her toes and peering into the distance. Kenichi looked again. She was right. The firelight was getting closer, and he could now vaguely make out human figures. His mouth twitched. He had deliberately come all the way out here to avoid trouble, and yet trouble had still found him. He genuinely had no idea whether that made him lucky or unlucky. Amamiya-senpai. Should I get the big guy ready? Deidara asked excitedly, already pulling out a sealing scroll. He had only managed to explode a few things in the previous battle before Raza and the others started chasing him, leaving him with almost no real combat time at all. Forget it. As long as they don't notice us, there's no need, Kenichi said after glancing at the approaching figures. It was far too late to take off in the airship now. Ninja moved too fast, and the airship was parked elsewhere, not here. He would have to summon it first. And then there was that old saying. Murphy's Law. Still, Kenichi felt it was often misunderstood. Murphy's Law did not really mean, the thing you least want to happen will definitely happen. A more accurate version was, anything that can go wrong, will go wrong. In other words, if there was a possibility something could fail, then the chance of failure was alarmingly real. Not absolute, but real enough to matter. That was why researchers so often mentioned Murphy's Law during experiments. It existed to remind people to remain cautious. Yeah. They really are coming straight at us. Kenichi sighed. Had the person running in front not looked like a young boy, and had he and Sasori not sensed anything abnormal beforehand, he might have suspected the hidden sand village had somehow traced their location and was coming after them. Ah, they're almost here, Hikari said. Then let's go, Sasori. Kenichi pulled on his mask, then leapt onto a tall stone pillar and stood there in silence. As the group drew closer, the figures of Kenichi and Sasori were revealed under the moonlight. The boy being pursued looked up. Two figures, one taller and one shorter, stood atop the pillar, looking down at him. They were dressed in strange robes with red cloud patterns. What organization was this? Are those Akatsuki robes? It's Heavenly Demon, one of the leading hidden sand jonin exclaimed. He had recognized them immediately. At once, he clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. His wife had died in Heavenly Demon's attack earlier that very day. Reason screamed at him to retreat. The enemy was powerful, and the Kazekage had already instructed them to act with extreme caution if they encountered Heavenly Demon. But the memory of his wife's eyes, once bright and full of life, now forever closed, ignited pure fury in his chest. Heavenly Demon, the jonin roared, instantly unleashing wind release, vacuum serial waves at Kenichi. Some of the shinobi behind him hesitated. Most did not. They followed their captain and attacked as well. You want to handle this? Kenichi asked, glancing at Sasori. Sasori gave a short nod. In the next instant, a giant puppet rose up once more in the desert. Kenichi looked at the enormous machine and could not help wondering, not for the first time, why something that heavy didn't sink into the sand. Was it because the contact area was large enough that the pressure remained manageable? Still, this was hardly the time to ponder such things. Ignoring Sasori, who was clearly using the fight both to vent his emotions and test the giant puppet's performance, Kenichi jumped down and landed directly in front of the fleeing spy. The closer he got, the more familiar the boy seemed. Especially those glasses. The resemblance immediately made Kenichi think of someone. Yakushi Kabuto. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and asked. The boy looked up in confusion, the lenses of his glasses flashing. His expression seemed to ask who that was supposed to be. Is Nono Yakushi doing well? Kenichi asked with a faint smile. At that, the facade cracked. Kabuto could have continued pretending if it had only been his own name. But the fact that the other man also knew Nono's name meant this could not be mere guesswork. Who are you? Kabuto asked sharply. Kenichi smiled. As expected, it really was Kabuto. The future Orochimaru imitator. Master of Edo Tensei. The unlucky man who would get crushed by Itachi's nonsense over and over again. A major schemer of the ninja world. Somehow whitewashed in the end despite everything. Even though Kenichi had already suspected it from the start, now that it was confirmed, he could not help feeling a bit excited. After all, this was Kabuto, a genuinely talented ninja, regardless of what his future held. Then again, even Obito had ended up being whitewashed in the end, so perhaps Kabuto's fate was not that surprising either. Nono is still alive, isn't she? Kenichi asked with a smile instead of answering directly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 337, Yakushi Kabuto. It's been a long time since I last saw Nono Yakushi. Kabuto shook his head and cautiously studied Kenichi's clothing. He had no memory of meeting this man before, and those clothes were far too distinctive. More importantly, judging from what that other person had said earlier, the man standing before him was the Heavenly Demon. That was no ordinary figure. Nono was a good person. She was just a little unfortunate. Kenichi smiled. He did not mind revealing his identity to Kabuto, because he knew Kabuto's future did not belong to Konoha. Compared to Kabuto, though, the truly tragic one was Nono. She died at Kabuto's hands without even recognizing the child she had once adopted. Even if the root of it all lay with Danzo, the whole affair was undeniably cruel. Kenichi had always remembered Kabuto quite clearly. After all, once Orochimaru died at Sasuke's hands, Kabuto stepped forward as the next major threat. He was also the one who helped bring Obito and Black Zetsu onto the stage, the hidden schemers behind everything. On top of that, Kabuto had also played a major role in advancing cremation across the ninja world. Edo Tensei had created enough chaos for the 5 great nations to understand just how troublesome reanimating the dead could be. Even Madara had been revived through Kabuto's use of Edo Tensei. To a certain extent, Black Zetsu had guided that outcome, but Kenichi suspected that Black Zetsu did it partly to keep Obito in check. Reviving Madara with Edo Tensei was like tying a tight band around Obito's head and making sure he could never truly stray. You know Director Nono? Kabuto asked carefully. Even though he had spent most of his life engaged in espionage, he was not cut off from the world. He had heard intelligence regarding the Heavenly Demon before, including the Heavenly Demon's attack on Konoha. Although this senior before him seemed to know Konoha, or more specifically, Nono, Kabuto still could not determine what sort of attitude he had toward the village. It was always safer to remain cautious. I do. Kenichi removed his mask. The sight behind him was one of corpses strewn across the ground. Sasori, still controlling the first great machine, had caught the ninja captain who had roared earlier. The massive construct was slowly crushing him apart. It looks like it can even work as a juicer. Kenichi rubbed his chin. Sasori really did seem to be in a bad mood. Fortunately, these unlucky people had delivered themselves right to him as a way to vent it. Otherwise, keeping that anger bottled up for too long would not have been good for his health. As for the unfortunate ninja who never even got the chance to state his name, Kenichi felt nothing at all. Such things were perfectly commonplace in the ninja world, and he had never had any sympathy for enemies. Kabuto's pupils shrank, and then he lowered his head. He had seen Kenichi's face before. When he left the village to carry out a mission, the root ninja responsible for contacting him had shown him a picture of Kenichi. He had been told that if he ever discovered Amamiya Kenichi's whereabouts, he was to report it immediately. The priority level on that intelligence had been extremely high. After that, however, there had been no further information about Kenichi. Kabuto had never expected the man to reveal his face openly in front of him like this. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Kabuto was a smart person. Precisely because he was smart, he understood what it meant for Kenichi to reveal his face now. Am I going to die? Kabuto pressed his lips together. His trembling legs betrayed the unrest in his heart, but he still forced himself to ask. Why would you think that? Kenichi asked with an amused look. He genuinely wanted to see what kind of state Kabuto was in right now. This poor kid had been worked like a slave by Danzo. Kenichi knew Kabuto's future potential was enormous, but even geniuses needed time to grow. Before Orochimaru's death, Kabuto could at best be called a highly capable medical ninja. He was still far from the monstrous figure he would later become. It was Orochimaru's death that pushed Kabuto to truly seek his own path, eventually leading him to a perfected sage transformation. Of course, it was the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, which looked unsettling to say the least. In Kenichi's view, it was also a somewhat flawed kind of sage transformation. After all, he felt he understood a thing or two about sages. The sages of the myths in his previous life were the true ideal. The sage modes trained through the three great holy lands of the ninja world all displayed certain visible traits. Jiraiya grew toad-like features. Kabuto's body became bizarre and unnatural. In a sense, those changes were closer to a kind of demonization. That made Kenichi curious. What exactly were so-called natural energy and sage mode? Before chakra ever appeared, what did sage mode look like? And how had the three great holy lands first mastered it? These were all questions that genuinely interested him. The heavenly demon and senior Amamiya are the same person. You obviously wouldn't let me spread that information, would you? Kabuto forced out a bitter smile. The identity of the heavenly demon had always been a secret. Kabuto himself had received side instructions to investigate that identity, though it was more like a reminder than a core mission. If he happened to discover something, great. If not, it did not matter. His real assignment remained something else. In other words, uncovering the heavenly demon's true identity was like finding a lottery ticket. If an intelligence agent stumbled upon it, they could report it and earn a major reward. If not, nothing was lost. But even so, the heavenly demon's identity had remained a complete mystery. Up until now, no one had uncovered it, or at least the mission to investigate that identity had never been withdrawn. And now, the heavenly demon had shown him his face. Kabuto naturally understood what that meant. It meant the heavenly demon had no intention of letting him leave alive. Otherwise, the moment Kabuto got this information back to Konoha, it would cause a massive uproar. Very smart. Kenichi shrugged. He truly did not intend to let Kabuto freely carry that information away, but that was not the main issue. The main reason was much simpler. Kenichi wanted Kabuto to work for him. And he had already more or less planned out Kabuto's future path. First, medical ninjutsu. Then Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. By the time that was complete, Kabuto would grow into a formidable combatant. On top of that, Kabuto had extensive experience as an intelligence operative. That made him perfect for gathering information, especially information related to Konoha. Kenichi had already thought of one very practical use. He could send Kabuto back to Konoha as a double agent, letting him continue operating inside the village as a spy. Still, when it came to Danzo, Kenichi felt some caution was necessary. That old man really was the darkest existence inside Konoha. What do I need to pay? Kabuto asked again. If Kenichi did not intend to kill him, then he clearly had some use for him. Kabuto just did not know what he had that was worth this level of interest. He was a man, not a woman, so it could not be that sort of service. As for strength, while he was not weak, there was nothing worth boasting about in front of the heavenly demon. Just look at the companions standing nearby. The hidden sand ninjas who had chased him like a dog were all dead now, their bones destined to remain beneath this desert forever. So perhaps it was espionage. Perhaps he was being sent back to Konoha as a spy. That was the only possibility Kabuto could think of. Work for me. In exchange, I'll bring Nono to you, so the two of you can reunite. Kenichi smiled faintly. He knew exactly where Kabuto's soft spot was. And just as expected, the moment he heard Nono's name, Kabuto nodded without any hesitation. For Kabuto, working for Konoha and working for Kenichi were not all that different. Besides, although Danzo had once promised that he would be allowed to see Nono again, that promise had never once been fulfilled. Why were you discovered by the hidden sand? Kenichi asked, a little curious. Kabuto's skills as a spy were actually excellent. Otherwise, he would not have been sent out on missions so often. I gathered intelligence that the hidden sand had suffered heavy casualties after being attacked by the heavenly demon, and that you seem to have used a completely new method of attack. That was classified as high-priority intelligence, so it had to be delivered as quickly as possible. And then Kabuto explained honestly. Kenichi fell into thought. It seemed that gathering information on him had now become standard procedure for all the major villages. It was not just Konoha. The others were definitely doing the same. Still, this worked out well enough. Since the information from the hidden sand could be cross-checked with intelligence from other villages, Kabuto's return would not appear suspicious to Danzo. In fact, this accomplishment might even earn him a better position inside Konoha. That said, given Danzo's temperament, caution was still necessary. The old man was truly dangerous. Then go back and deliver this intelligence. Find a way to stay in Konoha and gather information there, especially en route. Kenichi rubbed his chin. There was not much point in dragging Kabuto along with him right now. It would be far more useful to send him back into Konoha first. Besides, since Nono was still alive, she should remain safe for a while. Kenichi was already planning to visit Konoha himself before long. When that time came, he could retrieve information on Nono's whereabouts and bring her away. After all, she was a genuinely kind person who had devoted herself to the orphanage. Kenichi felt it would be a terrible waste for her to die at Kabuto's hands. There were plenty of orphans in the land of snow too. Perhaps Nono would actually like that place. All right. Kabuto did not refuse. He was curious, of course. Kenichi was sending him back just like that. Was he really not worried that Kabuto would leak his secrets? Give me your hand. Kenichi took a syringe out of a sealing scroll. Kabuto obediently held out his hand, and Kenichi injected a strange liquid into the vein in his arm. Kabuto looked down at his hand. There was no unusual sensation. No discomfort at all. If anything, only the puncture site felt faintly sore. All right, you can go. I'll come find you when the time is right. Kenichi waved him off. Though Kabuto would become very powerful in the future, he was not that valuable right now. At this stage, the best use for him was still the one he was already suited for. All right. Kabuto left in a daze. He was certain Kenichi had injected something into him. But he had no idea what it was. There was no pain, no illness, no discomfort whatsoever. Still, this was Amamiya Kenichi. The heavenly demon. Kabuto did not believe for even a second that he had been allowed to leave without any hidden measure being placed on him. Kenichi stood there and watched him go. Then he turned to find Sasori. There was nothing to worry about where Kabuto was concerned. Originally, Kenichi had intended to plant a parasite in him. But after thinking about Konoha's Byakugan users, he abandoned that idea. So in truth, what he had injected into Kabuto's arm was nothing more than glucose solution. Nothing special at all. Aren't you worried he'll leak your information? Sasori had seen everything from the side, and now he looked at Kenichi curiously. No. Besides, identity is like a key buried underground. If someone really wants to dig for it, sooner or later they'll find it. Kenichi shrugged. He had never expected his identity to remain hidden forever. Obito's true face had been exposed in the end too. More importantly, some people had already suspected Obito's identity long before it was confirmed. The only reason they had never dared believe it was that the truth sounded too absurd. Even Kakashi had once harbored suspicions, but because he had seen Obito die with his own eyes, he could never bring himself to accept it. Come on. We should head back too and report the mission to the leader. Kenichi stretched lazily. The job was done. And it was time to go to Amigakure and have another talk with the leader. The things Obito had been doing lately had left Kenichi feeling uneasy. He needed to solidify Nagato's thinking as soon as possible, deal with that bastard Obito, and send him down to the Pure Land to reunite with Rin. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Tsunade, it's just surgery, you won't die. Chapter 338, Tsunade, it's just surgery, you won't die. In Kenichi's opinion, many people in the ninja world could still be pulled back from the brink, but Obito's redemption was the one case that truly left him baffled. After all, Obito had been the direct cause of an entire chain of disasters. While part of that was because he had been manipulated by Madara, that did not erase the fact that countless deaths were tied to him. Someone like Obito should have been the hardest to redeem, perhaps even impossible to redeem. And yet, in the end, he still was. I just hope everything goes smoothly. The Mangekyo Sharingan also has to be completed as soon as possible. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, then called Hikari and Sasori over to board the airship with him. It was time to go find Nagato. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood respectfully before Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Ah, Kakashi. Sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk, smoking while coughing into his hand, all while sorting through an enormous pile of documents. The contents were complicated and chaotic, but Kakashi never glanced at them. Some things simply were not meant to be seen. As an Umbu ninja, he understood that perfectly well. Kakashi, Hiruzen said at last, setting down the document in his hand. What do you think of Amamiya Kenichi? Kakashi froze. He truly had not expected the Hokage to summon him over just to ask that. Amamiya Kenichi. The moment he thought of his friend, Kakashi's feelings turned complicated. He did not know what Hiruzen was trying to confirm, but after thinking for a moment, he still answered honestly. In my opinion, Amamiya Kenichi is a very easygoing person. Cheerful, approachable, and sentimental. Easygoing, approachable, sentimental. Hiruzen repeated softly, his expression unreadable. He almost wanted to scoff. Easygoing. Was Heavenly Demon an easygoing person? Don't joke. How many people in Konoha now wanted to tear that brat to pieces? Still, the intelligence on this matter had not yet been fully confirmed. It was still in the stage of verification and could not officially be treated as established fact. More importantly, if Heavenly Demon truly was Amamiya Kenichi, then announcing that to the public would deal an enormous blow to Konoha. Even the villages that had suffered under Heavenly Demon's attacks might step forward and demand compensation from Konoha. And that was far from impossible. There was no such thing as preserving face in the ninja world. If it benefited the village, any Kage would do it. Kakashi stood there, more confused by the second. The elderly Hokage had fallen completely silent after hearing his answer, and that silence only made Kakashi more uneasy. Could this really have something to do with Kenichi? But he had not heard any news of Kenichi being captured. No one had brought back his head either. And honestly, Kakashi did not think anyone could bring him back in the first place. His strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Unless one of the Sannin moved personally. But Kenichi was Orochimaru's disciple. Whether Jiraiya-sama would truly go all out against him was still uncertain. Kakashi understood the relationship between the Sannin all too well. When Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya had clearly held back. Old man, and. The office door was shoved open. Tsunade strode in holding several sheets of paper in her hand. Kakashi caught a glimpse of words like, hospital, and, diagnosis, then immediately lowered his gaze and fixed his eyes straight ahead. Some things were not meant to be looked at. Kakashi, you can leave first, Tsunade said directly after noticing him. Kakashi glanced at Hiruzen. Only after Hiruzen gave a small nod did he bow and leave. Rumors had already spread through the village that Tsunade might become the next Hokage, but as long as Hiruzen still sat in that chair, he remained the Hokage. Tsunade, look at this. Hiruzen tossed the document in his hand over. If Kakashi had still been inside, he would have recognized it at once. It was the same document Hiruzen had been reading earlier. Tsunade caught it, shot Hiruzen a strange look, then looked down to read. According to reliable intelligence from root spies, Hidden Sand Village was attacked by Heavenly Demon 3 days ago. This time, the method of attack differed from all previous incidents and is suspected to have involved aerial bombardment. Hidden Sand Village's defensive barrier was breached in a single second, resulting in heavy casualties. Tsunade's pupils shrank. What exactly was that little bastard doing now? This intelligence is mostly accurate. Kumogakure also sent over similar information, Hiruzen said as he tiredly pinched the bridge of his nose. Even though it was still just speculation, the thought that Amamiya Kenichi might really be Heavenly Demon was enough to give him a splitting headache. They're sure quick when it comes to sharing information about Heavenly Demon. Tsunade scoffed. Other intelligence was either hidden or deliberately fragmented, but anything involving Heavenly Demon was handed over with astonishing speed. That was also part of the agreement we signed with them, Hiruzen replied calmly. If Heavenly Demon had not attacked Kumogakure, they would never have cooperated with Konoha in the first place. And Killer Bee's rampage had given Konoha a significant advantage during the negotiations. Of course, Konoha had also paid a corresponding price for that advantage. Forget that brat for now, old man. Asuma's examination report is back. He has the same condition you do. Hiruzen's hand froze around his pipe. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he slowly raised the pipe again and took a long drag. Nicotine and tar rushed into his lungs, loosening his stiff nerves just a little. Can it be treated? He asked quietly. Since Biwako's death, Asuma had been his only son. He had never expected that Asuma would end up with the same condition. Almost unconsciously, Hiruzen touched his chest. There was no real sensation there, but he knew what was growing inside him. I haven't seen a case like this before, Tsunade admitted. But since it's a growth, then in theory, removing it through surgery should be possible. The people of the ninja world were physically strong, but that did not mean they were immune to illness. Colds, fevers, strange internal diseases, all of them still existed. Tsunade had encountered many cases over the years, and for some of them, even she had been powerless. Those became incurable diseases. Strength did not mean immunity. Still, every rare case piqued Tsunade's interest, and this one was no exception. She was genuinely curious about what exactly had formed inside Hiruzen and Asuma. Remove it. Hiruzen's hand trembled. He hated surgery. More specifically, he hated surgeries that required general anesthesia. Every time he underwent general anesthesia, he felt as if he had died. But somehow, even death did not sound quite as terrifying as that. At least after death, he could go to the Pure Land. There, he could apologize properly to his teacher. And to Biwako, for making her wait so long. Yes. That's the best option for now. As for medication, I haven't found anything suitable yet. And because it's inside your body, most medicine won't have much effect on it anyway. Tsunade nodded. Surgical removal was common enough in the ninja world. Appendicitis was handled that way. Tsunade herself could remove an appendix so quickly that the patient might not even have time to react. With chakra, she could control bleeding, reduce inflammation, and stabilize tissue all at once. But this condition was something entirely new. Even she would need to open the chest and inspect it carefully. Is it hereditary? Or really caused by this? Hiruzen asked, momentarily setting aside the matter of Kenichi. I can't say yet. Tsunade shook her head. I've already examined other members of the Sarutobi clan and found nothing similar. I also haven't found matching cases among other smokers. But I still haven't checked everyone. She refused to speak in absolutes. Not yet. Then I'll leave it to you. Hiruzen hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. To be honest, he had begun coughing more ever since Tsunade told him what was inside him. He was bringing up more phlegm than before, and breathing felt slightly heavier by the day. Whether it was psychological or real no longer mattered. There was no better option. In Konoha, Tsunade was unquestionably the strongest medical ninja. If even she could not do it, no one else could. All right. Then let me explain a few things before the surgery. Tsunade nodded. She also wanted to obtain a sample of that strange tissue and study its nature. Since Hiruzen had agreed to the procedure, this was naturally the best opportunity. Tsunade, Hiruzen said suddenly, looking at her with unusual seriousness. If I die, then you will become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade froze. Then her fist clenched so tightly that her knuckles popped. At that moment, she genuinely wanted to punch the old man straight through the wall. Was he doubting her medical skill? Or worse, was he making some kind of terrible joke right before surgery? Relax, Tsunade said flatly, rolling her eyes. It's just lung surgery. You're not going to die. But Hiruzen looked at her with a strangely complicated gaze. Tsunade was excellent in every way. She had even overcome her hemophobia. But in his eyes, she was still too soft. Could she truly become a great Hokage? Part of him almost wished she would harden herself enough to take the position through his death. If that happened, maybe he could die smiling. Though it would still be a pity. He would not get one last chance to fight on the battlefield for Konoha. When a person grew old, they were no longer useful forever. I heard Jiraiya and Orochimaru broke into Amigakure some time ago, Deidara said excitedly as he looked down toward Amigakure from the airship. Then, mid-sentence, he suddenly remembered something. Orochimaru was Amamiya-senpai's teacher. His voice immediately weakened. Yes. Sensei and Jiraiya are old friends, Kenichi said casually, not seeming to mind. Deidara let out an awkward laugh. Why are we coming here in person this time just to submit a mission? Sasori asked, glancing sideways at Kenichi. In the past, Kenichi would sometimes come to Amigakure after a mission, but lately he had visited much less often. To the point that it almost felt like the leader had started forgetting he existed. Because I have something I need to discuss with the leader. Kenichi had begun lowering the airship when his eyes suddenly narrowed. Down below, he saw two familiar figures in Amigakure. One was Obito, still wearing that spiral mask like an idiot. The other was a freak with a bizarre expression and a bald head, dressed in Akatsuki robes. Even without hair, Kenichi recognized him immediately. Uchiha Shin. The precious little experimental freak who felt no rejection toward transplanted organs. The same one who had once enraged Orochimaru to the point of murder. How interesting, Kenichi sneered softly. Obito's still playing dress-up. He was already considering what kind of face Obito would make when they met. Then another thought crossed his mind. Kenichi glanced at Sasori beside him, his expression turning thoughtful. Sasori was a true puppet master. If Sasori made them, could he custom-build Rin no Era silicone dolls and sell them across the entire ninja world? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Black Zetsu is like a big cockroach. Chapter 339, Black Zetsu is like a big cockroach. Kenichi stroked his chin, thinking that the idea was actually quite good. After all, it would completely crush Obito and might even drive him insane. A rational enemy was troublesome to deal with, but once someone lost their mind, the problem became much smaller. I just need to clear myself of suspicion. Or maybe I do not even need to. Kenichi scratched his head. Obito had clearly begun suspecting him a long time ago. Under those circumstances, Kenichi felt that even if he prepared the perfect alibi, Obito would still suspect him anyway. And judging from the way Obito had tested him before, Kenichi was probably already on Obito's kill list. If his strength were not sufficient, Obito would have come for him already. So, in the end, there did not seem to be much point in disguising anything. Senior Kenichi. At that moment, Kenichi's airship landed not far from Amigakure. Obito, still wearing his spiral mask, called out in an excited tone, making Kenichi marvel a little at how deep Obito's acting skills really were. The man could still hold himself together in front of him. Truly one of the most devoted lunatics in the entire ninja world. Well, perhaps there were a few competitors, but in Kenichi's opinion, Obito was definitely among the most emotionally obsessed of them all. In fact, he might even be the most devoted of all. After Rin died, Obito had more than enough power to have a different woman every day if he wanted. But he only wanted Rin. It's Toby. Is this the Akatsuki organization's new member? Kenichi asked, his eyes landing on Shin with deliberate caution. At the moment, Shin's Sharingan was exposed, but that was nothing strange. He was someone whose body could accept any transplanted organ without rejection. What Kenichi was truly curious about was the Mangekyo Sharingan in those eyes. What ability did they hold? Did Madara still have some stock left over? Or had Black Zetsu gotten them for him? Hello. Shin looked at Kenichi arrogantly and even let out a cold snort. His expression and attitude were filled with disdain, which Kenichi found rather amusing. Once upon a time, this man had been nothing more than a useless experimental subject begging to learn under Orochimaru. And now he had the nerve to act proud. Even so, Shin still extended his hand, as if to say, I do not want to shake hands with you, but I have to out of courtesy. Kenichi glanced at the hand and laughed. What gives you the right to shake my hand? Shin's face darkened at once. Although Kenichi had no idea how this man had escaped from Orochimaru's lab, he had absolutely no goodwill toward him. A cold face deserved a cold response. You. Shin's expression twisted with anger. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his eyes, looking as if he wanted to swallow Kenichi whole. You what? No manners at all, Kenichi said with a pout. Do you not know how to respect your seniors? Learn from Toby, brat. As he spoke, he casually patted Obito on the shoulder. Obito could only let out a silly laugh to cover the rage boiling inside him. If he did not need to preserve his identity, Obito swore he would have killed Kenichi on the spot. You bastard. Shin snarled. Humiliation and anger surged together, and chakra rapidly condensed around him. Kenichi's pupils shrank, and he immediately pulled Hikari back several steps. He knew exactly what this was. Susanoo. At the same time, he could not help but complain inwardly. Was Susanoo not supposed to be a technique that only appeared after tremendous development? How the hell could this idiot Shin use it too? Enough. Just as Shin Susanoo was about to appear, an overwhelming shockwave slammed into the area. The next second, Shin was blasted away, smashing through 4 or 5 trees before finally stopping. Even funnier, Obito was sent flying just as dramatically, rolling a long distance away. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. That was suspiciously convenient. Was Obito doing that on purpose just to avoid standing near him? It was definitely possible. Kenichi himself did not get off easy, but at least he was not blown away. He lifted his head and saw 2 figures descending from above. Konan and Pain. To be precise, it was the Deva path. Shinra Tensei, huh? Truly an impressive ability. Kenichi licked his lips. Hikari had nearly been sent flying too, but he had managed to keep hold of her. Sasori, meanwhile, had smashed into a tree, and Deidara was currently being dragged back upright by him. Leader. Long time no see, Kenichi said with a grin. The Rinnegan really was ridiculous. Shinra Tensei alone was enough to justify its reputation. No wonder a fully unleashed version had flattened Konoha and left countless casualties behind. Nagato glanced at Kenichi coldly. Although that Shinra Tensei had primarily been aimed at the newly joined Shin, Kenichi had still been within the area of effect. Yet he had managed to remain standing instead of being sent flying. Do not start conflicts inside Amigakure, Nagato said in a low voice. The Akatsuki organization is still in a period of hidden development. We have no intention of exposing ourselves directly to the 5 great nations. This time, Nagato unexpectedly added an extra sentence. He was afraid that if he did not, Kenichi would open his mouth and say something ridiculous again. After all, Kenichi had a record. Conan, standing nearby, almost wanted to laugh. They had originally been discussing the organization's next move when the puppets monitoring the village reported the disturbance here. When they first arrived, Nagato had been furious. But after seeing Kenichi, that fury had somehow turned into pure disdain. It was honestly rare to see her friend display such a range of emotions. I understand. Shin looked at Nagato, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Kenichi noticed it immediately, and he believed Nagato had seen it as well. But Nagato clearly did not care. He had absolute confidence in his own power. Kenichi rubbed his chin. The Rinnegan really was close to invincible in the early stages. When Nagato invaded Konoha, if his body had not already been weakened by prolonged chakra drain from the demonic statue of the outer path, Naruto would probably never have beaten him. It was not that Nagato had been weak back then. It was that he had been worn down too much. His strength had already declined badly, and Jiraiya's intelligence gathering had also played a major role. Ninja battles were information battles. Kenichi firmly believed that. After all, he himself had benefited from the convenience of information warfare more than once. When dealing with a certain ninja whose head was still lying in a laboratory, the other side had been left completely helpless against him. Leader, I completed this mission. There are also some details I would like to report to you. Kenichi smiled. There was no need to put on much of an act when speaking to Nagato. The problem was that Obito was here, which meant Black Zetsu was almost certainly here as well. Black Zetsu's concealment was absurd. Its ability to monitor people was equally absurd. Kenichi had already activated Sage Mode for a moment and swept the surroundings with his senses, yet he had still detected nothing unusual. And while the magic lantern body technique was useful, it did not pull everyone into some sealed private space. It merely projected their thought forms into one location. Black Zetsu could still listen in if it wanted. So he still needed a way to get both Black Zetsu and Obito out of the picture. Otherwise, any talk of secrecy was nonsense. But that brought up another problem. How could he confirm that Black Zetsu had really left? That thing's concealment was far too strong. It was almost impossible to determine whether it was still nearby. Taking Nagato onto the airship would have been a possible solution, but without a proper reason for doing so, Black Zetsu would definitely become suspicious. For a moment, Kenichi felt genuinely annoyed. Getting around that disgusting thing was far too troublesome. Fine. Nagato gave Kenichi a look. He clearly did not want to talk to him much at all. In fact, every time he saw this man, an indescribable irritation rose in his chest. Still, this did concern the mission, so he nodded and prepared himself mentally. If Kenichi failed to say anything useful, he would throw him out immediately. Sasori, take Hikari around for a while, Kenichi said. Sasori nodded. Conan, meanwhile, looked curiously at Hikari. The girl had a delicate, almost fragile air to her, the sort that made people want to protect her. Still, Conan quickly looked away. Right now, Nagato mattered more than anything else. Led by Nagato, Kenichi followed him into a cave. That alone made him want to complain. Did Nagato have some kind of cave obsession? The Akatsuki's old meeting spots had been caves. Their temporary base had also been a cave. And now this again. Every meeting, every secret conversation, every important matter, all of it happened in caves. Of course, Kenichi knew it was technically one of the organization's bases, but he still had to admit the feeling was strange. By the way, does the Akatsuki organization not have money to rent venues? Kenichi asked. Why do we always hold meetings and do everything else in caves? Nagato, who had been walking ahead, stopped dead in his tracks. Kenichi noticed at once that Nagato's fist clenched, loosened, then clenched again. It looked like he genuinely wanted to hit someone. That would be too wasteful. Conan immediately stepped in to help smooth things over for a friend. To be honest, she had never imagined anyone would complain about something like this. After all, from a normal person's perspective, what was there to complain about? The caves were hidden, secure, and convenient. Only Kenichi would manage to find fault in something so random. Oh, I see. I thought the Akatsuki organization had become some kind of environmentally conscious group trying to save electricity, Kenichi said with a shrug. In his opinion, every one of the organization's meetings felt like a public service announcement about conserving power. And this was despite the fact that the ninja world obviously already had electric lights. Enough. Nagato finally snapped. What exactly is it that you need to report about this mission? If he let Kenichi keep talking, he truly felt he would lose control and hit him. Then I will keep it simple. Kenichi said. And then he began. He started with the mission itself. Then he drifted into his emotional state during the mission. Then into his personal guesses. Then into complaints about Iwagakiru's payment. Then into dissatisfaction with the Akatsuki's mission assignment system. Then back into the mission. Then into philosophy. Then back into complaints. It was like listening to an old woman's footcloth. Long, winding, and impossible to endure. Nagato's face darkened more and more. Conan slowly grew sleepy at the side. Underground, Black Zetsu rolled his eyes so hard he felt like his brain was rotting. He had not wanted to come in the first place, but Obito had insisted they stay and see what Kenichi would say. Now he regretted it. He had not come to overhear strategic secrets. He had come to sit through a one-man comedy show. And also, leader, I really think the Akatsuki's current way of assigning missions is not suitable for a talent like me. Kenichi kept going. He knew perfectly well how to stop other people from interrupting. The answer was simple. Do not stop talking. The reason he had suddenly entered this mode, rambling in circles like a man explaining why the two trees outside his house were both jujube trees, was simple. He was trying to see whether this level of nonsense would drive Black Zetsu away. Would it work? He had no idea. But he could at least try. This stream of nonsense continued for more than 20 minutes. And in the end, although he did not manage to confirm whether Black Zetsu had left, he did manage to confirm something else. Nagato's patience threshold. Enough. Nagato's roar echoed through the cave. An instant later, Shinra Tensei exploded out. Kenichi was blasted backward and only barely avoided being smashed flat against the wall because he had been paying close attention from the start. My apologies, my apologies. Kenichi scratched his head. At the same time, he very subtly glanced toward the ground. He still could not tell whether Black Zetsu remained nearby, and that left him feeling thoroughly disgusted. That thing was like a cockroach. It was not particularly dangerous at the moment, but it was revolting and ridiculously hard to get rid of. Because of that, he still could not speak openly with Nagato. The Akatsuki organization will consider your proposal, Nagato said coldly. But only if you can present something that proves you can create greater value without personally going out on missions. Then he turned and left with Conan, his face dark. If he stayed there any longer, he truly might hit Kenichi. Kenichi shrugged. But then, suddenly, a new idea surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, he really could communicate with Nagato using that method after all. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 340, The Trouble Caused by Too Much Information. Chapter 340, The Trouble Caused by Too Much Information. The simplest method would, of course, be to bring Nagato onto the airship with him. It was convenient, and an airship was not exactly easy to hide. Unless Black Zetsu could perfectly merge into the airship itself, Amamiya Kenichi would have nothing to worry about. The problem was that he needed the right opportunity. It had to be an opportunity that would naturally let Nagato board with him, while at the same time not arousing Black Zetsu's suspicion. The second option was to have Nagato follow him by airship all the way to the land of snow. But that would still require using an airship anyway, so after thinking it over, Kenichi gave up on the idea. It felt redundant. Leader, about the method you mentioned earlier, proving my value without taking missions, I have a good suggestion. Kenichi's eyes shifted slightly, and in the next moment, he came up with a suitable plan. Better yet, Nagato himself had just brought up the topic, which gave Kenichi a perfectly reasonable excuse and also kept the real subject he wanted to discuss from being exposed. Go on, Nagato said, his gaze dangerous. But if you are going to talk the way you did earlier. Nagato swore he had never wanted to expel an Akatsuki member this badly. Amamiya Kenichi's research ability was undeniably outstanding, but what Nagato truly wanted was a quiet organization. Not one filled with non-stop squawking that made it sound as though the Akatsuki had switched to performing skits. My weapon, Kenichi said with a smile. My very special weapon. As long as the organization masters how to deploy it, then some missions can be handled using my method. I will be responsible for supplying the item to the organization. He cast out the bait directly. Yes, it was an idea he had only just come up with. Since Nagato had said that if he did not want to perform missions, he needed to prove his value in another way, then Kenichi's idea was simple, provide weapons, specifically thermobaric bombs. Of course, supplying weapons was only the surface-level reason. What he really needed was to get Nagato onto the airship, take him high into the sky, and then talk about what truly mattered. It was tedious, troublesome, and exactly the kind of thing Kenichi hated dealing with. But because Black Zetsu existed, he had no other choice. Oh. Your weapon. Nagato's interest was immediately piqued. Of course, he knew some things about Amamiya Kenichi. That peculiar destructive weapon of his was no secret. After all, Kenichi had used it many times. Not every attack left no survivors, and from the accounts of those who had lived through it, his thermobaric bomb had already gained a clear image in the eyes of the world. People called that fat, cylindrical thing the Fat Demon. That name had spread across the entire ninja world. Countless people were trying to figure out what exactly the Fat Demon was, and why it could cause such devastating destruction. Yet even now, no one had managed to create anything similar. Even so, there were still some people in the ninja world whose brains were either full of water or had holes in them. They had started making imitation ornaments and keychains modeled after it, and surprisingly, those things sold extremely well. After all, the people of the ninja world admired strength. Yes. With that, even if I do not personally take missions, that should still count, right? Kenichi asked with a smile. At the same time, he kept his senses fully spread out, watching the surroundings carefully. And yet, there was still no movement. Black Zetsu was like something that did not exist at all. Kenichi could not even tell whether Black Zetsu was nearby or whether it had run off, unable to endure his long-winded nonsense. But he could not afford to gamble. Bringing Nagato over was important, and it was also dangerous. At present, Black Zetsu and Obito still believed that they were the hidden chess players in control from the shadows, so they would not rashly take desperate action. But once Kenichi pulled Nagato over to his side, it would become a serious problem for both Obito and Black Zetsu. So they definitely would not sit still and do nothing. Nagato did not answer immediately. He was thinking. The destructive power of the Fat Demon was no small matter. It had already forced the 5 great nations to upgrade their defensive barriers. The barrier ninja in Kimobakure, who had not been particularly valued before, had suddenly become hot commodities in the village. It had to be said that Amamiya Kenichi really was capable. By himself, he had pushed the entire ninja world into developing stronger defensive barriers. Of course, that had also created some minor trouble for Nagato's future plans. All right. Nagato finally nodded. The Fat Demon was worth the investment. Even if Kenichi did not personally move, simply supplying that weapon would still significantly increase the Akatsuki's destructive power. But before that, I need to demonstrate it for you first, Kenichi said with a grin. Leader, would it be convenient for you to come up on the airship with me? He revealed his real goal without hesitation. As long as Nagato got onto the airship, Black Zetsu would not be able to monitor them. This was the only opportunity. And this time, the timing, the location, and the circumstances all aligned perfectly. Nagato had personally proposed the condition, Kenichi had come up with a solution that let him avoid missions, and demonstrating the weapon was entirely reasonable. Black Zetsu should not become too suspicious. All right. Nagato hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Konan looked at her friend with concern. Nagato's real body could not be too far from the puppet he controlled. If he flew too high. But Nagato gave her a reassuring look. He was not worried about something at this level, and he genuinely wanted to see how the weapon Kenichi was talking about worked. It would greatly help the Akatsuki accelerate its accumulation of strength. So Konan stayed behind. Her excuse was that she had other matters to handle, but Kenichi knew the truth. Konan was staying to watch over Nagato's real body, while Nagato controlled Pain and boarded the airship with Kenichi. The airship slowly rose into the sky. Kenichi checked again. Everything on the airship was normal. There were no abnormalities at all. Forget Black Zetsu, even a tiny insect would have been caught by the chakra Kenichi had spread out and thrown off. But Black Zetsu was simply nowhere to be found. Kenichi frowned slightly. Either Black Zetsu had not followed, or it had truly merged itself into the airship perfectly. Both were possible, which made the situation even more annoying. It looks like I need something else. Kenichi's eyes darkened. Black Zetsu, that damned cockroach, sooner or later he was going to catch that bastard and lock it in a specially made container for daily experiments. It was truly disgusting. He could not even confirm whether Black Zetsu was there when he wanted the smallest bit of privacy. If he knew nothing, perhaps he would feel better, but because he did know about Black Zetsu, he constantly felt as though he were living under someone else's gaze. That is high enough. Nagato suddenly spoke. Kenichi glanced at him. They still had not reached his usual cruising altitude, but he stopped anyway. This height was enough. Moreover, he had already roughly tested the range of Nagato's puppet control. It definitely was not the limit, and Nagato certainly had hidden cards left, but that was fine. Leader, I will show you. Kenichi took out a sealing scroll. Pain stepped forward and stood at his side, watching with curiosity. Nagato truly was interested in these things. But then Kenichi's hand suddenly trembled, and something slipped out. His pupils shrank. In an instant, he pulled out a backpack, shouted, "Watch out," and the entire airship was swallowed by flames. The explosion was not too big, yet not too small either. It was just enough to destroy the airship completely. Kenichi forcibly endured the blast, then opened his parachute. At the same time, he sharply noticed that at the instant of the explosion, a lump of black matter seemed to have fallen away. His eyes instantly turned cold. So Black Zetsu really could merge perfectly into his airship. How exactly had that thing done it? Fortunately, he had prepared for this possibility. Otherwise, what exactly are you doing? Nagato asked coldly through Yahiko's body. At the instant of the explosion, he had used Shinra Tensei to repel the flames, so he was not injured. Now he floated in the air, staring at Kenichi with icy displeasure. If Kenichi had not warned him first, and if Nagato himself had still been standing within the blast range, he really would have suspected that Kenichi had done this intentionally to attack him. "Leader, what do you think about the proposal I made last time?" Kenichi asked. He had opened his parachute and was slowly descending from the sky, speaking to Nagato while drifting downward. Nagato's pupils contracted. "I had no choice but to do this, leader," Kenichi said with a grin. "Do you not think there are some people in our organization with absurdly strong concealment abilities? Whether it was a weapon demonstration or a bomb accidentally falling, the point of all of it had been to create this very moment. Even with a parachute, he could not stay in the air too long, so this had to be handled quickly. I will keep it short. Your peace plan will not work, leader. That method cannot bring true peace. A world where people can completely understand one another does not exist. As long as there are people, there will be selfish desire. So what I want is a unified world, a unified nation. No more 5 great nations, no more small countries, the entire ninja world would become one nation. There would be no more Konoha ninja, no more Kumo ninja. Everyone would simply be ninja of that one country. Only that method can create a peaceful world. There may still be some conflict and instability at the beginning, but people ultimately long for peace. We only need to suppress the ambitious, let that peace continue for 100 years, and once the people have accepted the idea of one unified country, once there is no longer any conceptual division between nations, then peace will come naturally." Kenichi spoke very quickly. There was simply too much information in those words, so much that for a moment, Nagato had no room to think. The organization is not a safe place, leader. Opportunities like this are rare. If we cannot find somewhere absolutely secure next time, I will not say anything else. Kenichi glanced at Nagato as he spoke. He knew very well that Nagato would not immediately form a conclusion. Making a decision like this was not easy. "Wait," Nagato said, rubbing his brow. "What you just said was too chaotic." He was now also beginning to notice that something was wrong. Everything that had just happened had looked like coincidence, but now it clearly was not. It had all been deliberately arranged by Amamiya Kenichi. Still, this only made Nagato more confused. Had all this trouble really been necessary? He had been on the airship himself, yet he had felt no one else's presence and detected no sign of ninjutsu. Kenichi rolled his eyes. If Nagato were not such a pitiful person, and if he did not also have some good ideas, Kenichi would never have bothered going this far. But Nagato was, in Kenichi's plans, the future candidate for head of the judicial department. So he forced himself to stay patient. "There are some very special people in the ninja world," Kenichi explained. "Their strength might not be great, but they are naturally skilled at concealment. They can hide in the earth, in trees, and even inside my airship just to listen to our conversation." Then he glanced downward. They had already descended a good distance. If this conversation continued any longer, it would become troublesome. So he pulled out another sealing scroll and took out half of a thermobaric bomb, pretending he was only explaining the weapon. "Next time, find a safe place and release a thought wave," Nagato said after a long silence. "I will use the outer path, demonic statue chains to communicate with you there. That should be safer." To be honest, he did not fully believe what Kenichi was saying. After all, he possessed the sage's eye, and under its observation, he had discovered nothing unusual. But what Kenichi said did sound plausible, and in the end, Nagato chose caution. Kenichi's eyes brightened. That would be even better. Communication would become much more convenient. He would only need to find a way to pull Nagato toward the land of snow and avoid the Black Zetsu problem there. "Leader, remember this, do not tell anyone about our conversation." "No one at all," Kenichi said seriously. Nagato silently nodded. If what Kenichi said was true, then even the inside of the organization was unsafe. Still, was it really true? Nagato found it hard to believe, which was only natural. The whole thing sounded absurd, and he had never personally witnessed it. But caution did no harm. Now then, the way to use this weapon is, Kenichi said. He still briefly explained how the thermobaric bomb was used, but what he took out was only an ordinary model, not the improved version. After all, the newest and most advanced products were for his own use. The older thermobaric bombs were for export. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, Black Zetsu is like a big cockroach. Chapter 341, Black Zetsu is like a big cockroach. Why are you back already? Obito asked in surprise when he saw Black Zetsu return. He had specifically sent Black Zetsu to follow Amamiya Kenichi and see what that man was planning, but he had not expected him to come back so quickly. He had only just assigned that idiot Uchiha in a mission and was planning to wait here for Black Zetsu's report. Instead, the man returned almost immediately. Worse, he looked visibly irritated, his expression dark and ugly, clearly in a terrible mood. There was no need to keep following that idiot at all, Black Zetsu snapped, unable to hold back his frustration. He truly thought Amamiya Kenichi was insane. Not only did he spout endless nonsense, he even managed to blow up an airship with his own weapon. Black Zetsu genuinely had no idea how someone like that had earned the title of Heavenly Demon. Oh. Obito's interest rose at once. Although the last incident had already landed that bastard Kenichi squarely on his kill list, he was still very curious about what exactly the men had done to anger Black Zetsu this badly. After all, Black Zetsu usually presented himself as calm and composed. Obito had been annoyed by that more than once. Seeing him in such a foul mood now actually made Obito feel a little better. Still, when it came to Kenichi, Obito's expression became more serious. Kenichi gave him a very strange feeling, as if the men were deliberately targeting him. If Obito had not been certain his identity remained hidden, he would have suspected Kenichi already knew he was alive. What else could it be? Black Zetsu said coldly. When that idiot was reporting his mission to Nagato, he spent over 20 minutes rambling things like, I bombed the hidden sand village with a new weapon, then the hidden sand village was bombed once by my new weapon, and the hidden sand village's barrier was bombed once by my new weapon. Just endless garbage like that. Obito's mouth twitched. Even from Black Zetsu's rough summary alone, he already felt like hitting someone. He could only imagine how painful it must have been for Black Zetsu, who had actually endured listening to that nonsense for more than 20 minutes. Even so, Obito quickly sensed that something was off. He knew Amamiya Kenichi well enough to know that the men did not seem like the type who would chatter endlessly for no reason. Could he have done it on purpose? Obito narrowed his eyes. Possibly, Black Zetsu said with a nod. But even if it was intentional, it was probably just to disgust Nagato. He never considered the possibility that he himself had been the target. After all, the number of people in the ninja world who even knew he existed could be counted on one hand. And the number of people who knew about his concealment abilities was even smaller. Only Obito knew, and even Obito only knew that he was highly skilled at covert information gathering. He was nowhere near aware of Black Zetsu's true capabilities. Black Zetsu had deliberately hidden that much, even from that idiot Uchiha Madara. He had never revealed his true hiding techniques to either of them. Instead, he had always concealed himself only to a level where, if they concentrated hard enough, they might notice something. That way, he could subtly lower the Uchiha's guard against him. Since even Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito had never suspected him, there was no way Amamiya Kenichi could know. Because of that, Black Zetsu never once suspected that Kenichi had been testing him. At the time, aside from Kenichi himself, only Konan had been nearby in the entire cave. It was impossible that the whole performance had been a precaution against Konan, right? Once every impossible option was ruled out, the one remaining possibility, no matter how absurd, had to be the truth. Amamiya Kenichi was simply messing with Nagato. And, annoyingly enough, that did fit Kenichi's personality. Obito stroked his chin. He did not know why, but he still had a strange feeling about the whole matter. Kenichi's actions were odd and did not quite fit the personality traits Obito had observed before. Still, Obito quickly calmed down again. Amamiya Kenichi was a lunatic. It was impossible to measure a lunatic using the thought process of a normal person. Once he looked at it that way, Obito relaxed. Black Zetsu's intelligence gathering had never failed before, so this time should not be any different. Forget it. Let's not waste time on that madman, Obito said. Come on. Our plan may need to be adjusted. Obito and Black Zetsu left together. Neither of them had any intention of lingering. The current state of the ninja world was already chaotic enough, and they needed to plan carefully. Leader, see you next time. Completely unaware that he had already been labeled a lunatic, Amamiya Kenichi cheerfully walked away. He had sent off the sealing scroll containing the thermobaric bomb and in return received another sealing scroll full of money, which Conan had handed over. It was not a bad deal at all. More importantly, he had successfully made contact with Nagato. Next, he only needed to return to the land of snow, blow up the airship, make sure Black Zetsu was nowhere nearby, and then he could have a proper conversation with Nagato about the state of the ninja world and the problem Black Zetsu posed. Of course, that brought up another issue. He still needed concrete proof of Black Zetsu's existence, and proof of how he had learned about it. Otherwise, once someone like Nagato became suspicious, it could affect future cooperation. Nagato only nodded calmly. Even so, the slight tremble in his fingers betrayed the fact that his heart was nowhere near as calm as he looked. During the short time he had fallen from the sky, he had been hit with too much information, so much that he was still digesting it now. Nagato, are you all right? Conan asked with concern. She could obviously tell that her friend was carrying a great deal on his mind. Nagato's eyes were slightly unfocused. He looked toward the entrance of the cave. He had always believed his own ideas and Yahiko's were correct, and he had been walking firmly along that path this whole time. But now, what Amamiya Kenichi said also seemed to make sense. If today had been the first time Kenichi ever brought this up, Nagato would have immediately sent him flying with Shinra Tensei. But Kenichi had mentioned it before. Nagato had already thought about it once, and that first seed of doubt had already been planted in his heart. So when Kenichi raised it again this time, the balance in Nagato's heart began to sway once more. Still, Nagato took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. There had not been enough time to talk earlier. And if what Kenichi said was true, that someone who could not even be detected by the sages I had been secretly listening in and gathering information the whole time. At that thought, Nagato's eyes narrowed. Now more than ever, he found himself looking forward to the next meeting with Amamiya Kenichi. Brother Amamiya. By then, Kenichi had already found Uchiha Hikari, Sasori, and Deidara. The three of them were sitting in a barbecue restaurant, and Hikari was the first to spot him. She waved at him excitedly the moment she saw him. Kenichi walked over with a cheerful smile. At the moment, he had already removed his mask, but in its place wore another face created through the transformation jutsu. This was his usual method. Otherwise, there were always fools trying to claim his bounty. Granted, it was not the heavenly demon's bounty. It was only Amamiya Kenichi's bounty from Konoha, but killing him would still earn a respectable sum. Sometimes Kenichi genuinely considered turning himself in and collecting it personally. "How's the barbecue here?" he asked as he walked over. The meat was already sizzling on the grill, giving off such a rich aroma that even Kenichi's mouth started to water. "It's excellent," Sasori said. He picked up a slice with his chopsticks, ate it with obvious satisfaction, and then continued speaking. "I heard the owner of this barbecue restaurant is a barbecue master from Konoha." Kenichi thought of the sign outside, Ichiraku Barbecue, and his expression turned a little strange. Could Ichiraku actually be a family name? Konoha had Ichiraku Ramen, and now here was Ichiraku Barbecue too. Of course, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen was not named Ichiraku, but Tuchi. Even so, Kenichi suddenly became curious about what the owner here was called. "Bring us a few more plates," Kenichi called out cheerfully as he sat down beside Hikari. "I made a big score today." As he sat, he also noticed that Deidara kept sneaking glances at Hikari, which made Kenichi's expression grow complicated. Could it be that Deidara had taken a liking to Hikari? Still, it had to be said that Hikari really was charming. She was cute, quiet, and had a very unique presence, almost like a female version of Sasuke. If that really was the case, things might get troublesome. "Hikari, have you been talking with Deidara, the one obsessed with explosions?" Kenichi asked casually as they walked later on. He was not especially good with emotional matters, but he did care about Hikari's own thoughts. "Ah. Brother Deidara." Hikari smiled shyly. "He's pretty nice. Just a little strange. He's always talking about explosions and things like that." Kenichi nodded. From her reaction, it was obvious Hikari did not have any special feelings for Deidara. Good. Once the matters in the land of rice fields were settled, he would take Hikari away again. With some distance, Deidara's internal drama would probably cool off a little. "Deidara really does love explosions," Kenichi said simply, then stopped outside Amato's laboratory. As usual, he had Deidara take Hikari out to play while he himself sat down across from Amato to discuss serious matters. "Mr. Amato, this is the forbidden technique I brought back from the hidden sand village," Kenichi said as he handed over the scroll. "One's own life reincarnation." Amato snatched it up excitedly and immediately began reading through it with full concentration. Kenichi was in no hurry. He picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and waited for Amato to finish reading. He also wanted to hear what Amato thought of it. Kenichi himself had already examined the technique. It was a very unique ninjutsu and indeed had the power to bring back the dead. However, it was far from perfect. In fact, it could be said that its practicality was rather low. The key issue with one's own life reincarnation was that the caster needed to possess enough strength and enough chakra. For example, if an ordinary genin learned the technique and then tried to revive some powerful village ninja, it would fail. The power gap would be too great. Even if that genin exhausted every bit of chakra they had, they still would not be able to pull it off. A powerful person reviving another powerful person was possible, but difficult. A powerful person reviving a weak person was easy, but the value of doing so was often very low. Kenichi could not picture Senju Hashirama using a technique like this to revive some random genin from Konoha. There was simply no need. From that point alone, one's own life reincarnation was inferior to Rinne rebirth. Rinne rebirth was an equal life for a life exchange. This technique is interesting, Amato said at last, lowering the scroll. But its restrictions are severe. It must be used by a ninja whose strength is equal to or greater than the target's in order to pull back the person's soul. Kenichi nodded. That was exactly right. Then Amato suddenly asked, "Young friend Amamiya, what do you think of my own strength?" Kenichi froze for a moment, then looked carefully at Amato's face. The man looked completely serious. "If we exclude your scientific ninja tools," Kenichi said after a moment of thought, "then your own strength should be around Jonin level, right?" Even as he answered, he added a quiet note in his own mind. Amato's actual strength was fairly respectable, but only when backed by his scientific ninja tools. Without them, he was probably no more than special Jonin level. Then, Amato looked directly at him. "Can you find someone capable of reviving me?" At those words, Kenichi's hand paused in midair, the teacup still in his grasp. Then he slowly looked up at Amato. With the way the man had phrased that, was he saying he intended to do it himself? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 342, Only a Step Between a Madman and a Genius. Chapter 342, Only a Step Between a Madman and a Genius. "Mr. Amato, are you planning to?" Kenichi asked, uncertainty flickering across his face. The idea was simply too insane. Even he was not sure he would dare do something like that himself. So he truly could not tell whether Amato was thinking along the same line. "As you know, my young friend Amamiya, people in our field obtain the most accurate conclusions when we experience certain things for ourselves," Amato said calmly. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual light. Kenichi fell silent. He understood now, more or less, what Amato meant, and that realization filled his gaze with a trace of admiration. After all, anyone capable of making that kind of decision was either a genius or a madman. And there is often only a single step between a genius and a madman. Many geniuses are only called madmen because they failed. The ones who succeed are hailed as geniuses. The ones who do not are all dismissed as lunatics. Kenichi did not know which category the men before him belonged to. But in his heart, he leaned toward the former. Amato was a genius. A mad, fearless genius. "Mr. Amato, are you planning to go to the Pure Land yourself?" Kenichi asked as he looked at him thoughtfully. Even though he had already guessed the answer, he still wanted to hear it confirmed aloud. The idea was simply too unbelievable. Going to the Pure Land was not like traveling overseas. It was not even like traveling into outer space. Traveling abroad only required money and a visa. Traveling into space only required even more money. But going to the Pure Land. It had to be said, it was an incredibly cheap travel project. The only problem was that it usually came with a one-way ticket. "Yes," Amato replied without hesitation. "I intend to personally cast the technique and revive my daughter, Akabe. After the revival succeeds, I will go to the Pure Land myself." He paused, then continued in a level tone. "After that, I will have to trouble you, my young friend Amamiya. Use Edo Tensei on me. I want to research why it fails." Kenichi licked his lips. He had thought before that Amato was the same kind of person as himself and Orochimaru, someone willing to devote a great deal to science. But now he realized Amato was even crazier than he had imagined. The man was planning to learn one's own life reincarnation, revive his daughter with it, then use the opportunity to personally descend into the Pure Land and uncover its secrets, and afterward have Kenichi bring him back with Edo Tensei. It was madness. And yet, it was also courage in its purest form. If it were Kenichi, he knew he would not dare. After all, death was still death. Unless he were absolutely certain he could be revived, he would never willingly place himself in that kind of danger. What if the one he trusted changed his mind? What if that person died before bringing him back? What if something unforeseen happened in the Pure Land itself? There were simply too many risks. "I understand," Kenichi said at last. But when do you want me to use Edo Tensei on you? The way he addressed Amato had already changed without him realizing it. This old man truly deserved that respect. Immediately, Amato answered after a moment of thought. As soon as I die, summon me back. Then release the technique. 7 days later, use Edo Tensei on me again. I want to compare the difference. Kenichi did not object. If it happened immediately, Amato would be able to clearly feel the moment his soul returned to the Pure Land. Then, after 7 days, he could gain a deeper understanding of what the Pure Land was like. I will absolutely help you complete this research, Mr. Amato, Kenichi said, his voice firm. He was already starting to feel excited. There was almost no proper research on the Pure Land anywhere in the ninja world. Most of what existed was tied to Edo Tensei and nothing more. He and Orochimaru were both the sort who constantly walked the edge between life and death, but even they had never truly crossed that line. Amato, however, was about to push the door open himself and peer directly into the secrets beyond. Perhaps the Pure Land really does affect the soul in some way. Kenichi murmured, rubbing his chin. After my teacher was revived, he changed in some ways. But that alone proves nothing, since Madara also changed after coming back. That is fine, Amato said simply. I still have a few living sacrifices left. He sounded so decisive that Kenichi could only stare for a second before nodding. Apparently, the men intended to begin right now. Soon, a living sacrifice was brought into the room. Its eyes were vacant and lifeless. A line of drool hung from the corner of its mouth as it followed Amato around like a puppet. Kenichi gave it an extra look. This is a new anesthetic I developed, Amato explained when he noticed Kenichi's curiosity. It strips the subject of will, but leaves basic motor functions intact. At the moment, Amato was already reviewing the details of one's own life reincarnation in his mind, preparing for what came next. An excellent piece of research, Kenichi said sincerely. Amato really was a treasure vault. Every time Kenichi learned something new about him, he discovered yet another hidden weapon in the man's arsenal. Originally, Kenichi had planned to return to the Land of Snow as soon as possible, finish mastering would release, and then begin researching how to accelerate crop growth. If that succeeded, it would be a truly shocking breakthrough. But with Amato so eager to begin this experiment immediately, there was no way Kenichi would refuse. He also wanted every scrap of data that could be gathered from one's own life reincarnation and from the Pure Land itself. Before long, Akabe was called back as well. She walked in quietly. Hikari came with her too, waving happily the moment she saw Kenichi. He glanced over and froze for a second. Hikari's hair had been styled into twin tails, and she was wearing clothes he had not seen before. Most likely, Akabe had picked them out for her. The result was unexpectedly adorable. Hikari, could you wait in Akabe Nichin's room for a while? Kenichi said with a smile as he ruffled her hair. The experiment was about to begin, and he had no intention of letting Hikari watch. Okay, Hikari answered immediately. She did not ask questions, did not pout, and did not cling to him. Watching her leave so obediently, Kenichi could not help scratching his head. This girl's personality really was likable. It was much better than the kind who would cross their arms and say they would not listen no matter what. Then I'll trouble you, Amato said. He had already laid Akabe down on the sofa. Akabe did so naturally, without the slightest resistance. By now, she had gone through more than enough experiments at her father's hands to be used to this kind of thing. So she had no idea what was about to happen. Kenichi replied. He picked up a glass dish nearby. Resting inside it was a tiny bit of flesh and blood, a piece of skin Amato had just cut from his own finger. That would serve as material for Edo Tensei later. Kenichi also finished his preparations. Once everything was ready, he created a shadow clone and had it begin recording the experiment. This was an invaluable experiment. Every detail had to be documented. Anything less would be disrespectful to Amato. Today is a special day. Humanity, living humanity, has finally begun direct research into the Pure Land. Regardless of the final outcome, this experiment is destined to be epic-making. Amato brought his hands together in a seal. A ball of light appeared between his palms. It radiated a strange warmth, and just looking at it made one feel as if they were standing in sunlight. Almost immediately, sweat began pouring down Amato's face. The activation of one's own life reincarnation places an enormous burden on the user's vitality and chakra. Mr. Amato already appears too strained to speak normally. Kenichi watched closely. In his eyes, Amato's aura visibly weakened. Then the ball of light began to merge into Akabe's body. Akabe had been conscious a moment ago, but as the light sank into her, her eyes slowly closed, and a peaceful expression appeared on her face, as if she had just sunk into a warm bath. One's own life reincarnation does not seem to cause pain to the target. On the contrary, it appears to produce a strong sense of comfort. Kenichi recorded that too. Then Amato finally spoke, his voice strained and shaky. So tired. It feels like I've been doing experiments for half a month without sleep. Kenichi's shadow clone wrote it down immediately. My body feels heavy, Amato continued. My heart is beating very fast. I can barely hear anything outside now, all I can hear is my own heartbeat. The intervals between his words were growing longer. His voice was sinking deeper and deeper into exhaustion. Kenichi stepped forward and quickly performed a basic examination. The numbers made his expression change. Amato's heart rate had climbed to 500 beats per minute. That number was absurd. Any doctor who saw it would probably scream. At the same time, Amato's body temperature had begun to drop. The light in his hands vanished. Then he collapsed. His heartbeat flatlined instantly. All signs of life disappeared. At the 23rd second after one's own life reincarnation began, Mr. Amato was confirmed dead. Cardiac arrest. Biological death. Kenichi recorded the result without delay. Almost the same instant Amato died, Kenichi completed the final step of Edo Tensei. The living sacrifice's face immediately shifted and twisted until it became Amato's. Cracks spread over the skin, but its eyes did not open right away. Kenichi did not waste time on him. Instead, he rushed straight to Akabe and attached a body monitor to her. Changes were already happening. Her breathing was growing steady. Her heartbeat had normalized. When Kenichi pressed a hand to her forehead, he found that her body temperature was rising fast. The dead coldness that had clung to her before was gone. The one's own life reincarnation experiment has succeeded. Akabe appears to have been genuinely revived. The Edo Tensei residue on her body is beginning to peel away, exposing natural skin beneath. Kenichi's eyes lit up. This was the first time one's own life reincarnation had ever been used in conjunction with Edo Tensei. Its scientific value was immeasurable. Just as he had guessed, one's own life reincarnation could produce an effect similar to Rin rebirth and forcibly break an Edo Tensei subject free from the technique, restoring them directly to life. But that also created an entirely new question. What about the body of the original living sacrifice? Did Akabe's present body contain part of that sacrifice? Had her genetic information been affected? Or had the body been reconstructed outright through one's own life reincarnation? Did that mean the sacrifice's body had been rewritten on the spot into Akabe's genetic structure? And if so, did that prove the soul held such overwhelming authority over the body? In an instant, a flood of new questions erupted in Kenichi's mind. At last, Amato opened his eyes as well. He had returned to the world of the living again, at least temporarily, and the first thing he saw was Kenichi's shadow clone standing beside him. Your Edo Tensei revival was delayed by roughly 1 minute, the clone said politely. Did something happen, Mr. Amato? It had been timing everything from the start, and that delay was real. It was not normal. Normally, Edo Tensei did involve a slight delay between activation and the subject fully returning. The same thing had happened when Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage during the Konoha crush. But that had not been a full minute. I don't know how to describe it, Amato said, his brows tightly drawn together. He still looked deeply uncomfortable. It felt as if I had suddenly been thrown into an extremely harsh environment, he said slowly. The air there was suffocating. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, The Mysteries of Soul and Body. Chapter 343, The Mysteries of Soul and Body. Suffocation. Kenichi looked at Amato in surprise. That was definitely a strange sensation. According to his previous research, however, Edo Tensei did not require breathing at all. People revived through Edo Tensei had no need to breathe, even if some of them still retained the habit. But that was only because they had breathed while alive, so it had become instinctive. It was like someone suddenly telling you that your breathing was under your own control. The moment you became aware of it, it no longer felt entirely automatic. Even so, humans were still humans. They could not simply stop breathing. Only after becoming a soul could one break free from that basic physical need. Yet now Amato was saying he had felt as if he were suffocating. That made things very interesting. It is not exactly suffocation, Amato said after thinking for a moment. It is more like a very uncomfortable sensation. I was not truly breathing. I was just not used to not needing to breathe. He touched his own body, then immediately turned to look at his daughter. Akabe was lying quietly on the sofa, covered with a blanket that Kenichi had draped over her. Although Kenichi had certainly been treated to quite a view in the process, what needed to be done still had to be done. My daughter, right now. Amato's voice trembled slightly. He had paid with his own life for this moment. If it had failed. She's alive, Kenichi said before he could finish. Her heartbeat, brain waves, and everything else have returned to normal values. She just hasn't woken up yet. It may be that her soul still needs time to adjust. In the next instant, Amato dropped to the floor. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched Akabe's hand, feeling her warmth. He laughed and cried at the same time, looking half deranged. Kenichi said nothing. He only watched quietly. Amato had sacrificed so much to bring his daughter back. In the end, he had truly succeeded, at the cost of his own life. Frankly speaking, from a purely practical perspective, it was a loss. Amato's strength was already close to special Jonin level. With some effort, he could probably have revived a Jonin. That was an extremely valuable bargaining chip, enough to exchange for a powerful and capable ninja. Although Akabe had also been a ninja, according to Amato, she had only been a genin. She had never been particularly outstanding. If Kenichi had insisted on pure efficiency, he could have simply controlled some other genin with parasites, taught them one's own life reincarnation, and had them revive Akabe instead. But this was Amato's daughter. There was no way Kenichi was going to stop an old father from saving his child with his own hands. So he did nothing. He was someone who valued efficiency and cost-effectiveness, but even he understood that not everything in this world could be measured by those standards alone. Some things still had to be done, even if they were exhausting and irrational. Besides, Amato's death also created a chance to study the Pure Land itself. That alone made this experiment priceless. It's good that she's alive. Amato wiped his face and slowly stood up. He glanced at Kenichi in embarrassment. At his age, crying like that really was a loss of composure. Mr. Amato, Kenichi said, changing the subject with perfect tact, although your daughter has been revived, she still has not regained consciousness. I've been monitoring her brain waves. They remain active, so she may simply still be in the adaptation phase. Amato accepted the hot tea Kenichi handed him and took a slow sip. Kenichi did not mention the tears. If their positions had been reversed, he would have lost control too. People were like that. Unless someone had truly become a creature without emotion, scenes like this were inevitable. That was why he chose to shift the conversation back to science. It was the easiest way to help Amato recover his composure. The soul really does exist, Amato said after another sip. The moment I died, I felt an incredible sense of peace. Kenichi immediately wrote that down in the experiment log. That was valuable data. The feeling was very strange, Amato continued. Before I died, my body was in terrible shape, but my mind was filled with an almost unnatural calm. The instant death arrived, my soul felt free. As though I had finally taken off a coat that had been soaked through with water. He touched his face as he spoke, trying to put the feeling into words. Before death, he had been miserable. He had wanted to live. No, more than that. In those final moments, the desire to survive had become so strong it bordered on madness. He had even regretted reviving his daughter. A single thought had screamed through him over and over. I should live. It had been such a fierce instinct to survive that every cell in his body had seemed to be roaring for life, and with it came a suffocating fear of death. And then, at the exact instant he died, his soul floated free from his body. Everything changed. In that moment, the whole world became more beautiful than ever before. His soul felt as if it had returned to the womb, wrapped in safety and comfort. The sensation was so difficult to describe that Amato could only say this much: every pleasure he had ever experienced in life became trivial beside it. His mind was quiet. His spirit was weightless. It was a level of relaxation so absolute that it felt almost sacred. Then he found himself in a vast field of whiteness. He could not see anything around him, but he could still see his own corpse below. He knew that body was dead. But he felt no horror toward it. Only joy. Only peace. He had even felt a kind of disgust toward the body itself, as if going back to it would be like willingly putting on a rotting shell. And when I left my body, Amato said, pausing for a moment as he remembered, I saw my daughter. She was crying, and then she was being dragged into some kind of black. He stopped, brows tightening. Kenichi naturally understood. She was being revived at that time, Kenichi said. Because her soul was returning to her body, you lost sight of her. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he thought through the implications. It really was fascinating. There seemed to be a huge difference in cognition between souls and living beings. If his guess was correct, then souls of the dead could not directly perceive the souls of the living. That meant the Pure Land probably existed on an entirely different dimensional plane. If the world of the living was three-dimensional, then the world of souls might be two-dimensional, or perhaps even four-dimensional. Whatever the case, the two did not overlap normally. One could only perceive the other through special means. And when you brought me back with Edo Tensei, Amato went on, I felt a very powerful pull. It was as if someone had forced that rotten old coat back onto me. That was why it was so uncomfortable. Even now, it still feels unbearable. He took another sip of tea, though he could not taste it. He still wanted to drink it anyway, as if the act itself could make his condition feel less miserable. That is probably the key reason why the Pure Land has such a strong attraction for souls, Kenichi said with a nod. Most beings preferred comfort. Souls were no different. It was like being offered two choices. The first was to lie in an air-conditioned apartment during the hottest part of summer, stretched out on a sofa with food, games, and iced soda within arm's reach. The second was to march through a burning desert under the noon sun, rationing every last drop of water. Almost anyone would choose the first option. The soul seemed to be governed by the same principle. Compared to the strange comfort of the Pure Land, being dragged back into an Edo Tensei body was like being forced into a thick, soaking wet down coat. Every part of you would want to tear it off immediately. That also explained a problem Kenichi had noticed long ago with Edo Tensei. Most people brought back with it wanted to return to the Pure Land as quickly as possible, unless some greater obsession forced them to remain. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, for example, the revived Kage had stayed in the world of the living in order to battle Obito and Madara. But that was only because there was something they still had to do. Otherwise, they would have chosen to go back. This is truly bizarre, Amato murmured as he looked at his body. His eyes were full of disdain. No wonder Akabe always looked so unhappy while trapped in that state. If it were me, I would hate wearing this kind of body all the time too. Exactly, Kenichi said simply. Then he fell silent, deep in thought. He was thinking about the true meaning of the soul. In the ninja world, souls undeniably existed. They even had a destination, the Pure Land. But Kenichi's past research on souls had been extremely limited, almost non-existent. Souls were simply too hard to study. The only real example he had ever had was Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already used living corpse reincarnation. His soul had moved into another body, while the original soul of that body seemed to have vanished. But Kenichi had noticed a problem. After the transfer, Orochimaru's body had gradually begun to change in subtle ways. The current vessel was growing more feminine by the day. Even Jiraiya had recently written with complete confidence that Orochimaru had actually been a woman all along and had merely used some strange technique to live as a man. He had sounded so convinced that Kenichi had almost believed him. He had barely resisted the urge to ask Orochimaru directly whether he had once been a girl. If he had actually asked, the relationship between master and disciple might have shattered on the spot. The whole thing would probably have turned into something like Amamiya Kenichi versus Orochimaru. The rift between master and disciple. Kishimoto could probably have dragged that out for a month. Still, it proved one thing. The body clearly influenced the soul. But at the same time, the soul also influenced the body. The two were interconnected. What is wrong with me? A soft, sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Kenichi and Amato both turned at once. Akabe had sat up. As she did, the blanket covering her slipped down. Amato reacted with astonishing speed and yanked it back over her. Kenichi pressed his lips together. He had already seen enough. In fact, if he had been just a little less moral and had delayed Amato's revival by a bit longer, Amato might already have been preparing to become a grandfather. Still, Akabe's figure truly was impressive. Akabe. Akabe. Amato cried. At the moment, he had no idea he had almost become a grandfather thanks to someone's flexible morals. He was only looking at his daughter with trembling concern. Dad? Akabe asked, blinking. She recognized him immediately. What's wrong with you? Kenichi silently pulled out the experiment log again and continued recording. This final stage of the experiment was crucial. The most important question of all still remained. Was Akabe truly alive again? Amato had tried many clones before, but every one of them had failed. Their personalities had all turned warped and violent. This was why Kenichi had asked beforehand how he distinguished the original from the copies. Amato's answer had been simple. There was one question. And every clone, without exception, always gave more or less the same response. Akabe, Amato said, voice shaking, do you remember that thing Dad gave you when you were little? This was the key. The easiest way to distinguish the real person from a false replica was often through small memories like this. Kenichi sat quietly. He already knew what the wrong answer sounded like. Amato had told him before. Something along the lines of, "You old geezer, how would I remember what junk you gave me? Stop asking stupid questions or I'll blow you up with your money." Not the exact wording, but close enough in spirit. Akabe lowered her eyes and thought carefully. You gave me a plush teddy bear. I loved it so much, but I accidentally lost it later. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Good. This was the real Akabe. At last, there was no need to worry about a clone problem. Clone-related ethics were troublesome enough already. He did not want to add another chapter to that nightmare. Akabe. Akabe. Amato bit his lip so hard it nearly bled. His eyes turned red. His hands would not stop trembling. This was his daughter. The real daughter. Not some hollow shell dragged around by Edo Tensei, but the child he had wanted to bring back for so long. Dad, what happened to you? Akabe asked softly. Only now did she notice something was wrong. His hands were ice cold. There was not the slightest warmth in them. Kenichi touched his nose and silently looked away. The older he got, the less he could bear scenes like this. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, Reunion with Teacher. Chapter 344, Reunion with Teacher. Don't worry. Amato is fine. Kenichi scratched his head as he looked at Akabe, who was sitting blankly in front of him. Even so, he still comforted her, while inwardly complaining about Amato. That old man really had guts, entrusting Akabe to him like this. Wasn't he afraid that the next time Edo Tensei was used, he would come back only to find himself a grandfather? Of course, to be honest, while Akabe was indeed cute and had a very good figure, Kenichi truly had no interest in her. The thing he cared about most right now was still the experiment waiting for him in the land of snow. Dad sacrificed himself to bring me back, didn't he? Akabe asked softly, her eyes a little red. Kenichi felt a headache coming on, but after everything that had just happened. Thinking back to the sight of Amato slowly turning to dust in front of Akabe, his soul ascending into the sky while smiling and saying goodbye to her, Kenichi was inexplicably reminded of Naruto and Minato's farewell at the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Akabe had barely managed to force out a smile and bid her father farewell. But the moment he vanished, she broke down completely. She had cried without making a sound, covering her face as her shoulders shook violently. Even Kenichi, standing on the sidelines, could clearly feel how deep her grief ran. Yes. Kenichi nodded. Akabe was no longer a child. At this point, hiding the truth would have been pointless. Direct honesty was better. After hearing his answer, Akabe fell silent again, her mind seemingly drifting far away. Kenichi scratched his head. This girl really was troublesome to deal with. Fortunately, he did not need to personally take care of her forever. He only needed to make sure she could live safely for the time being. Still, there were no truly normal people left in the land of rice fields right now. Sasori was still locked up in his workshop tinkering with Unit 1. Deidara was even less suitable. Worse, Kenichi kept getting the feeling that Deidara had started looking at Hikari a little differently. It was subtle, and Kenichi was not completely certain. Maybe Deidara just found Hikari interesting. But then again, wasn't it normal for teenagers to get infatuated? Children in the ninja world matured fast. Either way, neither Sasori nor Deidara was suitable to live with Akabe. Those two unlucky guys would definitely drag her in some strange direction. If that happened, Kenichi would have no way to explain himself when Amato eventually returned from the Pure Land. It looks like I can only bring her to the land of snow. Then I can have Shirori look after her. Koyuki won't do. It has to be Shirori, Kenichi thought as he looked at the dazed Akabe and finally made up his mind. Since Amato had gone to the Pure Land in person for research, Kenichi naturally could not let him down. At the very least, he had to take proper care of Akabe, so that when Amato came back, there would be an explanation waiting for him. Otherwise, if Amato returned only to discover his daughter had become an explosion maniac, he would probably break ties with him on the spot. Akabe, do you want to come with me to the land of snow? Your father has a laboratory there, Kenichi asked. Hearing that, Akabe slowly raised her head and looked at him with hollow, unfocused eyes. And we can prepare for your father's resurrection ceremony, or something like that, Kenichi added. At those words, Akabe's eyes lit up slightly. She pressed her lips together, then nodded seriously. Can I help? She asked, looking at Kenichi with determination. I don't want to do nothing. Dad did everything he could to bring me back. Now it's my turn to bring him back from the Pure Land. Kenichi glanced at her, then nodded. At the same time, he silently noted something in his mind. After a soul was revived, it seemed to lose that strange obsession with the Pure Land. That really was peculiar. So Kenichi took Akabe and Hikari back to the land of snow by airship. Something mildly interesting happened along the way. As they passed near the border, Kenichi noticed several small black dots in the distance. They were probably hot air balloons or some other flying devices being used by the 5 great nations for border patrol. He glanced at them once, then paid them no further attention. If those people kept investing their research into hot air balloons and airships, then their future would be very limited. In his previous life, why had Zeppelin airships eventually been phased out? Because people had realized that airplanes were the true future of aerial warfare and transport. Airships simply could not keep up, unless someone invented a way to let them turn flexibly at high speed and equip them with some kind of energy shield. Otherwise, they were just giant targets in the sky. Back when he had attacked the hidden cloud village, Kenichi had already realized that both hot air balloons and airships shared the same fatal weakness. They were too easy to target with ninjutsu. If it had been a fighter jet instead, the situation would have been far safer. Once the ninja army is in place, it'll be time to continue researching improved crop strains. But even that won't be enough. The major villages are already wary of my thermobaric bombs and rocket bombs, Kenichi murmured, ignoring the patrol squads in the distance. He was thinking about the road ahead. Unifying the ninja world would not be easy. After all, the ninja world had never been truly unified before. The people here, no matter which village or country they came from, had never possessed a single shared identity. When introducing themselves, they always said they were from this village or that country. And between the 5 great ninja villages, the hatred ran deep. If everything is planned properly, Nagato alone might be enough to suppress. No, that won't work. Nagato's body is too weak. Kenichi shook his head. Was Nagato strong? Very strong. He was the man who had once flattened all of Konoha in one blow, the same man who had made Naruto experience firsthand what it meant for someone else's pain to have a far higher art budget. But what if he faced 2 or more Kage-level opponents at the same time? And there was another problem. Nagato's body had been drained by the Geto statue to the point of near ruin. He could only truly fight through pain. While his main body still had some combat ability, if an enemy at Kage level managed to close the distance, the situation would become very dangerous. So if they relied on Nagato alone to overturn the entire ninja world, it would be extremely difficult. Kenichi pulled a blueprint from his ceiling scroll. It was the schematic design for a uranium extraction and purification device. Nuclear weapons. Kenichi murmured to himself. Nuclear weapons were powerful, but the consequences of using them were also severe. Radiation could render an area uninhabitable for a long time, and the temperatures and shock waves produced by the explosion were terrifyingly destructive. While thermobaric bombs were already very strong, they were still clearly inferior to nuclear weapons in that regard. Combined with the complete set of nuclear physics materials he had received as a reward earlier, Kenichi now had some confidence in his ability to create one. Thermobaric bombs can still be kept in reserve for less troublesome situations. What I need most right now is a weapon capable of delivering a decisive strike. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous gleam flashed within them. In his previous life, nuclear weapons had been considered the ultimate deterrent. Whether or not one used them was a separate matter. The important question was whether one possessed them at all. Only those with the ability to produce and launch nuclear weapons had the right to stand among the truly great powers. What was more? Missile theory. Kenichi thought of the reward he had received from his mission in the hidden sand village and could not help but raise an eyebrow. When he completed that mission, one of the side rewards had been a complete theoretical set on missile development. There had been so many books that even Kenichi had felt his scalp go numb, just like when he first saw the nuclear physics materials. This time, however, he had no complaints. Missiles were far too useful. Once he had them, he could even try to launch nuclear warheads by missile in the future. At times, he felt as though his system had built an entire chain from the beginning. First thermobaric bombs, then nuclear weapons. If this continued, what would come next? Antimatter? Quantum technology? Dark matter? Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited. Those were all things that had existed only as theory in his previous life, although quantum computers had at least begun to take shape. Brother Kenichi, what's that? Hikari suddenly leaned over and pointed downward. Kenichi followed her gaze. At this point, the airship was already flying above the ocean. That was unavoidable. The land of snow was remote, and reaching it always meant a long stretch over the sea. Even by airship, much of the journey was over open water. If they had traveled by ship instead, it would have taken much longer. It should be a ship, Kenichi replied after a glance. From above, he could see a dark shape on the blue surface of the sea. It looked like a vessel. Nothing strange about that. Even though the land of snow was remote, it was still a country, and there were still merchant groups that did business there. No, brother Kenichi. I just saw something fly up from it, Hikari said, shaking her head. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and looked more carefully, but he still could not make it out. The airship was flying too high. If he wanted a proper look, the best option would be to lower their altitude. Just as he was considering what to do, he heard a noisy buzzing sound, like the static from an old television. The noise was awful, and he could not understand a single word. Still, Kenichi immediately knew what it was. He turned his head and saw the brick-like mobile phone sitting on the table. At present, there was only one set of those phones in the entire ninja world. He had one. His teacher had the other. Which meant, teacher. Kenichi picked up the phone, surprised. Had his teacher finally stopped chasing Jiraiya around? Or had Jiraiya actually been caught? But considering Jiraiya's strength, Kenichi felt that was unlikely. The Sannin did clash from time to time, but they rarely ever went all out to kill. Their bond still remained. When Naruto's memories had once been broadcast across the allied forces, Orochimaru had stood in silence before Jiraiya's grave. That alone said enough about how deep the ties between the three Sannin really were. So if Jiraiya was still fine, how had he convinced his teacher to let the matter drop? The phone continued to buzz uselessly, still impossible to understand. There was nothing Kenichi could do about it. The phone had been built by his teacher, and all the core technology was in his hands. While Kenichi knew a thing or two about scientific research, telecommunications were not his field. The ocean, HM. Could it be? Kenichi's eyes narrowed as a possibility occurred to him. The phone was ringing now, of all times. So he lowered the airship. And as it descended, the scene below became clearer. Now he could see the vessel properly. 3 heads were hanging from the side of the ship. A person was being dragged behind the stern. And at the bow stood a black-haired girl, waving at him. Although the hair was black, Kenichi recognized the face at once. It was his teacher. He just did not know why his teacher had black hair now. The sea breeze stirred his long hair as he stood there at the front of the ship, looking almost leisurely. That thing have grown this large already. This is the first time I've seen this kind of condition, Tsunade said in surprise back in Konoha, holding a petri dish in her hand. Inside the dish was an odd, fleshy mass soaking in solution. It looked vaguely like meat, but its shape was wrong in a way that made it deeply unsettling. It was not large, yet it gave off an unpleasant feeling just from looking at it. You only cut out this much? Hiruzen asked helplessly from the Hokage's chair as he looked at his disciple. He had been expecting something serious, perhaps a condition that would require days of recovery and hospitalization. Instead, the matter had been resolved astonishingly quickly. Yes. I need to study it first and understand exactly what this thing is before I can determine the proper treatment, Tsunade replied, nodding. She was deeply interested in every disease that existed in the ninja world. If there had been a better candidate to become the next Hokage, she would never have considered the position at all. Being Hokage was far too troublesome. She still preferred being a doctor. The third reached for his pipe, intending to take a puff, but the instant he noticed Tsunade's death glare, he quietly set it back down. He could always smoke after she left. Old man, Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes, that Uzumaki brat in the village, he's this generation's Jinchuriki, right? Hiruzen looked at her in confusion, but still nodded. Tsunade obviously knew that much already. She gave a brief nod, then turned and left, which made Hiruzen frown. Tsunade was not someone who asked pointless questions. Had something happened to Naruto? Thinking of that, Hiruzen could no longer remain seated. He rose from the Hokage's chair and hurried out. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 345, Chapter 345, The Teacher Suddenly Becomes a Black-Haired Beauty. Chapter 345, The Teacher Suddenly Becomes a Black-Haired Beauty. Teacher, what is this? Kenichi looked at Orochimaru in surprise. His teacher's hair was now completely black, long, and straight. The color suited him very well, but that was not the issue. Normally, when Orochimaru used his former appearance, he would use black hair. Most of the time, however, when he was in a female body, he kept the original golden hair of that body. This time, though, it had all been dyed black. I ran into a few idiots with more courage than brains, Orochimaru said. He stepped onto the airship, and the instant he landed, the ship below burst into flames. Kenichi's mouth twitched. That was very obviously not what he had been asking, but seeing that his teacher clearly did not want to talk about it, he wisely chose not to press further. As for the ship below, he could already guess what had happened. Some fools had probably seen Orochimaru's current appearance and thought they had found an easy target. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong person to provoke and gotten themselves killed for it. That outcome was hardly surprising. After all, Orochimaru was not some bloodthirsty maniac. Toward ordinary people, he could even be considered fairly restrained. Of course, the people who ended up on his operating table would definitely disagree, but even back in Konoha, before his experiments were exposed, the average villagers had a good first impression of him. Even after defecting from Konoha, he had never shown any real cruelty toward ordinary civilians. Amato Akabe. And this little brat is from the Uchiha clan. The moment he boarded, Orochimaru recognized the two girls at a glance. That caught Kenichi a little off guard. He had not expected his teacher to recognize Hikari so quickly. Hikari, meanwhile, looked at Orochimaru curiously. She had never seen him before, but she had heard Kenichi call him teacher, which made her a little curious about exactly how old this beautiful older sister really was. Mr. Amato, Kenichi said, handing the research log to his teacher. Orochimaru took it and glanced through it. The moment he saw the contents, his interest was completely hooked. He began reading in silence. Off to the side, Akabe still sat there blankly, her gaze unfocused. She had been like that for a while now. Kenichi did not disturb her. Akabe clearly needed time to sort through everything that had happened, although Kenichi really wanted to pull her aside and question her about the Pure Land and resurrection. This just was not the time. So, now Mr. Amato. Orochimaru glanced at Akabe, who was sitting there in a daze, and stopped halfway through his sentence. Clearly, this was not the right moment to continue that topic. So he pulled Kenichi into the next room and casually put up a simple soundproof barrier. Before entering, Kenichi left a shadow clone behind. The airship still needed to be operated, and it was not advanced enough to run itself yet. Brother Kenichi's teacher is so young, Hikari murmured in amazement as she watched. But after that brief remark, she immediately took something from her pocket and started working on it with great seriousness. It was for Brother Kenichi. Brother Kenichi would definitely like it. The one's own life reincarnation. This really is an excellent technique, Orochimaru said after hearing Kenichi's explanation. He returned the scroll to him. This jutsu is very interesting, but its flaw is obvious. Orochimaru licked his lips. The human heart is too difficult to predict. Even the same person can change drastically in just a few days, or even a single week. Making someone willingly sacrifice their life for another person is simply too difficult. Mr. Amato has plenty of ideas. He even wants to research the Pure Land itself. That's a very creative line of inquiry, Kenichi said. He was not especially focused on the one's own life reincarnation at the moment. There were still areas where it could be improved, and he intended to experiment with it further later. Besides, this trip back to the land of snow was also meant to test whether a ninja under parasite control could use the technique to revive Amato. If that proved possible, Kenichi would gain one more useful bargaining chip. Of course, from a moral standpoint, such a thing would probably be condemned as toying with the souls of the dead and disrespecting the living. Kenichi did not care. He knew very well that there were countless people in this world who would gladly disregard such concerns if it meant bringing back someone they loved. People always learn to treasure what they had only after losing it. The Pure Land is not a good place, Orochimaru said calmly. His tongue was unnaturally long, the result of his techniques, and at this point it could do all sorts of bizarre things. At one point, a certain white-haired Sannin who preferred not to be named had even hinted in one of his books that Princess Orochi's tongue could drive a person into a delirious daze. Kenichi strongly suspected Jiraiya had written that specifically to disgust his teacher. Judging from how hard Orochimaru had chased him down afterward, the attempt had clearly succeeded. Still, what interested Kenichi more was what his teacher had just said. Could it be that Orochimaru had already done research on the Pure Land? Teacher, have you studied the Pure Land before? Kenichi asked curiously. Orochimaru calmly took a sip of tea, then nodded. I once looked into it, he said. That place has a corrosive effect on souls. It lulls them into rest. But I always felt there was something wrong with it. When he performed the living corpse reincarnation, he had personally felt the threat posed by the Pure Land. In fact, the greatest danger during the transfer was the Pure Land itself. If the soul lacked sufficient willpower, it would be seized by that place and die on the spot. But even if one's will was strong enough, the moment the soul transferred from one body to another, it still suffered some erosion from the Pure Land. And if the bodies were not highly compatible, that erosion became even worse. That was why the soul needed time to rest afterward. However, Orochimaru said, setting down his cup and looking at Kenichi with interest, what's the deal with that Uchiha girl? His gaze moved across Kenichi's face as if appraising him. Could it be that his disciple had finally reached that age and wanted to start a family? Orochimaru himself felt nothing in particular about reproduction. In his eyes, it was nothing more than the result of biological instinct and hormones. A person who truly pursued truth should devote his entire life to that pursuit. Ah. Hikari, Kenichi said, scratching his cheek. She's someone I met by chance. We got along well, so she followed me. He was unsure how to explain her situation properly. After all, Hikari had existed since the Warring States era. For Orochimaru, that alone would make her an irresistibly valuable research subject. And that was exactly the problem. Kenichi did not want Hikari ending up in a laboratory. Still, looking at Orochimaru, he knew that simply hiding the truth would be pointless. Besides, if his teacher helped, then the development of the internet and long-distance communication could move forward much faster. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. He could already tell his disciple was hiding something. But Hikari is a very special case, teacher. Kenichi took out the stone fragments from Hikari's seal. He had preserved them and even drawn detailed diagrams. These things should interest Orochimaru a great deal. And, as expected, the moment he saw them, Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. When Kenichi further explained that Hikari had been sealed away from the Warring States era all the way until the present, Orochimaru's interest only deepened. This should involve a space-time sealing technique, Orochimaru said almost immediately. Kenichi thought the same. A normal sealing jutsu could never have preserved someone alive all the way until now. Otherwise, countless people would have chosen to seal themselves and simply wait for a better era in the future. More importantly, Hikari had not been provided with any sort of external nutritional support at the time. Kenichi suspected it was something closer to a suspended time seal. Watching Orochimaru slip into research mode, Kenichi finally relaxed a little. Every time he dealt with his teacher, it felt like a student facing his homeroom teacher right before final exams. I really wonder whether Uncle Jiraiya is still alive, Kenichi muttered to himself. But knowing teacher's personality, he probably just got the beating of his life. Once the airship reached the skies above the land of snow, Orochimaru was still completely immersed in studying the strange stones. Seeing that, Kenichi did not disturb him. Instead, after landing, he brought Orochimaru and Hikari down from the airship. Lord Kenichi, Shirori said, waiting outside. She had clearly been there for a while. Hikari was very close to her, so the moment she saw Shirori, she brightened with obvious delight. Shirori froze for a moment when she saw Orochimaru, but she quickly recognized him and immediately bowed respectfully. Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively and walked off without another word. Kenichi could only shrug and let Shirori lead his teacher toward the laboratory. He understood Orochimaru's personality far too well. Right now, no room in the world was more attractive to him than a laboratory. Master Koyuki came over next, smiling happily at Kenichi. Then her eyes shifted to Akabe standing beside him, and a trace of wariness immediately appeared in her gaze. After all, Akabe had a very good figure. How is progress? Kenichi asked. Originally he had wanted to ask Shirori, but since Shirori had just gone off with Orochimaru, he could only ask Koyuki instead. It's going very smoothly, Master. The current progress is good. There haven't been any failures, Koyuki replied, glancing at Hikari and swallowing the word experiment before it left her mouth. That's good. Kenichi was not surprised. After all, none of his shadow clones had dispelled yet. If they were still active, that meant no major failures had occurred. It seemed the mother parasite secretion really could improve the stability of genetic programming. Kenichi wasted no time after that. He had Hikari and Akabe follow Koyuki to find a place to stay, then hurried straight to the laboratory. The moment he entered, a strange smell hit him. Even with the parasites assisting, the activation process still required emotional stimulation, especially around the amygdala. Because of that, even though cleaners were stationed in the lab full-time, some test subjects still occasionally lost control of their bodies. You're finally here, one shadow clone said darkly, walking over with heavy bags under his eyes and staring at Kenichi with obvious resentment. Kenichi awkwardly touched his nose. You've worked hard, he said, quickly changing the subject. How's the experiment going? How many have activated the 3 tomoe Sharingan? The shadow clone rolled his eyes. How could he possibly fail to notice what the main body was doing? The ones implanted with Obito's genes, as well as the ones implanted with Shirsue's and Itachi's genes, have basically all activated the 3 tomoe Sharingan, the clone said, handing over the experiment log. But some new problems showed up. Kenichi took the log and scanned it. Everything was recorded in detail, including the problems this round had produced. You mean some of the test subjects showed unstable vital signs after awakening the 3 tomoe? Kenichi asked, narrowing his eyes. According to the notes, some of the subjects experienced unstable vital signs, elevated heart rates, and accelerated whole-body metabolism after activating the Sharingan. A few even displayed clear signs of accelerated aging, with parts of their bodies visibly showing early senescence, although the shadow clone had also noted that the observation period might still be too short for a definite conclusion. Kenichi fell into thought. This was interesting. He still could not determine whether it was a side effect of the transplanted genes or an issue caused by the Sharingan awakening itself. The observation period had simply been too short. Unless he managed to develop some sort of time acceleration-based space-time jutsu, there was no easy way to speed this part up. For now, record it and continue observing, Kenichi said. Then he looked at the remaining subjects. And these are the last batch. He did not sense any more young test subjects lined up outside. These seemed to be the final group still waiting near the laboratory. Yes. Everyone else has already awakened the Sharingan, the clone replied with a nod. This is the final batch. But activating the Mangekyo Sharingan will still take time. Kenichi was not surprised. Awakening the Mangekyo was a troublesome process. These subjects also needed time to rest and stabilize before the next attempt. And unlike ordinary Sharingan activation, the Mangekyo required close supervision from Kenichi himself. The Mangekyo Sharingan army, high-yield crops, nuclear weapons. Kenichi sighed, rubbing his temple. Why did it suddenly feel like everything had piled up at once? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, Naruto's body is probably made of iron, and so is his spirit. Chapter 346, Naruto's body is probably made of iron, and so is his spirit. Oh, right. There's also the meeting with Nagato. And in a few days, I'll have to use Edo Tensei on Amato again. Kenichi let out a long sigh. Everything was piling up on top of everything else. And I still need to test whether a ninja under parasite control can use the one's own life reincarnation as well. He rubbed his temples. Thankfully, this round of experiments was almost over. Once it was done, he could free up more shadow clones to help handle the rest. Still, Kenichi had some doubts about the one's own life reincarnation. Frankly speaking, it was an extremely powerful jutsu, yet very few people in the Hidden Sand used it. In the anime, it only appeared once, when Chiyo revived Gaara, and then it was never seen again. But was that realistic? Not at all. If anything, it felt like a fantasy, something closer to a utopia. Although the one's own life reincarnation required one life in exchange for another, Kenichi honestly did not believe that limitation would stop the countless people in this world who were desperate to bring back someone they loved. There were simply too many ways around it. For example, one could use genjutsu. Or the simplest method of all, coercion. Threaten a person's family and force them to cast the technique. Or have old, dying ninja use it to bring back exceptionally gifted young prodigies. There were countless ways to force someone to use it. And the one's own life reincarnation did not require willing cooperation from the caster. So many possible uses, yet it only showed up once in the anime. Either the entire ninja world is full of saints with absurdly high moral standards, or the author just never bothered drawing it that way. Kenichi sneered inwardly as he watched the test subjects struggle in agony, then gradually calmed down. Expect everyone in the ninja world to be a good person. Ridiculous. Even in a small company, people schemed against each other openly and behind the scenes. How could anyone expect the entire ninja world to be made up of kind-hearted people? If that were true, then the previous ninja wars would never have happened in the first place. So, in Kenichi's eyes, the most likely explanation was simple. The author just had no intention of exploring it further. Later on, the Rinne rebirth was introduced, and compared to a technique that could only revive one person, a jutsu that could revive many at once was naturally more impressive. Still, Rinne rebirth requires the Rinnegan, immense strength, and a sacrifice. But the one's own life reincarnation, that one's a lot cheaper. Kenichi stroked his chin. It's basically the youth version of Rinne rebirth. At that moment, the experiment finally came to an end. All the shadow clones looked visibly relieved. Once the cleaners finished tidying up, Kenichi found a bed, dropped onto it, and dispelled the clones. Even before doing so, he had already entered Sage mode. Even with that, though, the sudden flood of exhaustion nearly made him feel like dying would be easier. It was like staying awake for 5 or 6 days straight, then running 10 kilometers, and immediately afterward stuffing yourself with food until you wanted to throw up. Hiss. Kenichi did not even have the strength to curse. The shadow clone technique really was a divine skill, but its side effects were just as monstrous. All the fatigue, all the strain, all the memories from those days of non-stop experimentation crashed back into him at once. At that moment, Kenichi truly felt as though death might be a relief. And that was with Sage mode already helping him endure it. No wonder his teacher had once warned him not to keep too many shadow clones active for too long, or someone could literally work themselves to death. Right now, Kenichi felt exactly that miserable. Even dying sounded easier than his current state. After quite a while, he finally managed to let out a shaky breath. That only made him even more curious. How exactly had Naruto stayed so composed after dispelling so many shadow clones, especially when those clones had all been fighting, taking hits, and exhausting themselves? It was honestly incredible. If only I had something that could block the fatigue feedback from shadow clones. Kenichi gave a bitter smile. Then I really would become a god. Still, he forced himself up from the bed. He had recovered a little. Now it was time to deal with the next batch of problems. After this experience, however, he made a firm decision. In future experiments, if he used shadow clones for long-term work, he would have to dispel them every day or two. Letting them accumulate too much fatigue at once was asking for disaster. This time, he had only pushed it this far because he wanted to finish the genetic programming modifications and Sharingan development in a single stretch. When he stepped out of the room, he ran into Shirori hurrying through the Snow Capital's palace. "Shirori, how is teacher doing?" Kenichi called out. Only then did he notice that she was carrying several document bags stuffed with who knew what. "Lord Kenichi." Shirori stopped at once. He liked Shiori's sharpness most of all. "Lord Kenichi, Lord Orochimaru is currently conducting experiments," Shirori said respectfully. "He told me that if you asked after him, I should tell you not to look for him for the time being. Also, he repaired this and asked me to give it to you." She handed him something. Kenichi recognized it instantly. It was his phone, repaired by his teacher. Understood. Kenichi pocketed it. At present, this thing could only make calls and was closer to a walkie-talkie than a true phone, but by the standards of the current ninja world, it was already impressive enough. Originally, he had intended to ask Shirori to collect some materials for him, but seeing how busy she was, he let it go and went to find Koyuki instead. "I still need to solve the communication problem with Koyuki," Kenichi muttered to himself. "She can directly control her offspring, but I can't." After finding her, he assigned her the task of collecting materials before leaving again. He intended to use those materials to build uranium detection and extraction devices. Once those were finished, he could begin searching the ninja world for uranium ore deposits. Then he abruptly thought of something. "Wait, where is my junior sister?" Kenichi stopped in place. Anko was nowhere to be seen, and his teacher had not mentioned her either. More importantly, he had not seen her at the laboratory in the land of rice fields. So where had she gone? His teacher had not killed her, had he? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Amamiya Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 347, Amamiya Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kenichi looked at the phone in his hand, hesitating for a moment. He really wanted to ask his teacher where Anko had gone, but when he thought about how Orochimaru was currently researching the seal related to Hikari, he gave up on the idea. There shouldn't be any problem activating the Mangekyo now. I still haven't found the Six-Path Sage's genes, and there are no clues at all. In that case, maybe I should just try activating it directly. Kenichi flipped through the experimental log in his hand. As the final confrontation drew closer and closer, he urgently needed to raise his strength. Right now, activating the Mangekyo was naturally the simplest, fastest, and most effective option. Originally, Kenichi had wanted to find relics or blood related to the Six-Path Sage, then program that genetic information into himself before activating the Mangekyo. He believed that might produce a better result. But the problem was obvious. The Six-Path Sage's relics were nowhere to be found, let alone his blood. So his best option now was Indra's and Azura's genes. As for where to get them, that was no longer a problem. My hypothesis should be correct. Kenichi drew some of his own blood and began testing it. He already had some ideas about his own body. At first, he had indeed considered using Naruto's and Sasuke's blood, since they were the reincarnations of the Six-Path Sage's two sons. But then he realized something important. His current physique was already the first Hokage's sage body. Main body, good luck, the shadow clone said seriously. If the main body died, all of them would disappear. Let's begin. Kenichi calmed himself. There was nothing more to say. Every experiment had to start somewhere. As the procedure began, Kenichi continuously described his sensations out loud. Usually, he was the one standing beside the operating table, not lying on it himself. The feeling was undeniably strange. I'm feeling some pain now. It started at the injection site, and now there's a sensation of heat. Kenichi frowned slightly. He knew exactly what stage the experiment had reached. Indra's genes were integrating into his body. Accompanied by the mother worm's secretion, the genes began to reorganize themselves. Even Kenichi could feel pain from that process, but it was still within the expected range. It went smoothly. The shadow clone removed its gloves. The programming process was smooth, just as it had been every time before. The key part is next. Kenichi sat up. Genetic programming itself was not the real problem. The true problem was whether those genes could remain stable afterward. Before the mother worm secretion had been introduced, this stage had come with a terrifying mortality rate. It was only because of that secretion that the genes stabilized instead of collapsing on the spot. Kenichi waited patiently for an hour. During that time, he carefully recorded his bodily sensations and all the monitoring data. After the hour had passed, he felt no discomfort at all. That made him smile. Just as he had expected, the genetic programming had succeeded. Help me run one more test on my current genome. Kenichi squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and handed it over. He needed confirmation. He had to make sure his genes now truly carried both Azura's and Indra's components. The shadow clone hurried off. Meanwhile, Kenichi twisted his neck, then picked up the experimental log concerning the Mangekyo Sharingan and slowly began flipping through it. The next step was activating his own Mangekyo. Now he had to think about something even more important. What kind of ability did he want to awaken? The Mangekyo was never easy to control. It required extreme emotional stimulation, and the ability awakened depended on the strongest desire hidden in the user's heart at that moment. Its powers varied wildly. Shiori's Mangekyo ability was extremely special, something somewhat similar to Kamui, yet not Kamui. Hikari had awakened the bizarre power Yachihoko. That alone proved how high the upper limit of the Mangekyo was. At the same time, its lower limit was also unusually high. Among all the Mangekyo abilities revealed so far, none of them were useless. If my wish is to become the strongest in the world, then what would I get? Amaterasu. Kenichi frowned. There were too many variables. Maybe he needed to think more clearly about what he truly wanted. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he heard a buzzing sound. Kenichi instinctively licked his lips. He knew what was happening. His skull was being opened. Fortunately, the anesthetic worked. He felt no physical pain. The Mangekyo activation experiment required exactly this kind of setup. Next came the emotional stimulation. Kenichi was still thinking when the shadow clone warned him that the critical phase had begun. Then it hit him. A wave of searing pain, followed by a grief so intense it felt as if his heart were being torn apart, and then despair deep enough to drown everything else. Kenichi gripped the armrest so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The sensation was absolutely horrible. The anesthetic only blocked the pain of the skull being opened. What he was suffering now came from deeper than flesh, from the very depths of his body and mind. Extreme emotions can absolutely trigger physical reactions. People say their hearts break from grief or their lungs burst from rage. Sometimes those are not metaphors at all. Overwhelming sorrow can make the heart pound painfully. If it becomes too severe, it can even cause someone to faint or damage the heart muscle itself, enough to kill. Similarly, in cases of extreme fury, something like a pneumothorax could occur. That was why doctors always told patients and their families to stay calm and accept reality as peacefully as they could. It truly mattered. There had even been cases in which cancer patients were never told their diagnosis, simply because the doctors hoped a lighter emotional state might produce some kind of miracle. The human body really was extraordinary, holding too many secrets. One could even say mankind had explored the outside world more thoroughly than it had explored itself. What do I want? Kenichi clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure while constantly asking that question inside his own mind. When he had first arrived in the ninja world, his deepest wish had simply been survival. That had been his very first desire. Later, under Orochimaru's wing, what he wanted most was to stay alive and avoid being turned into an experiment himself. But now that the most immediate danger of death had faded, what did he crave most? Kenichi's thoughts became tangled. He wanted many things. People always wanted too much. But in the very end, if possible, I want. Kenichi thought of the deepest wish buried in his heart. The sorrow, the despair, the violent convulsions throughout his body, and the chaos clouding his mind all reached their peak at once. Then suddenly, his body stiffened. And then relaxed. The overwhelming sensation faded. It still felt uncomfortable, but it was no longer the kind of agony that made him want to collapse on the spot. Kenichi felt heat rising into his eyes, and a dizzy sensation swelled inside his skull. It was so strong he almost blacked out, but he forced himself to remain conscious. The experiment succeeded. The shadow clone quickly replaced Kenichi's skull and began using the mystical palm technique to heal the wound. Yes. I know. Kenichi slowly opened his eyes. They were no longer 3 tomoe. Huh. Kenichi stared at his reflection in the mirror and fell into silence. He truly had not expected this. His eye pattern looked like an umbrella. The resemblance to the Umbrella Corporation's emblem was so strong that he momentarily did not know what to say. Still, the appearance of the pattern itself was not the important part. What mattered was the ability of his Mangekyo. Straight tomoe. But what exactly is my ability? Kenichi touched his eyes. The Mangekyo was an extraordinary power. The moment he awakened it, he had already gained a rough understanding of its nature. Still, understanding and confirming were two different things. He needed to test it himself. Kenichi directly dispelled the shadow clones. He had no interest in experiencing that soul-crushing wave of fatigue again. My Mangekyo. He looked around the laboratory. The 3 tomoe Sharingan had already greatly enhanced his vision, but the Mangekyo elevated it even further. If he had to compare them, then the 3 tomoe was like 1080p, while the Mangekyo was 4K. The difference was incredibly obvious. But what Kenichi truly cared about was the power it had awakened. He focused his thoughts, and the nature of the ability became clearer and clearer in his mind. Kenichi casually picked up a glass test tube from the laboratory and looked at it. Silicon dioxide, sodium oxide, and diboron trioxide. Plus a certain amount of. His voice slowed. He was no longer looking at the test tube itself. He was looking at what it was made of. I understand. Kenichi set the test tube down. Then, with a thought, the untouched test tube vanished from the table. In its place appeared a pile of powder and separated substances. Kenichi closed his eyes. Now he understood. He finally understood exactly what kind of ability his Mangekyo had awakened. But could such a thing really exist? He licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement as he stared at the materials before him. Then, as he exerted his ocular power again, the powders and separated substances recombined, reforming into a short, thick glass test tube. Analyze, deconstruct, reconstruct. His voice turned low with wonder. How marvelous. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, Analysis, Disassembly, Recombination, and Fusion. Chapter 348, Analysis, Disassembly, Recombination, and Fusion. My left eye can analyze the constituent elements of things. Or rather, it should be the ability to analyze a target itself. And as long as I can understand its composition, I can directly disassemble it. Kenichi licked his lips. The thought he had at that moment was simple, if only he could peer into the mysteries of all things. He had never expected that he would awaken such a bizarre ability. This Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu could only be described as extremely unique. Was it powerful? Its upper limit seemed terrifyingly high, but its lower limit was harder to judge. After all, Kenichi had only just awakened it, and he had no reference cases whatsoever. Everything would have to be explored step by step through his own experiments. If I could use this ability on the planet beneath my feet, then. Kenichi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This ability was far too useful. If he could analyze the constituent elements of the ground beneath him, then perhaps he could directly dismantle the planet itself. At that point, there would be no survivors left in the entire world. Unless someone could survive in a vacuum, everyone would die. Of course, that was still not the real upper limit Kenichi had in mind. If I could directly analyze a black hole or the sun, and then use the ability of my right eye to recombine a sun or a black hole in front of me. Kenichi shivered. The idea was fascinating. And terrifying. Whether it was a black hole or the sun, those were still existences humanity in his previous life could not truly study in depth. Even in the ninja world, where absurd techniques like heavenly obstacle quaking and moon creation existed, Kenichi felt that even Kagaya probably could not casually dismantle and then reconstruct the sun. And were black holes and stars really the limit? If his ability reached far enough, could he analyze the universe itself? Could he analyze all of three-dimensional space? And then disassemble it and reconstruct it? But Kenichi also knew that if he ever reached that level, then he would truly stand in the realm of gods. And not just some ordinary god. At the very least, he would be a creator god. There's still one crucial problem. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. The Mangekyo was powerful, but it came with a fatal flaw. Every time a Mangekyo dojutsu was used, the eye's power would grow stronger. As that power continued to increase, the eye itself would eventually fail to bear the burden and go blind. That was the true reason the Mangekyo went blind. The more it was used, the faster blindness came. As for solving that problem, Kenichi believed there were two methods. The first one, he felt, was already in his possession, transplanting the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama, the god of shinobi, had been monstrously powerful, but his cells were even more absurd. They possessed endless vitality, almost like cancer cells in a sense, and were highly invasive once injected into another person's body. They would consume the recipient's own cells and then expand aggressively. But unlike true cancer cells, they could not evolve into complete organs. Instead, they formed grotesque masses of flesh that did nothing but devour nutrients. That was why the mortality rate for transplanting Hashirama's cells was so high. Kenichi still had no idea how Madara had originally researched them. In some ways, Hashirama's cells did resemble cancer cells. The difference was that cancer cells were self-contained disasters within the human body. Once removed from the host, even a random bacterium outside could easily destroy them. Hashirama's cells, on the other hand, retained astonishing vitality even in an external environment. Given enough nutrients, they could continue developing into living flesh masses on their own. It was exactly the terrifying vitality that could, to some extent, alleviate the blindness caused by the Mangekyo's growing ocular power. But if he wanted to solve the problem completely, then the Mangekyo had to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. And as far as Kenichi knew, only Madara and the future Sasuke had ever succeeded. I already have some ideas about upgrading it into the Eternal Mangekyo, but does my right eye only possess the ability to recombine? Kenichi touched his eye. He had long since made preparations regarding the Mangekyo itself, so he was not especially anxious. That could be handled gradually. What truly concerned him now was his right eye. His left eye could analyze essence and then disassemble. His right eye could recombine, allowing those elements to be rebuilt according to his will. The total amount of matter would remain the same, of course, but that was not a real problem. After all, he had just turned a long, slender test tube into a short, thick one. But he kept feeling that his right eye held more than that. It seemed as though it possessed another function as well, but he had not yet grasped it clearly. Kenichi suddenly thought of something. This time, he brought over a test tube and a rubber dropper. Under the gaze of his left eye, both objects were broken down at the same time. Then, under his direct control, they were recombined into something entirely new. The slender test tube now had a soft glass tip at one end. Pressing it could suck in a bit of liquid. It felt like rubber, but visually, it was still glass. Since the result was quite small, it had almost no practical use. But Kenichi's eyes were now shining with astonishment. Because he had just confirmed something incredible. He could fuse two objects of entirely different properties together and create an entirely new thing. In his previous life, that kind of ability would have made him an absolute monster in materials science. Imagine taking wood and giving it the strength of steel reinforcement bars while still keeping the appearance of ordinary wood. That alone was already ridiculous. Take a fragile figurine, something you once worried would be broken by the child of some relative visiting your home. With this power, he could simply make it as durable as metal. At that point, those troublesome children would no longer be worth worrying about. Still, I'll need many more tests to fully develop these abilities. I'm especially curious whether they can be used on living beings. Kenichi stood up. Now that he had the Mangekyo, his strength had risen another level, but that was only the beginning. What mattered now was testing the limits of his new eyes. Could his Mangekyo dojutsu work on living humans? If it could, then this ability would become a true superweapon. With that in mind, Kenichi walked out of the laboratory. He casually grabbed a palace servant passing by, told her to stand still, and then quietly stared at her. The human body was made of many things, and he generally knew the basics. The reason was simple. There had once been a childhood anime from his previous life, and a certain infamous Big Brother scene had become a nightmare for him as a child. For a while, he had even wondered whether the neighbor's dog had also been made through human alchemy. After growing up, of course, Kenichi came to understand that the composition of the human body was far more complicated. A person contained 11 major quantitative elements and more than 10 essential trace elements. But did those alone make a human being? Not even close. A person, from the moment of birth, no matter how clean they were or how obsessive they might be about hygiene, still carried countless bacteria in and on their body. Even the surface of human skin hosted bacteria and microscopic mites. So when Kenichi noticed various foreign proteins on the servant in front of him, he was not surprised at all. Hygiene standards in the ninja world were poor to begin with. Ninja were slightly better off, but ordinary people often carried parasites. Many of them drank raw water straight from the wild to save time and trouble. It quenched their thirst, yes, but it also brought worm eggs into the body. If someone used the Byakugan to observe them, they might even be able to see roundworms squirming around inside. Still, after a while, Kenichi felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. He stopped the analytical process and instead focused on those foreign proteins in his mind. He wanted to test whether he could disassemble only a specific part. There was no response. So it won't work. A whole human is still too difficult. Kenichi scratched his head. The foreign proteins showed no change at all, proving that idea was not feasible. In that case, Kenichi asked the servant to stretch out her hand. Though she was only a maid, she was still a maid in the ninja world. Years of labor and constant washing meant her hands were not fair and delicate, but somewhat rough. Kenichi did not care in the slightest. He simply stared seriously at her index finger and analyzed its composition. This noble person is so strange, the maid thought, her heart fluttering slightly. She knew the person before her was of extremely high status. Queen Koyuki had already made it clear that any request from him must be obeyed, even if it conflicted with one's own wishes. And now he kept staring at her. He was even studying her hand. That made her nervous. And a little excited. If she could seize this chance, if she could somehow get close to such a noble person. Wouldn't that change the fate of her entire family? Kenichi had no idea what was going through her head, but he could sense her pulse quickening. It was rising even though she was standing still. Either she had some physical problem, or she was entertaining very stimulating thoughts. With one glance, he understood. But he did not care. If he really wanted to indulge in lust, he could easily do so in the land of snow. He simply had no such interest. The time spent on that sort of thing was far better used on more experiments. Alright, that should be enough. Kenichi had already analyzed the composition of the finger. Then, with a thought, the maid's index finger suddenly burst apart and vanished into the air. Blood sprayed out wildly, and the maid let out a shrill scream. But just as she screamed, the finger reappeared on her hand. The bleeding stopped immediately. If not for the blood still dripping onto the ground, the maid might have believed it had all been a hallucination. It really works. But analyzing a person consumes a huge amount of ocular power, while analyzing a region is much easier. Kenichi rubbed his eyes. Using the Mangekyo 3 times in one day was already pushing even him. What happened? Master, is something wrong? Koyuki rushed over in a hurry. Kenichi noticed the strange limb she had just retracted under her skirt and did not even comment on it. It's nothing. I was just conducting an experiment. Reward this girl afterward. She contributed to my experiment, Kenichi said with a wave of his hand. He understood her little thoughts very clearly, but he was not some lunatic who exterminated entire families for no reason. He had tampered with her hand, and although he restored it immediately, it had ended up slightly longer after the reconstruction. Giving compensation was only fair. Okay, I understand. Koyuki glanced at the trembling maid and smiled. Kenichi did not bother staying any longer. He simply left. He already had several new ideas he wanted to try. Koyuki, meanwhile, patiently waited until Kenichi was completely gone. Then she walked toward the maid with a warm smile, a tiny worm egg resting on the tip of her finger. The maid had heard her call him master. That alone meant she could not be left as she was. Still, since Kenichi had already spoken, Koyuki would not disobey him. So she chose to spare the girl's life. The price, however, would be becoming her subordinate. That could even be considered mercy. After all, the master's children were not people an ordinary servant had the right to approach. The master's order was clear: the children were to take control of all the ninja in the land of snow, while also keeping a reserve group for the future. From now on, you will be my personal attendant. Koyuki smiled as she injected the worm egg into the maid's bloodstream. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Naruto has already learned how to extract chakra. Hiruzen frowned at the crystal ball in front of him. He had been puzzled by Tsunade's words earlier, so he had ordered an investigation immediately. The result came quickly. Naruto Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki and the child ostracized by the entire village, had unexpectedly already learned how to extract chakra. Although the Umbu's tests showed that Naruto had not yet learned any ninjutsu, the existence of chakra within him was an undeniable fact. That was no small matter. Normally, even Konoha's children, unless they came from the major clans, only started learning basic chakra control after enrolling in the ninja academy. But Naruto. An orphan. A child with no parents. A child shunned by the entire village. And yet he had somehow learned chakra extraction already. If that scene had involved someone from the Hyuga clan or one of the Ino Shikacho families, Hiruzen would not have found it strange in the slightest. But Naruto. Hokage-sama, this was found on the target. An Umbu respectfully handed him a notebook. That notebook had not been easy to obtain. When Naruto left home, the Umbu had secretly searched his place once, but all they found were expired milk, stale bread, and cup ramen. Expired cup ramen, at that. This notebook, however, had been found later, after Naruto returned home and fell asleep. It had been tucked close to his body. The Umbu had retrieved it overnight and replaced it with a fake. Hiruzen flipped it open. Then, almost instantly, he recognized the handwriting. It was a chakra extraction guide. He read through it once in silence, then handed it back to the Umbu for return. After that, he picked up his pipe, took a silent drag, and exhaled slowly. He already knew whose notebook it was. Orochimaru. He recognized Orochimaru's handwriting at a glance. Only Orochimaru wrote in such elegant script. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, Kenichi Amamiya suddenly becomes an agronomist. Chapter 349, Kenichi Amamiya suddenly becomes an agronomist. What exactly are you trying to do, Orochimaru? Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, his expression complicated. At that moment, he was already considering whether Naruto should be replaced as the Jinchuriki. Although Orochimaru, his former disciple, had defected from the village, Hiruzen knew his abilities better than anyone. If it were Orochimaru, then he would definitely have noticed Naruto's true identity and the fact that the Nine Tails was sealed inside him. Which raised the real question. If Orochimaru had already noticed the anomaly in Naruto's body, then why had he taught Naruto how to refine chakra? What was he planning? What exactly did he want? Hiruzen rose to his feet. No, he could not just sit here and do nothing. So he immediately left the Hokage building and headed for Naruto's house. The Umbu stationed outside for surveillance and protection bowed respectfully when they saw him. Hiruzen gave a slight nod and hurried inside. He looked at the sleeping Naruto, then gently turned the boy over with ninjutsu and examined him carefully from head to toe. Yet he found nothing unusual. Naruto had truly only refined some chakra. There were no other abnormalities, and the seal on his abdomen was still intact. That only made Hiruzen more confused. Could it be that his disciple had suddenly decided to be a good person? Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do? Hiruzen muttered again. He truly could not understand Orochimaru's intentions. Still, Naruto was fine for the moment. If he wanted answers, then he would have to wait until Naruto woke up and question him subtly. But even that was uncertain. Hiruzen was not sure Naruto would listen to him, much less honestly recount the whole process. Judging from Naruto's current behavior, the boy clearly wanted to keep this matter secret. Hiruzen stood in the dark, looking at Naruto sleeping soundly. From time to time, the boy's stomach rumbled softly. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling across Hiruzen's figure and blocking the light from reaching Naruto's face. His expression shifted uncertainly. The Nine Tails was one of Konoha's greatest secrets. Even within the village, only part of the upper ranks knew the truth. Most people were completely unaware. Fourth Hokage. Hiruzen placed a hand lightly on Naruto's stomach. He was weighing whether it would be possible to replace the Jinchuriki. But if the Jinchuriki were replaced, then a child as young as Naruto would almost certainly die. The room fell silent. A long moment later, Hiruzen withdrew his hand, turned, and walked out with a heavy sigh. His mind was even more troubled than before. When he returned to the Hokage building, he immediately raised the security level around Naruto once again. This time, the guards assigned around Naruto were all Umbu Jonin, with elite Jonin leading the teams. Even while asleep, a person can still sense the outside world. That is especially true for a ninja. Of course, that sort of perception is not always reliable, which is why ninjas always sleep lightly during missions. When Kenichi found Hikari, she was in class. The person teaching was an Umbu ninja from the land of snow. Though they were not actually called Umbu, their function was essentially the same. In that regard, Konoha truly had been ahead of the entire ninja world. Everyone had imitated them, and very few had surpassed them. The instructor noticed Kenichi the moment he arrived and looked at him with naked fanaticism. If Hikari had not been there, Kenichi felt that the men might have dropped to his knees and started bowing on the spot. Yes, this one had already been parasitized. Kenichi could clearly sense the joy and worship coming from the parasite inside the man's body. Although Kenichi himself did not carry a parasite, he could still perceive the emotions of these offspring. That was probably another side effect of his analysis of the parasites. Brother Amamiya. Hikari jumped up happily and handed him a notebook filled with notes. Kenichi took it, glanced through it, and saw that it contained everything from the current lesson. You're amazing, Hikari. Kenichi chuckled and rubbed her head. Her notes were extremely complete, though they focused more on practical combat than theory. That was not a bad thing. In fact, it was very useful. For ninjas, what they learned in the academy was ultimately limited. Opponents in real combat would not hold back like classmates did. Although Hikari was an old relic from the Warring States period, whether the combat instincts from that era still fully applied now was another matter. As he chatted with her, Kenichi casually glanced in the direction of the laboratory. Originally, he had planned to speak with his teacher about how to develop Hikari's Yachihoko ability, but Orochimaru was still shut up inside the lab. Since that was the case, he could only put that matter aside for now. Which meant he might as well go find Nagato. Nagato was probably getting impatient by now. Still, I haven't detected anything unusual during this time. I'm guessing that bastard Black Zetsu didn't follow me after all. Kenichi made his way toward the valley where his airship was parked. The airship floated quietly there, hidden among the cliffs. Around it, a number of Kenichi's shadow clones lay concealed in the shadows, watching everything day and night. That had been Kenichi's own arrangement. After picking up Orochimaru earlier, he had suddenly gotten the idea. Instead of blowing up the airship immediately, he preserved it and left several shadow clones behind to monitor it without pause. But over the last 1 or 2 days, Black Zetsu never once showed himself. Kenichi had originally wanted to use this as bait. If Black Zetsu appeared, he could test the creature's abilities. Even if he failed to catch him, at least he would be able to gain a clearer measure of Black Zetsu's current strength. But the bastard never surfaced. Perhaps he had sensed something was wrong and simply stayed hidden. So Kenichi ultimately chose a simpler solution. He blew up the airship. Fire scattered into the air, but there was no trace of any black shadow falling out this time. Kenichi frowned slightly. It seemed Black Zetsu had not followed him here. Still, that was normal enough. Black Zetsu had plenty of things to deal with, so it was hardly strange that he could not spare the attention to follow Kenichi every moment. If Black Zetsu also had some version of the shadow clone technique and was personally monitoring the entire ninja world, that would have been absurd even by ninja standards. What a waste. Looks like I still need to invent some sort of instrument that can detect Black Zetsu. Kenichi sighed. But this was not the time for more experiments. Now that he had confirmed Black Zetsu was not around, it was finally time to contact Nagato. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, dispelled the nearby shadow clones, endured the resulting wave of dizziness, and then pressed a finger against the ring on his hand, transmitting his thought waves and waiting for Nagato to answer. He waited. And waited. A full hour passed. Nothing. Kenichi, who had even closed his eyes and mentally prepared to lecture Nagato properly this time, opened them in confusion. He rubbed the ring again. Still no response. What's going on? Kenichi muttered. He had definitely sent the signal, but Nagato was not responding, as though he had not received it at all. That made no sense. Nagato had contacted him before while Kenichi was in the land of snow, so the connection had clearly worked once. What was happening now? Kenichi scratched his head, baffled. At that moment, he once again deeply realized how much of a pain it was living in a world without proper phones. In another setting, he could have just made a call and asked what the problem was. Now he could only stumble around in the dark. Either something happened on Nagato's end, or my thought waves can't cross the ocean well enough to reach him. Those were the two possibilities Kenichi came up with. The first was that something had gone wrong on Nagato's side, though Kenichi felt that was unlikely. Nagato was still very strong at this stage. Even if Obito and Black Zetsu attacked him together, it would be difficult for them without a proper sneak attack. And there's no reason for those two to ambush Nagato right now. Kenichi shook his head. Obito and Black Zetsu should not have overheard what he said to Nagato before, though with those two, nothing could be ruled out entirely. Kenichi could never be completely sure what either of them was thinking. The second possibility was simpler. Nagato might only have been able to contact him earlier because Nagato had initiated the link first. In that case, Kenichi's own output simply might not be enough for the signal to reach across the sea. Since Nagato could not be reached for now, Kenichi decided there was no point wasting time here. He had far too many other things to deal with. If it was the first possibility, Nagato would reach out to him later. If it was the second, Nagato would probably contact him after enough time passed without hearing from Kenichi. Either way, there was no point standing around. Having settled that in his mind, Kenichi turned and headed back to the laboratory. There, he retrieved some seeds from Koyuki. They were native grain seeds from the land of snow, along with a variety of other seeds he had collected from different parts of the ninja world. The land of snow mainly grows wheat, but this wheat is clearly somewhat different from the wheat in the rest of the ninja world. Kenichi held two seeds in his palm and examined them. Both were wheat. But the difference between them was obvious even at a glance. The land of snow wheat had a noticeably thicker outer shell, and after peeling it back, the actual kernel inside was smaller. The wheat from elsewhere had a thinner shell, and the grain inside was larger. That should be because of the climate here. This damned place is too cold. If a plant isn't cold resistant, it simply won't survive. Kenichi placed both sets of seeds into a genetic sequencing device. He needed to determine the precise genetic differences between them. One of them had to contain the genes responsible for cold resistance. If he could identify and extract those, then insert them into the high-yield wheat variety he had already been working on, he might be able to create a cold-resistant, high-yield strain. Kenichi no longer had any resistance to the idea that he had effectively changed careers and become an agricultural scientist. In this damned ninja world, he had to do everything himself anyway. There were still some areas where he could rely on Orochimaru, like Hikari's Yachihoko and perhaps the future internet project. But agriculture? Not a chance. Orochimaru had no interest in that field at all. And agriculture, as essential as it was, seemed strangely insignificant in this world. Perhaps the prevailing mindset was something like, my neighbors hoard grain, so I hoard ninja. Then my neighbors become my granary. And the truly ridiculous part was that this was not even far from the truth. Some small country specialized in growing food and selling it to large countries. In return, the large country sent ninja to protect them. Naturally, that protection came at a price. Which raised the obvious question, what exactly were the big countries contributing? A few ninja. And the payment for those ninja came from the money the small countries earned by selling grain in the first place. Which meant the large countries were basically getting the grain for free. The small countries, meanwhile, received only meager compensation. They slowly accumulated that money, only to spend it again growing more crops, selling them, and hiring the same outside ninja for protection. And if there was a bad harvest one year, then everything they had saved would be wiped out. They might even have to borrow money from those same great nations. In a world built on that logic, who would bother researching how to increase food yields? And even if some small country wanted to, it would not have the resources. Even worse, if they did somehow succeed, one of the large countries would just send over a few ninja, take the improved seeds, and claim the benefits for themselves. So Kenichi understood all too well that this was something only he could really push forward. No one else would. Before soldiers and horses move, provisions must come first. You think you can wage war without enough food? Even ninja need to eat. Kenichi rubbed his brow, bracing himself. By then, the genetic analysis had finished. He took the results and began comparing them line by line, isolating the differing gene clusters. But when he looked at the sheer amount of genetic data in front of him, his scalp tingled. Wheat, even the land of snow variety, was still wheat. Most of its genes were naturally similar. But the sheer quantity was the real nightmare. Humans had many genes. Wheat had 5 times more. Yes. 5 times more. Even if Kenichi could quickly filter out the similarities and focus only on the mismatches, the work was still unbelievably tedious. I should have brought that analysis instrument from the rice fields lab. I wonder if Shirori can retrieve it. Kenichi hurried out at once. There was simply too much data here. If he compared everything manually, it would be like checking 2 full encyclopedias for typos. Pure torture. The land of snow was some distance away from the land of rice fields, but fortunately, Shiori's awakened ability allowed her to retrieve objects from afar. If that worked here, then he could have the computer brought over and make the analysis far easier. Amamiya-sama, do you mean Gene Programming Analysis Unit 3? Shirori asked calmly after hearing his request. Kenichi nodded. Without another word, she reached into her warped spatial distortion. The next second, she dragged out a huge machine. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 350, Gene Programming and the Unexpected Edo Tensei. Chapter 350, Gene Programming and the Unexpected Edo Tensei. Kenichi was very satisfied. Shiori's ocular power was even more useful than he had imagined. In fact, he felt this ability had far more applications than what he had seen so far. With enough development, it could become an excellent combat method as well. For example, in the middle of a fight, if she directly pulled out an enemy's heart, that would be fatal to almost any ninja. Even for a Kage-level fighter, unless they possessed some especially abnormal physique or had trained an extremely unusual ninjutsu, losing the heart would still mean death. Still, for Kenichi, that was not the priority right now. His current work was far more important. As for Shirori, he could only let her continue researching that ability on her own for the time being. After placing the 2 different wheat gene samples into the machine, all he could do now was wait. But this machine can only help me filter out the similar genes. It can't identify the useful gene groups for me, so I still have to do that part myself. Kenichi rubbed his scalp and felt a faint numbness there. There was a reason he had always been reluctant to touch agricultural research in the past. It was genuinely difficult. Not only did every agricultural experiment take an absurd amount of time, he also lacked the specialized knowledge for it. Or rather, he knew absolutely nothing. Plant physiology, biochemistry, cultivation principles, crossbreeding logic, all of it belonged to an entirely different discipline. Back in his previous life, he had worked in scientific research, yes, but he had not majored in agriculture. For him, this was a completely unfamiliar field. The books he currently had were not about hybrid rice either. Kenichi's understanding of hybrid rice was extremely shallow. He knew that crossing different rice varieties could increase production and raise yields, but as for the exact process, he had no idea. He understood what it was, but not why it worked. That perfectly described his current situation. I really want to know how those transmigrators in ancient settings somehow remembered all this knowledge. They're the real cultured protagonists. I've embarrassed the whole profession. Kenichi massaged his temples with a bitter smile. Even though identifying cold-resistant genes was an exhausting project, it was something that had to be done. If they wanted to cultivate grain in the land of snow, then cold resistance was mandatory. Without it, large-scale planting would be almost impossible. Kenichi had once considered simply taking a ninja force to the land of water, crushing the hidden mist, and then occupying the country before starting large-scale grain production there. But there were too many variables in a plan like that. If the land of snow could serve as a fallback, then even if something went wrong later, there would still be room to recover. Prepare for failure before planning for success. That way, if something went wrong, it could still be salvaged. That was one of Kenichi's principles. A soft beep sounded. Kenichi immediately walked over and pulled out the comparative charts for the 2 wheat genomes. The machine had already eliminated a massive number of matching genes, leaving only the genuinely different genetic information behind. The good news is that there aren't too many differences. Most of them have already been filtered out. The bad news is that there are still quite a few gene groups left. Kenichi licked his lips as he stared at the remaining data. There were not many differences, relatively speaking, but that did not solve the real problem. He still had to find the cold-resistant genes hidden among them. And for that, there was a specific method he could use. If there were 10,000 cups of water, all colorless and odorless, and only one contained poison, how would you find the poison cup? The simplest answer was obvious. Have 10,000 people each drink one cup. Whoever died was the one who drank the poison. But what if there were multiple poison cups? What if there were not enough people or animals to test them all? At first glance, that had nothing to do with genes, but the underlying logic was the same. Kenichi intended to use a similar elimination process to quickly isolate the gene groups, minimizing both the number of experiments and the amount of time wasted. These extra gene groups in the cold-resistant wheat can be roughly divided into 10 categories. I'll plant 10 corresponding wheat lines and see which ones can grow normally. The one that survives should contain the cold-resistant trait. Then I can subdivide that group again. The logic sounded simple. In practice, it was an enormous headache. Genes were far too mysterious, and a characteristic like cold resistance might not come from a single gene at all. It might be the product of several genes acting together. Kenichi did not know which genes were responsible. If none of the 10 grouped lines showed the trait after division, then he would have to continue enumerating them in other ways. That was exactly why he had not chosen to program the genes one by one from the start. That would have required even more brute force elimination. It was maddening. And it had to be remembered that the cold resistance of wheat was not defined by a single indicator. It could involve cold-resistant proteins, endogenous hormone regulation, and a whole array of a ninjutsu he had developed himself, specifically for gene programming. Creating ninjutsu was always troublesome, but in Kenichi's eyes, ninjutsu at its core was simply the application of chakra under defined principles. And Orochimaru's previous work on gene programming had already given him the necessary foundation. He had now worked out a rough direction. Still, this was not the time to keep refining theory. He had something else to do first. 7 days have passed without me noticing. I wonder how Mr. Amato's research in the Pure Land is going. Kenichi hurried out of the lab, though before leaving, he still dispelled the shadow clone that had reminded him. As for the other shadow clones, he had kept his habit of dismissing them once per day. If he did not, the accumulated fatigue would truly be unbearable. Kenichi took out Amato's preserved body tissue. His expression was a little complicated as he looked at the test tube in his hand. Amato was now, in every sense, a dead man. Kenichi wondered whether he would even want to return when summoned this time. Orochimaru should be very interested in this. Kenichi looked at the tube and thought of the teacher who was still buried in research. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and pressed the button. The call connected quickly. Kenichi. What is it? Orochimaru's voice came through, sounding somewhat tired. He had clearly been working non-stop again lately. Then again, that suited him perfectly. Whenever Orochimaru stumbled across something interesting, he would dive into it and keep researching until the end of reason. Teacher, today is the day we use Edo Tensei on Mr. Amato. Do you want to come? Kenichi asked with a smile while also looking around for Koyuki. He needed Koyuki to prepare the experimental subject for him. This time, he needed a genin. If Amato had just been an ordinary person, Kenichi could have grabbed any servant off the street. But Amato had been a ninja. Using another ninja as the vessel would be safer. Today? All right, Sounds of hurried packing came from the other end. Orochimaru then asked for the location of Kenichi's laboratory, and after getting it, ended the call. Kenichi was not worried. He had already told Orochimaru where it was. His teacher would find the place without any trouble. What mattered now was getting the right sacrifice ready. Soon, Koyuki delivered the genin he needed. The man had not received one of the parasite offspring. According to Koyuki, he was a fool who had refused the blessing. Kenichi did not care about that in the slightest. He gave the man a glance. He looked like an ordinary ninja, his face full of stubbornness and defiance. The type who thought sheer willpower could solve everything. Unfortunately for him, Edo Tensei had never cared whether the sacrifice was stubborn. And so he became the vessel for the reanimation. That was the last thing he ever did in this world. He looked like he wanted to say something. Orochimaru sat on the sofa. Probably just useless nonsense. Kenichi coughed awkwardly. Orochimaru had been in a bad mood lately. Although Kenichi did not know how Jiraiya had managed to escape, this was definitely not the time to poke at the matter. Orochimaru merely watched without comment. As Edo Tensei began, the sacrifice's body trembled violently, then suddenly went still. Kenichi froze. That should not have happened. In every previous Edo Tensei experiment, the vessel would tremble, then its appearance would begin changing, after which it could be sealed into the coffin. Interesting. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He had originally come to observe the Pure Land-related experiment, but unexpectedly, he had encountered something different instead. Before Kenichi could even investigate the anomaly, the sacrifice's face began to distort and change, gradually becoming Amato's. Kenichi quickly sealed him inside the coffin. "Teacher, the process changed midway. Should we still continue?" Kenichi asked after a brief hesitation. The Pure Land was not a good place, and the strangeness of this Edo Tensei process made it difficult for him not to think of the Sage of Six Paths. It's not a serious problem. If you've read Edo Tensei, Experiment Log 29, then you should know this sort of thing does happen occasionally. Orochimaru shook his head. Although the delay this time was around a dozen seconds, it still had not exceeded 1 full minute. In Orochimaru's earlier experiments, there had been cases that delayed for over a minute. By comparison, this one was not abnormal enough to stop for. So there was no problem. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, What's in the Pure Land? Chapter 351, What's in the Pure Land? Kenichi touched his nose, a little hesitant, but since Orochimaru said there was no problem, then there probably wasn't. And up to now, there had indeed never been a case where the Sage of Six Paths emerged through Edo Tensei. So Kenichi completed the final step of the jutsu. The coffin opened, and Amato stepped out. He slowly opened his eyes. "Mr. Amato?" Kenichi asked in a low voice, while inwardly tensing himself. If Amato showed even the slightest abnormality, he would immediately release Edo Tensei and send him back. Even if Orochimaru said it was fine, caution was never wrong. Kenichi himself felt that if the Sage of Six Paths really did appear, stopping him would not be easy. "Sorry, I was a little slow on the way." Amato smiled faintly at Kenichi. Beside them, Orochimaru thoughtfully recorded that piece of information. He had discovered a problem during his earlier research on Edo Tensei. The farther the place of death was from the place of reincarnation, the more likely there would be a delay in the summoning. At the time, however, GE had not paid much attention to it. His research had focused more on how to maximize Edo Tensei's efficiency, not on what exactly existed inside the Pure Land. "You mean souls also need to travel?" Kenichi asked in surprise. He had no real research foundation regarding the nature of souls, so this was the first time he had heard such a statement. I suppose you could put it that way." Amato nodded. "After you released Edo Tensei earlier, I found my wife under a very strange sensation." A trace of discomfort appeared in his eyes. The moment he had returned to the living world, that strange feeling had come over him again. It was like being forced back into a set of heavy, soaked clothing, making his entire body feel unbearably uncomfortable. Kenichi immediately began recording everything with his pen. This was all precious research material regarding the Pure Land. Then my wife and I were able to communicate very quickly. How should I put it? Amato picked up an experimental logbook from nearby. It was not very thick, only a little over 20 pages. In the time it took me to pick this up, I could have already read through half of it together with my wife. By now, we would have finished discussing everything. Could it be that soul bodies have no concept of time? Kenichi raised a new question. He had just watched Amato pick up the logbook. It had taken, at most, 3 seconds. Finishing half the contents of that book in 3 seconds was absurdly fast. It reminded him of those ridiculous scams from his previous life, the ones about quantum speed reading. Kenichi had always felt that anyone who believed in that kind of nonsense probably wasn't very bright. That's also possible, Amato said without denying it. He had never seen anything in the Pure Land that could measure time. There were no clocks, no changing skies, nothing of the sort. Still, when he had asked his wife, she said she felt as though she had been waiting for him for a very long time. As for how long exactly, she could not say. In the Pure Land, souls cannot perceive the flow of time, nor can they effectively observe it, Kenichi wrote in his notes. But time itself was already just a concept. In his previous life, there had once been a very interesting experiment. A researcher voluntarily sealed herself inside a cave. It was completely dark, and she had no access to sunlight or any time-keeping devices. She only brought basic living supplies, lighting, and equipment for monitoring her vital signs. No watch. No phone. Nothing that could tell time. She stayed there for 15 days. From the outside, her physical condition was fine, though slightly weak. But when she came out after those 15 days, she insisted that she had spent over 20 days inside. The Pure Land seemed somewhat similar. Souls had no way to observe time. They could not see the cycle of day and night. Under such conditions, it was only natural to gradually lose any sense of how much time had passed. Mr. Amato, did you meet any other souls in the Pure Land? For example, the first Hokage. Orochimaru leaned forward, clearly intrigued. Although he had researched souls before, he knew very little about the Pure Land itself. That was exactly why he had been willing to stop his work and come here. I did meet other souls along the way, but I didn't run into the first Hokage you mentioned. Most of the ones I saw were all from our town. Amato shook his head and scratched his arm uncomfortably. Orochimaru nodded. Then it seemed that when souls entered the Pure Land, their destination was tied to the people they knew and the place where they had lived in life. But if that were true, then even more questions emerged. For example, if someone from Konoha married someone from the Hidden Sand and then moved to Konoha to live, where would the two of them go after death? First, let me tell you what my life in the Pure Land was like during this period, Amato said as he found a seat and sat down. He then began to carefully recount his experiences there. Kenichi recorded everything diligently, but as he wrote, he noticed that Amato's eyes gradually became unfocused, and his words began to sound increasingly strange. I love life in the Pure Land. That is where I can truly find peace. Everything in the Pure Land is so beautiful. I don't even want to leave. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru. At the same moment, Orochimaru also looked at him. Master and disciple silently came to the same conclusion. Amato had become abnormal. And as he continued reminiscing about the wonderful life of the Pure Land, his Edo Tensei body also began to destabilize. Bits of dust started flaking away from him, showing clear signs of impending collapse. Kenichi immediately took out the soul restraint device Amato had previously invented and placed it over his head. The moment it settled into place, Amato fell quiet, and the haze in his eyes vanished. The Pure Land really is a terrifying place, Amato said with a sigh. He now understood exactly what had happened to him just now. He shook his head, his expression full of helplessness. To be honest, he had never imagined that one day this device would be used on him. Previously, he had watched his daughter fall into that same strange state, and that was what drove him to create this miraculous device in the first place. The Pure Land seems to hold a special attraction for souls, Kenichi said, letting out a breath. Earlier, Amato had sounded like someone who had been completely brainwashed by some fanatic cult, trying his best to convince others how wonderful the Pure Land was. For a moment, Kenichi had even worried that Amato might stand up and try to drag him there too. It's more than that. Even with this restraint device on, I can still feel the discomfort. There's an urgent impulse in me to break free and return to the Pure Land. Amato touched the device on his head. Only now did he fully understand why his daughter had been forcibly dragged back after being restrained for 30 days. He even suspected that the discomfort and impulse would continue intensifying over time until he could no longer resist, forcing him to leave the living world again. Does the Pure Land have a concept of soul reincarnation? Orochimaru asked. He knew that if they wanted answers, they had to ask quickly while Amato was still lucid. Otherwise, any further responses might be distorted by the influence of the Pure Land. No. My wife never saw any souls leave, Amato replied seriously. Orochimaru fell into thought. Kenichi glanced at him. He himself actually knew a little about this question, though not enough. The Pure Land definitely had reincarnation. The simplest proof was Azura and Indra. After their deaths, they reincarnated as Hashirama and Madara, and later as Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke's case may have happened later, perhaps only after Madara was completely dead, which awakened the reincarnation-related genes in him. But those two cases proved one thing clearly. Reincarnation existed. Yet that only made things even stranger. If reincarnation existed, then why did Hashirama's soul still exist? Why did Madara's soul still exist? Why did countless ordinary souls also continue existing in the Pure Land for so long? And if both Hashirama and Madara still existed there, how was reincarnation continuing at all? What secret was hidden in all of this? However, there's one issue I discovered during this period of testing. Amato picked up his teacup, took a sip, then put it back down. He could drink tea, but he could not taste it. No wonder Guy disliked eating. Kenichi thought that silently. What is it? Kenichi asked with interest. Amato's experiments had enormous value. Because of him, Kenichi's understanding of the Pure Land had already advanced significantly. It's about the person you mentioned before. Amato looked at Kenichi meaningfully. Kenichi froze, then unconsciously clenched his hand. Of course he knew who Amato meant. He had spoken to Amato before about the Sage of Six Paths, and in Kenichi's view, the Sage of Six Paths was a real existence who possessed tremendous authority over the Pure Land and a frightening ability to interfere with it. That person's name. Amato frowned slightly. I cannot say it. The moment I try, I feel an overwhelming sense of danger. Kenichi frowned. Even after being pulled back with Edo Tensei, Amato still could not say it aloud. But after testing, I discovered something interesting, Amato continued. The energy of soul bodies in the Pure Land seems to be continuously draining away. The rate is very slow, but it is happening. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. What did that have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? And then I found. Amato continued steadily, that this loss seems to be caused by the Pure Land itself. The existence you mentioned doesn't appear to be able to interfere with that process. Kenichi was stunned. What did that mean? Did it mean the Sage of Six Paths was not actually as capable of interfering with the Pure Land as Kenichi had believed? Kenichi scratched his head as he looked at Amato, suddenly wanting to ask whether he was joking. It sounded like a major discovery, yet at the same time it felt maddeningly incomplete. At that moment, Amato and Akabe finally finished their long-awaited reunion, and Amato asked to be released from Edo Tensei. He intended to return to the Pure Land and continue his research there. He also proposed a time for the next resurrection. 3 months. He wanted 3 full months to thoroughly investigate the Pure Land. Kenichi had no objection. Still, as he looked at Amato, the strange unease in his heart only grew stronger. Amamiya, my young friend, what's wrong? Amato asked with a smile. Orochimaru, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. Nothing. I just have a question I'd like to ask you, Kenichi said after a pause. He suddenly thought of the issue he had encountered earlier, the plant gene programming ninjutsu. Amato was also a genius scientist, and perhaps he could offer some useful ideas. Oh. What is it? Amato asked curiously, while also glancing at Orochimaru. It's like this. Recently, I've been researching how to carry out gene-level programming on plants. Kenichi took out the ninjutsu scroll in his hand. With both Orochimaru and Amato present, he might be able to complete the development of this technique much faster. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 352, The Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 352, The Sage of Six Paths. Personally, I think the problem you mentioned can be solved, Amato said after looking into it for a while. He then proposed a new idea. Kenichi instantly understood what Amato meant, and that made him look at the old scientist in surprise. Did this man really have such a deep grasp of ninjutsu? A thought flashed through Kenichi's mind, but he failed to catch it. Instead, he began thinking about how this ninjutsu should actually be executed. That idea is interesting, Orochimaru said from the side as he took a sip of tea. But this ninjutsu requires extremely high control over both yin and yang release chakra, doesn't it? Amato glanced at Orochimaru and nodded. That's true, he said seriously. But the gene programming ninjutsu you two developed earlier also relied heavily on precise chakra control. Kenichi fell into deep thought, already constructing the framework of this unique ninjutsu in his mind. Orochimaru stood beside him with his arms folded, watching Kenichi test the theory while continuing to discuss chakra control with Amato. According to Amato, the core of this ninjutsu was to use yin chakra to break apart the original gene chain, then use yang chakra to preserve the overall stability of that chain, insert the target genes, and finally leave behind a small amount of yang chakra to maintain the structure. It would not need to last long. Even if the chakra dissipated later, it would not matter. That explanation immediately reminded Kenichi of a bandage. A wound only needed the bandage until it stopped bleeding and healed. Once the body recovered, the bandage could be removed. This ninjutsu seemed to work on the same principle. Yang chakra acted like a bandage, holding the gene chain together until the repair was complete. After that, it was no longer needed. It was a good idea, but whether it would actually work still needed to be proven. So Kenichi immediately took out 2 wheat seeds and began the experiment without delay. Orochimaru and Amato both stopped talking and watched in silence. Yang chakra rotated in Kenichi's hand while yin chakra swirled through his palm. Orochimaru watched with growing interest. Without realizing it, Kenichi's control over chakra had become even more refined. The yin and yang chakra in his hands now carried a strange sense of harmony, as if they naturally obeyed him. Amato also watched quietly. He said nothing, but it was obvious he had great confidence in the theory he had just proposed. As Kenichi's chakra entered the wheat seed, all of his attention focused on it. Carefully, he used the still unproven ninjutsu to carry out gene-level programming on the seed. The gene chain split apart. Kenichi inserted one of the gene groups he had previously isolated, then stabilized it with yang chakra. A very small portion of yang chakra remained inside the seed, maintaining the chain's integrity. Only then did Kenichi lower his hand. He looked at the wheat seed in front of him. On the surface, it looked no different from before. But then again, gene chains could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, directly observing their essence was not easy. But now this thing. Kenichi's Mangekyo appeared in his eyes. He stared at the wheat seed, and a great deal of compositional information instantly surfaced before him. At that moment, a sudden idea struck him. Could he use his eyes to observe the composition of a soul? With that thought in mind, he subconsciously glanced at Amato. Proteins, calcium. A string of information regarding the composition of the human body appeared before Kenichi, but at the same time, the strain on his eyes increased sharply. He had no choice but to shut off his Mangekyo and blink several times to ease the discomfort. What's wrong? Amato asked with a smile, seemingly unaware of Kenichi's abnormality. Nothing, Kenichi said, though his eyes were still slightly sore. But this experiment was a success. Mr. Amato, you really are a genius. It seemed that when he tried to observe directly, the first thing he perceived was the body, not the soul. Unless he could directly observe a soul itself. But that was far from easy. He remembered that the first clear appearance of a soul in Naruto had been when Hiruzen used the Reaper Death Seal on Orochimaru, allowing Orochimaru to see the Shinigami behind him. Then remember to revive me when the time comes, Amato reminded him once more. After Kenichi nodded and mentally noted it down, he immediately released the Edo Tensei and sent Amato back to the Pure Land. Mr. Amato is a true research fanatic, Kenichi sighed. But Orochimaru's expression beside him had turned grim. Kenichi, Orochimaru said quietly, didn't you feel something strange just now? Huh. Kenichi paused. He had felt a vague sense of incongruity, but he had not been able to put it into words. It was just strange. But seeing Orochimaru's grim face, Kenichi immediately understood that his teacher had noticed something too. And the fact that Orochimaru only brought it up after Amato had already been sent back to the Pure Land meant the person he found suspicious could only be Amato. Kenichi's thoughts instantly began racing. If something really was wrong with Amato, then why had Orochimaru waited until after releasing Edo Tensei to say anything? Was Orochimaru wary of him? But Amato's own strength was only average. He should not have been enough to make Orochimaru cautious. Then another possibility flashed through Kenichi's mind. What if? What if the one speaking in front of them earlier had not been Amato at all? Don't you think Mr. Amato was too smart? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. And his understanding of yin and yang release chakra was also far too deep. Kenichi fell silent. Before this, Amato and I worked together to improve the gene programming ninjutsu, Orochimaru continued. Even with the two of us working on it, it still took a long time. Human intellect advanced in stages. It did not leap upward without reason. Newton had not instantly understood gravity the moment an apple struck his head. It had still taken long periods of calculation, verification, and thought. Amato was absolutely a genius scientist. But if he could suddenly produce a massive amount of new knowledge and display a qualitative leap in his understanding of ninjutsu, then unless he had transmigrated like Kenichi had, with some kind of cheat of his own. For example, some absurd scholar system that just downloaded everything straight into his brain. And when Kenichi combined that with the strange sense of dissonance he had felt earlier, he finally understood what had bothered him. Amato's eyes and expression had been too detached. It had been like an old wise man watching a child play around with great amusement. Kenichi had seen that exact expression before. Once, when he had been studying mathematics, he had excitedly told his professor about a sudden inspiration involving calculus. His professor had looked at him the same way. He only found out later that what he had discovered had long since been formalized as an established theorem, and his brilliant inspiration had been completely useless. Kenichi unconsciously licked his lips. He finally understood what had happened. When they were discussing the Pure Land and the issue of soul bodies, Amato might already have been replaced, or perhaps controlled. And the one controlling him was most likely the Sage of Six Paths, the one who had mastered yin-yang release. Only someone like him could possess that level of understanding regarding yin and yang chakra. After all, he was the founder of Ninshu and, in some sense, the progenitor of chakra. Though Kenichi, as someone from the future, knew the true progenitor had been Kagaya Otsutsuki, the woman sealed on the moon. Still, the yin-yang release wielded by the Sage of Six Paths was no ordinary ability. Then what about Mr. Amato? Kenichi asked after a long pause. Can we still bring him back now? Amato's soul was still in the Pure Land. And so far, the Sage of Six Paths had not clearly demonstrated how much influence he could exert over the living world. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths had only directly interfered with the world once in a major way, by giving Naruto and Sasuke the seals needed to use Six Paths Chibaku Tensei and seal Kagaya again. Beyond that, he had never clearly shown how much power he truly had over the present world. I think he needs to be revived as soon as possible, Orochimaru said as he took another sip of tea. After all, it wasn't Amato himself who asked to wait 3 months. Kenichi scratched his head. If they revived him now, then the one who returned might very well be the Sage of Six Paths. But that raised another issue. Since the sage mastered yin-yang release and possessed power on that level, why had he died in the first place? Even Orochimaru had developed something like living corpse reincarnation. A figure like the Sage of Six Paths should have been capable of creating something similar if he truly wanted to. Then I'll arrange it immediately, Kenichi said at once. Though he was burning with curiosity, he also understood the seriousness of the situation. Amato was still under the sage's control. If things got worse, the consequences would be enormous. Reviving him as quickly as possible was the safest option. Orochimaru nodded and remained standing nearby, watching. He naturally understood Kenichi and Amato's original plan. Using living corpse reincarnation to restore someone was indeed an excellent method, though also a dangerously unstable one. Under Kenichi's orders, a special jonin from the land of snow was quickly brought before him. He dropped to one knee immediately, his eyes full of reverence and adoration. Learn this ninjutsu, Kenichi said as he threw the scroll to him. He had already sensed the parasite inside the man's body. After this much development, the parasite's control had strengthened considerably. Along with its subtle mental influence, the man now worshipped Kenichi almost fanatically and would willingly die for him. Yes, sir, the special jonin replied at once, then immediately opened the scroll and began studying it. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. Kenichi's prestige in the land of snow seemed unusually high. The man had clearly understood what kind of jutsu this was, yet after reading it, he still showed no hesitation at all. That level of control. Orochimaru licked his lips thoughtfully. Kenichi then began preparing a second Edo Tensei. This time, however, he had no intention of completing the final step. He still did not know whether the one who would come back would be Amato or the Sage of Six Paths. And there was another problem. Madara had once directly broken free of Edo Tensei's control and remained in the world. A figure like the Sage of Six Paths had probably long since found a way to do the same. If he were truly brought back and turned hostile. Then another thought struck Kenichi. If the Sage of Six Paths could hijack an Edo Tensei vessel once, then he could do it a second time, a third time, or more. In that case, Edo Tensei itself would become unusable. After all, if every Edo Tensei could potentially turn into the Sage of Six Paths and immediately answer with some Six Paths level technique, the result would be catastrophic. Teacher, Kenichi said with a bitter smile, I think Edo Tensei has become completely forbidden now. Unless they could defeat the Sage of Six Paths, this jutsu might need to be shelved permanently. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He had already reached the same conclusion. Everything had been fine just moments ago, yet in the blink of an eye, Edo Tensei had effectively become untouchable. Sigh. Then we can only use another method, Orochimaru said softly. He no longer even dared to use Edo Tensei casually. That peculiar sensation from earlier, the strange discomfort that spread through his body the instant that other person looked at him, had left him deeply unsettled. He could not even tell what had been done to him. His only clear feeling was that he seemed to have become even more compatible with this body. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, So what exactly happened in the Pure Land? Chapter 353, So what exactly happened in the Pure Land? As one of the few resurrection ninjutsu in the ninja world, one's own life reincarnation did have some difficulty to it. But compared to the tremendous results it could achieve, Kenichi felt that level of difficulty was almost negligible. Teacher, why do you think the Hidden Sand Village never used a resurrection technique like one's own life reincarnation on a larger scale? Kenichi asked curiously as he looked at the special jonin practicing nearby. First, this technique is not easy to learn. Most ordinary ninja would struggle with it. And even if they did learn it, do you really think they would stay in the village if the village could force them to sacrifice their lives to save someone else? Orochimaru glanced at his disciple. The biggest problem with resurrection ninjutsu is always the sacrifice. Sacrifice. It was such a beautiful word on the surface. In reality, though, very few people could truly accept it. Fear of death existed in every living thing. What is more, Orochimaru continued, if your village starts sacrificing people to revive the strong, how much cohesion do you think that village will still have? If a village was willing to sacrifice one ninja to revive someone important, then everyone else in that village would start wondering the same thing. If it was that ninja today, then who would it be tomorrow? Would it be them? Their family? Their friends? Kenichi shrugged. They would definitely think about it. But I still think that if a village really wanted to do it, they could always find a way. To Kenichi, resurrection was never something harmless. Everyone had someone they wanted to bring back. Even if it required one life for another, people would still take the risk. There would even be situations where someone would pay for another person's death just to secure that chance. The moment resurrection became practical, it would become a true Pandora's box. That was probably why resurrection ninjutsu had not been explored too deeply in the original story. If it had been, the tone would have shifted too easily from hot-blooded shonen into something much darker and uglier. It is probably because the people of the Hidden Sand Village had their own reasons, Orochimaru said. He did not dwell on it any further. In the end, resurrection was never a simple matter, and whether the caster was willing remained the biggest obstacle of all. No matter how one looked at it, the issue was complicated. Kenichi scratched his head. The people of the ninja world really did not seem especially enthusiastic about resurrection. Was that some kind of universal moral value here? Amamiya-sama, I'm ready. At that moment, the special jonin stood up respectfully and addressed Kenichi. Kenichi nodded, then studied the men carefully. I need you to use this technique to revive someone. Do you have any objections? He looked directly into the other man's eyes, wanting to see how much resistance remained under the influence of the parasites. If there was no resistance at all, then the parasites would become harder to spread in secret, because anyone with a brain would find that suspicious. But if the resistance was too strong, then his plan would fail. In that case, how would he revive Amato? And the value of the parasites would drop sharply. I have no objections. A trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through the man's eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by the same devout look as before. He answered without further hesitation. Kenichi nodded. It seemed the parasite's influence was indeed very obvious. No wonder they had been wiped out by the Sage of Six Paths back then. Of course, the sage probably had no idea that Kenichi had revived them and even taken control of their queen. Were the Zerg terrifying? Of course they were. But if something terrifying was in his hands, then it stopped being a threat and started becoming a weapon. The more Kenichi thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. You. Orochimaru looked on with a complicated expression. He also had subordinates willing to die for him, but he honestly did not remember his disciple ever showing talent in this area before. So how exactly had Kenichi managed this? What is it, teacher? Kenichi asked, puzzled. He had no idea what Orochimaru was thinking. Even so, he had no intention of revealing the parasites yet. Their existence defied too much common sense. More importantly, he still needed to conduct more large-scale experiments to confirm how parasitism affected the human body over long periods. Some illnesses did not kill immediately. They accumulated damage over time. He needed to know whether long-term parasitism caused irreversible harm. If it did, then the use of parasites would need to be approached much more carefully. It's nothing. Hurry up and revive Amato, Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes as if some thought had crossed his mind. Kenichi did not ask further. Compared to the parasite issue, the Sage of Six Paths was a much greater threat. Even now, Kenichi still was not completely certain that the one who had taken over Amato earlier had truly been the sage, but the mere possibility made him wish Amato would just stay in the Pure Land forever. If Amato had not been such a talented scientist, Kenichi would never have considered reviving him again. It could only be said that bringing Amato back carried risk, but the benefits were equally enormous. Begin. I will take care of your wife and daughter. Kenichi moved the incomplete Edo Tensei vessel containing Amato onto the table. Amato was only one step away from being fully summoned. His face could already be seen, but there was no breath in him at all. Yes, sir. The special Jonin's eyes showed even more obvious struggle now. Even Orochimaru could see his reluctance. But despite that resistance, he still flawlessly performed one's own life reincarnation. Soon, his life force began to drain away rapidly. At the same time, the Edo Tensei layer on Amato's face began peeling away, gradually revealing his original skin and features. But strangely, the face remained Amato's own. How interesting, Orochimaru murmured from the side. So someone revived through Edo Tensei can also be restored by this method. Mr. Amato's daughter was brought back the same way, Kenichi said with a nod. Even though this was the second time he had seen it, he still could not help but sigh inwardly. The ninjas of this world really were amazing. A resurrection ninjutsu this convenient and this powerful, and yet it had been locked away all this time. Their moral restraint was so absurdly high that Kenichi could not even find the words to criticize it. If it were him, he would have caused chaos across the entire world with it and made himself rich in no time. That really is interesting. Orochimaru smiled faintly, clearly already imagining some other possible applications. At that moment, Kenichi felt something tugging weakly at his pant leg. He looked down. It was the special Jonin. The man was barely breathing now. His body still looked mostly the same, but his complexion had gone so bad that anyone could tell he was already at death's door. Don't let my daughter become a ninja, he said with the last of his strength. Then his head dropped, and his hand loosened. Kenichi gathered yang release chakra and checked the man's brain. The larva inside him had died as well. So the parasite dies too. Kenichi thought to himself. Even so, he intended to fulfill the man's wish. Becoming a ninja truly was not necessarily a good thing. But could anyone live happily in this world without becoming a ninja? All beings suffer, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. Then he turned to Amato, who was slowly opening his eyes. He silently activated Sage Mode and stared at Amato with full focus. If anything about him seemed even slightly wrong, Kenichi was prepared to send him straight back to the Pure Land. Still, he could not say with certainty whether that would even work. After all, if the Sage of Six Paths was involved. I've been revived. Amato looked at his hands in a daze, then looked up at Kenichi and Orochimaru. Mr. Amato, regarding the plant gene programming ninjutsu improvement you suggested earlier, do you have any further ideas? Kenichi asked quickly. Amato blinked in confusion. Huh. Kenichi's expression darkened slightly. Amato did not remember that part. Mr. Amato, do you remember anything from the time you were revived before? Kenichi asked again. At this point, he was basically certain the person in front of him was the real Amato, not the Sage of Six Paths. If it had truly been the Sage, there would have been no need for him to play dumb. A being of that level would not lower himself to that. I only remember telling you some things about the Pure Land, Amato said slowly, his eyes unfocused. Then, what was it? You said you wanted to research it, and after that, you sent me back. He remembered part of it. But he had forgotten a crucial section. Kenichi and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. Now they were certain. The one speaking through Amato before had indeed not been Amato. It had been someone else, and the most likely candidate was the Sage of Six Paths. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. He still had no idea what the Sage wanted, but one thing was clear. The things Amato had said earlier, the things most directly related to that existence, had somehow been erased from his own memory. So did the Sage of Six Paths not want anyone to know the truth about the Pure Land? What exactly was hidden there? Kenichi's heart filled with doubt. Still, he had survived this long under Orochimaru, rising from experimental subject to disciple, and one of the principles he had learned was very simple. If someone desperately wanted to hide a secret, then unless you were overwhelmingly stronger than them, it was best not to touch it. Otherwise, trouble would come quickly. Did something happen? Amato asked cautiously, sensing the strange atmosphere. Something unpleasant, Kenichi replied, though he did not elaborate. At the same time, seeing the interest in Orochimaru's eyes gave him an immediate headache. He really hoped his teacher would not start repeatedly testing the Sage's bottom line. That was the Sage of Six Paths, a terrifying figure even when alive, and now apparently still plotting something after death. Kenichi even suspected that the Sage was preparing something enormous, and once he was exposed, the consequences would be severe. When his own strength rose far enough, he would no longer need to fear the Sage this much. For now, though, Kenichi felt that research into the Pure Land should wait until he had Six Paths power and the Rinnegan in hand. Amato, I have something I want to discuss with you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Kenichi's mouth twitched, but Orochimaru gave him a reassuring glance. He could only sigh. He just hoped his teacher would be careful and not repeatedly provoke the Sage of Six Paths. Mr. Amato, I'll go work on my own research first, Kenichi said, then turned and left. He planned to focus on the wheat seed experiment for now. At the very least, it would help calm him down. With the improved ninjutsu that had come from the Sage's own suggestion, Kenichi's crop research had also progressed more smoothly. The gene programming for the wheat seeds was now complete. The only remaining issue was whether wood release could be used to accelerate crop growth. There has to be some problem with wood release, deep forest emergence. Or maybe it's because once Senju Hashirama died, Konoha lost that ability entirely. That would also explain why Hiruzen and the others were so obsessed with bringing wood release back, Kenichi muttered. Still, he thought the second explanation was unlikely. After all, Hashirama was dead, but Obito still existed. And when Kenichi had previously summoned Hashirama with Edo Tensei, he had already asked him directly about it. Hashirama's answer had been clear. Wood release could not be used to grow crops. Then why not? Kenichi asked himself. He gathered chakra in his hand, looked at the artificial hill in front of him, and used a wood release technique. Countless wooden spikes burst from the ground with sharp whistling sounds. Immediately after, a tree rose into existence before him. On the outside, it looks like a tree, but its hardness. Kenichi touched the large trunk. It felt like real wood from a forest, but if he hacked at it with an ordinary blade, the bark alone would be hard to cut through. That was ridiculous. It still contains my chakra. Kenichi murmured as realization dawned on him. I see. This isn't really a plant at all. It's a construct made from chakra. He had finally understood. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, Yes, after research, we've decided to court death. Chapter 354, Yes, after research, we've decided to court death. Wood release was called wood release, but that did not mean what it created were truly normal trees. It was more like a chakra construct that possessed many of the characteristics of wood while still being fundamentally different. If they were just ordinary trees, could they really restrain a tailed beast? Trees were fragile. Even the hardest natural wood would struggle to endure the impact of a tank, let alone something as massive and destructive as a tailed beast. That meant the trees created by wood release were, strictly speaking, not ordinary trees at all. They could even absorb a ninja's chakra, and their hardness and flexibility were both astonishing. But that also explained why wood release could not be used to cultivate ordinary crops. If wood release was used to stimulate the growth of other plants, those plants would simply burst apart, and wood release trees would grow in their place instead. But maybe if it exists long enough and the chakra dissipates, it will eventually turn into a normal tree. Kenichi murmured thoughtfully as he stared at the large tree before him. Even though wood release could not be used to accelerate plant growth, the concept behind it still gave him a new direction to think about. Plant growth requires nutrients. Some plants naturally grow very quickly. If I combine those genes, could I create a crop with a much shorter growth cycle? Kenichi licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. Even in his previous world, with its far more advanced technology, plant growth still required time. One of the main goals of agricultural science had always been to create crops that were high-yield, disease-resistant, pest-resistant, tolerant of harsh environments, and quick to mature. The kind of science fiction nonsense where something was planted one day and harvested the next was simply too absurd. At the very least, the technology of his previous life had never reached that point. Still, the most special thing about the ninja world is chakra. Can I use chakra to help achieve that? Probably not. Kenichi muttered as he flipped through the books in his hands. He was currently standing in Kazahana Koyuki's study, reading through agricultural records from the Land of Snow, or rather, annual crop yield reports. The records showed that the harvests of the Land of Snow were fairly consistent from year to year, usually fluctuating within 10%. Of course, there were occasional disastrous years, and those were all marked with the same note. Natural disaster. Overall, farming in the Land of Snow was still heavily dependent on luck. If the heavens were unkind and the climate turned especially harsh, famine would follow. That was why the rulers of the Land of Snow had always placed great importance on storing grain. Even in the ninja world, people still died if they had nothing to eat. Military ration pills themselves also required food as raw material. The saying that the people regarded food as heaven was just as true here as anywhere else. Koyuki, has the Land of Snow ever researched crops before? For example, trying to use yang release chakra to accelerate crop growth. Kenichi asked the woman beside him, then silently shifted his gaze away. This girl was becoming more and more outrageous. Of course, that was only when she was in front of him. In front of everyone else, Kazahana Koyuki remained serious and dignified. But whenever she was with him, that eager posture of hers perfectly embodied the phrase at one's beck and call. Master, the Land of Snow has done such experiments in the past, Koyuki replied in a soft voice, looking at him with bright, enticing eyes. An ancestor of ours once pushed that research very seriously, but until the day he died, he never produced any real results. Kenichi nodded, rubbed his nose, and walked out. So the Land of Snow had already tried it and failed. But had other countries succeeded? Probably not. At the very least, while he had been in Konoha, he had never seen Konoha's crops display some miraculous yield. Grain prices there still rose and fell depending on the annual harvest. It was just that Konoha, being a large and prosperous village, had never truly suffered famine. And when even Konoha struggled to secure enough food, then the smaller surrounding countries would be in even worse shape. It looks like yang release chakra simply cannot stimulate rapid crop growth. Or maybe the plants themselves just don't have the necessary genes. Algae should be among the fastest growing plants, and bamboo is also a candidate, but those. Kenichi sighed. No wonder agricultural science had been such a difficult and complex discipline in his previous life. He finally understood how those students must have felt when their graduation projects were ruined overnight. But the good news is that here, I can experiment as much as I want. With a silent hand seal, Kenichi cast the shadow clone jutsu. No matter how much theory he thought through, in the end he still needed experiments to verify it. And that was exactly what he intended to do now. For the moment, the main task was still to let his shadow clones use the plant gene modification ninjutsu to isolate the cold-resistant gene needed for cold-resistant wheat. As for himself, he still had other things to handle. He planned to leave crop improvement mostly to the clones. I want to include wood release in the research too, one of the clones said as he walked over. Kenichi did not object. He simply nodded. After all, he had split into 10 clones for research this time. Letting one of them study wood release as well was no problem. I keep feeling that would release should have more uses than just this, the clone said, narrowing his eyes. Since the clone was still Kenichi, Kenichi naturally understood where that thought came from. The truth was, he felt exactly the same way. Would release should not be useful only in battle. It had to have greater value elsewhere too. Then I'll leave that to you, Kenichi said, patting the clone on the shoulder. Without shadow clones, he would never have touched agricultural improvement at all. It would take far too long. By the time it was done, the fourth great ninja war might already be over. I wonder what teacher is doing now. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. For some reason, he still felt uneasy. Especially after seeing Orochimaru's eyes earlier, that unease had only grown stronger. Who knew what his teacher might do next? At this point, Kenichi would not have been surprised if Orochimaru had decided to dissect Amato on the spot. So he headed straight for Orochimaru's laboratory. And when he arrived, he saw Orochimaru and Amato assembling some kind of strange device. The thing was enormous, almost like a nutrient tank. It was covered in intricate circuits and even had a monitor attached to it. Teacher, what exactly are you building? Kenichi asked, his eyelid twitching. This thing looked absurdly out of place in the world of Naruto. It belonged more in some science fiction movie or a Resident Evil laboratory. Ah, Kenichi, come help, Orochimaru said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and waving him over. Kenichi quickly walked over, and Orochimaru immediately stuffed a wrench into his hand. Kenichi looked down at it without any awkwardness. Back in Konoha, whenever an instrument broke down, he and Orochimaru had fixed it together more than once. Teacher, what is this? He asked as he tightened screws where Orochimaru pointed. Pure Land Detector 1.0, Orochimaru answered casually. Kenichi's hand shook, and the wrench nearly fell onto his foot. What? He had only been away for a little while, and now these two were already building a Pure Land detector. If he disappeared for a year or two, would they establish diplomatic relations with the Pure Land next? Only now did Kenichi fully understand why Jiraiya had always called Orochimaru insane. He had thought he understood his teacher very well, but it turned out he still did not understand him nearly enough. The Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths. And his teacher was really just pushing straight ahead without hesitation. Amato, you. Kenichi turned toward Amato, meaning to ask what he was thinking. But the moment he saw that bright, excited expression on the scientist's face, he silently shut his mouth. There was no point asking. It was obvious that Amato and Orochimaru had already committed themselves to building this so-called Pure Land detection device, and judging by the name, this was only version 1.0. Teacher, how did you come up with this? Did you figure out a way to let souls leave the body? Kenichi could not help asking. Until now, all their research on the Pure Land had been at the level of standing at the entrance and peeking in. They had never truly stepped inside. So why were they suddenly preparing to go in? After talking with Amato, I got some new ideas, Orochimaru said while tightening another set of screws. Then I remembered a forbidden jutsu in Konoha. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Kenichi immediately thought of the S-rank forbidden jutsu that Tsunade's lover, Dan Kato, had mastered. It was a powerful technique that allowed the soul to leave the body and perceive the souls of others nearby. It could also possess an enemy's body and crush the enemy's consciousness, or directly take control of their body. It was an extremely dangerous and powerful technique. Because it was so difficult to learn, and because failure could leave the soul unable to return to the body, Konoha had classified it as forbidden. Even now, very few people had ever mastered it. Yes. Spirit Transformation Jutsu allows the soul to leave and then return to the body. That makes it very suitable for researching the Pure Land, Orochimaru said. But isn't that jutsu incredibly difficult to master? Kenichi asked, frowning slightly. Spirit Transformation Jutsu really did have the right properties, but it was dangerously unstable. Otherwise, why would Konoha have listed it as forbidden? Not many people had mastered it for a reason. And even though it was powerful, once the technique was activated, the user's body became an empty shell that needed special protection. If not, even an ordinary person with a simple knife could kill the user. It doesn't matter. Right now, there is nothing more suitable, Orochimaru said dismissively. Kenichi understood immediately that it was pointless to argue. Once Orochimaru had made up his mind, changing it was almost impossible. Still, if his teacher insisted on doing this research, then he would have to stand by and watch carefully. Amato was currently an ally, but people's hearts were still unpredictable, and there was also the problem of the Sage of Six Paths having once taken over Amato's Edo Tensei body. Who could say whether that had left behind some hidden problem? The Pure Land is a dangerous place. It would be better to let someone else test the waters first, Amato said. He had also noticed something wrong with himself by now. The little he remembered about the Pure Land was far too little for someone who had deliberately entered it to conduct research. That did not match his personality at all. Exactly, Kenichi said with a nod. He had never truly supported researching the Pure Land this early. The Sage of Six Paths was definitely not omniscient and omnipotent, and his ability to interfere in the present world was clearly limited. Otherwise, he never would have allowed Uchiha Madara to revive Kaguya. If the Sage of Six Paths had really been a proper all-seeing sage, he could have simply predicted everything in advance, come out, and killed Madara or Black Zetsu himself. Problem solved. In reality, the sage had done nothing. He had simply watched as Kaguya was revived, then pinned all his hopes on Naruto and Sasuke. That was absurd. So in Kenichi's view, the sage's influence over the current world was definitely weak, perhaps even very weak. But the Pure Land was still his territory, and entering it recklessly was incredibly dangerous. Then this task will probably have to fall to you, Kenichi, Orochimaru said with a smile. Huh. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Let the World Experience Pain. Chapter 355, Let the World Experience Pain. At first, Kenichi thought his teacher intended to have him train the spirit transformation technique himself. If that were the case, he absolutely would not do it. Although the spirit transformation technique was a decent ability, it simply did not suit him. Compared to that technique, Kenichi felt he would be better off continuing to develop wood release. Senjutsu combined with wood release would already be terrifyingly powerful. But ordinary ninja can't learn the spirit transformation technique, right? Kenichi looked at his teacher and asked. He had now understood what Orochimaru meant. He wanted him to arrange for one of his subordinates to learn the spirit transformation technique, then use that subordinate as a test subject. Still, Kenichi had some concerns. After using the spirit transformation technique, the soul leaves the body. In that situation, Kenichi felt it was unlikely the parasites would follow the spirit body. That meant the ninja might break free from the parasite's control, at least while in soul form. Wouldn't that create new problems? No. The real difficulty lies in the training process itself, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. If one's mastery is insufficient, the spirit body may leave the body and fail to return. At that point, they simply die. He had researched the spirit transformation technique before, so he naturally knew where the true danger of the jutsu lay. All ninjutsu training ultimately had to be put into practice. Just like the summoning jutsu, where one must actually form hand seals and summon something during training, the spirit transformation technique worked the same way. The problem was that training it carried enormous risk, and that was exactly why so few people learned it. After all, very few were willing to gamble their lives on mastering a single ninjutsu. So, teacher, do you already have a solution? Kenichi asked curiously. He knew his teacher well. Since he had brought this up, he had most likely already worked out a solution. Otherwise, it would not fit his style. Yes. Orochimaru nodded. When I was discussing things with Amato, I learned about the soul restraint device he developed. That thing should be useful in solving the problems that arise during the training of the spirit transformation technique. Kenichi's mouth twitched. So that was the reason. When Amato had first developed that device, Kenichi had only viewed it as a tool for preventing a soul from forcibly returning to the Pure Land. He had never expected Orochimaru to find this kind of use for it. That really was unexpected. Still, since his teacher had already thought of a solution, Kenichi did not mind giving it a try. So while waiting for the device to be completed, he had Kazuhana Koyuki send over a Chunin and a Jonin, both already under parasite control. Talent among ninja was not easy to judge. It was not guaranteed that a Jonin had better talent than a Chunin, so bringing both would save time. If the Chunin learned it first, even better. As Orochimaru watched Kenichi instruct the two ninja in learning the spirit transformation technique, he rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought. Ever since he had seen Kenichi revive Amato, he had been curious about one thing. How exactly had his disciple managed that? He had made someone sacrifice his life, even though the men had clearly shown some resistance. Orochimaru had seen that much with his own eyes. Logically, someone that unwilling should not have been able to carry out the reanimation jutsu. And yet he had. That made Orochimaru feel that his disciple was hiding some very interesting little secret. His snake-like pupils narrowed, and he slowly licked his lips. How intriguing. The actual learning process, however, was dull and tedious. Kenichi watched for a while, then quickly lost interest. Resting his chin on one hand, he looked thoroughly unmotivated. Kenichi, if you have other things to do, go handle them, Orochimaru said as he walked over. Leave this to me and Amato. Kenichi perked up the moment he heard that. If that really worked, it would save him a lot of trouble. Then I'll leave it to you, teacher. I do still have some other things to take care of, Kenichi said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Orochimaru nodded with a faint smile. Seeing that, Kenichi immediately ordered the two parasitized ninja to obey his teacher's instructions, then hurried out of the laboratory. This is truly... Amato muttered as he watched the scene unfold, clearly amused. He really had not expected Kenichi's prestige in the land of snow to be this high. How had he achieved it? Was it just because he had saved Kazuhana Koyuki? Orochimaru glanced at the two silent ninja and licked his lips with interest. He wanted to see exactly how far these two would go in obeying his disciples' commands. Kenichi, of course, knew nothing about what his teacher was thinking. Even if he did, he probably would not care too much. He had never intended to keep the existence of the parasites hidden forever. Something like this was bound to be discovered sooner or later. The only difference was whether that happened sooner or later. The Byakugan could clearly see where the parasites were lodged. It was hard to say whether other dojutsu or sensing techniques might also have similar effects. Sigh, let me see. Kenichi took out his schedule and glanced over it, rubbing his chin. Logically, it should be time to begin the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening phase. But considering that the test subjects had not rested enough yet, he decided to delay it a little longer. Besides, for Genin and Chunin level ninja, awakening the Mangekyo too early might not actually be a good thing. Using the Mangekyo placed a serious burden on the body. In Kenichi's view, it would be safer if they only awakened it after reaching Jonin. Unfortunately, he did not have that much time. According to his plan, if he wanted to unify the ninja world, then the first target, the Hidden Mist Village, was absolutely critical. He needed to end the battle quickly and efficiently, occupy the Hidden Mist Village, dismantle its defenses, eliminate everyone who stood in the way, and restore order before the other villages noticed what had happened. If he could do that, he could continue accumulating strength in peace. That was the core of Kenichi's plan. Now that I have wood release, I should be able to suppress an entire village by myself, but with subordinates helping, it would be much easier. Kenichi stretched. He could certainly go alone, but that would be too troublesome. With subordinates assisting with encirclement and suppression, the spread of information could be greatly delayed, perhaps even prevented entirely. That would make the next stage of the plan much smoother. And of course, if Nagato were willing to help, it would be even easier. Right. Speaking of which, where exactly is Nagato? Kenichi scratched his head. That part still bothered him. Had Nagato not previously agreed to contact him later so they could discuss everything properly? Then why had Kenichi tried contacting him again, only to get nothing? Thinking of that, Kenichi tried reaching Nagato once more. A long while passed. Still nothing. It was as if Nagato simply did not exist anymore. What's going on? Kenichi frowned as he paced around the laboratory. He had definitely sent out the signal, but Nagato had given no reply at all. Earlier, Nagato had been the one to initiate the long-distance communication, which meant either this type of contact depended on Nagato's side, or something had gone wrong. So Kenichi considered two possibilities. Either something had happened to Nagato, or Nagato's previous thought wave had only been able to cross such a distance because Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, while Kenichi himself simply lacked that ability. The first possibility seemed unlikely. Nagato was still very powerful. Even if Obito and Black Zetsu targeted him, it would not be easy unless they managed a perfect sneak attack. There's no reason for those two to attack Nagato right now either, Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. He did not believe Obito or Black Zetsu had noticed the conversation he had with Nagato. At least, there should have been no reason for them to. As for the second possibility, it was entirely possible that Kenichi was just too weak in that specific area, and his signal could not travel that far unless Nagato initiated it. Either way, waiting here and doing nothing would solve nothing. If it was the first possibility, Nagato would contact him eventually if he could. If it was the second, then Nagato would likely realize something was wrong and come looking himself. So Kenichi decided not to dwell on it. After all, he still had plenty to do. Still, after thinking it over, he dispelled the shadow clone he currently had out, created a fresh one, boarded an airship, and headed for the Land of Rain himself. He needed to understand what was happening. Otherwise, if something truly had gone wrong, that would be a serious problem. Black Zetsu, are you sure that scroll is inside the Hokage building? Obito asked coldly. He was standing on a branch in the forest not far from Konoha, gazing toward the distant village. His eyes flickered with obscure emotion. Just seeing Konoha made him feel uncomfortable. And as always, that discomfort quickly turned into killing intent toward Kenichi. He still wanted to stab that bastard to death. After all, Rin's remains had been desecrated by that man. Hee hee. According to the intel, yes, Black Zetsu replied with a chuckle, leaning against a tree. Then he glanced sideways at Obito. Still, Konoha's barrier seems to have been strengthened a lot lately, he added. Obito's expression darkened immediately. Yes, it had been strengthened too much. So much that even he now found it troublesome. And all of it was Amamiya Kenichi's fault. Otherwise, why do you think I would reveal that information to Nagato? Obito snorted. He could certainly spend time infiltrating Konoha on his own, but it would be troublesome, and eventually it would still lead to a clash with the village. Aren't you worried Nagato won't come? Black Zetsu asked with a smirk, crossing his arms. You really think he won't? Obito said calmly. When he saw Nagato's reaction that day, he had already understood what kind of person Nagato was. Black Zetsu curled his lip in disdain. What a boring question. Nagato would definitely come. Yahiko meant too much to him. Nagato could ignore many things. He could keep Akatsuki in the shadows and endure all kinds of losses. But once he learned that Danzo was the real mastermind behind Yahiko's death, he would not remain still. That was the weakness of ninja. Bonds. What a dull thing. Black Zetsu sneered inwardly. Obito was nothing more than another puppet. This entire ninja world was unbearably dull. The world his mother had once created should never have been filled with these woodworms. The entire history of shinobi that he had manipulated into existence was stale and lifeless. He wanted to laugh wildly. He wanted to see the expressions Obito and Madara would make when they finally learned the truth. But it was not time yet. So he suppressed that impulse. Nagato, dance. Dance in the palm of my hand. Konoha, truly a village steeped in sin, Deva Path Pain said coldly. At that moment, the Deva Path, the Azura Path, and the Animal Path had already arrived outside Konoha. Conan, hidden not far away, was watching Nagato with worried eyes. Just as Obito expected, Nagato had come. Nagato. She called softly from the hollow of a nearby tree. Ever since he had received that piece of intelligence, her friend had changed again. He had become exactly like he was on that day. Conan, don't try to stop me, Nagato said, clenching his fists. All this time I thought Hanzo was the true culprit. But the real murderer has lived in peace for so long. His voice was full of rage. Because of the anger surging through him, he could not help coughing several times. But even so, the fury in his heart only grew stronger. Danzo Shimura. That man was the true culprit. If Danzo had not interfered, Hanzo never would have turned on Akatsuki, and Yahiko never would have died. Conan said nothing. She had heard the same information. Her heart was burning with anger too, but more than anything, she was worried about the friend who was all she had left. I have grown beyond mortals through endless pain, from a mortal into a god, Nagato said in a low, gloomy voice. And now, I will make Konoha feel pain, understand pain, accept pain, and know pain. Conan lowered her head, looking at Nagato's emaciated hand, her eyes reddening. Nagato took a deep breath, then sent his puppets and his fallen friends forward without hesitation, straight toward Konoha. But at that moment, the ring on his finger suddenly grew hot. Nagato froze. He lowered his head and looked at the ring. He knew what that meant. Someone was trying to contact him. Amamiya Kenichi. Nagato's face darkened immediately. He should have refused the thought wave without hesitation. But then he remembered what Kenichi had said last time, and he hesitated. In the end, Nagato made his choice. The thought wave got cut off. Kenichi muttered in confusion as he stood outside the land of rain. It was not raining here, but Nagato was nowhere to be seen either. If Nagato were present, he definitely would have sensed Kenichi's arrival. So where had Nagato gone? What kind of urgent matter could make him ignore something he himself had previously insisted upon? Can't figure it out. Forget it, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. As long as Nagato is still alive, I might as well head to Konoha and see how Naruto is doing. After all, he had left that book with Naruto. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Danzo, I don't know why, but I feel like the other side really wants to kill me. Chapter 356, Danzo, I don't know why, but I feel like the other side really wants to kill me. That book was a chakra extraction guide compiled by his teacher. It had originally been given to Kenichi as an introductory text, but who would have thought that he would master chakra extraction so quickly? The book naturally became useless to him, and Orochimaru never bothered taking it back. So now, Kenichi had passed it on to Naruto. I wonder how that little guy Naruto is doing now. Kenichi moved swiftly through the dense forest, his mind working as fast as his feet. He had originally intended to go directly by airship, but there was no helping it. Konoha's borders were now patrolled by airships and hot air balloons. If he flew straight in, it would attract attention too easily. So Kenichi could only infiltrate the old-fashioned way. Even so, he was still a little worried about Naruto's safety. Naruto was only a child, after all. If the third Hokage found that book, he would definitely recognize Orochimaru's handwriting at once, and then. But this was also exactly what Kenichi intended. In fact, he had already left once before. But after thinking it over, he returned and left the book for Naruto anyway. Otherwise, the third Hokage would never have noticed. Kenichi's purpose in doing this was simple. He wanted to see what the third Hokage would do after learning about it. Would Naruto's life trajectory change? Although Naruto's safety would be threatened to a certain extent, the overall danger should not be too high. Naruto was still the most suitable Jinchuriki candidate. If the third Hokage wanted to kill him, he would first have to consider the issue of replacing the Jinchuriki, and that meant trial and error. But what if the nine tails could not be sealed properly? What if something went wrong midway? At that point, if the nine tails broke free, could Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade stop it before it caused too many casualties? If they failed, or if the nine tails fired even a few tailed beast bombs, Konoha would not know how many years it would take to recover. Moreover, when the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails into Naruto, he clearly intended for his son to become a hero. What he did not expect was that Hiruzen Sarutobi would turn Naruto into an outcast of the village instead. Based on Kenichi's understanding of the third Hokage, the old man would not dare bear the cost of that kind of gamble. It had nothing to do with Naruto being Minato's son. Even if Naruto was the fourth Hokage's child, the moment Hiruzen concluded that Naruto's existence threatened the village, he would not hesitate. After all, Naruto was not his own son. If it were Asuma, the old man would probably think very differently. It would be fun to raise a dark, profound, and cruel Naruto. Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. But Azura's reincarnation still influences him too much. Just look at Hashirama. He and Naruto might as well have come out of the same mold. Naruto's personality was probably destined from the start. Changing it would be nearly impossible unless someone deliberately guided him down that path from now on. But Kenichi was not so idle that he would spend his time doing something so pointless. Compared to a cynical Naruto who hated the world, the current Naruto was far easier to teach, far easier to use, and far more beneficial to the future of the ninja world. If Naruto had a personality like Sasuke's, Konoha would probably have been flattened long ago. After traveling for a while, Kenichi finally began to see the outline of Konoha in the distance. But almost immediately, he noticed that something was wrong. There. Kenichi's expression sharpened. He had just spotted numerous black dots rushing around outside Konoha. They should have been Konoha ninja, but why would Konoha send out such a large force at once? Today was not any special day. Kenichi had lived in Konoha long enough to know how the village normally operated. Konoha ninja would only leave the village in such large numbers under extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, they would be busy with missions, training, or regular duties. As he drew closer, his expression became even stranger. Because he recognized several familiar figures. Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo. The heads of the Ino Shikacho clans. And then several others. Pain's Six Paths Pain. Why is the leader here? Kenichi's expression became extremely complicated. He had never expected to see the Six Paths of Pain in Konoha of all places, let alone witness a scene like this with his own eyes. This was just too absurd. Nagato had come to Konoha once in the original story. That visit had produced one of the most iconic scenes in Naruto and fully demonstrated the terror of the Rinnegan. It showed exactly why Nagato saw himself as a god, because with that kind of power, anyone might start believing the same. Of course, in the end, he still could not escape the protagonist's talk no jutsu. But the problem was, what time was it now? Naruto probably had not even fully learned chakra extraction yet, and Nagato was already here. That made no sense. Even if Nagato somehow learned that Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, that still did not fit his character. Nagato would first wait until Akatsuki had fully developed before starting the Tailed Beast collection, and even then he would begin with the one tail. There was no reason for him to suddenly come after the nine tails. So what exactly was Nagato doing here? At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Kenichi's mind. He knew what kind of person Nagato was. Nagato did not act without purpose. Besides, Kenichi had only recently told him that Akatsuki should minimize its presence, carry out more missions, build strength, and avoid major exposure. Nagato could not possibly turn around and charge straight into Konoha for no reason. That would amount to slapping himself in the face. Once today's incident spread, no matter what Nagato's real goal was, Akatsuki would absolutely be put on Konoha's highest watch list. And the fact that the Six Paths of Pain were here meant that Nagato's real body was almost certainly somewhere nearby. Either the organization gave Nagato a mission specifically targeting Konoha, or... Kenichi licked his lips. Although it sounded outrageous, there was only one other reason he could think of. Nagato had learned that Danzo Shimura was one of the true culprits behind Yuhiko's death. Only then would Nagato possibly come here like this. It looks more and more like the second possibility. Kenichi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The current situation was extremely delicate. Nagato was ruthless, and his attacks were clearly centered on Danzo Shimura. Danzo's expression had already darkened to the point of being almost pitch black. He probably did not even understand why the men in front of him seemed so determined to kill him. Although Danzo had indeed taken part in the schemes against the Akatsuki, whether he even still remembered Yuhiko's face was another matter entirely. If Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade had not been there, Danzo would probably already be dead. Even with them there, Danzo had suffered badly. He was still trying to show his heroic side, charging forward again and again, nearly getting his heart ripped out more than once. If Hiruzen had not intervened, Danzo would already be lying on the ground, 1 foot in the grave. Kenichi could not help grimacing. That old man really never forgot about becoming Hokage. In a way, that could almost be called admirable dedication to his original dream. But the man facing him was Nagato. With the Rinnegan, Nagato was forcing Danzo to the edge of death over and over again. If not for the fact that nearly all of Konoha's top fighters were gathered here, Danzo, the so-called darkness of the ninja world, would probably have died on the spot already. Still, Kenichi's real focus was not the battle itself. He was far more interested in where Black Zetsu and Obito were. In his view, Nagato's killing intent toward Danzo was so intense that he must have learned the truth from someone. And only a very small number of people in the entire ninja world knew that truth. It could not possibly have been some other transmigrator dropping by to tell him. That would be too ridiculous. So it could only have been Obito and Black Zetsu. Which raised another question. Why would Obito and Black Zetsu do that? Kenichi did not know. After all, he was not living inside Obito's stomach. Everything he knew about Obito came from anime clips and character summaries from his previous life. In the original story, Obito had never done anything like this. But now he had. Which only proved one thing. The entire Naruto plotline had already shifted. Whether that shift was for better or worse remained to be seen, but Kenichi was certain that Obito had a reason for doing this. He just did not yet know what it was. Obito must know exactly how Nagato would react after hearing that kind of information, Kenichi murmured. Which means he wanted Nagato to attack Konoha. But what does that accomplish? Flattening Konoha would not directly help Obito's plan either. Then, almost immediately, another possibility occurred to him. Unless Obito did this to lure Hiruzen and Tsunade out. A feint. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. That kind of tactic was as old as war itself. After all, once Nagato learned the truth, he would definitely target Konoha. That meant Obito wanted Nagato to attack, and once Nagato attacked, Hiruzen and Tsunade would have no choice but to step in. Even if they tried not to at first, once they realized Nagato's strength, they would be forced to intervene. The heads of the major clans and the high-end forces like the Ino Shikacho would also be drawn out. And once that happened, the interior of Konoha would become empty. Was that what Obito wanted? Did he want to slip into Konoha and cause trouble? No. More likely, he wanted to enter Konoha and retrieve something. Thinking that through, Kenichi immediately withdrew. He had no intention of joining the main battlefield. Nagato was extremely strong, but with Tsunade and Hiruzen both present, even he would have trouble ending things quickly. That meant Kenichi had the perfect chance to enter Konoha and see what Obito was really after. The moment he slipped into the village, he noticed something strange. The 2 Umbu guarding the entrance to the Hokage building had dull eyes. They were under Sharingan Genjutsu. Obito's here for the Forbidden Scroll. Kenichi muttered, instantly understanding. He moved quickly into the Hokage building. As he passed through it, every Umbu he encountered who had fallen under Genjutsu only confirmed his suspicion. Kenichi put on his mask, reached the Hokage's office, and pushed open the door. Then he saw a figure rifling through the room. Who's there? Obito noticed the door at once. He turned and saw the mask Kenichi wore, and immediately recognized the men he hated more than anyone. Toby. Why are you here? Kenichi asked with a cheerful smile as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. At the same time, lightning-like markings appeared at the corners of his eyes as he activated Sage Mode. He also became sharply aware of his surroundings. Obito was here, so Black Zetsu was likely nearby too. That thing's methods were strange, and it could also use White Zetsu to lurk around. Sage Mode would at least heighten his senses and help prevent him from being ambushed. It would be far too embarrassing if a transmigrator ended up getting stabbed in the back the same way Madara had. Senior Kenichi. Obito heard the name Toby and nearly wanted to spit blood. At that moment, he truly wished he could travel back in time and slap his former self several times. Why had he chosen the name Toby? Why had he deliberately adopted that ridiculous persona of admiring Amamiya Kenichi? Now look at him. The man was practically dancing on his face, and he still had to play along. It really was. Toby, is this an Akatsuki mission? Kenichi asked with a smile as he walked deeper into the room. He did not believe for a second that Obito was here to collect Nine Tails information. No. I just came to look for clues about the tailed beasts in Konoha. Obito answered immediately. At the same time, he subtly moved to block Kenichi's path. With Kenichi here, he could no longer search freely. At this point, all he could do was stall for time and leave the actual gathering of information to Black Zetsu. The leader is still outside, Toby, Kenichi said lightly. Go help him. I'll handle the information here. Obito's face tightened behind the mask. Kenichi, meanwhile, smiled beneath his own. He absolutely did not believe that Obito had come here for any so-called Nine Tails information. First, Akatsuki had no plans to begin collecting tailed beasts this early. Second, even if they did, why would Obito personally come gather such information? Black Zetsu would obviously be the one to handle that. So there was only one real possibility. Obito was here for the Forbidden Scroll. Which raised the next question. Why? Did he want Edo Tensei to revive Uchiha Madara? That was certainly possible. After all, Kenichi knew very well what kind of pressure he himself had been putting on Obito lately. Under that kind of pressure, Obito might have decided to revive Madara early. Or perhaps this was Black Zetsu's plan all along. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Shimura Danzo, the Shadow Hokage, the Doer of All Evils, the Darkness of the Ninja World. Chapter 357, Shimura Danzo, the Shadow Hokage, the Doer of All Evils, the Darkness of the Ninja World. Senior, there's no need to trouble yourself with something this simple. I, Toby, can handle it perfectly. Toby said with a thumbs up, acting like a complete clown. But Kenichi immediately noticed that Toby seemed to be deliberately blocking the room behind him. Kenichi raised an eyebrow and started walking forward, only for Obito to shift and block his path again. Kenichi narrowed his eyes at him. Whatever was behind Obito, it definitely was not nothing. Black Zetsu. A shadow clone. Either way, there had to be something. Senior Kenichi, could you tell me your story? Obito asked with a smile. As he looked at the mask on Kenichi's face, the killing intent in his heart nearly surged out of control. He even had the urge to kill this guy on the spot. If he were not worried that he might fail to kill Kenichi instantly, exposing himself and ruining his persona, he would have already formed hand seals. Toby, what's behind you? Kenichi asked. He shoved Toby aside, only to find a chaotic pile of scrolls behind him and nothing else. Kenichi narrowed his eyes again. Did Black Zetsu escape? Or had it already taken something and hidden itself? Most likely the latter. The only question was what exactly Black Zetsu had taken. Senior Kenichi, behind me is the symbol of our Akatsuki organization. Obito said, still stubbornly maintaining his ridiculous act. Kenichi ignored him and strode straight in, rummaging through the cabinets in front of him. He did not find the Forbidden Scroll. Then again, he himself did not know where it was hidden. Although his teacher had gotten it once before, Hiruzen had most likely changed its location afterward. Did anyone really think the core secrets of a village would just be left lying around casually? Of course not. Kenichi had long felt that Naruto finding the Scroll of Seals so quickly back then was probably arranged by the third Hokage on purpose. It had most likely been a test for Naruto, and at the same time, a trap for that unlucky bastard Mizuki. If Hiruzen were not afraid of making it too obvious, he probably would have placed the scroll right on the Hokage's desk. Still, there was no way it would be easy for outsiders to find. Senior Kenichi, what are you looking for? Obito asked curiously. Kenichi turned his head and glanced at him. He still found it hard to believe that Obito had paid such a huge price just to get a forbidden scroll. That seemed unlikely. The scroll did contain some excellent jutsu, but was it really worth exposing Danzo's secret for? Nagato's actions today would definitely draw the attention of the 5 great nations to the Akatsuki, and once that happened, it was hard to say how much their entire plan would be affected. Besides, Obito clearly had easier ways to do this. He could have had Black Zetsu infiltrate Konoha and steal the scroll when the chance came. He could even have forced his way in if he really wanted to. Konoha has a lot of powerful jutsu. I just wanted to see if there was anything interesting, Kenichi said with a smile. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about what Obito was actually planning. The original plot could no longer be used as a reference. Kenichi knew that very clearly. The entire story had already changed drastically because of him, and Uchiha Shin standing at Obito's side was the clearest proof of that. Kenichi remembered that Shin was never part of the early Akatsuki. As for Itachi, who should have joined Akatsuki in the future, he was still living his life in the land of rice fields. His father was dead, but his mother was still alive. There was no way Itachi would join Akatsuki now. Still, Itachi had other uses. His talent had already been proven. On the path of a shinobi, he was undeniably gifted, and he would eventually become a strong combat asset. Oh. Konoha definitely has a ton of powerful jutsu. But Senior Kenichi, I just planted explosive tags in here, so let's hurry up and leave. Obito said suddenly, then dashed out with an exaggeratedly ridiculous posture. Kenichi froze for a second. Then the next moment, a violent explosion erupted. Even in Sage mode, Kenichi was caught off guard and blasted out by the force of it. At the same time, Obito vanished from the Hokage building. The nearby Konoha shinobi and civilians, drawn by the explosion, immediately saw Kenichi flying out through the air. Kenichi's face remained expressionless. Then, inwardly, he could not help cursing. When the hell did that damn dog Obito learn to pull a stunt like this? That bastard. Kenichi landed on a rooftop. Around him, Konoha shinobi had already surrounded the area, all of them tense and eager, while the nearby civilians had shrunk back in fear. At the same time, he noticed several ANBU closing in as well. Kenichi glanced at the collapsed Hokage building. The entire structure had been reduced to rubble. He had no idea how many explosive tags Obito had hidden in there, but it was clearly a lot if it had caused this much destruction. No. I remember in one movie someone buried a huge number of explosive tags in one place. Could this be some kind of chain detonation? Kenichi muttered to himself. But even while thinking that, he did not waste any more time here. If he stayed, he would have to fight Konoha's ANBU. And among the approaching shinobi, he had already spotted a familiar figure. That iconic haircut and those thick eyebrows made the identity obvious at a glance. Might Guy. Guy's combat strength was always hard to judge. The future Guy could open the gate of death, but what about the current one? If they fought here in Konoha, who knew if Guy might suddenly unleash something outrageous and come charging in with Evening Elephant? Night Guy was probably not possible yet. Taijutsu required long-term training, and the power unleashed after opening the 8 gates depended on the user's own foundation. Guy trained for years before delivering that world-shaking kick. As for Kenichi, he was already tormenting his own body just trying to break into the 8 gates. It had to be said, it was an extremely miserable process. Heavenly Demon. You dare attack the Hokage building again, one ANBU shouted angrily, recognizing him at once. Kenichi raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and immediately shot toward the outskirts of Konoha. Konoha was not the right place to sneak off and check on Naruto anymore. Stop. Hearing the furious shouts behind him, Kenichi curled his lip. Stop was probably one of the most useless words in the world. No one actually stopped just because they were told to. But just as he was about to break away, he saw a tiny black dot slowly rising into the sky from the area where Nagato's 6 paths of pain had been fighting Tsunade. Kenichi's pupils contracted. No way, is that old bastard Danzo still alive? And were Hiruzen and Lady Tsunade just messing around? How the hell did they let him float up there? Kenichi's expression turned serious at once. This scene was far too familiar. After all, the scene of Deva Path Pain using Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha had been replayed countless times in the anime. Back then, his friends had recommended that arc to him so strongly that even he knew exactly what it meant when Nagato floated into the sky. Thinking of that, Kenichi immediately sped up and rushed in that direction. The Konoha shinobi behind him could not keep up at all. They could only watch as he leapt over Konoha's walls. You still couldn't stop him. Kakashi sighed, his expression complicated. A battle was raging outside, and they could not even step in because the gap in power was too great. Then they had been attacked from within, and even so, they still failed to keep the intruder from escaping. And it was that person. Kakashi clenched his fist tightly. Heavenly Demon. That name held a special meaning in his heart, because the man behind it was very likely that friend from those years ago, the one who had defected. But that matter had already been silenced. Kakashi could not speak of it carelessly, so he could only whisper to himself when he visited Obito and Rin's graves. Kakashi, are you alright? Guy came running over, panting heavily. When they had chased after Kenichi just now, Guy had been the one in front. But it had been useless. Kenichi was simply too fast. Before Guy could even open the 8 gates, the men had already disappeared. I'm fine, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Then he silently turned and began helping deal with the ruins of the Hokage building. Heavenly Demon had run in exactly the direction where the Hokage and the others were fighting. Lady Tsunade had already given orders that no one was allowed to enter that area. Kakashi felt deeply unwilling. He had once been a genius shinobi, powerful, admired, praised by all. But now, he could not even keep up with the back of his former friend. Who exactly is this guy? Hiruzen said grimly on the outskirts of Konoha, holding the adamantine staff formed by Enma as he stared at the figure floating higher into the sky. That person is Yahiko, Tsunade said, her expression complicated. She remembered him. The first time she had seen him, she had already felt something vaguely familiar. And during the battle, she had finally remembered who the face in front of her belonged to. Perhaps because he heard Tsunade's words, Devapath paused for a second before lowering his gaze toward her, the Rinnegan in his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He remembered Tsunade too. Back then, it had been Yahiko who took the initiative to approach the three Sannin and ask them for food. Tsunade had been standing beside Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had been there too, that bastard who had even suggested killing them outright so they could rest in peace. Yahiko. Hiruzen was stunned. He clearly had no idea who they were talking about. After all, he dealt with too many things. Unless something was extremely important, Hiruzen rarely bothered remembering it in detail. Yes. Jiraiya's students, Tsunade said, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The Een seal on her forehead had already been released. I remember there was also a girl named Konan, and a boy named Nagato. But as she looked at the person in front of her, she could not help feeling uncertain. She definitely recognized Yahiko's face, but she also remembered what Jiraiya had once told her. Who's there? Just as Tsunade was still thinking, her expression changed sharply. She had sensed a huge chakra fluctuation coming from behind. She turned instantly and saw a pillar of lightning flash by, followed by an explosion that kicked up dust not far away. Oh my, oh my. Why be so stubborn? Kenichi said with a chuckle as he walked over. His purpose this time was simple. To stop Nagato. And the best way to stop Nagato was to kill Danzo. There was no other option. If Danzo did not die, Nagato would not stop. Kenichi understood that very clearly. He glanced at Danzo's grim face, then at the earth-style wall in front of him. After that, he looked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, only to find that the old man was staring at him with an extremely strange expression. Even Tsunade's gaze had become unusual. What the hell was with that? Why is he here? Nagato muttered as he opened his eyes. The one person he least wanted to see had arrived. What's wrong, Nagato? Konan asked immediately. Amamiya Kenichi is here, Nagato said, coughing a few times before wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. And he seems to know I want to kill Danzo. Recently, he had been coughing up blood from time to time, and Konan had been very worried about him. But the doctors and medical shinobi they found could do nothing for him. In the end, they had even killed them to keep their secrets from leaking. Amamiya Kenichi. Konan could not help smiling faintly when she heard the name. She remembered him. After Yahiko's death, he had been one of the very few people capable of stirring such intense emotional fluctuations in Nagato. Why had he come here now? Her feelings were complicated. She did not know how to describe them. Part of her hoped Kenichi would help them kill Danzo. Another part worried Nagato would dislike it if he did. Kenichi, of course, knew nothing about what Nagato and Konan were thinking. At this moment, he was only thinking about one thing. How to get rid of Danzo. There was no helping it. If Danzo did not die, Konoha would most likely get to witness exactly what Shinra Tensei looked like today. Heavenly Demon. Danzo gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ever since Heavenly Demon had appeared, his situation had only grown worse and worse. That sneak attack just now had nearly blown straight through his skull. If Hiruzen had not intervened, he would already be. Kenichi's gaze flicked toward Danzo's arm, the one wrapped in white cloth. He knew exactly what was hidden inside. A Sharingan. Then Kenichi looked toward Hiruzen. One of Hiruzen's arms was also wrapped in white cloth, perfectly symmetrical to Danzo's. Danzo, Kenichi said coldly, the darkness of Konoha's ninja world. You've committed too many sins. So please, just die already. Then he charged forward. He needed to finish this quickly. Nagato still had not descended from the sky. Heavenly Demon, your opponent is me. Tsunade stepped in front of him in an instant, blocking him with a heaven kick of pain, her eyes surging with battle intent. Today, she would teach Amamiya Kenichi a lesson on Orochimaru's behalf. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Who Said There's Only One Way to Use Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. Chapter 358, Who Said There's Only One Way to Use Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. Amamiya Kenichi silently watched Tsunade. He knew Tsunade was in Konoha, but seeing her jump out this aggressively was still a little unexpected. More than anything, he felt that Tsunade seemed to be carrying a great deal of resentment toward him. And the way she was looking at him was strange. Kenichi always felt there was something odd in Tsunade's gaze, as if it contained both excitement and disappointment at the same time. It left him completely baffled. He fell into deep thought. Could it be that after their last fight, Tsunade had awakened some bizarre hobby? That should not be the case. As far as he remembered, Tsunade had never had that kind of taste. At that moment, Nagato also brought the Deva path back down. Shinra Tensei required preparation time and consumed a huge amount of chakra. If it could be avoided, then naturally it was better to avoid using it. With Kenichi holding Tsunade back, killing Danzo would become much simpler. It was always better to save effort, and intelligence could not be exposed all at once. If this had been about capturing the Nine Tails, Nagato would have used that eye technique directly, but against Danzo, using it would have been a waste. So troublesome, Kenichi muttered as he scratched his head. He glanced at Nagato. Tsunade had already seen Nagato's face. If she recognized him, the exposure of the Akatsuki would be brought forward. And if the Akatsuki were exposed ahead of schedule, could they still continue developing in secret? They would probably just end up facing Konoha's investigation and suppression early. That made Kenichi rack his brain even harder. He could not understand why Obito would do something like this. Other than enraging Nagato enough to come kill Danzo, what was the point of feeding him that information? The problem was that doing so would also draw the attention of the entire shinobi world to the Akatsuki. Kenichi had already made many ninja villages start noticing the Akatsuki. Now, with Nagato pulling something like this, was the fourth shinobi war going to get pushed forward too? While he was still thinking, a violent gust of pressure struck him. Kenichi leaped back instantly. The ground where he had just been standing shattered beneath Tsunade's punch. Seeing that, Kenichi reflexively touched his mask. Thankfully, it was still intact. You dare get distracted in the middle of a fight? Tsunade sneered coldly, clenching her fists until her knuckles cracked. The more she fought, the more convinced she became that the man in front of her really was that brat, Amamiya Kenichi. Old woman, you really love lecturing people, Kenichi muttered with a pout. That sentence only provoked Tsunade even further. Her attacks grew even more violent, forcing Kenichi to dodge one punch and kick after another. Tsunade really was a violent woman. No wonder Jiraiya, for all his interest in her, never dared say too much. With a woman like this, would he not be getting a few ribs broken every day if he actually married her? And the worst part was Tsunade's absurdly advanced medical ninjutsu. She could break your ribs and heal them right after. If you tried to tell anyone later, they would probably think you were insane. Still, with Tsunade's attacks growing fiercer by the second, Kenichi had no choice but to focus. He had no intention of actually fighting her to the end. His goal was simple. Let Nagato kill Danzo. All Kenichi needed to do was hold Tsunade back and interfere with Hiruzen and the heads of Konoha's major clans long enough for Nagato to finish the job. But Tsunade fought harder and harder, to the point that one kick almost landed somewhere extremely sensitive. Kenichi broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, real irritation rose in his heart. Tsunade, don't push your luck. We only came to kill Danzo this time, Kenichi said, giving her one final warning. He still knew Tsunade well enough. Their relationship had never been bad. She had even helped him before. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to kill her. Tsunade did not answer. She simply punched straight at his abdomen. But the punch never reached him. Instead, it struck a tree. The moment it did, the tree suddenly grew wildly, and countless more trees burst from the ground in all directions, rapidly forming a dense forest beside Konoha's walls. Tsunade's pupils contracted. Hiruzen and the other high-ranking shinobi of Konoha were all stunned for a brief moment. And in that instant of distraction, they heard a voice filled with killing intent. Shinra Tensei. The next second, a figure was blasted away violently. Before he could recover, a sharp branch pierced straight through his chest. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and then he hung limply from the branch with his head lowered. Danzo. Hiruzen roared, snapping back to his senses. Then he saw his old friend hanging lifelessly from the tree branch. But Nagato had no intention of stopping there. He extended his right hand. Bansho Tenin. Danzo's corpse was violently dragged toward him. But before the body could even reach Nagato, countless tree branches shot inward and pierced through Danzo from all directions, turning him into something like a porcupine. Nagato sneered, then casually flung Danzo's corpse to the ground. The man who had caused the death of his most important friend was finally dead. Now he could leave Konoha. Nagato glanced at the furious Hiruzen charging forward, then at the grim-faced but faintly excited clan heads of Konoha, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Danzo isn't that easy to kill, Kenichi said as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. His real attention was on Danzo's bandaged arm. He knew very well what was hidden beneath those wrappings. At that moment, Hiruzen and Tsunade were indeed acting like they were ready to fight to the death. Kenichi understood their reaction. Under normal circumstances, Hiruzen might feel some sorrow over Danzo's death. He might sigh, he might lament the old days, but he would never react with such fury. But this was no ordinary situation. The enemy had come right to Konoha's doorstep. If they kept letting their side be slaughtered like this, how could Konoha possibly continue to stand? The leadership of Konoha understood one thing very clearly. If the lips were gone, the teeth would feel the cold. It seems you're really determined to protect your comrades, Kenichi said from atop a tree, looking down at them. Tsunade's face darkened. She charged again with Hiruzen, only to be intercepted by Nagato. At the same time, the Ino Shikacho trio and the Hyuga were held back by the other paths of pain. Nagato did not know exactly what Kenichi was planning, but he had witnessed that power just now. He wanted to see just how far Kenichi's strength had grown. If Kenichi's power had truly increased that much, then what he had said before would naturally carry more weight. After all, the shinobi world respected strength more than anything else. Kenichi drew in a deep breath. He still was not very familiar with this unique nature transformation called Wood Release. Learning Wood Release did not mean he could instantly use it at the same level as the first Hokage, but Kenichi had his own ideas. The power of Wood Release allowed trees to erupt from the ground and even form entire forests. Yet depending on how chakra was applied and shaped, it could produce very different effects. For example, the first Hokage could use overwhelmingly powerful techniques like Wood Release, Wood Golem and the true several thousand hands. So the question was this. Were the true several thousand hands and the Wood Golem trees? No. They were wood. That was why it was called Wood Release, not Tree Release. Kenichi's hands began forming seals at incredible speed. A huge amount of chakra surged through his body and mixed with natural energy, becoming senjutsu chakra, something that transcended ordinary ninjutsu. What should I call this technique? I have no idea. Forget it, I'll name it later, Kenichi muttered. Then his final seal locked into place. The earth trembled. Countless trees erupted from the ground and spread outward, surrounding Tsunade and Hiruzen in an instant. At the same time, endless sharp wooden spikes thrust out from every direction, forcing the surrounding shinobi into frantic evasive maneuvers. Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. Hiruzen exclaimed in shock as he leaped onto a branch. But the very next moment he had to move again. Wooden spikes burst upward from beneath his feet, silent but incredibly fast. If he had been even a little slower, he would already have been skewered. No. This isn't it, Tsunade said with a frown. For some reason, she had begun to feel a slight shortness of breath, but she did not think much of it at first. After all, shortness of breath during an intense battle was not unusual. The normal Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence could absorb chakra from the shinobi trapped within it. But this forest was different. The trees were not draining chakra. Instead, they kept launching spikes and sharp branches in constant attacks. Tsunade punched apart a wooden branch that came flying toward her. No, it was not just spikes anymore. Razor-sharp branches were also shooting through the air. Getting hit by those would be no joke. Danzo's corpse was still over there. Wait. Where was it? Tsunade turned her head sharply. In just that instant, Danzo's body had vanished. And standing where it had just been, sword in hand, was Amamiya Kenichi. This guy really knows how to run, Kenichi said as he scratched his head. It was confirmed. Danzo had activated Izanagi and escaped death. Although Kenichi had tried to cut off Danzo's arm, he had been delayed for just a moment. 5 masses of explosive chakra began to gather. Kenichi recognized the technique at once. Hiruzen was preparing 5-style combo. He clicked his tongue, then used lightning flash to force back a shadow clone before vanishing into the forest. No, the trees in this forest are constantly moving. Tsunade shouted. The trees were not dead. They were alive. They were shifting, writhing, changing positions to conceal Kenichi's location. And for Tsunade and the others, this entire forest was a living enemy. Very gifted. But compared to the first Hokage, still lacking, Hiruzen said as he landed on a branch, though he could not help taking a heavy breath halfway through his words. Something's wrong, Hokage-sama. The air, it's getting harder to breathe, Narashikaku said after taking a deep breath and coughing. His expression had grown grave. He had noticed the true problem. The air. The farther this forest expanded, the harder it was becoming to breathe inside it. At first he had thought it was simply because of the battle. But now that feeling was becoming more and more obvious. And there was nothing more dangerous to a human being than a place with not enough oxygen. It's this forest. We need to get out, Tsunade said grimly. She smashed the tree in front of her apart with a heaven kick of pain, but almost instantly, new trees twisted and surged forward, sealing the gap she had made. Her expression darkened further. The reason her grandfather's Wood Release had been able to suppress Uchiha Madara back then was not just because of Wood Release's durability and flexibility. Senju Hashirama's powerful Sage Mode had also been a crucial reason. As an ally, fighting beside that kind of power must have felt incredible. But from the enemy's perspective, Senju Hashirama must have looked like the most terrifying demon imaginable. Tsunade never thought that one day, as Hashirama's granddaughter, she would personally experience what it felt like to stand against something like that. This lunatic. Tsunade clenched her fists. She really wanted to give Kenichi a proper beating, but now that this technique had fully taken shape, they were trapped. At this point, the only option was to get out as fast as possible. The lack of oxygen was becoming more and more obvious. Plants release oxygen during the day through photosynthesis, but at night, apart from a few exceptions, most plants consume oxygen instead. As Kenichi led Nagato through the forest, that thought passed through his mind. The true killing power of this technique had never been the wooden spikes, though the spikes were certainly one of its trump cards. Against large groups of weaker shinobi, the spikes gave it terrifying area killing power. Against stronger opponents, the real gift Kenichi had prepared for them was suffocation. This time, he had no intention of killing them all. Otherwise, several of Konoha's top brass would already be dead. For now, only Danzo needed to die. Danzo should be over there, Nagato said suddenly. He had sensed Danzo's location, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. At last. He could finally crush that damned rat. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Danzo's Death. Chapter 359, Danzo's Death. Amamiya Kenichi glanced around. At first glance, the place looked like an ordinary forest, but he knew it could very well be one of Root's hidden bases. That said, the location was slightly different from the Root base he remembered from before. Danzo really is a crafty old fox. He has hideouts everywhere. Kenichi scratched his head. Still, that was normal. After both he and Orochimaru had defected, Danzo would never have kept using the original base. On top of that, the old base might even have become evidence that Hiruzen could use against Danzo and Orochimaru alike. Kenichi did not care much about any of that. After all, people had mouths of their own. Even if you silenced some of them, it would only make the whispers spread even further in private. Kenichi, do you know where the entrance is? Nagato looked down at the ground below. He could clearly sense Danzo hiding underneath. Earlier, he had left something on Danzo to lock onto his location and prevent him from escaping. Still, he had not expected the old man to revive himself. But it did not matter. No matter how many times Danzo came back, Nagato would kill him again. Either way, Danzo was going to pay for Yahiko's death with his life. I don't. Kenichi shook his head. It's Root. The entrance won't be easy to find. Then he formed hand seals. Of course, entering by the front door was not the only option. With an earth release technique, he blasted away the surface and exposed part of the structure buried below. But what appeared was not an entrance. All he saw was a layer of gray-white concrete. That was enough. Before Kenichi could say another word, Nagato had already blown open a path and rushed underground with the 6 paths of pain. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Nagato really was in a hurry. Leader, remember to cut off Danzo's bandaged arm first. Kenichi called out after him. Nagato gave a brief nod and disappeared into the tunnel. Kenichi, meanwhile, turned around. He had no intention of going down. There were still people behind him. Tsunade. Hiruzen. And Hayashi with his Byakugan activated. The other clan heads were not here. Kenichi looked at the 3 of them, then sighed. Obito. One day, I'm really going to beat you to death with a shoe. Look at the mess you've caused. Heavenly Demon, Hiruzen said as he stepped forward, what is the meaning of coming to Konoha just to murder one of our elders? His voice was steady, but his eyes were wary. He was still trying to determine who this man really was. He and Tsunade had made their guesses before, but they had never been able to confirm whether the Heavenly Demon was truly the person they suspected. Still, the fact that he could use would release made Hiruzen lean even further toward one answer. After all, Hiruzen knew exactly what Orochimaru had been researching. There was also someone in Konoha now who could use would release, but that person's level was nowhere near the man standing in front of him. You should be asking Danzo that question, Kenichi replied with a shrug. Ask him how many vile things he's done. Hiruzen fell silent. Tsunade looked away. Hayashi kept his face blank, but inside he almost wanted to laugh. How many vile things had Danzo done? That was not a yes or no question. It was not even a multiple choice question. It was an essay question. There were simply too many. If someone wrote them all down in a memoir, no one knew how many words it would take. If it had to be turned into a multiple choice test, the options would probably go on forever. Hayashi had personally heard plenty of people curse Danzo behind his back. The old man was ruthless and underhanded, willing to use any means necessary, yet he never showed a shred of accountability. He was contemptible to the core. And Danzo's reputation was not bad only within Konoha. The other village's higher-ups knew exactly what sort of person he was too. So now, even Hiruzen, who had spent so many years with Danzo, could say nothing. Because even he could not deny it. Danzo had done far too many shameful things. At the same time, Hiruzen's thoughts drifted in another direction. According to Tsunade, the man below was Jiraiya's disciple. And he possessed those eyes. Those eyes. If the sage's eyes could be taken for Konoha. For a fleeting instant, greed flashed through Hiruzen's gaze. With those eyes, he could pin the Raikage to the ground and smash him flat. The last time that dog from the land of lightning came to Konoha to discuss cooperation, his attitude had been arrogant from beginning to end. Even after Killer Bee suddenly turned into a tailed beast, he still looked like he wanted to attack Konoha. Hiruzen had tolerated that for a very long time. Hokage-sama, you can't stop them now. Danzo isn't getting away. Kenichi looked at the eager light in Hiruzen's eyes and shook his head helplessly. It was not as if he could not fight. He simply hated pointless battles. If it had been him, he would have slipped into Root's base in secret, severed Danzo's arm, cut off his head, and left before the situation escalated. Goal accomplished. Minimal chaos. Simple. But Nagato was different. This had turned into something that looked less like an assassination and more like a full-scale attack on Konoha. Granted, Nagato did have the power to flatten Konoha if he really wanted to. Still, in Kenichi's eyes, all that mattered today was Danzo's death. Tsunade stepped forward, eager to attack. Truth be told, she was not exactly unhappy that Danzo was the one being hunted. But Danzo was still one of Konoha's elders. If she stood by and watched him be killed like this, then Konoha's prestige would be trampled into the dirt. If they could not even protect an elder inside their own village, then what right did they have to claim they could protect their civilians? How could anyone trust them with missions? Before another word could be spoken, several figures flew up from below. It was Nagato. And in his hand hung an old man's corpse. Danzo was dead. One of his arms had been severed and was now in Nagato's other hand. It was Uchiha Shin's grotesque grafted arm, wrapped in white bandages, with the Sharingan hidden beneath. Even like this, it gave off a revolting feeling. How dare you? Hiruzen roared, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His old friend had really died just like that. Right in front of all of them. Nagato merely snorted. A disgrace of a shinobi. Then he turned, clearly intending to leave. But Hiruzen and Tsunade moved at the same time. Even Hayashi joined them. Hiruzen and Tsunade went after Nagato, while Hayashi aimed straight for Kenichi. His intent was obvious. Hold Kenichi in place and buy time. Nagato did not know exactly what Kenichi intended to do next, but he had seen Kenichi's would release earlier. He wanted to see just how strong this man had become. If Kenichi's strength had truly risen that much, then his earlier words would naturally carry far more weight. After all, in the shinobi world, strength spoke louder than anything else. Kenichi, meanwhile, felt a headache coming on. Nagato's move had just slapped Konoha across the face in broad daylight. There was no way Konoha would let that pass, at least not for now. And now the Akatsuki's future would become even more troublesome. The entire course of the world had once again drifted further away from what he remembered. Worse, Nagato had added that extra line. Kenichi understood that Nagato was referring to Danzo, but Hiruzen and the others clearly did not see it that way. Looking at their expressions, Kenichi had no doubt that from this moment on, they would be treating the Akatsuki as an even more dangerous enemy than before. Hayashi said nothing. He simply attacked. His gentle fist came in continuous waves, each strike connected to the next like flowing water. Even when he missed, the palm force he unleashed still carried pressure meant to disrupt Kenichi's chakra flow. He was completely silent from start to finish. Kenichi did not say much either. Then suddenly he felt a surge of chakra approaching from behind. He leaped away at once. A pair of long legs flashed into view. It was Tsunade. It looks like I can't hold back anymore, Kenichi muttered, licking his lips. Nagato was still trading attacks with Hiruzen. Watching them, Kenichi could not help feeling uneasy. Could Hiruzen really be planning to use that technique? The Reaper Death Seal was powerful, but its weakness was obvious. Against someone like Nagato, who could use Shinra Tensei, sealing him should not have been easy. But shinobi battles were battles of information. Who would have thought Orochimaru, in a position of overwhelming advantage, would have had his arms sealed by an old, dying Hiruzen? If Nagato got sealed too, that would be utterly ridiculous. Kenichi might as well assume Nagato had thrown the fight on purpose. So he changed tactics. A thick mist spread out in every direction, rapidly swallowing the battlefield. It even began to creep toward Konoha itself. Tsunade's expression sharpened immediately. She had seen this sort of thing before. Hidden mist followed by lightning release. A classic combination. Watch out for lightning release, Tsunade shouted. At the same time, she punched toward where Kenichi had just been standing. Her fist blasted away part of the surrounding mist. But she did not see Kenichi. Instead, she saw fire. A wall of fire that seemed to cover the sky. The next instant, a wave of heat exploded outward from Kenichi's position and swept through the entire battlefield. The thick mist instantly turned into scalding steam, and visibility dropped to nearly nothing. "Leader, time to go," Kenichi shouted. Nagato seized the moment and broke away. "They're not chasing?" Nagato asked as they ran. "This is enough to buy us time," Kenichi replied. The combination was simple. Everyone expected hidden mist and lightning release. So he used hidden mist and fire release instead. The water particles in the mist became superheated steam, and once that steam clung to the skin and condensed, it would release even more heat. It was the same reason steam burns were often worse than burns from boiling water. It was not some profound ninjutsu secret. It was basic science. Of course, the trick would only work once. After today, Tsunade and the others would remember it. Still, once was enough. After they ran a certain distance and were sure no one was pursuing them, Nagato slowed from a run to a fast walk and turned to Kenichi. "How did you know that arm had to be cut off?" Kenichi answered without hesitation. "My teacher and I made that arm." Nagato showed no surprise. The deal between Orochimaru and Danzo had never been some great secret. There was nothing there worth getting angry over. Then Nagato casually tossed the severed arm over. "Take it. There are quite a few Sharingan inside." Kenichi caught it easily. He was indeed interested in the arm, but not because of the Mangekyo or the Sharingan themselves. What really interested him was Uchiha Shin. That freak's body did not reject foreign tissue at all. Kenichi had regretted losing him to Obito before, but now he had gained an excellent research sample instead. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 360, Chapter 360, Do you remember how many ants you've stepped on? Chapter 360, Do you remember how many ants you've stepped on? Still, Kenichi had to admit that old Danzo was quite interesting. The men had managed to collect that many Sharingan, and among them were quite a few Mangekyo Sharingan. That naturally made Kenichi curious. Where exactly had Danzo gotten all of those eyes? Could it be that the old bastard started planning to collect Sharingan a long time ago? Kenichi muttered to himself. That's the only explanation that makes sense. There haven't been that many Mangekyo users in Konoha in recent years. He thought it over and felt the possibility was very high. After all, since arriving in Konoha, the only Mangekyo users he had known of were Shursui and Fugaku. There were only those two. Aside from them, no one else had ever shown signs of possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kenichi silently put Danzo's severed arm away. To be honest, he no longer had much interest in the eyes on that arm. He already possessed the Mangekyo himself. What interested him far more now was something else entirely. He lifted his gaze to Nagato, who had stopped ahead of him. Nagato stood on a tree branch, Danzo's corpse hanging from one hand as he stared into the distance, lost in thought. "Leader," Kenichi said with a smile, "speaking of which, can I take a look at your eyes?" Nagato turned his head at once, his expression turning cold. "Do you want to dig them out?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Even now, he still held Danzo's corpse in one hand, his posture unchanged. Kenichi shook his head. He had no such intention. Why would he dig out Nagato's eyes? Madara had chosen Nagato precisely because Nagato carried Uzumaki blood, a body capable of enduring the burden of the Rinnegan. Analyzing the most extraordinary eyes in the shinobi world, the Rinnegan, an existence hailed as one of the absolute pinnacles among all dojutsu. The only other eyes that truly stood on the same level were the Tenseigan, but the conditions for awakening the Tenseigan were far more demanding. The Tenseigan required the chakra of Otsutsuki blood and a Byakugan of extraordinary purity. It was another supreme eye, but Kenichi had no specimen to study. It did not exist before him right now. The Rinnegan did. So of course he would study the Rinnegan first. Pain began to throb in his eyes. Kenichi knew what that meant. The consumption involved in analyzing the Rinnegan was enormous. "What are you doing?" Nagato asked, confused. From his perspective, all Kenichi had done was activate those strange eyes of his and then stare at him while blood slowly began to leak from the corners of his eyes. But then, in the next instant, a sudden and overwhelming sense of danger surged through Nagato's body. It was so sharp that every hair on his body stood on end. Kenichi, meanwhile, stared blankly at him. He had already analyzed the Rinnegan. Or at least, he had analyzed part of it. He could not say with certainty whether he had fully grasped its essence, because what he had seen was so strange that it left even him momentarily speechless. When he looked into Nagato's eyes just now, it was as if he had fallen into a different world. A strange space. Countless atomic nuclei flowed there, dense and endless, packed so tightly that they inspired a crushing feeling of claustrophobia. Yet mixed among them was something else, something far more important. They moved in ceaseless streams. At terrifying speed. Like rivers. Like currents. They merged and converged, one after another, surging endlessly into an immense sea, and for one breathless moment Kenichi felt as if he himself had been swallowed by that sea. Slow down. That thought flashed through his mind. And the current actually slowed. Only then could he make out what he was seeing. Why does this feel familiar? The thought crossed his mind. He could not explain it. It was the strange feeling of walking through a crowded street, spotting a stray dog, and instantly realizing it was the pet you had once lost. A bizarre and immediate sense of recognition. Kenichi turned and looked around within that strange world. Everywhere around him were those slowly flowing particles. They seemed to be made from 7 kinds of, no, 8 kinds. 8 strange forces. 8 currents. They flowed in from every direction like rivers merging into an ocean, blending into a single, immeasurable whole. Just as Kenichi tried to look deeper, a force of rejection struck him. The next instant, his consciousness lurched violently. He clutched at his head, and when he opened his eyes again, everything around him had become absurdly large for a split second before shrinking back to normal. Nagato stood in front of him, one hand still lowered from where he had just used Shinra Tensei. The consumption had been severe, but he had also discovered something new. When this analytical ability was activated, the target generally did not notice anything. Yet when the process neared completion, truly powerful people seemed to feel a vague instinctive warning. Nagato had clearly sensed it and blasted him away at once. None of that, however, could compare to the confusion filling Kenichi's mind. What had he just seen? Logically, he should have seen the Rinnegan broken down into its constituent elements. Instead, he had seen rivers. Streams. An ocean of flowing power. Nonsense, Nagato said flatly. He drew Danzo's corpse back to himself, glanced once at Kenichi hanging from the tree in deep thought, and then silently concluded that he would probably never understand how the mind of a lunatic like Amamiya Kenichi worked. After all, would any normal person suddenly do something like this? And what was the point of continuing to hang there on that branch while thinking? Even now, Kenichi's eyes were unfocused again, like he had slipped back into some world of his own. Nagato shook his head and left. His real body could not be too far from the puppet. As for Kenichi, he was not worried. Kenichi was strong enough to survive on his own, and finding their trail would not be easy anyway. So Nagato departed, leaving Kenichi hanging there alone. It was not as if it mattered. The man was still wearing a mask. Come on, Conan. Let's go see Yahiko, Nagato said as he opened his eyes and smiled faintly at the friend beside him. Now that he knew who had truly caused Yahiko's death, the fury in his heart had finally begun to settle. At long last, he had made Danzo pay. Conan smiled too. All right, Nagato, she said softly. But is Danzo really dead? She was still curious. She had heard Nagato mention before that Danzo could cheat death. He is, Nagato answered. That arm of his was packed with Sharingan. It seems those eyes allowed him to evade death itself. But once the arm was severed, that trick became useless. His face flushed faintly with excitement. Just remembering Danzo's expression before he died made Nagato want to laugh. The old man had been stunned and incredulous when his arm was cut off. Then, when he realized death was really coming, he tried to launch some last technique, only for Nagato to see through it and stop him before it could even begin. Even at the end, Danzo had still tried bargaining for his life. That wretched, ugly display before death was almost laughable. Now it was over. Now he could finally go mourn Yahiko in peace. Conan guided Nagato out from the hollow of the tree. Sunlight spilled over him, driving away the cold dampness of the hollow behind them. Nagato lifted one hand, shielding his eyes from the sun, and for an instant it looked as though he were holding the light itself in his palm. Meanwhile, Kenichi had already climbed down from the tree. As he walked, he continued writing down his thoughts. First of all, the analysis succeeded. Or at least part of it did, he muttered. When he had used this ability before, he had never encountered anything remotely like what he had just seen. So why this time? Did I glimpse the very essence of the Rinnegan, he wondered aloud. Is it fundamentally made of chakra? Then if I gather the 7 chakra natures and natural energy inside my own eyes, could I also awaken the Rinnegan? He touched his eyes thoughtfully. He was not sure. After all, he had never tested the idea. Footsteps suddenly sounded nearby. Kenichi lifted his head and saw a Konoha squad approaching through the forest. The leader was unfamiliar, and he did not recognize the other three either, though one of them clearly had the Byakugan. What mattered more was that they recognized him immediately. In an instant, the air became tense. Kenichi looked at them in silence. He had not expected to run into Konoha shinobi on a forest path of all places. Heavenly demon. It's you, the leader shouted, staring at Kenichi with bloodshot eyes. His fists were clenched so tightly they trembled. Hatred radiated from every part of him. Oh. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. You know me. He truly did not remember this man. My best friend died because of you, the men snarled through gritted teeth. Kenichi scratched his head. Had that happened? Probably. He simply did not remember. He had killed too many people to keep count. Who was your best friend? Kenichi asked with a sneer. If the men had chosen to stay quiet, or even to run, Kenichi would not have bothered with him. He had no desire to kill anyone right now. His thoughts were still half consumed by what he had seen in Nagato's eyes. Hearing that question, the man's rage deepened even further. One of the girls behind him tugged anxiously at his sleeve, clearly trying to restrain him. Kenichi looked at him indifferently and added one more line. Do you remember how many ants you've stepped on? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Filthy Politics. Chapter 361, Filthy Politics. Has your squad leader always been this brave? Amamiya Kenichi casually tossed the limp corpse in his hand to the ground, then glanced at the three trembling genin in front of him. One of them had even wet himself. Kenichi sighed inwardly. He really could not understand how someone with such weak nerves had managed to become a ninja. Had Konoha really fallen this far? Still, it was normal that the three little quails in front of him had no intention of answering. After all, just moments ago, their teacher had charged at him with tears in his eyes, shouting about bonds and close friends, only to be killed instantly. Even Kenichi had not expected a jonin to be that brainless. If someone like Naruto had rushed at him while shouting about bonds and comrades, Kenichi would have been wary. But a nobody like this, a man who did not even have a name worth remembering, was not worth his caution at all. Kenichi casually searched the dead jonin's belongings, took the money, then used the Konoha forehead protector from the corpse to wipe his hands clean before glancing back at the three trembling genin. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded taking these three little quails back to the lab as experimental material. But he had something important to do right now, so all he could say was that these three were lucky. Just as he was about to leave, Kenichi suddenly remembered something. He walked back over, bent down, and picked up the quietest of the three, the one who had not said a word from beginning to end. This one was from the Hyuga clan and possessed the Byakugan. That was the real reason Kenichi had changed his mind. If they had just been ordinary ninja, he would not have bothered with them at all. Am I going to die? The Hyuga ninja asked, looking at Kenichi. His legs were still trembling, but there was also a faint trace of relief in his eyes, as if he had his own story to tell. That depends, Kenichi replied casually, carrying him away. He had no interest in the other two little quails. He had decided on a whim to take this Hyuga ninja because an important thought had suddenly occurred to him. Earlier, when he had tried to analyze Nagato's Rinnegan, an idea had appeared in his mind. It sounded absurd, but it was not impossible. What if he could further research the Byakugan, fully master the method of transforming it, and ultimately awaken the Tenseigan? Would he not then possess both the Tenseigan and the Rinnegan? And beyond that, was it possible for the Tenseigan and Rinnegan to evolve even further? Could those two supreme eyes fuse into something even more terrifying? Just thinking about it made him interested enough to want to try immediately. And now, a Hyuga ninja had delivered himself right to his hands. Naturally, that made this man a ready-made test subject. Kenichi planned to use his Mangekyo Sharingan on him and see whether the Byakugan would show the same strange phenomenon as the Rinnegan had before. As for whatever personal story the boy might have, Kenichi had no interest in hearing it. He only wanted the Byakugan for research and, while he was at it, to study how to break the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. If I do not give Konoha something to keep it busy, the Akatsuki is going to be in trouble, Kenichi muttered as he hurried onward. He was taking the Hyuga ninja to the Hidden Rain village. That trip also gave him an excuse to meet with Nagato again and then head straight back to the lab. Time was pressing. His shadow clones were still in the middle of experiments, and Kenichi had absolutely no desire to experience that bone-deep exhaustion again after dismissing them. The phrase worse than death truly had not been exaggerated. As he moved, he glanced at the Hyuga ninja in his grasp. Kid, you're from the branch family, aren't you? Yes, the boy answered quietly. There was nothing strange about that. Main family members almost never appeared outside anymore. Ever since Ao of the Hidden Mist obtained a Hyuga eye, the main family had all but stopped leaving Konoha. Missions were generally handled by members of the branch family. That way, even if a branch family ninja fell into enemy hands, the caged bird seal could not be broken, and their Byakugan would remain unusable. On top of that, the main family possessed a way to activate the seal remotely and destroy the Byakugan entirely. In some ways, it was indeed a thorough system. Even so, Kenichi still felt there were flaws in it. The enemy might not be able to use a captured Byakugan immediately, true, but had every branch family member in the Hyuga clan truly remained utterly loyal over all these years? Would every one of them choose death the instant they were captured? Would every single one refuse to cooperate? How could that be possible? Such behavior might happen in his insect race, where hierarchy was absolute and obedience was built into the system. But human beings were the most complicated intelligent creatures in existence. Given enough time, there would always be one or two who made different choices. Unless, of course, the caged bird seal also somehow created reproductive isolation between the Hyuga and everyone else, which would have been utterly absurd. If a branch family member, out of resentment, cooperated with a foreign ninja and became the source of Byakugan bloodline descendants in another village, then the next generation would not bear the caged bird seal at all. It did not even have to be that complicated. A branch family member could secretly father a child, conceal its existence, and then smuggle that child into another village. Kenichi had once seen something similar in Orochimaru's lab, a Hyuga branch bloodline specimen. Unfortunately, the patient had been riddled with cancer, and the eyes had been unusable. If that happened, then the distinction between main and branch family would mean nothing. Konoha's losses this time were not particularly severe, yet in some ways they had been. The Hokage building had been destroyed, countless documents and materials had been lost, and even the scrolls of forbidden jutsu had nearly become an issue. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance, so the losses had not been catastrophic. Still, rebuilding the Hokage building would take money, and money was exactly what Konoha did not have in abundance right now. But for Hiruzen, the greatest loss was Danzo's death. His old friend had been the one in charge of Root. Although Hiruzen had always disapproved of many of Danzo's methods, and although he had openly and secretly restricted Danzo's authority more than once, Root had undeniably done many things for Konoha. A prosperous shinobi village needed many kinds of talent. It needed a leader like Hiruzen, yes, but it also needed a shadow like Danzo to carry out the filthy work no one else wished to see. No village in the ninja world could truly call itself pure and righteous. Every village had dark secrets buried where no sunlight could reach. Those things needed someone to shoulder them. Danzo had been that person. And now, Danzo was dead. Arrange it, Hiruzen said at last. Give him the highest funeral specifications allowed for an elder. Hamura nodded. Under normal circumstances, a man in Danzo's position would not necessarily have qualified for such treatment. But Konoha was in chaos now. There was too much to handle, too much to stabilize. In that sense, a grand funeral was not just a matter of sentiment, but politics. More importantly, there were other matters tied to Danzo's death. So, Hamura asked after a pause, who do you intend to appoint as the new leader of Root? That was the real question. Root was not an ordinary department within Konoha. It had its own funding, its own armed forces, its own hidden influence. It was obscure, but its power was considerable. Hamura had coveted it for a long time. Koharu almost certainly had as well. Hiruzen did not answer. He lowered his head again and calmly returned to the documents in front of him. Seeing that, Hamura understood and left. After he was gone, Hiruzen finally looked up again. There was bitterness in his eyes now, and something colder. Danzo's body had not even been buried yet. The mortician was probably still stitching the corpse back into shape, and already these people were scrambling over his power. What filthy politics. Perhaps, Hiruzen murmured to himself, I should never have let Amamiya Kenichi leave the village. If Kenichi had stayed, Konoha might have had a leader among its younger generation. His background had been ideal. A direct descendant of the Hokage lineage. Orochimaru's disciple. Someone with every qualification to become Hokage. Most importantly, he had possessed the talent and strength to match. With someone like that, Hiruzen might have been able to pass the hat to Tsunade eventually. Maybe. He lowered his gaze to the documents before him. With a single signature, he could decide the direction of a mission, the destination of a large sum of money, the path of countless lives. Others would obey him. Others would respect him. This feeling was intoxicating. So this was it. He, too, was someone struggling in the same filthy mire. Hiruzen shook his head. How's that kid doing? At that moment, Tsunade leaned against a nearby wall, drinking sake straight from the bottle. She had just finished treating a large number of injured shinobi and looked exhausted, but she had still come here to ask about one particular person. Lady Tsunade, the ANBU captain replied respectfully, the target was frightened, but his emotions are stable for now. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, took another drink, and then looked downward. Not far below, Naruto sat cross-legged, diligently practicing chakra extraction. She watched the small yellow-haired boy in silence, her thoughts unreadable. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 362, Chapter 362, Naruto, do you want to be my disciple? Chapter 362, Naruto, do you want to be my disciple? That damned Ninetails fox is truly hateful. It's all his fault. My wife died because of him, and I ended up like this, half dead and wrapped in bandages, a man snarled as he glared at the small figure walking down the street. His eyes were full of hatred, and thick bandages covered most of his body. Yes, it's all his fault. More people glared at the small figure ahead. Their fists clenched, their breathing grew heavier, and hatred burned in their eyes. If looks alone could kill, Naruto would have been torn apart 1,000 times over. Naruto lowered his head and shoved his hands into his pockets. The sun was out, but the winter sunlight could not drive away the cold clinging to his body, much less the grievance buried in his heart. Naruto did not understand. He did not understand why everyone treated him this way. People who had once shown him a little kindness would turn cold the next time they met him, their eyes filled with disgust and avoidance. Every time that happened, it hurt. As for the curses, the blame, the hateful stares like these, he had long since grown used to them. After all, this was how it always was. Every time he came out, people either avoided him or looked at him like he was filth. If I become a ninja, and then become Hokage, everyone should accept me, right? That thought flashed through Naruto's mind. He had heard countless people speak of the Hokage with reverence, respect, and admiration, using expressions he had never once seen directed at him. Without realizing it, Naruto had begun to look up to that title too. Someone who could be recognized and praised by everyone had to be incredible, right? But he was hungry. Naruto pressed a hand over his rumbling stomach and swallowed. A rich, mouth-watering smell drifted through the air. It was Tuchi's ramen. It smelled amazing. Every time he went there, he could eat meat until he was full. The problem was that he had no money left. Naruto looked toward Ichiraku ramen in the distance, swallowed again, then quickly turned and ran away. He was hungry, and the easiest way to fill his stomach was still. So Naruto sat down by the river and began his grand fishing operation. He stared intently at the surface of the water while holding the line, as if his focus alone could force a fish to bite. At the very least, concentrating like this helped him ignore the hunger gnawing at his belly. Just as Naruto was praying with all his heart for a fish to take the bait, a fragrant aroma drifted over. Naruto's nose twitched. For a moment, he wondered if he was imagining things. Why would he smell sukiyaki out here? But the scent only grew richer and stronger. Naruto could not help turning around. Then he saw the older brother he had met before sitting behind him with a steaming pot. That delicious smell was coming from inside it. Yo, Naruto. The beef's done. Want some? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. Naruto just stared at him blankly. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Had this poor kid starved himself stupid? The first time they met, Naruto had failed to notice him because Kenichi had quietly dealt with the ANBU watching nearby. But now Kenichi had set up an entire hot pot behind him and had already started cooking beef, yet Naruto still had not noticed a thing until now. That was a little absurd. And after finally noticing him, the boy was still frozen in place. Big brother. Naruto suddenly sprang to his feet, his face lighting up with joy. Kenichi chuckled and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Naruto immediately took them, sat down by the pot, and stared at the meat with eager eyes, though every now and then he still snuck a cautious glance at Kenichi. That made Kenichi a little speechless. Naruto, how's your chakra extraction going? Kenichi casually picked up a slice of beef for him and asked. Naruto had just been about to grab it with his chopsticks, but the moment he heard the question, he obediently lowered them again. Big brother, I managed to extract a little chakra, but it's only a tiny bit, and I don't know how to use it, Naruto said, scratching his head. Kenichi was not surprised. Naruto might have Uzumaki blood and a tailed beast sealed inside him, but that did not mean he was born knowing how to use chakra. The first thing every ninja learned was chakra extraction, even taijutsu specialists. Show me, Kenichi said. Naruto tried. Then he failed. Kenichi's mouth twitched. This was honestly the first time he had ever seen someone fail at chakra extraction this badly. Forget it. Eat first, Kenichi said, shaking his head. The moment he gave permission, Naruto attacked the hot pot with astonishing speed. He ate like a starving wolf, shoveling food into his mouth so quickly that he kept gasping from the heat, yet still refused to spit anything out. This was absolutely the wrong way to eat. The human esophagus was fragile. Food that hot could easily burn it. Repeated burns and healing over time could even increase the risk of cancer. But this was the ninja world. So Kenichi only gave him a few reminders and let it go. People who had never truly starved could never understand why someone would eat like this. Kenichi himself ate slowly. The physical condition of people in the ninja world was generally far better than that of ordinary civilians from his old world. Once Naruto had begun extracting chakra, his body was already different from a normal child's. Even if he scalded his mouth or raised blisters from the heat, he would recover quickly enough. Originally, Kenichi wanted to see whether Naruto's chakra carried any trace of the Nine-Tails aura, but now he could only wait until the boy finished eating. And once Naruto started, he truly did not stop. He finished all 3 servings Kenichi had prepared. Kenichi could only stare at him, dumbfounded, and even began worrying that Naruto might actually eat himself to death. Overeating could genuinely kill a person. If the stomach ruptured, that was the end. "You all right?" Kenichi asked with a wry smile. Naruto rubbed his swollen belly and nodded with difficulty. Kenichi sighed inwardly. Hiruzen, what in the world have you been doing?" The 4th Hokage's only son, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki besides, was living like this. After waiting a while longer, Naruto finally managed to extract a thread of chakra again. Kenichi watched closely this time, but he still did not sense any evil or malevolent presence mixed into it. "It seems the seal is very stable," Kenichi muttered, glancing at Naruto's stomach. A faint look of excitement appeared in his eyes. He really did want to study the Nine-Tails sooner or later and see just how powerful it truly was. "Big brother, where do you live in the village?" Naruto asked curiously. He had actually tried to find Kenichi before. After all, Kenichi had shown him no malice at all. To a child who had lived under hatred and cold eyes for so long, that alone was already something precious. "I used to live in the village," Kenichi said with a shrug, "but not anymore." "Oh." Naruto nodded as if he understood, though he clearly only half understood. He was still just a child. Children in the ninja world might mature earlier, but that did not mean they could grasp every complicated thing adults said. Kenichi looked at Naruto for a moment. This time, he had originally come only to see Naruto and take a few things while he was here. Even though Edo Tensei now seemed to be under the Six-Path Sage's notice, that was both a bad thing and a good thing. Against certain troublesome enemies, using Edo Tensei would still not be a loss. So during this visit, Kenichi had also planned to collect some things and keep the technique for himself. Obito was most likely after Edo Tensei, and since using the technique required tissue samples from the deceased, Kenichi had come early to take what he needed. Anything he could not take, he planned to destroy on the spot. There was no need to take much. The Kage corpses were the important ones. The rest were not worth much. "Naruto," Kenichi said with a smile, "do you want to be my disciple?" Naruto blinked. "Be your disciple?" He did not fully understand the phrase, but he understood that it was close to being a student under a teacher. So Naruto nodded. Kenichi chuckled and ruffled his hair. Although he had now taken Naruto in as a disciple, there was not much he could teach him immediately. Naruto was still too young, and receiving proper ninja training now would be difficult. He also could not simply hand the boy money. If Naruto suddenly became well off, the ANBU would notice immediately. That would not help Naruto. It would only bring more trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not some kindly old grandfather. On that point, Kenichi was very clear. Just as Kenichi was about to say more, he felt a familiar fluctuation of chakra. He glanced upward. So this area was within the range of Hiruzen's surveillance technique too. It had to be said, that technique really was a perfect tool for a peeping paparazzi. With it, you could know what someone was doing in their room at any time. That old bastard. Kenichi clicked his tongue. Then, after glancing at the confused Naruto, he suddenly thought of something amusing. "Naruto," he said with a smile, "do you want to come with your teacher? If you come with me, you'll be able to eat your fill every day, and nobody will avoid you anymore." Naruto hesitated for only a moment before nodding. He had never had any real sense of belonging to Konoha anyway. That was perfectly normal. No one could expect a child raised under constant hatred and rejection to develop loyalty to the village that treated him like filth. And what good would staying in Konoha do him? None at all. In the original story, Naruto's miserable childhood was mostly treated as background flavor. Even so, countless viewers had asked the same question. How had a child who lived such a miserable life grown up to become the 7th Hokage? Anyone else might have turned bitter, dark, and vengeful. In the end, many people chose to believe that people like Iruka and Tsuchi had given Naruto enough warmth to keep him from falling apart. Others believed it was because he was Asura's reincarnation and was naturally optimistic and mentally resilient. But had Konoha truly protected Naruto? Judging by how he lived, clearly not. He could not even eat his fill. He was ostracized and cursed as the Nine-Tails itself. Where, exactly, was the fairness shown to the 4th Hokage's son? Now that Kenichi possessed both Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, taking Naruto away was no longer particularly difficult. And in any case, the future of the ninja world had already gone wildly off course. One more change meant little now. "Teacher," Naruto said hesitantly, "can I go say goodbye to Tucci first?" "No," Kenichi replied, ruffling his hair again. "There isn't enough time." Naruto hesitated. "Wouldn't it be better to come back after you've become an outstanding ninja?" Kenichi added. Naruto thought about it for a moment, then decided that made perfect sense. Children really were easy to fool. So Kenichi picked Naruto up and stood where he was. Is Naruto fishing again? Back in Konoha's makeshift Hokage office, Hiruzen had just finished handling a pile of work. Rubbing his temples, he decided to take a look at what Naruto was doing. The moment the image appeared, Hiruzen, who had been sitting in his chair, shot to his feet. Then he stared at the scene before him in shock and fury. Naruto was being held in the arms of someone familiar. Worse, that person seemed to have noticed the technique and had actually looked up into the sky and waved at him. Then the image shifted, and both of them vanished. Hiruzen rushed out at once. He could not sit still anymore. Even if the heavenly demon really was Amamiya Kenichi, the boy had crossed his bottom line this time. But when Hiruzen arrived, all he found were unconscious Anbu and a bubbling beef hot pot that had not gone cold yet. The pot burbled away merrily, as if mocking him to his face. Heavenly demon. Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth to dust. That was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He should have made the decision back then. He should have replaced the Jinchuriki and hidden him away under secret protection. That Amamiya Kenichi bastard had truly known Naruto's identity all along. Hiruzen's face darkened completely. For the first time in a long while, he deeply regretted that he had once softened his heart just because Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, The Jinchuriki and Minato Namikaze. Chapter 363, The Jinchuriki and Minato Namikaze. Teacher, is this the airship? Naruto asked excitedly, leaning against the window as he watched the forest below grow smaller and smaller. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. This was indeed the airship he had developed, a simple and convenient flying machine. However, it had long since ceased to be unique. It had already become standard equipment across the ninja world. Konoha, the Land of Fire, and the other major hidden villages all possessed large numbers of airships by now. He just did not know what those people were using them for. At the same time, Kenichi glanced at the sealing scroll in his hand. Inside it lay the corpse of the second Hokage of Konoha. The first Hokage's corpse was impossible to keep out of Obito's hands forever. Uchiha Madara already possessed Hashirama's cells, and that was something Kenichi could not prevent. The only thing he could do was use Edo Tensei in advance and reanimate the first Hokage himself, so Obito would not have the chance to summon him later. Although, just thinking that Obito and Black Zetsu's real target might be Uchiha Madara still made Kenichi lick his lips unconsciously. Uchiha Madara was an enormous problem. An Edo Tensei Madara could still be fought. A fully revived one would be a nightmare. Where are we going? Naruto blinked, still staring outside. His face was full of excitement. Children were like that. If they spent all their time trapped in one place, they could hardly contain themselves the moment they were finally allowed to travel far away. First, the land of rice fields, Kenichi said with a smile. He guided the airship toward the land of rice fields. Even while flying, however, he remained alert, constantly watching his surroundings. Ever since airships had been forced into widespread use throughout the ninja world, Konoha's borders had become crowded with them. Flying indirectly would attract immediate attention unless he got lucky and slipped through a patrol's blind spot. But the sky was open and vast. An airship was not easy to hide. Fortunately, he had already prepared for that. In his previous life, stealth had always been a major topic in military research. When stealth fighters first appeared, some ignorant people even thought they were literally invisible. In truth, so-called stealth mainly meant avoiding radar detection. That was radar stealth. As for visual concealment, that was more similar to camouflage clothing in ground warfare. Its purpose was simply to make a soldier harder to spot with the naked eye. Some sniper outfits even changed depending on the environment. Kenichi had not yet hand-built a fighter jet, but modifying an airship a little was no problem. He did not believe the ninja world had invented anything like radar yet. So he did not need any fancy paint. All he needed was to give the airship a layer of coloring that would let it blend into the sky. Today's weather is clear, but there are some clouds. Kenichi muttered. He climbed out, glanced at the sky, and quickly painted the outside of the airship in a white and pale blue camouflage pattern. From a distance, it would now be nearly impossible to spot. Even up close, someone would need to look very carefully to notice it. By controlling the speed properly, he could even make it seem like a drifting cloud. Of course, if Konoha had some ninja with absurd eyesight, that was another story. When Kenichi returned inside, Naruto was still staring through the glass in fascination, watching the scenery below. That sight reminded Kenichi of the first time he had ever ridden on an airplane. I have some clothes, but didn't you say we had to leave in a hurry, teacher? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Kenichi glanced at him. This poor kid did not even have anything worth packing. Looking at Naruto, Kenichi hesitated for a moment. He wondered whether he should tell him about his parents now. If he did, Naruto might not be able to handle the shock. But if he kept it hidden. Naruto, Kenichi asked, do you know who your parents were? Naruto blinked. I don't know. But an old man told me they were ninja from Konoha who died for the village. That's why I get living expenses every month. Kenichi curled his lip inwardly. Sure enough, that was Hiruzen's version of the story. I knew your parents, Kenichi said with a faint smile. They were very kind to me. He was not lying. Back then, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki really had taken good care of him. Of course, they had also hoped he would become good friends with Kakashi, but that was beside the point. Kenichi had once had a fairly close relationship with the fourth Hokage's family. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up at once. There was excitement in his face, but also nervousness. It was obvious he had 1,000 things he wanted to ask, yet for a moment he could not force any of them out. Your father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kenichi said softly. And your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the red-hot habanero. Naruto froze. The information was too much. His mind clearly could not process it all at once. Kenichi did not hurry him. He calmly poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Tea was absurdly convenient in the ninja world. With fire release around, he could have a hot drink anytime he wanted. By the time he finished his tea, Naruto was still sitting there blankly. Teacher, my father was the fourth Hokage. And my mother was, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What is a Jinchuriki? What is the Nine-Tails? Naruto finally asked, his voice dazed and uncertain. Kenichi reached into his ceiling scroll and took out an old photograph. This is a picture of me with your parents. It had been taken long ago, when he visited Kushina's home together with Kakashi. All 4 of them were in the picture. Kenichi had always kept it because it was one of the few precious photos of the fourth Hokage and Kushina. Originally, he had once considered selling it to Naruto when the boy grew up. Now that Naruto was his disciple, there was no need for that. Naruto stared at the photo. There were 4 people in it. Kenichi. A blonde man with a warm smile. A red-haired woman grinning fiercely as she punched a silver-haired boy in the head. The atmosphere in the picture was lively and close. Almost instantly, Naruto's eyes filled with tears. Since the day he was born, he had never known his parents. To him, father and mother had only ever been vague words. Now, for the first time in his life, he knew what they looked like. Watching Naruto clutch the photograph and cry so hard his eyes turned red, Kenichi rubbed his nose. Naruto really was the most unfortunate person in the entire ninja world. He had been thrown into hell from the moment he was born, and yet somehow he still managed to grow up without being stained by it. His will was honestly astonishing. After Naruto calmed down a little, Kenichi began explaining the idea of a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki is someone who has another being sealed inside them. Your mother was once Konoha's Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails, a fox-shaped tailed beast, was sealed inside her. Naruto listened, still looking dazed. And now, Kenichi continued, the Nine-Tails is sealed inside you. After your mother, you became Konoha's next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto went blank all over again. That expression made Kenichi feel that perhaps he really had told him too much too soon. Still, he continued. He told Naruto, in simple terms, what happened that night. How Kushina had grown weak while giving birth. How the enemy had struck at that moment. How Minato and Kushina had died. He did not tell Naruto Obito's exact identity. He only let the boy know one thing. The man who caused his parents' deaths was still alive. By the time Kenichi finished, Naruto's expression had changed completely. The carefree look that usually clung to him had faded, replaced by confusion, pain, and anger. Teacher, who was that man? Naruto asked, fists clenched. Why did he do that? Kenichi smiled faintly and patted his head. I don't know who he really is. But I do know one thing. He is definitely not a good person. Outside the window, the airship had already passed beyond the Land of Fire's borders. The patrols at the border had indeed failed to notice him. Whether that was luck or whether the camouflage had worked, he could not say. Either way, it was good. He did not want Konoha finding his laboratory. Looking at Naruto's face, which now looked like several emotions had been crammed together all at once, Kenichi's mouth twitched. Maybe he really should not have told him this yet. Naruto was still too young. Naruto, Kenichi said, patting him on the head again, don't think too much right now. What you think today doesn't mean much. In the ninja world, the only thing you can truly rely on is your own strength. Naruto bit his lip. He did not know what to say. He only felt powerless. Just the title of Hokage already told him how terrifyingly strong his father must have been. If even someone like that had died, then how strong would he need to become to avenge them? Don't worry, Kenichi said with a chuckle. You are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and you are the fourth Hokage's son. Your talent is naturally extraordinary. As long as you work hard, you will definitely become strong. Of course, that would take far too long. Kenichi did not have the patience to wait for Naruto to grow into the version from the future. So he would deal with Obito himself one day. At most, he could leave the final blow for Naruto. That way, the boy could at least settle that grudge with his own hands. Kenichi guided the airship down. They had reached the laboratory, and he needed to pick up a few things. After he finished retrieving what he needed, Naruto still looked completely distracted. Kenichi did not push him further. He could not expect too much from a child of this age. Naruto, Kenichi said, scratching his head, come on. I'll take you to play in the snow mountains. Naruto looked up at him blankly. Kenichi had already decided. First, he would let Naruto relax a little. Training could wait until later. At the same time, once he got back, it would be time to restart his own experiments. This trip to Konoha had delayed him quite a bit. Still, there was some good news. Nagato's matter had been settled for the moment. Once he returned to the land of snow, he could try communicating with Nagato again and continue discussing his plan. He just did not know what Nagato was thinking now. Still, after helping him kill Danzo today, Kenichi felt his chances of persuading him had increased. And once Nagato was on his side, it would be time to deal with Obito and Black Zetsu. Those two bastards had taken the Forbidden Technique scroll. That was truly troublesome. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Konoha's Countermeasures. Chapter 364, Konoha's Countermeasures. Naruto was taken away by Amamiya Kenichi. In Konoha, Hiruzen's face was as dark as storm clouds, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins stood out. He truly had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to act so brazenly, snatching Naruto away in broad daylight and even standing there to greet him as if nothing were wrong. I just feel like something about this is off. Tsunade sat in her chair, deep in thought. She had only just returned from Konoha Hospital when she heard from her teacher that suffocating piece of news. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly felt that the position of Hokage, which so many in Konoha admired and coveted, was not nearly as easy to hold as people imagined. If she had a choice, she would rather shove that title right back into her teacher's hands. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being taken away was a devastating blow to Konoha. The village's status as the strongest hidden village in the ninja world did not rely solely on its many powerful ninja. It also relied on the Nine Tails. What Tsunade could not understand was why Kenichi would do something like this. As for Heavenly Demon's identity, there was nothing left to doubt. The moment she saw the chakra extraction method Naruto had been practicing, she recognized it as Orochimaru's work. Her teacher had confirmed the same. For Naruto to possess Orochimaru's chakra extraction method, and for Naruto to show no resistance at all to the person who approached him, the other party's identity was obvious. It could only be Orochimaru or Amamiya Kenichi. And judging from the ninjutsu he used and his style in battle, Tsunade could already confirm that the so-called Heavenly Demon was Amamiya Kenichi. She knew Orochimaru's fighting style too well. If it had been him, snakes would have been involved sooner or later. But the Heavenly Demon style was different. He was powerful, very powerful, but he always gave her the feeling that he did not truly want to fight head-on. He always preferred to solve things another way, which felt slippery and underhanded and annoyed Tsunade to no end. She would rather Kenichi just fight her directly. What a mess. Tsunade shook her head. She truly had not expected Kenichi to grow this quickly, nor to display such terrifying talent. He had even mastered wood release. That alone made her think of her grandfather. If Kenichi had remained in Konoha, then perhaps Konoha really might have gained its next god of shinobi. He had no reason to expose himself like that. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a drag. Even while smoking, he did not forget to use wind release to blow the smoke away. Tsunade had insisted on that. The reason, naturally, was that thing inside his body. Tsunade had once performed surgery to remove it, but later examinations showed signs that it seemed to be growing back. She believed smoking was closely connected to the condition, and now she refused to allow his second-hand smoke to bother anyone else. She was still researching that strange illness, but there had been no progress so far. It was an extremely troublesome disease. It grew inside the body itself, which meant that ordinary detoxification methods and techniques that expelled harmful substances were almost useless against it. Still, that difficulty had stirred Tsunade's competitive spirit. She had already sworn that she would uncover the true nature of the illness and then find a complete cure. As for Asuma, Hiruzen had personally forced him to quit smoking. Asuma had resisted at first, but after Tsunade intervened, he gave it up obediently. Lately, he even seemed to be picking up new hobbies. But Hiruzen's real concern at the moment was elsewhere. He could not understand why Amamiya Kenichi had acted the way he did. He could have taken Naruto away without revealing himself at all. Instead, he not only noticed Hiruzen's surveillance technique, he had even looked up and waved. That proved he had wanted Hiruzen to know exactly who had taken Naruto. But why? Was he deliberately trying to draw Konoha's attention toward that mysterious organization? What do you plan to do, old man? Tsunade asked. She already had an idea of her own, but she still wanted to hear Hiruzen's thoughts. After all, the old man had sat in the Hokage's seat for far too many years. His perspective was bound to differ from hers. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. Amamiya Kenichi had joined a mysterious organization. Its leader had attacked Konoha that very day. Hiruzen had sharply noticed that the men did not seem to be a living person at all, but something closer to a puppet. And those eyes. Let me put it this way, Tsunade said, looking at Hiruzen. That guy clearly wasn't using his full strength. Naturally, she meant Yahiko. She remembered him now. While they were fighting, she had finally recalled who he was. And because she recognized him, she was even more certain that throughout the battle, he had remained oddly calm, as though he still held some trump card that would guarantee victory if he ever chose to use it. If Kenichi had been the one describing it, he would have said Nagato had looked like a landlord holding a perfect hand of cards, completely unafraid of the farmers turning the game around. That person was Yahiko. Jiraiya's disciple. Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe. Why did none of the disciples around him ever turn out easy to deal with? There was no need to mention his own students. But even Jiraiya's disciple had grown powerful enough to storm Konoha and kill one of its elders. Yes. It was Yahiko. Tsunade flipped through the files in her hand. I remember him. Back then, Jiraiya's 3 students formed an organization in the Land of Rain called the Akatsuki. Later, Hanzo of the Hidden Rain wiped them out. Jiraiya was depressed over it for quite some time. Hiruzen slowly exhaled smoke. So, the Akatsuki. The Hidden Rain. When Heavenly Demon had once been recruited, the other party had named a different organization. Looking at it now, that had almost certainly been a lie. Even though Yahiko had apparently been turned into a puppet, that did not necessarily mean the Akatsuki had really perished. If it truly was the Akatsuki, then the Hidden Rain was very likely their base. Which meant that the Akatsuki had now become an obstacle standing directly in front of Konoha, and a major threat. Whether Konoha wanted to treat Amamiya Kenichi leniently and persuade him to return, or forcefully take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, one thing came first. They needed information. Where's Jiraiya? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. If that person is really his disciple, then he should want to know what happened. Konoha still had far too many things to deal with. Naruto's disappearance had to be concealed. Outwardly, Konoha needed to pretend that the Nine Tails was still safely in the village. Tsunade pouted. She naturally saw through the old man's intentions. Even she had to admit that if Jiraiya learned of this, he would investigate immediately. Sending Jiraiya alone was not an option, because nobody knew what the enemy side was thinking. Moreover, after Danzo had been hunted down in that fashion, it was obvious that the fall of the Akatsuki likely had something to do with Danzo. Danzo had clearly shared an old grudge with them. If Jiraiya and Tsunade went together, it would be safer. And if Jiraiya was there, perhaps the other side might show some restraint. After all, Yahiko had once been Jiraiya's disciple, and even as a puppet, he still seemed to hold a leading role within that organization. That relationship should matter somehow. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama has returned to the village. An Umbu burst in at that moment, speaking hurriedly. Tsunade and Hiruzen exchanged glances. Jiraiya's timing could not have been better. But when Tsunade found Jiraiya, she quickly realized the matter was not as simple as she had hoped. Do you remember that prophecy I told you about before? Jiraiya asked, his expression grave. He no longer looked like the carefree lecher he usually pretended to be, and that alone made Tsunade feel strangely uncomfortable. You mean the child of prophecy? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya had indeed spoken to her about it before, in that mysterious tone of his. Yes. But now there's a problem. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his face darkening. Not long ago, he had been lurking outside a women's bathhouse, gathering inspiration for his novel, when he suddenly sensed the chakra fluctuations of a reverse summoning technique. He had immediately been pulled to Mount Mayaboku. There, the awakened Great Toad Sage had told him something new. The prophecy had changed. I saw a demonic god descending from the stars. The ninja world was destroyed, the earth shattered, and the world stood on the edge of annihilation. Every time Jiraiya recalled those words, his scalp tingled. The Great Toad Sage's prophecies had never been wrong. That was why he had hurried back to Konoha in the first place. He wanted to know whether anything major had recently happened in the ninja world. While he could gather information outside, an organization like Konoha, with a dedicated intelligence apparatus, would always gather it faster and more thoroughly. And after hearing Tsunade's explanation, Jiraiya finally understood what had happened in Konoha while he had been away. The moment he heard that Naruto had been taken by Amamiya Kenichi, his expression turned ugly. Naruto was Minato's son. The child of his disciple. The only child left behind by his dead student. And yet that child had been living such a miserable life in Konoha, only to be abducted so easily. Jiraiya took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger boiling inside him. He truly wanted to storm into the Hokage's office and demand an explanation from his teacher. You said you would protect Minato's son. Was this your version of protection? Naruto had barely enough to eat, barely enough to wear, and lived under constant hatred and discrimination. And now he had been taken away by Kenichi with the 9 tails. Was this really Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world? If Naruto could be taken away that easily, then why had they not let him enjoy the status and treatment he should have had as the 4th Hokage's son in the first place? Why throw him to the villagers as a target for all their resentment? Why force all that weight onto a child who also happened to be a Jinchuriki? Were they not afraid that one day the boy would simply break? That he might kill himself, or worse, come to hate Konoha and vow to destroy everyone who had tormented him? Yahiko, the Akatsuki. I see. Jiraiya rubbed his temples and forced himself back to the matter at hand. When I was in the hidden rain before, I did feel as though someone was watching me. But at the time, Tsunade said nothing. She could see the anger in Jiraiya's eyes, and she knew exactly where it came from. She herself had once been furious for the same reason. That fury had even driven her desire to become Hokage, if only to clean up the old man's disastrous decisions. Minato and Kushina had sacrificed their lives for the village. What Konoha did to Naruto in return had been shameful. But she was not Hokage yet, and Naruto had already been taken. Now all they could do was try to salvage what remained. If that's the case, then we... Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Now that Yahiko's identity had been confirmed, the next step was simple in theory. They had to investigate the Akatsuki, uncover Yahiko's situation, and determine what had really happened. Of course, in practice, it would be anything but simple. So, you took that brat as your disciple? Orochimaru leaned lazily against the sofa, licking an ice pop as he glanced at Kenichi. Yes, teacher, Kenichi replied. Naruto's talent is definitely excellent. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 365, Chapter 365, a perfect example appears. Chapter 365, a perfect example appears. Amamiya Kenichi rested his chin on one hand and watched Orochimaru swirl a test tube between his fingers. He had just taken a drop of Naruto's blood and immediately begun researching it, though he had not said what exactly he was studying. Still, watching Orochimaru's movements, those natural, almost feminine little gestures, gave Kenichi a strange idea. He wondered what it would be like if Orochimaru were changed completely. Of course, that did not mean turning Orochimaru into a woman physically. In terms of physiology, Orochimaru was already female. What Kenichi meant was changing him from the inside out, all the way down to the soul. Was there any meaning in researching something like that? Strictly speaking, no. Even if Orochimaru really were influenced by him one day and became completely female in temperament and soul, it would not actually change anything important. Orochimaru would still be Orochimaru. His strength would remain terrifying. His talent would still be monstrous. But Kenichi simply found the whole idea fascinating. He did not need many reasons. He was just curious. Ever since he had become Orochimaru's student, Kenichi had noticed a certain trait in his teacher. Pride. Was Orochimaru truly a proud person? That point could be debated. But in Kenichi's eyes, his teacher was definitely proud. Orochimaru always seemed to believe that his own plans would never fail. Because of that confidence, he was incredibly daring whenever he conducted research or experiments. So far, that boldness had almost always paid off. There had been no real failures. Of course, that was also because Orochimaru always prepared thoroughly and kept backup plans ready. Even in his pride, he never acted recklessly. He never tackled research, experiments, or schemes without making full preparations first. And ever since Mr. Amato's Edo Tensei was influenced by the Sage of Six Paths last time, teachers' changes have become even more natural. Kenichi quietly withdrew his gaze. Staring at his teacher for too long was never a good idea. Ninja were extremely sensitive to being watched. Kenichi and Orochimaru had spent so long doing experiments together that Orochimaru was no longer especially wary of his gaze, but even so, staring too long would still draw attention. Kenichi picked up a pen and idly scribbled on a sheet of paper, though there were no real words on it yet. He still could not confirm whether his idea was right. He had clearly noticed that Orochimaru's state before and after that incident had changed considerably. Yet the Sage of Six Paths had not visibly done anything at the time. He had not even shown any signs of using chakra. Because of that, Kenichi had no way of telling whether the change really had anything to do with him. He simply could not figure it out. Still, research related to the soul could gradually be added to his schedule. Just not now. For the moment, the food problem and the Mangekyo Sharingan problem were more urgent. Teacher, I've got a few projects I need to push forward, so I'm heading out, Kenichi said, waving a hand. Orochimaru casually waved back, utterly unconcerned. Seeing that, Kenichi turned and quickly left the laboratory. The moment he was gone, Orochimaru stopped what he was doing. He turned his head toward the door, frowned slightly, then raised a hand to touch his own head. At the same time, he silently activated the living corpse reincarnation in his mind. It still failed. That gave Orochimaru a headache. A limit of 3 years, but why does trying to leave this body now make me feel such intense discomfort? Orochimaru murmured to himself. It seemed he needed to solve that issue soon. Otherwise, the living corpse reincarnation, his technique for immortality, would end up a complete joke. Kenichi, of course, had no idea his teacher was wrestling with such a troublesome problem. He had just dispelled the shadow clone that had been researching seeds. Now he was rubbing his temples in irritation while looking at the two little brats in front of him. Naruto, you shouldn't eat so loudly. People will think it's rude, Uchiha Hikari said with a serious face, lecturing Naruto while he sat there holding his chopsticks in confusion. But Tochi-san told me that making noise while eating means the food tastes good and shows respect to the cook, Naruto said, tilting his head. That depends on the occasion. Sometimes. Hikari patiently explained, though there was a faint smile in her eyes as she looked at him. This blonde boy had been brought back to the land of snow by Kenichi and entrusted to her care. And after hearing that this Uzumaki Naruto was now Kenichi's student, Hikari had become even more attentive. For some reason, she always felt a strange sense of familiarity toward Naruto, as if she had seen something like him before, though she could not remember where. Because of that, Hikari, who was usually not especially fond of strangers, was being unusually gentle with him. Naruto nodded blankly. So there was actually such a saying. No one had ever told him before. This big sister in front of him really did seem much more knowledgeable than he was. Naruto, have you ever met a little girl with white eyes? Kenichi asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was a little curious whether Naruto had already met his future wife, Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata was a character with very mixed reception among Naruto fans. Those who liked her admired her gentleness and unwavering feelings for Naruto. Those who disliked her often felt that her grown-up design was lacking or took issue with different aspects of her character. As for Kenichi himself, back when he had been casually watching Pain highlight clips, he had fallen for that little girl who had clearly known she was no match for Pain and still stood up for Naruto anyway. And the fact that her feelings had remained the same from childhood to adulthood was rare. More importantly, Hinata had been the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, with a chance of inheriting the clan in the future. Naruto, on the other hand, had been nothing but a poor outcast, bullied, neglected, and hated by the village. His status as the fourth Hokage's son and the village's hero came much later. Yet Hinata had liked him from the very beginning. I have. A girl who cried a lot. Naruto paused, then suddenly remembered and answered happily. Kenichi raised a brow. So the thread between Naruto and Hinata was still there. As for Sakura, there was really nothing to be done. The person she had once been destined to fall for, Sasuke, was now living quite comfortably in the land of rice fields with the rest of the Uchiha clan. Unless Kenichi deliberately interfered again, Sakura and Sasuke probably would never meet at all, much less fall in love. Thinking about it, Kenichi had really wrecked a large part of the original plot. Still, Naruto was young, and at this stage he was as dense as a log when it came to feelings. All his attention in the early days would probably still go toward Sakura anyway. There was no need to rush that matter. Kenichi nii, white eyes, that's the Hyuga clan, right? To Kenichi's surprise, Hikari seemed even more interested than Naruto. Yes. Did your clan run into them on the battlefield back then? Kenichi asked as he stretched, his body cracking softly. Then he bent down, undid the weights strapped to his limbs, and set them on the floor. The moment they hit the ground, there was a heavy thud. He had never stopped tempering his body. The 8 inner gates were not something that could be trained casually. This taijutsu demanded incredible physical strength, and in theory its upper limit was almost non-existent. The stronger the body, the more terrifying the burst of power. In Kenichi's eyes, this was basically equivalent to training every day to stack the foundation for the 8 gates over and over. The better the base, the more monstrous the explosion of strength after release. Even though he had already begun to grasp the 8 gates, he still could not stop refining his body. Fortunately, the first Hokage's physique had ridiculously strong regeneration. As long as he had enough nutrition, no matter how brutally he pushed himself, he would not accumulate hidden injuries. We did meet them, Hikari nodded. The Hyuga clan is strong, but their fighting style feels a little too limited. Even now, she still could not fully understand how people who had once been mortal enemies had ended up becoming fellow villagers. Kenichi smiled. The Byakugan did indeed have a high lower limit, but its upper limit was not impressive. Unlike the Sharingan, which could continue evolving from 1 tomoe to 2, then 3, then Mangekyo, and eventually even eternal Mangekyo and Rinnegan depending on emotional stimuli, the Byakugan's potential was comparatively flat. It was useful, but in terms of actual combat ceiling, it fell short. If the Hyuga wanted to break past that limit, they needed Otsutsuki blood. That alone was enough for Kenichi to conclude that the Otsutsuki were a higher life form, extraterrestrials on a completely different level than the people of the ninja world. Hikari, are you wondering how former enemies can become present-day comrades? Kenichi asked. Hikari immediately nodded. She had indeed been thinking about that. Kenichi smiled faintly. Was this not a perfect example? Once he got the chance to talk to Nagato again, this would make persuasion much easier. Back in the Warring States period, there had been no concept of villages. The ninja world had been divided into clans, all of them fighting and killing one another endlessly. But after Hashirama and Madara swept through the world and established Konoha, former enemies like the Hyuga and the Uchiha became comrades in the same village. Minor conflicts still existed, naturally. But the constant life or death slaughter between them had almost disappeared. Was that not peace? Compared to the chaos of the Warring States period, was the current era not far more peaceful? At least for Nagato, this kind of concrete historical example was much more persuasive than empty ideals. It showed clearly that peace could exist. In truth, Nagato's path overlapped with Kenichi's to some extent. The difference was that Nagato was too fixated on the tailed beasts. Kenichi's plan, by contrast, was more grounded. What use was it to gather every tailed beast? With the current level of his wood release, Kenichi could already turn some tailed beasts into decorative figures if he caught them in the wrong place. Once he brought his wood release to Hashirama's level, beating tailed beasts like dogs would not be impossible. It's simple, Kenichi said with a chuckle. Because their identities changed. They were no longer just Hyuga or Uchiha. They became members of Konoha. Citizens of the Land of Fire. Naruto was also listening, though it was obvious he did not really understand. He was still too young. Complex ideas like this were beyond him for now. Hikari blinked. She was not much older, but she could at least grasp part of it, even if not all. For example, if you are from the Uchiha clan and I am from the Amamiya clan, then you and I are obviously not from the same group. But if we both belong to the same country, then that difference becomes less important, Kenichi added. Kenichi Nii, then can I change my name to Amamiya Hikari? Hikari asked teasingly. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He knew perfectly well that Hikari was joking. Even if the Uchiha had given her painful memories, her parents had still been Uchiha. That name had been given to her by them. There was no way she would really abandon it. Otherwise, she would have brought it up long ago. If you're not afraid your parents will scold you after you get back to the Pure Land, then I have no objection, Kenichi replied with a shrug. Hikari stuck out her tongue and wisely dropped the subject. Kenichi shook his head and looked at the two little brats happily eating hot pot. Then his thoughts shifted back to the memories he had received after dispelling his shadow clone. At the moment, the cold-resistant gene has basically been narrowed down to a particular gene segment, but the wheat grown that way needs a lot of water, and its growth cycle is very long. Kenichi narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. There were two research paths in front of him now. The first was to continue refining the current strain, eliminate its flaws, and try to raise its output. The second was to continue pushing the cold resistance even further, creating wheat that could withstand even lower temperatures, thereby expanding the planting area and making up for lower efficiency with sheer scale. Both routes required time. That was the real problem. Crops needed time to grow. Whether output was high or low could only be judged close to maturity. The wheat he was currently cultivating had already germinated and entered the growth stage, but compared to ordinary wheat, it developed far more slowly. That suggested an extremely long growth period. Looks like I still need to keep pushing the research, Kenichi murmured. But is the wood release project still moving too? He thought of the shadow clone that had come up with that unusual idea earlier. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, How many steps does it take to persuade Nagato? Chapter 366, How many steps does it take to persuade Nagato? Amamiya Kenichi had one shadow clone with a particularly unusual line of thinking. That shadow clone firmly believed that would release, this special bloodline limit, could be developed into a method for rapidly growing plants. So while the other shadow clones were busy screening cold-resistant genes, this one had been diligently researching would release. This time, Amamiya Kenichi did not dispel him. After all, that shadow clone's idea was unique. Who knew what kind of result it might produce? Because of that, Amamiya Kenichi decided to let him continue. Forget it. I'll ask later. The important thing right now is. Amamiya Kenichi touched the ring on his hand, the one engraved with the word, Jade. He intended to contact Nagato as soon as possible. The thought waves he had tried to send before had failed, most likely because he did not possess the Rinnegan. The land of snow was also very far from the hidden rain village, which likely caused the problem. Just as Amamiya Kenichi touched the ring, a familiar ripple suddenly came through it. He immediately calmed himself, released his own thought waves, and when he opened his eyes again, he found someone already standing opposite him. Nagato. However, he was still using Yahiko's appearance rather than revealing his true body. Amamiya Kenichi was not surprised. Although there were a few guesses about Nagato's real identity within the Akatsuki, most members still did not know who he truly was. Jade, what is it you want to say? Nagato asked, glancing around before finally looking at Amamiya Kenichi. He had just finished dealing with Danzo, placing his head before Yahiko's grave so that he could forever repent for his crimes and his foolish actions. Leader, what do you think about what I said before? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. In the land of snow, Black Zetsu's reach could not extend so easily. In fact, after arriving there, Amamiya Kenichi had even blown up his own airship to make sure Black Zetsu had not secretly hidden aboard it. He had gone to great lengths for this conversation with Nagato. Unless Black Zetsu's mayfly ability or his stealth methods were somehow broken, there was Northwest safer place than this. Nagato did not answer. To be honest, he was not especially interested in speaking with Amamiya Kenichi. Every time he talked to this man, his heart became conflicted and heavy. Leader, do you know the history of the ninja world? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. Seeing Nagato's pain and hesitation, he chose to change the subject. There was no need to rush. They had time now, and before this, there had simply been no proper chance to talk. That damned Black Zetsu had made sure of that. Nagato silently nodded. There was no ninja who did not know the history of the ninja world. These things were not secret. The only difference was that every village recorded them differently. Take the Hidden Rain village, for example. Its internal records said that the founder of the village saw through the conspiracies of the great ninja villages, then resolutely gathered a group of like-minded people to establish Amigakure and protect the land of rain. It was all written in a way that made everything sound righteous and noble. But what was the truth? Nagato knew very well that the Hidden Rain village had not been born from some lofty and righteous ideal. It had simply been the product of circumstance. Back in the Warring States era, the ninja world was dominated by clans that fought each other endlessly. In the Land of Fire, the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Hyuga were all at each other's throats. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Nagato and continued. But what about now? They became members of Konoha. Even if there are still some private frictions, they no longer fight each other to the death. They can sit together, eat together, talk together, and fight for the same village. As he spoke, Amamiya Kenichi used the ready-made example he had gotten from Uchiha Hikari. Lies are always exposed one day, but truth is different. Truth is truth. Especially when it is something recorded by history and known by everyone. Just how chaotic the Warring States era had been was recorded in every clan. The Senju and Uchiha recorded it in even greater detail. Those were hard facts that could not be denied. Nagato fell silent. He naturally understood what Amamiya Kenichi was trying to say. What exactly are you trying to do? Nagato finally asked, frowning as he looked at him. He was not a fool. He knew full well what those words implied. Amamiya Kenichi was using a ready-made example to persuade him. Didn't I already tell you? Amamiya Kenichi spread his hands, his tone full of excitement. I want to establish a country. I want to unify the entire ninja world. At that time, no one in this world will carry the labels of different countries or different villages anymore. They will have only one identity. Citizens of the Nation of Flame. Nagato stared at him in silence. At that point, everything will simply repeat the pattern we already saw in the past. There will definitely be some friction at first, but if peace lasts long enough, the ninja world will naturally achieve lasting peace. Amamiya Kenichi continued speaking, his voice persuasive. At that time, there will be no hunger and no war. People will be able to live peaceful, healthy lives. Children will grow up with full stomachs. No one will become an orphan because of war. Each word struck directly at Nagato's heart. He even started to wonder if Amamiya Kenichi had already learned his true identity long ago. Otherwise, why would he choose words like these to persuade him? After all, he, Yahiko, and Konan had all been war orphans. No one understood the pain of being a war orphan better than they did. Why didn't you say all of this earlier? Nagato narrowed his eyes. Amamiya Kenichi smiled bitterly. Leader, if I told you there was someone in this world with an extremely powerful stealth ability, someone who could gather information without anyone ever noticing, would you believe me? If Black Zetsu were not such a problem, why would he have gone through all this trouble? He would have just laid everything out in the Hidden Rain village already. Instead, the matter had dragged on until now, bringing with it a whole pile of trouble. Nagato frowned. A person like that exists? He did not really believe it. Someone that troublesome should not exist. But when he looked at Amamiya Kenichi's serious expression and thought about all the effort he had gone to recently, it was hard not to waver. If such a person truly did not exist, then why would Amamiya Kenichi be so cautious? So that person has been lurking around the Hidden Rain village. Nagato narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he still found it hard to believe. But Amamiya Kenichi was not someone who liked making pointless jokes, so in the end, Nagato chose to give him the benefit of the doubt. Still, if such a person really existed, then what Amamiya Kenichi had said before in the Hidden Rain village took on a completely different meaning. That would mean the other party might already have been lurking near them then. Perhaps. He might even be inside the Akatsuki itself. Who knows? Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. That guy is elusive. I don't even know how to find him. He really did want to drag Black Zetsu out and imprison him. If Black Zetsu were eliminated from the equation, dealing with Obito alone would become much easier. But there was no help for it. Black Zetsu was simply too difficult to catch. Still, it was not as though there were no possible lead at all. Amamiya Kenichi thought of the time he had come into contact with Black Zetsu and extracted some biological data from the sweat left behind. Perhaps he could use that genetic information to create some kind of detection method. But that would also be very difficult. It might honestly be easier to just build a nuclear bomb with his own hands. Nagato still did not fully believe it. He opened his eyes and swept the surroundings with the Rinnegan, trying to find something. There was nothing. Only then did he close his eyes again with some reluctance. Now he could at least understand Amamiya Kenichi's caution. If a person like that really existed, then living under the suspicion that they might be nearby at any moment would indeed be maddening. What does any of this have to do with your plan? Nagato asked, unwilling to let the conversation drift further. Amamiya Kenichi did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, Leader, if the goal is to unify the ninja world, are you willing to help? That was the real key. As long as Nagato agreed to cooperate, he could break with Black Zetsu and Obito immediately. There would be no need to continue this childish game with them. The Rinnegan was in Nagato's hands. So what if Uchiha Madara were reanimated? A Madara without the Rinnegan and a Madara with the Rinnegan were two completely different beasts. Likewise, an Edo Tensei Madara and a fully revived Madara were not on the same level either. Nagato fell silent again. He stood there in thought, and Amamiya Kenichi did not rush him. He simply poured himself a cup of hot tea and drank it slowly. This was not the sort of choice one made lightly. After a long silence, Nagato finally asked, How can you guarantee your plan will succeed? He had to admit that he was tempted. Amamiya Kenichi's proposal sounded far more feasible than many other ideas. More importantly, it had actual historical precedent and real examples to support it. It was hard to dismiss. After all, the ninja world truly had changed from the Warring States period into the present age. This is the foundation of my plan. Amamiya Kenichi took out a map and marked it with his finger. After that, I will build a capable ninja army and launch a lightning campaign against the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. Then I will annex it as quickly as possible. Before, attacking the Hidden Mist village had been difficult. It was isolated by the sea, and launching an assault required ships. But now there were airships. That problem no longer existed. Once the Hidden Mist village was taken in a lightning war, it could serve as a springboard for the rest of the great nations. Unifying the ninja world would not be so difficult after that. Nagato frowned. Will the other villages and great nations just sit there and do nothing? Amamiya Kenichi smiled. They definitely won't do nothing. They'll condemn it, pressure us, and try to profit from it. But that's all. His experience from his previous life told him exactly how this would go. When an event like this happened, most parties would first watch, then posture, then try to snatch a few benefits for themselves. The 5 great nations fought each other so fiercely already that if one of them were attacked or weakened, the others would sooner laugh and seize the chance than unite in righteous outrage. At that point, it would simply become a matter of manipulating alliances, striking far and befriending near, and dividing opponents before swallowing them. There were too many methods available. On top of that, annexing the hidden mist village would also help solve the food issue to a large extent. Nagato opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute him, but when he thought about the actual state of the ninja world, he had to admit that Amamiya Kenichi was not wrong. And that only made the choice more painful. Should he continue down the path of fulfilling Yuhiko's final wish the way he originally intended? Or should he trust Amamiya Kenichi's path? Leader, what is the Akatsuki's ultimate goal? Amamiya Kenichi asked, knowing he was only one step away now. To build a world without war. A peaceful world. Nagato answered without thinking. That had always been Yuhiko's final wish. Amamiya Kenichi spread his hands. Then that settles it. I don't know what method the organization originally planned to use, but it's obvious that my path is more feasible, isn't it? The final goal is the same. Nagato fell silent once more. He looked at the carefree, thick-skinned man in front of him, this infuriatingly persuasive bastard who sometimes reminded him far too much of Yuhiko. And compared with the ideas Amamiya Kenichi had laid out, along with the historical examples proving they could work, the balance in Nagato's heart was indeed shifting. On top of that, he had already seriously considered Amamiya Kenichi's words before. After a long struggle, Nagato finally extended his hand. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and extended his own as well. Of course, their hands could not truly meet. What stood here were only thought forms. I will try it, Nagato said at last, his voice steady. But if I see no possibility of success, then I will still choose my own method. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, Adapted Ninjutsu, Tranquil Reign. Chapter 367, Adapted Ninjutsu, Tranquil Reign. How did it go, Nagato? Nagato ended the projection jutsu and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Konan looking at him with worry written plainly across her face. Nagato gave his friend a faint smile. Konan froze for a moment. It had been a long time since she had seen Nagato smile like that. It's nothing, Nagato said, coughing twice. It's just that the ghetto statue's presence is making my body weaker and weaker. As he spoke, he subtly swept his surroundings with the Rinnegan. There was nothing there. Not a single anomaly. Nagato still found it hard to believe. He fully activated the Rinnegan and let his chakra seep into the ground, searching more carefully, yet he still found nothing. He could sense the insects beneath the earth, but no human presence. No unfamiliar trace. No hidden observer. It was as if no one had ever been there at all. But when he thought of what Amamiya Kenichi had told him, an uneasy feeling still rose in his chest. An enemy who could hide so completely that even he, with the Rinnegan, could not detect a single trace was terrifying. Terrifying enough that he now felt faintly uneasy, half convinced that the man was still lurking nearby. That made even speaking inconvenient. Everything he had discussed with Amamiya Kenichi had to stay buried in his heart for now. He could only speak freely once the time for open confrontation had truly arrived. And Amamiya Kenichi had also said. Then do you want to? Konan looked at Nagato hesitantly. The tubes connected to his body were still horrifying to look at, and his condition had been poor for a very long time. Even though he was still a young man, Nagato's body already resembled that of an old man in his 80s or 90s, perhaps even worse. If not for the sturdy physique of a ninja and the Uzumaki clan's massive chakra reserves, he might not have been able to endure this long. Nagato shook his head. He had his own reasons. And now, there was one more. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dim Akatsuki base, then silently lowered his head. According to Amamiya Kenichi's plan, the next time that men contacted him would be the moment to stir up a storm that would sweep across the entire ninja world. Unification. What a madman. Nagato licked his dry lips. To be honest, he had never considered such an idea before. His thoughts had always been centered on gathering all the tailed beasts and using absolute force to force peace upon the nations. But Amamiya Kenichi's method was clearly more feasible. Most importantly, he had presented evidence. Evidence every person in the ninja world already knew, and yet strangely, no ambitious person seemed to have ever followed that line of thinking. I really want to see how the country you establish will realize that idea. Nagato closed his eyes. He needed proper rest, and he also needed to consider how he should deal with the two suspicious individuals Amamiya Kenichi had mentioned. But why did that guy take my rain tiger at will? Nagato frowned slightly. Was Amamiya Kenichi planning to use it to monitor the Land of Snow? Meanwhile, in the Land of Snow, Amamiya Kenichi stood in front of one of his shadow clones and listened as it reported the results of its research during this period. The whole thing gave him an odd feeling. It was subtle, but he always felt like a client waiting for a contractor to report results, except that the contractor in front of him was, in a sense, also himself. So was he really just listening to himself report to himself? No wonder, despite how practical shadow clones were, no one in the ninja world ever thought of transforming a shadow clone and then doing something ridiculous with it. That would be far too insane. Once the memories returned, wouldn't that awaken some truly strange hobbies? Conventional wood release can't affect crop seeds at all, the shadow clone explained excitedly. If I force it, wood just bursts out of the seeds and turns into large trees. Amamiya Kenichi listened very carefully. No matter what, this was still another way to use wood release. However, after combining it with Sage Mode Chakra, I found that this Sage Mode would release. The moment he heard that, Amamiya Kenichi's expression turned serious. Could it be that Sage Mode would release actually had the ability to germinate seeds? It still doesn't work. Using it on the seeds only makes wood grow. The shadow clone finished speaking, and Amamiya Kenichi immediately rolled his eyes. So after all that, there had been no progress at all. And it had said all of that so dramatically too. Truly. But I made a new discovery, the shadow clone said excitedly. It took out several wheat seeds and planted them in the soil, then formed hand seals and used wood release. Amamiya Kenichi stared at the ground. This time, no wood erupted from beneath the earth. Instead, faint green sprouts pushed up through the soil where the seeds had been scattered, and they began growing at a visible rate. Amamiya Kenichi's eyes widened slightly. Could this technique have actually worked? But how had this shadow clone pulled it off? After using the jutsu for a while, the wheat grew until it was close to heading, then stopped. The shadow clone also ended the hand seals, looking slightly tired. This is my latest result, the clone said, rubbing his forehead. I discovered that when Sage Mode would release is used, it releases a special kind of energy that can stimulate wheat to grow rapidly. But if the jutsu is completed all the way through, wood release will still erupt from the ground and destroy the seeds. Amamiya Kenichi crouched down and examined the wheat in front of him. It looked extremely healthy. There were no signs of malnutrition, and even the soil where it had been planted appeared normal. He grabbed a handful of earth and rubbed it between his fingers. It was ordinary soil. That meant the energy stimulating the wheat's rapid growth had not come from the earth itself. It had come from the energy released by the Sage Mode would release just now. Or more precisely, from the fluctuations produced during the jutsu. Is it possible that Sage Mode would releases too much energy, so much that the wheat can't endure it and bursts apart? Like a deficiency that can't handle a sudden overload. Amamiya Kenichi muttered as an idea formed in his mind. If Sage Mode would release could accelerate wheat growth, then what if the intensity of the jutsu were reduced to an extremely low level? Could that satisfy the conditions for rapid growth without destroying the seeds? I thought of that too, the shadow clone said, shaking its head. But after trying it, I found it didn't work. Even when I used the smallest possible amount, the seeds still couldn't withstand it. They still burst from the wood release. Amamiya Kenichi fell into thought. The amount of chakra the shadow clone had used definitely wasn't high. Even so, the seeds had failed. But what if there were another way? As everyone knew, when the shadow clone technique was used, the main body's chakra was divided continuously. The more clones created, the thinner the main body's chakra was spread, and the amount each one received naturally became smaller. So if he used multiple shadow clone jutsu and divided his chakra up to the maximum number his body could tolerate, wouldn't that standardize the chakra amount of every clone to an extremely low level? Then, if he used Sage Mode would release on a large scale, spreading it out as broadly as possible while keeping it in a draw but do not release state, and placed a huge number of seeds beneath that field, then each seed would only bear the tiniest fraction of Sage Mode would release energy. If that worked, then perhaps he could directly use Sage Mode would release to stimulate large-scale germination. Thinking of this, Amamiya Kenichi decisively dispelled the shadow clone before him. In an instant, a wave of exhaustion slammed into him. He licked his lips. Sure enough, all the fatigue accumulated during the shadow clone's experiments returned to the main body at once. If only I could invent something that prevents fatigue from returning when shadow clones disperse. Amamiya Kenichi yawned, then forced himself to rest until his body adjusted. After that, he headed to a valley near the capital of the Land of Snow. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, these shadow clones didn't need to fight. The moment the jutsu was cast, the chakra in his body began dropping rapidly, thinning again and again. In an instant, even his own presence weakened significantly. When he looked up again, the space before him was packed so densely with copies of himself that the entire valley seemed filled. Amamiya Kenichi had reached his limit. He felt that if he made even more shadow clones, his body would simply fail. He still needed a certain amount of chakra just to maintain his basic bodily functions. How many did I make this time? He muttered in surprise as he stared at the valley full of himself. He truly hadn't expected the number to reach this point. Naruto had created large numbers of clones later as well, even thousands, but those clones had still retained combat capability. If combat were ignored entirely and the goal was only to divide chakra down to the smallest possible amount, then the number could clearly become even more absurd. Of course, the exhaustion caused by such a technique was also enormous, and the shadow clones obviously knew it too. So they moved immediately. In almost no time at all, a broad section of land where cold-resistant wheat had already been planted was cleared. Amamiya Kenichi rapidly formed hand seals. He began using Sage Mode would release, but the sequence was clearly different from before. The shadow clones immediately understood what he was trying to do. Will this really work? One shadow clone asked curiously from the side. The experiment began. After creating an enormous number of shadow clones, the main body started using Sage Mode would release, adapted from Rain Tiger at will. Large amounts of Sage Mode would release energy gathered in the sky and transformed into pale green raindrops that slowly fell into the soil. I don't know either, the shadow clone responsible for recording said as it shook its head. I have no idea whether this method is actually feasible. Rain Tiger at will is supposed to infuse one's chakra into the rain to monitor a target, but I never expected the main body to use it like this. But if you think about it carefully, it does seem feasible. After all, this method infuses chakra into the rain itself. The rain cloud is huge, so the chakra gets dispersed much more thinly. Combined with a field this wide, it can be said that the main body has gone all out to dilute the chakra to its limit. Tranquility. Amamiya Kenichi reached out and touched the rain curtain in front of him. It was a soft drizzle, but when it landed on the body, it created the sensation of being soothed both physically and mentally. Yet beneath the curtain of rain, the earth remained quiet. Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Could it be that even this wouldn't work? Then, just a moment later, spots of green appeared across the barren snowfield. Countless sprouts shot up and grew taller at incredible speed. Amamiya Kenichi's eyes lit up with delight. In the blink of an eye, the wheat had already grown a great deal. But before it could head, the rain cloud dispersed and the growth slowed once more. At the same time, various strange plants and weeds also shot up wildly. Amamiya Kenichi pinched his brow. So while the jutsu could indeed accelerate crop growth, it also stimulated other plants, especially the weeds, which were now spreading everywhere and even covering the wheat. Looks like I still need to weed. Even so, a smile appeared on his face. His heart was already full of joy. He had succeeded. As long as he kept removing the weeds and then continued using this jutsu so that the wheat could keep developing, head, and eventually mature, then food would no longer be a problem. Any advanced civilization should never have to worry about food. The most basic method was hybrid improvement. The next step was gene modification, using genetic programming to increase yield. After that came the question of growth speed. But in the ninja world, with chakra, Amamiya Kenichi had practically skipped the middle stage entirely and leaped straight to the answer. Though that's not exactly the whole story either. After all, I had already crossed the river by feeling for stones before this. He rubbed his chin. He had already been working on genetic modification for quite some time. After making painfully slow progress there, he had tried would release on a whim and unexpectedly received a pleasant surprise. With the joint efforts of all the shadow clones, the weeds and miscellaneous plants were cleared out very quickly. Amamiya Kenichi then dispelled every single clone. At once, dizziness and exhaustion came crashing down. His vision blackened, his heartbeat accelerated wildly, and for a moment he felt as though his entire body were collapsing. Fortunately, the sensation faded as quickly as it came. Soon, it was gone. Amamiya Kenichi bent over and gasped for breath, one hand pressed against his chest. This was truly too exhilarating. No wonder multiple shadow clone jutsu was classified as a forbidden technique. Still, the good news was that the process itself was much simpler now. He looked at the wheat before him, quickly formed hand seals once more, and filled the entire valley with shadow clones again. Then, without hesitation, he used the newly adapted jutsu once more. Its name came from Cenarius's ultimate ability. Tranquility. A ninjutsu that brings new life. It really does deserve that name. Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. One Piece, my crew is full of monsters. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Enko Midarashi's Betrayal. Chapter 368, Enko Midarashi's Betrayal. Amamiya Kenichi rested his chin on one hand as he looked out over the valley before him. After casting Tranquil Rain, he had decisively dispelled all of his shadow clones. The entire process had been extremely fast, so fast that even after creating that many clones, he barely felt any fatigue at all. As long as I dispel them quickly enough, the fatigue can't catch up. This was something Kenichi had learned from Naruto. Naruto often used a large number of shadow clones and still needed to maintain a certain level of combat ability, yet he rarely showed obvious exhaustion after dispelling them. Kenichi guessed the reason was simple. Naruto got rid of them fast enough. But the main issue right now is still the ninjutsu itself, Kenichi muttered as he looked at the valley. He had just cast Tranquil Rain for the second time. Although he had done his best to remove most of the weeds and other plants beforehand, some stubborn new weeds had still sprouted from the soil after the technique was used. The weeds themselves were not a big problem. Plants were resilient by nature. Kenichi had even seen grass crack through concrete in his previous life, so a situation like this was well within expectations. No matter how thoroughly he weeded, there would always be a few lucky survivors. What truly gave him a headache was the real focus of his research. Under the effects of Tranquil Rain, the wheat was growing beautifully. It had indeed developed significantly, but even after the second casting, it still had not started heading. Is it because the chakra was spread too thin, so there still isn't enough energy to support the wheat properly? Or is this simply the limit of what wood release can achieve? Kenichi stroked his chin, deep in thought. Wood release was, after all, an unusually rare ninjutsu. There were probably no detailed records in Konoha about the first Hokage conducting experiments with it, though Kenichi felt that was understandable. Senju Hashirama had not lived very long after founding the village and fighting Uchiha Madara. Even his cause of death had never been clearly stated. That likely meant either the first Hokage had never had time to test whether wood release could accelerate crop growth, or he had tested it once, found it useless, and immediately lost interest. Should I try increasing the chakra output? Kenichi muttered, feeling a little tempted. But after looking at the thriving wheat in front of him, he dismissed the idea and chose to experiment with a different batch of seeds instead. This plot needed to be preserved for later observation. He had to see whether the wheat would begin heading normally over time. That meant it still needed proper weeding, pest control, and fertilizing. So Kenichi split off a few shadow clones and assigned them to continue the maintenance work. Once all that was settled, he moved to another empty plot. This time, he planted only half as many wheat seeds as before. He still used shadow clones, but he reduced the range of Tranquil Rain by half as well. That meant the chakra energy falling over the same space would be roughly twice as concentrated as before. The wheat still grew extremely quickly, but the result was basically the same as experimental field number 1. It still did not head. Kenichi scratched his head. So that didn't work either. Forget it. I'll just test what happens if I output Tranquil Rain at full power. He took a deep breath. This time, he did not use shadow clones at all. Instead, he directly performed the adapted ninjutsu himself. Chakra surged through Kenichi's body, then flowed through his hand seals and transformed into the form he intended. Thick dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, and a heavy rain came pouring down. Under the effects of the storm, all vegetation began to grow wildly. In almost an instant, weeds completely swallowed the wheat, and then giant trees burst up from the ground, quickly forming a vast forest before Kenichi's eyes. All kinds of plants appeared, though most of them were cold-resistant conifers common to high-altitude regions. They were also among the most common plants in the land of snow. As the rain gradually weakened, the growth of the plants slowed as well. And by the time the rain fully stopped, Kenichi could no longer see his wheat at all. All that remained before him was a forest, a dense forest that looked no different from the others scattered throughout the land of snow. What I have here is definitely a forest, but where did my wheat go? Kenichi scratched his head. At this rate, he could probably go work for the Environmental Restoration Department of the ninja world. Ninja battles destroyed huge amounts of vegetation all the time, and after the fighting ended, special ninja were often sent to clean up the aftermath. Otherwise, with the scale of ninja warfare, there probably would not be a single intact forest left anywhere in the world after a few years. But Kenichi had not come here to work some miserable job restoring forests across the ninja world. So he stepped into the woods to look for the wheat he had planted earlier, and it did not take him long to find it. The wheat was growing very well. This time, he could already see clear signs that it had started heading. Still, it surprised him that after such an overwhelming Tranquil Rain, one that had directly created an entire forest, the wheat had only just begun to head. But this really does seem to be related to the nature of the ninjutsu itself. Kenichi murmured as he looked around. Once inside the forest, he noticed that none of the plants showed any signs of fruiting. It did not matter what species they were. Even the pine trees lacked pine cones. If there had been squirrels here, they would have starved. If the wheat alone had shown this phenomenon, Kenichi would have suspected a problem with his own control during the process. But if every plant in the forest was like this, then the issue was clearly not one of technique. It was a flaw within the ninjutsu itself. This Tranquil Rain can accelerate growth, but it seems to do so in a very crude way. It can only force plants to grow quickly. It cannot directly push them to fruit. I'll need to observe them for a while longer and see whether they can still fruit normally afterward. If they can, then the problem is mostly solved. Kenichi stroked his chin again. Although tranquil rain could not directly push wheat to full maturity, at least it could make the wheat reach the heading stage. That alone was already good news. One step like that had already saved a massive amount of time in cultivation. What remained now was to observe whether plants that had been accelerated by tranquil rain would later develop any other abnormalities. To support that research, Kenichi took samples of several plants back with him. He intended to compare them against plants that had grown naturally and see if there were any deeper differences between the two. By the time Kenichi returned to the capital of the Land of Snow, he found his teacher standing beside an airship with a dark expression, working on it. One glance was enough for him to understand. Orochimaru was in a terrible mood. But why? What had happened? "Teacher, are you heading out?" Kenichi asked as he walked over curiously. It had to be said that although Orochimaru was frighteningly powerful, he did not vent his anger on other people just because he was in a bad mood. From that perspective alone, he was already better than many others. At the very least, he could control his emotions. And in some respects, that alone was enough to put him above most people. Orochimaru nodded coldly. The chill in his eyes was enough to make anyone uneasy. Then he stopped and glanced at Kenichi. Kenichi was momentarily confused by that look and had just been about to ask what had happened when Orochimaru finally spoke. "Kenichi, do you still remember your junior?" Kenichi paused, then nodded. To be honest, he had almost forgotten about Anko. Ever since the last conflict between Orochimaru and Anko in the Land of Rice Fields, he had not seen her at all. But from the sound of it, Orochimaru's foul mood was somehow related to Anko. Back then, Anko had insisted that she wanted to return to Konoha. Kenichi had tried to persuade her, but she had been extremely resolute. Since then, he had not seen her again, and he had assumed his teacher had already handled the matter. That idiot still went and did something stupid. Orochimaru's tone was icy. "You may not have a junior sister anymore." Kenichi scratched his head. What exactly had happened while he was out testing would release? Why did it feel like so many things had exploded all at once? "Teacher, did Anko do something?" he asked. "She went back to Konoha." Orochimaru glanced at Kenichi, his expression unreadable. Anko had not merely slipped away. She had first manipulated the ninja Orochimaru had assigned to monitor and protect her, then directly fled. On the surface, that was not the worst part. The real problem was that Anko knew the locations of several experimental bases, including the one in the Land of Rice Fields. And with how fast transportation had become in the ninja world now, if Anko made it back to Konoha and exposed that information, then by the time anyone arrived, it would already be too late. There was too much valuable experimental data stored in those bases. And Haiden, that immortal nuisance, was still soaking in nutrient solution as well. Kenichi fell silent for a moment, then understood what his teacher meant. After Anko had left Konoha, Orochimaru had assigned her various tasks. As a result, she had indeed gained knowledge of some laboratory locations, including Kenichi's own. Although Kenichi still did not understand why Anko was so determined to go back to Konoha, it was clear that Orochimaru now intended to silence her permanently. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He truly could not understand what Anko was thinking. Could it really be that the will of fire had brainwashed her that badly? "Teacher, should I?" Kenichi began. He had intended to say that he would go himself. After all, Anko was still his junior, and it was only reasonable for him to be the one to find her and ask what she was trying to do. Besides, he had been the one who took her out of Konoha in the first place. No need. Orochimaru cut him off. Then he boarded the airship, activated it, and left without another word. Kenichi's mouth twitched again. Was his teacher worried that he would go easy on Anko? Forget it. If teacher is going personally, then so be it. I can keep working on my experiments. But before that, I still need to make some preparations. Kenichi sighed. If he went, Anko might still survive. If Orochimaru went, then his junior might truly die. Although Kenichi did not think Anko was the type to run straight to Konoha and expose everything, he still preferred not to gamble with his lab. So, to avoid suffering catastrophic losses, he called Uchiha Shirori over and had her move the majority of the equipment out of the laboratory. Only when the place was nearly empty did she finally stop. "Thanks for the help," Kenichi said as he looked at Shirori. Blood was already leaking from Shiori's eyes. That was what happened when Mangekyo Dojutsu was used at high intensity over a short period of time. The consumption of ocular power was simply too great. Still, Kenichi had not had much choice. These instruments had cost an absurd amount of money, and he had already used them for so long that he had gotten used to them. Replacing them would have been inconvenient. "It is no hardship to serve Lord Amamiya," Shirori replied, as calm and composed as ever. She had always been very clear about her place. Her eyes had been awakened to this level because of Kenichi. Without him, she would still have been nothing more than a useless person whose eyes had never opened. Kenichi looked at Shiori for a moment, then silently activated his own ability. He wanted to analyze Shiori's Mangekyo and see just what he could understand from it. Pigment cells. Protein. Water. Obscure chakra. A long list of information rose into his mind. Kenichi only glanced through the first few entries before moving on. Those were the standard components of a human eyeball. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan surpassed ordinary eyes, it was still fundamentally an eye. Naturally, it would still contain the normal structure of one. That part did not interest him. What he focused on instead was something else. Chakra. Not a vast amount, but chakra that was astonishingly dense. This chakra was unlike ordinary chakra. It seemed to exist independently within the eyeball, forming a separate system of circulation. Kenichi could even see the chakra moving in an extremely strange pattern. The speed of that cycle was very fast, and as it circulated, it seemed to gradually thicken. Kenichi's gaze sharpened. Was this thickening of chakra related to the use of Mangekyo Dojutsu? He glanced at Shiori again, then stopped. There was no need to keep looking. On one hand, he had already seen the part that interested him. On the other hand, his eyes had already started to ache. Analyzing the Mangekyo was not quite as exhausting as analyzing the Rinnegan, but it was not far off either. It seems I'll have to wait until Shiori recovers, then continue this research later. Kenichi licked his lips excitedly. At that moment, a bold idea had already formed in his mind. He felt as though he had finally found the true essence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. One Piece, my crew is full of monsters. Chapter 369, Chapter 369, The Relationship Between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Chapter 369, The Relationship Between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. In the dimly lit room, Shiori stood calmly in place, strictly following Kenichi's instructions as he had him perform one movement after another and shift through different postures. Now take the tank with Haiden's head out of the lab, Kenichi said, giving a new instruction. Shiori did not hesitate. He extended both hands, and a moment later, an entire glass tank was pulled out. Inside it floated Haiden's head, his eyes staring lifelessly ahead. Kenichi glanced at him. In a way, Haiden was truly unlucky. Immortality might have been an incredible gift for someone else, but in the hands of Orochimaru and Kenichi, it only meant endless torment. His teacher had kept him sealed away in a dark laboratory for a long time already. Now Haiden looked half-broken, like a dazed fool. At the very least, Kenichi could not see the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face, and even his pupils were somewhat unfocused. Shiori, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm from beginning to end. He did not ask why Haiden's head was constantly submerged in water. Instead, he obediently stepped up to Kenichi, opened his eyes wide, and waited for the next round of examination. First, put that tank back into the specialized darkroom, Kenichi reminded him. Haiden's head had been taken out partly because it needed to be preserved, and partly because Kenichi wanted to use this chance to test Shiori's abilities. Now that it was out, it obviously could not just be left lying around. The best solution was to put it back into the darkroom immediately and restore the original environment. It would also make things more convenient for Orochimaru's experimental records. While Shiori moved Haiden's head away, Kenichi began jotting down his observations in the experimental log. The fourth experiment has begun. Shiori's Mangekyo Sharingan showed an increase in chakra density, consistent with the results of the second and third experiments. Kenichi skillfully observed Shiori's eyes, recorded the information he saw, then thoughtfully flipped through the notes in his hand. This was already the fourth experiment he had conducted on Shiori recently. The process itself was simple. Shiori only needed to activate her Mangekyo ability and use it to pull objects in from outside. Afterward, Kenichi would use his own Mangekyo's analytical ability to examine the eye in detail. And in that process, Kenichi had discovered one very distinct trait. In the second, third, and now even the fourth experiment, nothing else changed much, but this chakra keeps growing denser. Could the key really be here? Kenichi muttered as he thought. The more the Mangekyo's abilities were used, the worse the eyes became, until blindness eventually set in. But after seeing Shiori's condition repeatedly, Kenichi felt the answer might really lie with that unique chakra inside the Mangekyo itself. Every time the dojutsu was used, that chakra thickened slightly. The more the eye was used, the more this chakra continued to accumulate and thicken, until in the end it might completely occupy the eye itself. If that happened, blindness would not be strange at all. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. So the saying that the Mangekyo grows stronger the more it is used might actually be true. In that case, what is the relationship between the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan? Kenichi narrowed his eyes slightly. The Mangekyo Sharingan only contained one type of chakra, but the Rinnegan's chakra seemed to encompass almost every basic chakra nature. Could it be that the path from Mangekyo to Rinnegan was to gather all chakra natures into the eye itself? But if that were true, then how exactly was one supposed to make an eye contain every chakra nature? That was a completely different problem, and so far, Kenichi had no clue. Still, compared to before, he now understood the Mangekyo Sharingan far better. The only regret was that he had no eternal Mangekyo specimen to study. If he did, perhaps he could also figure out why the eternal Mangekyo truly became eternal. Still, using only Shirori as a sample may lead to problems caused by individual variation. It looks like I'll have to find Shursui at some point too and examine his eyes. Kenichi paused. Then he remembered something. Right. This was the land of snow, but there was still another Uchiha here. Hikari. Thinking of that, Kenichi let Shirori go back to what he had been doing and hurried out to find Hikari, only to discover her fishing with Naruto. So this is what you call ice fishing? Kenichi asked curiously as he walked over and looked around. The land of snow had plenty of ice and snow, but the stream in front of Naruto was still flowing, so this clearly was not ice fishing. Brother Amamiya, we're just fishing, Hikari said happily the moment she heard his voice. She immediately bounced to her feet and proudly shook the fish basket in her hand. Several slender fish were wriggling inside. Kenichi raised a brow. That was his oversight. He had forgotten that the land of snow possessed a special treasure capable of warming the area around the capital, though it did not extend to the entire country. If it had, then the land of snow might already have become a truly habitable land. He had once considered finding Amato and having him create more such devices to turn the whole country into a livable place. But after thinking it through, he had given up. Altering the climate of such a large region was no small matter. It would inevitably have a tremendous impact on nature. The land of snow's harsh environment was the product of the entire surrounding ecosystem. If the whole country suddenly warmed, the shift in air currents and regional balance would cause consequences no one could predict. So Kenichi abandoned that idea. A former co-worker from his previous life, one who handled computer security maintenance, had once said something memorable. If there is a bug in the computer, but it does not affect normal operation, never fix it casually. The moment you touch it, you may create even more bugs. Koyuki told us the fish in this stream are delicious, Naruto said from the side. Kenichi smiled faintly. Naruto really did seem to be in better spirits now. At least he looked far more lively than he had after first learning the truth about his parents. This is. Kenichi picked up the fish basket and took a closer look. The fish inside looked somewhat like Sori, but each one had two long lines running from head to tail, one gold and one silver, making them look unusually beautiful. Then, suddenly, a long stream of information flooded into his mind. Kenichi froze. Had his Mangekyo activated on its own? The next second, one of the fish in the basket abruptly broke apart into fragments and was swept away by the current. Kenichi rubbed his nose awkwardly. He definitely had not activated his ability on purpose. Could it be that the more the Mangekyo was used, the more instinctive its responses became? Still, what was strange was that he felt no discomfort at all after the eye activated this time. Fortunately, Naruto had not noticed what happened. Hikari, however, stared at him in surprise. She had clearly seen the Mangekyo appear in his eyes. When it was activated, its pattern was far too obvious to miss. Brother Amamiya, are you from the Uchiha clan too? Hikari blinked in confusion. For a moment, she even began doubting whether his real surname was Amamiya at all. Could he also be one of the Uchiha? No, Kenichi replied without hesitation. When he transmigrated, he had arrived as an infant. His previous body had almost been reduced to a baby-like state when he crossed over. But even so, he had still had parents in this world, though both had died in the war. Neither of them had the Uchiha surname. But Brother Amamiya, your eyes. Hikari looked even more flustered, clearly wanting to ask more, yet not knowing how to phrase it. That's different, Kenichi said with a smile. I already know how to create eyes like these. Hikari blinked blankly, clearly not fully understanding what that meant. At that moment, Naruto suddenly let out a sharp cry. Teacher, your eyes. Kenichi turned to look at him curiously. Naruto had seen members of the Uchiha clan before, so perhaps he recognized what those eyes meant. Then Naruto's eyes practically lit up. So cool. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Interesting. He had thought Naruto would be startled by the sudden change, but he had not expected the little brat's first reaction to be that they looked cool. Still, Kenichi had to admit it. They did look pretty cool. Looking at Naruto, whose eyes were practically sparkling with admiration, a bizarre idea suddenly surfaced in Kenichi's mind. What if he gave Naruto a pair of Sharingan and then helped him awaken the Mangekyo? What would Naruto become then? And if, in the future, Kenichi truly mastered the method to awaken the Rinnegan, he could even evolve Naruto's eyes into the Rinnegan as well. How strong would Naruto become at that point? The thought alone made Kenichi's interest surge. He truly wanted to try it. Unfortunately, Naruto was still too young. He would not be able to bear the burden of those eyes yet. It seemed that experiment would have to wait. Naruto, do you want eyes like these? Kenichi asked with a grin. He did not notice the slight horror that flashed across Hikari's face the moment he said it. Hikari knew very well what the Uchiha clan had once done in order to obtain new Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that Brother Amamiya? No. A gentle Brother Amamiya would never do something like that. Hikari quickly shook her head. She did not know what other methods might exist to obtain such eyes, but she trusted Kenichi. So she chose to believe him. Naruto, meanwhile, nodded eagerly, then immediately shook his head. Yeah, they're really cool. But would it hurt a lot? I don't want to use someone else's eyes. Kenichi's mouth twitched again. What exactly was this brat imagining? He was not Danzo Shimura. Why would he dig out other people's eyes just because he wanted to? You don't need to do that, Kenichi said, shaking his head. I'd only need to give you an injection. He truly had no interest in transplanting other people's eyes anymore. At this point, he was even considering whether he should return Kakashi's Sharingan. If he were not worried that doing so would push Obito into total desperation, he might have already done it. Of course, Kenichi had no intention of treating Kakashi unfairly. The next time they met, he would probably just give Kakashi a fresh pair of Mangekyo directly. As for what abilities Kakashi would awaken with them, Kenichi had no idea. But a pair of Mangekyo that Kakashi could activate and deactivate freely would certainly make it easier for him to become the 6th Hokage. No. In the future, there probably would not even be a Hokage position anymore. If the ninja world truly unified, then what would Kakashi be suited for? An intelligence department. Then again, if the whole world unified, there might not even be much need for intelligence agents either. So what would suit Kakashi then? Perhaps inheriting Jiraiya's legacy and becoming a shameless novelist. Thinking about it that way, it actually did not seem impossible. Don't worry. This technique doesn't require using someone else's eyes, Kenichi explained, noticing that Hikari's stiff expression had finally started to ease. It would let your own eyes gradually evolve into something like this. Naruto, they're very powerful. He had to explain it clearly. Hikari had been mistreated badly by her clansmen in the past. It was entirely possible that she knew about the bloody methods once used to exchange Mangekyo eyes. If he did not make things clear, she would definitely misunderstand, and then he would have to waste time explaining later anyway. Then can I become like teacher too? Naruto asked curiously. He was still too young to understand much else. He had not even noticed that Hikari's expression had visibly relaxed. All he knew was that these eyes looked unbelievably cool. Of course you can, Kenichi said with a smile as he rubbed Naruto's fluffy blonde hair. But you're still too young right now. We'll talk about it again after you're older. As he rubbed Naruto's head, a cold and ominous aura suddenly flickered past him. Kenichi narrowed his eyes at once. That had to be the Nine-Tails chakra. It was exactly as he had imagined. The feeling it gave off was dark and deeply unpleasant, almost like staring straight at a wicked creature. The moment one sensed it, the instinctive reaction was revulsion. Kenichi's gaze dropped toward Naruto's stomach. The seal was still perfect. There should not be any problem there. The 4th Hokage's sealing skill had truly been thorough beyond measure. But it looks like I should also put breaking the dead demon-consuming seal on the agenda. Kenichi murmured as he stroked his chin. He was suddenly very curious. If Minato learned what kind of life his son had been living, what exactly would he do? Moreover, it might even be possible to revive both Minato and Kushina directly and give Naruto the childhood he should have had in the first place. After all, using Edo Tensei for that would not be the first time Kenichi had done something outrageous. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 370, Chapter 370, Shinigami. Chapter 370, Shinigami. Koyuki, how are the offspring recovering? Can the Jonin begin the experiments yet? Kenichi asked as he sat in his room, looking at Koyuki. She looked back at him timidly. Her clothes were very loose, and she was kneeling on the floor. Through the soft folds of her clothing, her figure was just barely visible, which only made her more alluring. It had to be said that Koyuki understood temptation very well. Any experienced man would know that outright nudity was often less enticing than this kind of half-hidden, half-revealed temptation. The atmosphere in the room was already beginning to turn strange. Kenichi had no doubt that if he gave the slightest signal, Koyuki would immediately offer herself to him. He probably would not even need words. A single gesture would be enough for her to crawl into his arms. But as he had said before, Koyuki was still too young. The moral line he carried over from his previous life would not allow him to cross that boundary. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. Master, most of the offspring who received your grace have already adapted to their new condition. The Jonin adjusted the fastest, but the younger ones will still need about 2 more days to finish growing, Koyuki said as she raised her head, her eyes shimmering as if tears might spill at any moment. Kenichi did not look at her directly. He was no saint. Staring too long would only make things troublesome. In that case, I may as well try something else first. Kenichi rubbed his chin. He had originally planned to let those Jonin awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan as quickly as possible so he could raise their combat power. But he had not expected the parasites to need additional time to adjust to their hosts. Since that was the case, he might as well shift his focus to another project for the time being. That forest in the valley, along with the wheat fields, assign a group of junior ninja who have already received the grace to guard them. Their job will be to record all changes and observations. Also, bring in several experienced farmers and let them take charge of the actual cultivation work. When it comes to farming, let the old farmers make the decisions, Kenichi said, tapping his fingers against the table. The wheat fields he had cultivated through wood release were already under Koyuki's supervision. He had considered leaving shadow clones there to handle everything before, but in the end he dismissed the idea. He had too many matters to deal with. Even with shadow clones, he was still only one person, not a god. It was impossible for him to solve every problem by himself. Professional work should be left to professionals. When it came to agriculture, those old farmers who had spent their entire lives tilling the land were obviously better suited than he was. As for the ninja, they could record reports and help him monitor the results, which would make later analysis much easier. Yes, master, Koyuki replied obediently, lightly biting her lower lip. Kenichi nodded with satisfaction. As long as he handed the farming work over to others, he could focus on more important matters, such as researching that unique sealing jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal. With that thought, he promptly left the room, which had already begun to smell a little too dangerous, and returned to his laboratory under Koyuki's resentful gaze. There, he took out the mask that Shirori had brought over earlier. If I remember correctly, one of these masks belongs to the Shinigami. As long as I wear it, I should be able to summon the Shinigami, or something close to that, Kenichi muttered as he scratched his head. His memory was not perfectly clear on the details. Still, he remembered one important point. To release the souls devoured by the Shinigami, one had to use the Shinigami's mask and cut open one's own stomach. The Shinigami would then mirror that action, tearing open its own belly and allowing the sealed souls inside to escape. As far as he knew, the Reaper Death Seal had not been used on many people. The most famous victim should be the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That alone made this worth pursuing. The greatest value in breaking the Reaper Death Seal was the possibility of using Edo Tensei on Minato afterward. And Minato's strength. Wait a second. Kenichi suddenly paused. Then he blinked. Come to think of it, a normal transmigrator would not need to go through all this trouble at all. They could just learn Edo Tensei, revive the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage, and then gang up on Obito. Wouldn't that solve the entire problem? Kenichi discovered what felt like a blind spot in his own thinking. As someone with knowledge of the future, the fastest way to end the Naruto storyline would be simple. Kill Obito and Black Zetsu. Even if Black Zetsu could not be fully eliminated, as long as Obito died, Black Zetsu's entire plan would be pushed to the edge of collapse. After that, seize the Rinnegan or destroy it outright. Even if Madara were resurrected later, it would not matter much. A Madara without the Rinnegan was still terrifying, but with the 1st Hokage on their side, it would not be unmanageable. Unless Madara somehow found another pair of Rinnegan immediately after losing them, there was no real way he could win against that lineup. And if the Rinnegan were destroyed, Nagato would not be able to collect the tailed beasts at all. It was a pity. Obito had already started making preparations. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He still did not know what Obito and Black Zetsu were planning, but their trip to Konoha had clearly been for the forbidden Jutsu Scroll. That alone made him more cautious. Still, even if these masks all look similar, the one with special power should be this one. Kenichi picked up one of the masks. Its design was indeed close to the others, but from the perspective of a ninja, this one contained a clearly abnormal energy. Kenichi carefully put the mask on. The instant it touched his face, the atmosphere around him shifted. The room seemed to dim, the warmth vanished, and everything took on a colder tone. A moment later, an ugly, white-clothed, wild-haired figure flashed in front of him before disappearing again. So it really is this one. Kenichi silently took the mask back off. He was a little puzzled. Had anything like this ever appeared in the original story? Or was this simply because of his Mangekyo Sharingan? With that thought in mind, he decided to use his analytical ability on the mask. He wanted to see whether there was some deeper mechanism within it. The analysis began almost immediately. The moment he looked at it, a long string of compositional data appeared in his mind. Kenichi's mouth twitched. This ability really was a double-edged sword. It let him see what something was made of, yes, but not always in the way he wanted. Every person was made of atoms. But if everyone appeared before him as nothing more than human-shaped clusters of countless atoms, how could he possibly recognize their faces? It was the same as a dish. Kenichi wanted to know how the dish had been cooked, not merely which elements it contained. Yet just as the thought crossed his mind, the compositional information in front of him suddenly became far more vivid and three-dimensional. Kenichi's eyes widened slightly. He could now clearly see how the mask had been carved. He could follow the way the patterns were cut into it, the order in which the materials were applied, even the sequence of brush strokes used to paint it. He still could not see the hand itself. But he could see the paint being laid down stroke by stroke. This. Before he could even celebrate the apparent evolution in his Mangekyo, a strange energy appeared. In Kenichi's eyes, as the paint was applied to the mask, a peculiar purplish-black energy silently began to coil around it. As the mask was gradually completed, that energy also continued winding around it, shaping itself into something even stranger. In the end, it formed a door. Kenichi muttered, pressing a hand to his eye. Pain immediately started to spread through it. The purplish-black energy had turned into a door, or rather, it was in the process of forming one. Its surface was covered in countless profound patterns, and the structure itself was woven together from innumerable particles of that same strange energy. At first, when its outline was incomplete, he could not tell what it was. But when he looked closer and the shape became clearer, he immediately understood. It really was a door. Like building something in Minecraft, Kenichi thought. When the frame is only half done, no one knows what you are making. But once the shape is mostly there, everyone can tell at a glance. Oh. That is a door. That was exactly the feeling the energy before him gave off. Kenichi gritted his teeth, yet he still forced himself to continue looking. His intuition was screaming at him to stop. But the desire to understand was stronger. He wanted to read it. He wanted to understand that obscure, difficult knowledge. Those purplish-black patterns were outlining a gateway. Not just any gate, but one inscribed with layers upon layers of strange symbols, every line formed from that same eerie energy. He could not understand how it first came into existence. It just seemed to appear from nowhere. But the more he magnified it, the more certain he became. What had formed there was a door. A door between realms. Hiss. Kenichi finally had to clamp his eyes shut. The profound patterns and unfinished gateway vanished from sight. Warm liquid began to run down his face. Kenichi raised a hand and wiped it away. Blood. So the knowledge in that thing is too advanced. Kenichi asked softly, then licked his lips in excitement. He even tasted the blood at the corner of his mouth, the metallic flavor helping clear his mind. Now he was certain. What he had just seen was the reason this mask possessed such a strange power. During its creation, whether by accident or design, the mask had been wrapped in that mysterious energy. At the same time, that energy had outlined a door. A door that connected the living world to wherever the Shinigami resided. Shinigami. Kenichi murmured thoughtfully as he looked at the mask in his hand. At first I thought this was only a special kind of sealing formula. But after what I just saw, that Shinigami probably has a very unusual existence. It does not truly belong to the present world, and it probably does not belong to the Pure Land either. He rubbed his chin as he thought. The Shinigami was one of the most mysterious entities in Naruto. It had barely been explained in canon, so there was not much he knew for certain. But based on what he had just witnessed, this was not a normal sealing jutsu at all. It was closer to a summoning technique. It summoned an existence called the Shinigami into this world. For some reason, that existence could not act freely and had to move in accordance with the caster. If the target's soul was to be sealed, direct contact also seemed necessary. It was just like in the original story. Hiruzen grabbed Orochimaru's arms, and because of that contact, the Shinigami took Orochimaru's arms as the price. Troublesome. Dangerous. And after using it, the caster's own soul would also be devoured by the Shinigami, trapped forever with no release. But those severe drawbacks came paired with terrifying power. It directly sealed the soul itself. No medical ninjutsu could fix that. No reincarnation would restore it. The only way was to reclaim the soul from the Shinigami's belly. Orochimaru had suffered miserably because of it. If that energy forms the doorway that lets the Shinigami enter this world, then could those patterns be interpreted as a method of dimensional crossing? Kenichi murmured. He stared at the mask and felt, more than ever, that there were still countless mysteries in this world he did not understand. The Shinigami clearly did not belong to the living world. Its existence was spiritual in nature, which made it feel somewhat similar to the Pure Land. But if it were truly connected to the Pure Land, then the Sage of Six Paths should not have been able to ignore it. After all, anyone devoured by the Shinigami did not enter the Pure Land. They remained trapped in the Shinigami's belly, tormented for eternity, seemingly feeding it with some strange form of energy. If not for its own benefit, why would the Shinigami consume souls at all? Love and peace? Hardly. Humans ate food for energy so they could survive. The Shinigami was probably doing the same. And judging from how gaunt and hollow it looked, Kenichi suspected it was the type that had been starving for a very long time. This world really is becoming more and more interesting, Kenichi said, licking his lips again. What was the relationship between the Shinigami and the Pure Land? Did the Shinigami consume souls in order to survive? What sort of energy could a soul body actually provide? All of those were questions. In fact, Kenichi even felt that if he could solve them, he might be able to create an entirely new branch of science. Or perhaps, more accurately, an entirely new branch of ninjutsu. A kind of dangerous technique that would catch anyone off guard. But I cannot use this thing on myself. Not unless I find some way to restrict the Shinigami, or perhaps. Kenichi scratched his head. The mask was difficult to use, but it would not be a problem to use it to release Minato's soul. He could trade the soul of an ordinary ninja in exchange for the souls devoured by the Shinigami. As for Minato's remains, Kenichi touched the bag at his side. Inside were preserved tissue samples from both Minato and Kushina. I will just treat it as a biological gift for Naruto. Kenichi stretched lazily. With the fourth Hokage brought back, the next stage of his plan would proceed much more smoothly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 371, Chapter 371, Tsunade, I've given so much, half isn't too much, right? Chapter 371, Tsunade, I've given so much, half isn't too much, right? The first and second Hokage could naturally be revived through living corpse reincarnation. Both possessed tremendous strength, and although doing so required sacrificing the soul of a ninja near Kage level, it would still be a worthwhile trade overall. The real problem was their stance. The first Hokage looked somewhat simple-minded, but treating him like a fool in a matter like this would be the truly foolish thing to do. Compared with Kenichi's rather unrealistic dream, Hashirama would naturally lean more toward Konoha. After all, that was the ninja village he had built with his own hands. And with Tsunade still there, his feelings would obviously tilt toward Konoha even more. The second Hokage was even more so. His personality was also much harder to judge. Only the fourth Hokage was different. Although Minato was also a man of Konoha, he was Naruto's father first and foremost. With Naruto in hand, persuading Minato to cooperate might not be impossible. Kenichi even felt that if Minato learned how Hiruzen had treated his son all this time, what kind of life Naruto had lived in the village, then Minato would probably make the right choice. But then again, he was still the fourth Hokage. With the way Hokage likes to handle things, what if he somehow chooses to forgive Hiruzen in the end? Kenichi scratched his head. Late-stage Naruto had a bad habit of whitewashing old villains. That had always been one of the more frustrating parts. It was as though villains were not allowed to remain villains unless they had some tragic childhood or miserable past. At times, it felt less like a story and more like a competition to see who had suffered more. And once that tragic backstory was established, they could be whitewashed. In the end, it almost became a bizarre script where everyone was secretly a good person and could all sit down together to drink tea. Orochimaru had been whitewashed. Kabuto had been whitewashed. Even Obito had been whitewashed. Fortunately, Obito at least died in the end. If he had survived and gone back to Konoha to live happily ever after with Naruto, people would probably have cursed it for hundreds of chapters. Because of that, Kenichi decided to be cautious. After all, using living corpse reincarnation to bring Minato back required sacrificing the soul of someone at roughly the same level of strength. That was not a trivial matter. What level had Minato been at? Kage level. That meant reviving him would require the soul of another Kage level powerhouse. And there were no such people in the land of snow. Perhaps one could create one after developing the Mangekyo Sharingan, but what exactly counted as Kage level in the first place was still hard to define. In that case, it's better to use Edo Tensei first. But before that, I still need Koyuki to find me a ninja with talent in sealing techniques. Kenichi rubbed his chin. Using Edo Tensei first to gauge Minato's intentions was obviously the safest route. The side effects of living corpse reincarnation were too severe, and it could only revive one person at a time. The ideal method would be to win over a group of powerful figures first, then have Nagato use Rinne Rebirth, and finally use living corpse reincarnation on Nagato. But unfortunately, Kenichi could not gather that many high-level fighters under his banner. The ninja world had been torn apart by war for too long. Hatred between villages and factions ran far too deep. During the future unification of the ninja world, Kenichi had already prepared himself for a massive purge. The ship of a new era had no room for the leftovers of the old one. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, many remnants of those states were imprisoned or purged. Yet even then, those remnants still continued to stir up chaos, and after the first emperor died, they triggered large-scale unrest. Such people had to be cleaned out. Still, just as Kenichi was about to notify Koyuki, the ring on his hand suddenly warmed. He blinked in surprise. Was Nagato looking for him? Do you think it's this place? In the hidden rain village, Tsunade and Jiraiya were crouched inside a cave on the outskirts, silently observing the village ahead. Rain shrouded the place year-round. The entire settlement looked dark and oppressive under the endless curtain of water. According to Jiraiya, this should be the Akatsuki's base. At the very least, it should be, Jiraiya murmured. The two of them were hidden deep within the cave, while outside the entrance, rain pattered down in a steady drizzle. Tsunade glanced at him in surprise. No wonder Jiraiya had dragged her into this cave the instant he noticed the rain picking up. So that was why. The rain itself had become the village's eyes and ears, a surveillance method to detect outsiders entering the area. You still haven't given up on writing that novel about Orochimaru? Tsunade asked. She knew exactly what Jiraiya had been writing. Shizen was one of his most devoted readers, but she only cared about the story of me and Orochimaru Haim. As for Ika Ika Paradise, she never touched it. Because of Shizen, Tsunade knew exactly what Jiraiya had been up to, and even she had to admit the man had guts. He really dared to write anything. Do you know how much money that book earned me? Jiraiya said proudly, patting his pouch. Tsunade's eyelids twitched. This idiot. No, I don't, Tsunade said truthfully. She really had no idea how much that ridiculous book had made. It brought in more than 100 million ryo in a single year. Jiraiya looked thoroughly pleased with himself. The moment he said it, Tsunade's eyes turned red. Only then did Jiraiya realize what he had just done. How could he forget Tsunade's personality? Tsunade loved gambling. She had learned it from Hashirama. And the problem was, she lost every single time. Before he left Konoha, Hiruzen had repeatedly warned him not to let Tsunade gamble under any circumstances. Konoha's finances could not endure it. Jiraiya had agreed, especially after seeing the mountain of debt Tsunade had piled up recently. Although Tsunade could pay back some of it with the money she earned through her medical work, Konoha had still ended up quietly covering a portion behind the scenes. After all, Tsunade was the future 5th Hokage. It would look terrible if the next Hokage was infamous for never paying her gambling debts. That much. Tsunade stared at him in shock. She had read that book. And she had to admit, Orochimaru Haim had been written absurdly well. It had even made her briefly question whether Orochimaru might really have been a woman. Thinking back on it carefully, Orochimaru really had always carried a slightly feminine air at times. Then Tsunade's eyes lit up. Over 100 million ryo. That was no small amount. If she had even part of that money, she could gamble for days without worry. By the way, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, her eyes shifting suspiciously, who exactly is that blonde princess in your book? Then she casually slung an arm around Jiraiya's neck, her tone suddenly intimate. Jiraiya swallowed. He knew exactly who she meant. And he knew exactly why this was dangerous. I can give you 10 million ryo. Jiraiya said with a strained smile. He had no desire to do so, but at this point there was little choice. Tsunade already had her arm around his neck. With her monstrous strength, she could probably tear his head off directly if she felt like it. Jiraiya had no illusions that his skull was harder than stone. He knew Tsunade's strength better than anyone. If she wanted to, she could shatter a mountain with her fists. She really was that terrifying. 50 million. Tsunade named a shocking price without hesitation. She felt the number was perfectly fair. She had paid a great deal, after all. Becoming the heroine in Jiraiya's filthy little story was already more than enough justification. And that idiot had even written far too many explicit scenes. She had personally seen passages where the blonde princess did all sorts of things beneath the white-haired male lead, with nearly half the book dedicated to that nonsense. So in Tsunade's eyes, demanding 50 million ryo was entirely reasonable. No, I need that money for other things. 20 million at most. Jiraiya refused desperately, shaking his head. In truth, he knew the biggest reason the book had sold so well was Orochimaru Haim. Orochimaru deserved all the blame for that. In the end, after a fierce and shameless negotiation, the two reached an agreement at 30 million ryo. As for the bruises on Jiraiya's face, those were naturally from accidentally bumping into rocks. Tsunade herself said that ninjas often developed strange little injuries, so there was nothing unusual about it. Speaking of which, before we left, I saw you go to the old man's office, Jiraiya said, rubbing his face. Yes. Anko Madarashi, one of Orochimaru's disciples, came back to Konoha, Tsunade said calmly. She had no intention of hiding it from him. In her heart, Jiraiya was fully qualified to become one of Konoha's elders. Even if he never accepted such a title, he still needed to stand among Konoha's leadership. The village was in chaos right now. Though it still looked like the strongest ninja village in the world, losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki meant it had already lost one of its core foundations. Jiraiya frowned. Back when the Sannin still worked together, he had met Orochimaru's students before. Anko had been a well-behaved little girl, sharp and talented, though clearly not as favored by Orochimaru as Kenichi had been. Jiraiya had seen it plainly back then. Orochimaru truly regarded Kenichi as a real disciple and had every intention of passing everything on to him. Anko, on the other hand, had later been taken out of Konoha and ended up branded as a missing nin. So why had she suddenly returned now? What happened? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. The old man looked very serious and kept questioning her. After that, I came straight out to meet you, Tsunade said with a shake of her head. Even though she was the chosen successor, she was not Hokage yet. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Anko was connected to Orochimaru. He could only hope Hiruzen would not do anything foolish. Provoking Orochimaru was already troublesome enough. Provoking Orochimaru now meant provoking Orochimaru's disciple too. Master and disciple were both monsters. And judging from what Tsunade had described earlier, Kenichi had grown to a frightening level. At the very least, Tsunade believed that if the fight had been to the death, she might not have been able to beat him. Would release the Sharingan. Talent on par with Hashirama. Put together, that combination was terrifying. Jiraiya even felt that Kenichi no longer resembled an ordinary human. Just as he was about to ask more, he suddenly noticed the rain over the hidden rain village beginning to lighten. In the distance, several figures appeared to be entering the village. That's... Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He could not see clearly through the rain and distance. But he caught sight of a flash of yellow among them. That instantly made him think of Yahiko. Then the figures vanished into the hidden rain village, and the rain came to a halt. The air was filled with that unique scent that only appeared after rainfall. Jiraiya stood up at once. This was the moment. The time had come to enter the hidden rain village and investigate. But before that... Tsunade, wait a moment. I need to enter sage mode first, Jiraiya said as he closed his eyes. He had already heard Tsunade describe Yahiko's attack on Konoha. The strange eyes, the bizarre abilities, the sense that the enemy had still been holding back, all of it left Jiraiya uneasy. If he was going in, then he needed to go in at full strength. Gathering intelligence had always been dangerous work. Tsunade said nothing. She folded her arms and watched him, and for some reason she found herself thinking of Kenichi. That boy's ninjutsu was just as outrageous. He seemed able to enter sage mode almost instantly, just like her grandfather. Soon, Jiraiya completed sage mode. Together, he and Tsunade slipped out of the cave and quietly made their way toward the hidden rain village. They needed intelligence on the Akatsuki. And they needed clues about Naruto. Interesting. So Konoha has noticed this place already. In a dim cave elsewhere, Obito rested his chin on one hand as he looked at Black Zetsu. Yes. Amamiya Kenichi took away a brat named Naruto Uzumaki. If nothing else, that brat should now be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu said with a strange laugh. Then he cast a glance to the side. There, standing upright in the darkness, was a coffin. The plan is progressing smoothly. But ever since that guy got involved, I've had a bad feeling, Obito said, narrowing his eyes as his hand slowly clenched into a fist. Your plan is perfect. And with his help, there should be no issues with how it advances, Black Zetsu said with a crooked smile. Konoha's level of alertness had indeed risen, but it would not stop the plan from moving forward. Sooner or later, the entire ninja world would slide into the abyss. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. p@patreon.com/fanficlord03